Chapter 1. The beginning of the journey into Dragon Ball. Goodbye, everyone. Until next time. As she watched Son Goku and Chi-Chi depart on the flying Nimbus, Nabel felt a sense of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child grow up. After binge-watching their wedding episodes, she eagerly opened Dragon Ball Z, only to be overwhelmed by dizziness upon seeing the title, plunging her into darkness as she collapsed. Hello there. A small, white entity suddenly appeared before Nabel. Where am I? I seem to recall fainting. Nabel discovered herself in a vast, empty white space resembling the room of spirit and time. I am System 001, here to guide you through your journey of reincarnation. 001 twirled around Nabel. Reincarnation? But why would I suddenly need to reincarnate? Nabel was perplexed. She was a diligent and well-behaved individual. She had neither stayed up late nor criticized any works that would warrant such an event. You are quite fortunate. According to your fate, you will meet your end in a car accident tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Hence, we have chosen you, as your circumstances align perfectly, 001 said with a cheerful grin. How can I trust you? This could all be a ruse. Nabel exclaimed as she seized the small white entity, pulling it apart like a piece of Play-Doh. Return me at once. Let go. I assure you it's true. You cannot go back now. Your only option is to reincarnate. After finally breaking free from Nabel's grasp, 001 rubbed its seemingly reddened face and continued. Moreover, you are headed to the Dragon Ball universe, and since you are the first reincarnator, there are no missions for you. You will even receive special abilities. Is that true? In the world of Dragon Ball, I am quite familiar with the storyline, and I shall rise to the pinnacle of life. Nabel clasped her hands to her face, utterly enraptured. The thought of enjoying the company of young Goku thrilled her beyond measure. Not so fast. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I have decided to send you to Dragon Ball Z, the one you are unfamiliar with. 001 regarded Nabel with disdain. Upon hearing this, Nabel nearly collapsed from shock. She turned to 001, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Although I haven't watched it, I know that the later plot involves either humanity's annihilation or the destruction of Earth. You are leading me to my doom." 001 felt it had made a grave error in selecting her. This aggressive girl was prone to yanking its face. After a struggle, it finally explained, "I've endowed you with a special ability, a protective shield that you can manipulate at will." PFT, a mere shield? It will be shattered in no time. Nabel jabbed her finger at 001. Please, do not disparage my modeling. It was quite expensive. 001 wriggled free, proclaiming, "This shield is designed to be indestructible, and its form can be altered at your discretion." Is that so? Nabel regarded the white entity with skepticism. Indeed. Now off you go. To align with the storyline, you will assume the age of 7. With that, 001 opened a black hole and thrust Nabel into it. Sayonara. Ah, that wretched system. It has left me suspended in midair. What to do? Just as Nabel believed she was doomed to meet her end, a memory concerning the protective shield surged into her mind. Resolutely, she activated the shield, enveloping herself in its embrace. Wait, if I fall from this height, I will still die. To her astonishment, as this thought crossed her mind, the shield buoyed her in the air, just as Nabel thought she was saved. Oh, who is this? A human from Earth has come to meet their demise so soon. In Nabel's eyes, a diminutive figure with an odd appearance, almost unattractive, stood among a menacing group. Frieza, observing the woman plummeting from the sky, instructed his subordinates with interest, "Let us use this woman as an appetizer for the destruction of Earth. Go forth and eliminate her. Nanny, they intend to kill me upon arrival. Is this shield truly reliable?" As Nabel witnessed the laser guns aimed at her, she closed her eyes, feeling as though her time had come. After a moment, however, she felt no excruciating pain. I knew the system would deliver excellence. With that thought, she opened her eyes to see a tall, muscular figure with short lavender hair hovering before her. He must be the one who saved me. Thank you. Oh my, he's quite the handsome fellow. Nabel marveled at the approaching youth. What are you doing here? No, let's not discuss that now. We must leave this place, the young man warned, his gaze fixed on the approaching troops. Leave? Can this shield even move? As she pondered, Nabel was astonished to find that the shield truly carried her away. Looking around, she spotted a group in the distance. That must be Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo. After all, in Dragon Ball, there are no characters without noses or with 3 eyes and green skin. Nabel directed the shield towards them, as it would be odd to approach them without prior acquaintance. By the way, why is Piccolo with them? This doesn't seem like the very beginning of Z, does it? To avoid any unexpected incidents, Nabel kept the shield active, hiding behind a rock to observe. Logically, she should not have been able to see that far, but perhaps due to her newfound abilities, her senses had heightened significantly. In any case, when Nabel witnessed the diminutive Frieza being sliced into pieces, utterly obliterated, she was left in shock. This guy is incredible. Why does his hair turn golden? It's rather unsettling. I'm glad I didn't stare for too long, or I might have thrown up, Nabel murmured. Later, when she witnessed the youth slay Frieza's father amidst a gory scene, having already vomited once, she found herself unable to do so again. Hey, would you like to join me? We should wait for Mr. Son Goku. The lavender-haired youth suddenly appeared before Nabel. Ah, sure. Nabel lowered the shield, feeling a surge of excitement. Am I finally going to meet Son Goku? The child I have been watching grow up. Please allow me this indiscretion. The youth swept Nabel into his arms and soared into the sky. Wow, this is exhilarating. I'm a bit scared. Nabel instinctively wrapped her arms around the young man's neck. By the way, what's your name? She inquired, gazing at him. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that, the young man replied, lowering his head, seemingly embarrassed. Is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you know me. It certainly felt that way, as the complexity of his gaze seemed to reminisce about something. It must be a misconception. I have never met you, miss. The youth smiled, attempting to brush off the moment. By the way, how did you suddenly end up there? It was perilous, I'm not sure. I simply found myself there, Nabel replied earnestly. It's just over there. We need to descend now, the young man indicated toward a particular area. Chapter 2. The Boy from the Future. Trunks. Upon reaching the ground, Nabeel finally noticed that Tien and the others had also arrived. Their expressions filled with suspicion as they regarded the newcomers. Trunks offered Nabeel a bottle of beverage, inviting everyone to join in a toast. Wow, this is delicious, Nabeel exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Who is that? She wondered, glancing towards the source of the voice. A boy with black hair, tied back in a low ponytail, gazed at her with an endearing expression. However, she couldn't help but think that his attire was rather unfashionable, prompting her to discreetly divert her gaze. Have I seen you somewhere before? Bulma inquired, directing her question at the lavender-haired boy. And no, he stammered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he lowered his head. How do you know about my father? The black-haired boy asked. I learned it from someone else, he replied. Then how do you know that Goku will arrive in 3 hours? Krillin questioned, bewildered. Wait, so that child is the son of Goku and Chi-Chi? Nabeel thought in astonishment as she studied the boy. What could his name be? And who is this impressive young man? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information, he said, bowing his head slightly in apology. Cannot disclose? What does that mean? A man with a peculiar hairstyle and a pink shirt, who appeared somewhat shorter, stepped forward. Who are you two, and why do you possess such formidable power? He cast a fierce glare at Nabeel and the lavender-haired boy. I'm sorry, but I cannot say, came the boy's reply once more. Hey, I can introduce myself. Nabeel chimed in, raising her small hand. My name is Nabeel, and I am 7 years old. I look forward to getting to know all of you. She then performed a polite bow. I am truly courteous. Hi, I'm Gohan, also 7 years old, just like you. Gohan stepped forward, displaying a sincere smile. This is my first time speaking with someone my age. I hope we can be friends. And Nabeel, I can't believe you used your grandfather's name. You must be related to Goku. Although a storm of emotions surged within her, Nabeel maintained a calm exterior. She politely greeted everyone once more, also introducing herself to the man in the pink shirt, Vegeta. This is not the time for introductions. How can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta demanded loudly, his voice filled with authority. The only living Saiyans are Kakarot, who is known as Goku on this planet, and me, along with this half-breed boy. Vegeta gestured towards Gohan, his tone unmistakably assertive. What exactly is a Saiyan, and who is Kakarot? Nabeel pondered, feeling that the system had truly let her down. It could at least have provided her with some understanding of the plot prior to her arrival. Observing the heated exchange among the individuals before her, Nabeel quietly approached the seemingly amiable Gohan and gently poked him to capture his attention. What, pray tell, are Saiyans? And what manner of being is Frieza? Nabeel, with wide eyes, endeavored to present herself as innocent and endearing. Saiyans are Frieza is the most malevolent villain in the universe, truly wicked. Do not be deceived by Gohan's diminutive stature. He possesses great patience. Ultimately, Nabell has grasped the basic knowledge of what a scion is. As for Gohan, he remains an enigma, and even a child should not lower their guard. Tien, with arms crossed and 3 vigilant eyes, scrutinized Nabell. What does it matter, Tien? She is merely a child, posing no threat. Yamcha, however, felt indifferent, sensing no malice from Nabell. Indeed, that purple-haired brother is a stranger to me as well. It was he who rescued me from Frieza's army. Nabell, hiding behind Son Gohan, sought refuge from Tien's suspicious gaze, essentially relying on the might of another. I genuinely believe that Nabell is not a bad person, remarked Gohan, turning to Nabell with a sweet smile, accompanied by his adorable voice. Oh my, he is exceedingly charming. Nabell gazed at the delightful and pure-hearted Gohan, exclaiming, Gohan, you are truly a good person, and so very adorable. She clasped Gohan's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, I am a boy, Gohan said, puzzled by Nabell's enthusiasm. Time slipped away quietly, and soon 3 hours had elapsed. Nonsense. Do not be fooled by how time is portrayed in anime. 1 hour, 1 month, 1 year. It merely takes a statement declaring that a year has passed to make it so. Reality is entirely different. Especially now, the atmosphere seemed to render everyone somewhat taciturn. Bored. Nabell sought conversation with Gohan, who appeared to be her peer. Through their exchanges, she gleaned much information, such as his studies in high school, a daunting prospect indeed, and how Piccolo trained him, among other things. At long last, a shooting star streaked across the sky, signaling that wishes could be made. Not really. Son Goku's spaceship has finally arrived. Nabell, brimming with excitement, tugged Gohan toward the front, for she held great admiration for Goku. As the spaceship descended, a tall man clad in traditional garments emerged, greeted with cheers from the crowd. Nabell scrutinized Son Goku, noting his iconic spiky hair, handsome features, and skin that seemed impervious to tanning. He exuded a unique aura. Nabell struggled to articulate it, sensing a powerful presence, yet perceiving a hint of foolishness, though his intelligence was undoubtedly formidable. Why is everyone gathered here? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment, having felt a powerful energy while in space, which led him to vanquish Frieza rather than instantly teleport back to Earth. After some inquiries, the purple-haired youth guided Son Goku away to a distant location. What do you suppose they are discussing? I turned to the adorable Son Gohan beside me. For some reason, his speech exuded a grandmotherly aura, reminiscent of the charming Goku. Both equally delightful. In contrast, Piccolo appeared to be sweating profusely, casting a complex gaze at Nabell. As I watched the two transform into Super Saiyans and spar momentarily, Nabell felt an undeniable shift in their demeanor. They had not only become more striking, but also exuded an air of nonconformity. The violet-haired youth took flight, and Goku approached us, prompting us to follow. It was then revealed that the young man hailed from the future and that formidable adversaries were destined to emerge. Nabell remarked on the intriguing unfolding of this narrative. Hee. Suddenly, Goku made his way toward Nabell. Chapter 3. A stay at Bulma's home. Goku turned his attention to Nabell, pondering her role in this future. The boy had mentioned that she was an integral part of it. Oh, Nabell was taken aback. Not realizing her existence played a significant role in the future. She had thought her mere presence was sufficient to maintain the storyline. How about this? Nabeel-chan can stay at my house for now, Bulma declared graciously. Thank you, Bulma. Now I don't have to worry about a place to stay. Nabell responded with relief. By the way, I heard your abilities are quite impressive. Could you demonstrate them for me? Goku leaned down before Nabell, grinning warmly. This, I can hardly bear it. My ability is merely a protective shield. It's not particularly formidable, Nabell replied, summoning her shield to encircle herself. The barrier was a shimmering silver, and Goku observed it with keen interest. Wow, your ability is so cool, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Can I throw a few punches? Don't worry. I won't harm you, Goku inquired, scratching his face for reassurance. Of course, it's the perfect opportunity to test the shield's capabilities. The other stepped back, and Goku lowered himself into a stance reminiscent of Master Roshi's style, declaring, I will unleash my full power. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a powerful gust that sent dust swirling around. What? Krillin was the first to exclaim, realizing that Nabell remained unscathed within her shield, which showed no signs of damage. The other's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, this was a full-force strike from the mightiest warrior, Goku. Though Nabele felt a twinge of panic as Goku's blow approached, she was grateful for the reliability of her shield. Wow, that's incredible. Can we continue? Goku began to gather energy, a terrifying pressure causing those nearby to tremble. Damn it, Kakarot's power has indeed increased, Vegeta mused, feeling frustrated as he had yet to attain Super Saiyan status in these 2 years. Shouldn't we stop? Goku, no matter how powerful Nabele's ability is, it might not withstand the strength of a Super Saiyan. Bulma interjected, unable to suppress her concern for Nabele's safety. Goku, now a Super Saiyan, reassured Bulma, it's all right. Bulma. Then, with a shift in her gaze, she unleashed all her strength towards the protective shield. Meanwhile, Nabele retreated to the edge of the barrier, fearfully closing her eyes. Help! If it really breaks, even the aftermath could be fatal for me. After a thunderous roar, everyone turned their attention to Nabele. Impossible. Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. The surrounding ground was significantly ravaged, yet the spot where Nabele stood remained entirely unscathed. The protective shield exhibited no signs of damage. Truly impressive. Goku reverted to his normal state and gestured for Nabele to lower the barrier. I honestly didn't anticipate it would be this powerful. Do you believe me? Nabele was genuinely astonished. She had not expected the item given by 001 to possess such might. Now my life is assured, she thought to herself. Nabele-chan, you're incredible. Even my father's Super Saiyan couldn't break through. So amazing. Gohan rushed over, marveling at her. Indeed. It's astonishing. Bulma and the others were equally taken aback. Goku turned to Nabele. With such exceptional abilities, it would be a shame not to train them. Yes, but I have no idea how to train. Haha, Nabele replied, scratching her head with a wry smile. How about coming to my house? You can train with Gohan. Goku suggested, patting Gohan's head, who looked at Nabele with eager anticipation. However, I've already promised to stay at Bulma's house, she said, not particularly keen on daily training. Especially since her talent in that area was rather modest. Whether you come or not, Bulma won't mind, Goku chuckled nonchalantly. I don't mind, but what about Chi-Chi? Bulma inquired. That's true, she conceded. You should come to the Capsule Corporation in a few days to practice, or it would be a pity. Goku, considering the financial situation at home, ultimately abandoned that thought. All right, I will definitely come. Nabele felt that having a professional guide her training would be much more efficient than trying to figure it out on her own. Nabele-chan, I'm really looking forward to your visit to my house. You must come. Gohan waved his tiny hand at her, looking particularly adorable. By the way, Bulma, make sure to have a healthy baby, Goku exclaimed before promptly leaving with Piccolo and Gohan. Soon after, Vegeta, Tien, and Kaiatsu departed as well. The remaining few among us were puzzled by Goku's words as they left, except for Yamcha. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, Bulma arranged a room for Nabele, complete with advanced and comprehensive amenities, even a computer. Nabele-chan, you'll live here from now on. Make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know. After introducing Nabele to her parents, Bulma showed her around. Thank you, Bulma-san. I really appreciate your help. Nabele felt immense gratitude towards Bulma. Without her, her life would not be nearly as comfortable. The food here was exquisite, and as an ordinary person, she had never experienced such luxuries. And this room, how extravagant. Upon mentioning this, she recalled her own family. Fortunately, Nabele had an older brother. Otherwise, she would feel truly remorseful towards her parents. No worries. Just let me know when you plan to visit Baozi Mountain. I will accompany you there. Now, you should rest. I must take my leave. With that, Bulma departed, as she had numerous tasks awaiting her. Upon entering the room, Nabele discovered an array of clothing and shoes in the wardrobe, along with all necessary toiletries in the bathroom. Instantly, her eyes felt teary, and she sniffled. This was to be her abode for an extended period. On the way back, Son Goku suddenly turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, you must get along well with Nabele-chan. Dend, present at the scene, looked at Goku with a disgusted smile, unable to refrain from saying, Didn't we agree not to mention anything that could alter the future? Right. My apologies. Goku replied, embarrassment evident on his face. Gohan, however, remained oblivious to the implications of his father and master's words. Well, never mind, he thought, as they were nearing Baozi Mountain. Wow, it's been ages since I last saw Chi-Chi. Is she still spirited? Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth as Baozi Mountain came into view. Mom is indeed lively. But she often reminisces about Dad, Gohan reflected, feeling a tinge of sadness at the thought of his mother missing his father. However, now that Dad was back, everything was fine. Chapter 4. 3 years 3 days later, Nabeel and Bulma arrived at Baozi Mountain. To be honest, Nabeel felt a bit anxious, for she was about to meet Chi-Chi. She adored the Goku and Chi-Chi pairing and had fervently searched for content about them ever since she learned they were a couple. Alas, it seemed there wasn't much material available domestically, but that was of little concern. Soon, Nabeel would be able to witness their chemistry firsthand. Oh, the excitement was indescribable. Nabeel-chan, you're here, Gohan exclaimed, equally thrilled. He had never had a friend his age visit his home. He had been accompanied solely by that dragon throughout his childhood. Gohan-kun. Nabeel waved her hand at him. Finally, Nabeel-chan has arrived. Goku and Den had just returned home as well. Goku-san, Den-san, konnichiwa, Nabeel greeted the two. Who has come? A voice resonated as someone emerged from within the house. It must be Chi-Chi. Nabeel gazed eagerly at the woman stepping out. Chi-Chi, clad in a traditional chi-pao and sporting a bun hairstyle with bangs, possessed a curvaceous figure, a truly enchanting young lady. Wow, Gohan-kun, your mother is stunning. Nabeel exclaimed in admiration to Gohan. Ah, where did such a lovely girl come from? Such sweet words. Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy at the compliment, her smile radiant. Chi-Chi-san, konnichiwa. I am Nabeel, here to seek Goku-san's guidance in my training today. Nabeel gazed intently at the young woman before her. According to numerous fanfictions, after marriage, Chi-Chi transformed into a strict, educational mother, fervently urging her son to study while becoming irritable and often scolding Goku. Yet, at first glance, she appeared to be nothing more than a gentle and courteous beauty. Cultivation? At such a tender age, how could a child engage in such practices? Chi-Chi furrowed her brow, surprised that, aside from Gohan, a child as young as Nabeel was also expected to train. Was it truly necessary for such a small child to confront enemies? This could not be the case. Chi-Chi realized that Nabeel possessed immense potential. However, she had yet to master her abilities. Goku, as always, quickly discerned Chi-Chi's thoughts. Oh, so that is it. You indeed possess remarkable talent. Strive to cultivate it. Chi-Chi felt a sense of relief. After all, Goku would never recklessly allow a child to partake in battles. Of course, Gohan was a different matter, as he was the offspring of her beloved Goku. Thus, with Chi-Chi's consent, Nabeel embarked on rigorous training alongside Goku and others. Initially, the focus was on enhancing physical strength and overall fitness, gradually shifting to sparring and honing combat skills. Oh, and they even named her protective ability Absolute Defense. As time passed, a year slipped by. During her occasional leisure moments, Nabeel published novels she had written in her previous life, garnering considerable acclaim and, in turn, substantial wealth. Through her training, she also mastered the art of flight. Although Absolute Defense could carry her aloft, Goku and Piccolo noted that flight was less taxing on her stamina. However, what astonished Nabeel the most was the revelation that Bulma was pregnant. And not with Yamcha's child, as they had reportedly parted ways long ago. The identity of the father left Nabeel in shock. It was none other than the fierce and formidable Vegeta. Nabeel inquired how Bulma and Vegeta had come to be together. But Bulma merely smiled mysteriously, declaring, "That's a secret," and the conversation ended there. Yet, Vegeta truly exhibited the traits of a cad throughout Bulma's pregnancy. He scarcely made an appearance. Perhaps she was simply unaware of his absence. Occasionally, while out, Nabeel would encounter Gohan, who was running errands for Chi-Chi, and they would engage in pleasant conversation. At times, she would accept Gohan's invitation to visit the Capsule Corporation. In the later stages of Bulma's pregnancy, Nabeel wished to remain by her side constantly, even as Yamcha, her former boyfriend, frequently visited Bulma. Comparatively, Vegeta's absence was glaring. Thus, whenever she caught sight of Vegeta, her expression would darken, though she understood he was preoccupied with training to combat the androids. One sunny day, with the weather splendid, Nabeel accompanied the heavily pregnant Bulma in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, basking in the sun during their afternoon respite. "I'm sorry, Nabeel-chan, for always making you accompany me," Bulma said, glancing at Nabeel as she prepared fruit, a hint of guilt evident as she cradled her belly and settled down. "No worries. Bulma-san, you are in a critical period. You must take care." Nabeel felt it was her duty to assist, especially since she was currently enjoying free lodging and meals at Bulma's home. It was unreasonable to do nothing in return. Although she had earned a substantial amount from her writing, Her youth made it impractical to move out, so she remained there. As she contemplated this, she had prepared some fruit, eager to present it to Bulma, only to discover her friend drenched in sweat, clutching her abdomen. "Bulma-san, what's wrong? Are you in pain?" Nabel exclaimed, hastily dropping the fruit and rushing to Bulma's side. This was alarming. She might be going into labor. Nabel quickly summoned the doctor and nurses stationed at the Capsule Corporation, ensuring Bulma was promptly taken to the delivery room. It was also necessary to inform the father of the child. After notifying Bulma's parents, Nabel realized she should contact the child's father as well, and thus initiated a video link to the gravity room. "Vegeta-san, Vegeta-san." In the gravity room, a drenched Vegeta heard someone calling him, calculating the time. He thought it couldn't possibly be happening so soon. Thus, he impatiently inquired of the girl on the screen, "What do you want? Don't disturb my training. Your wife is in labor, and you are so nonchalantly training." Nabel was infuriated by Vegeta's blatant disregard. "What does that have to do with me?" Vegeta retorted before abruptly ending the video call, changing his attire, and heading towards the infirmary. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of a baby's cry heralded the arrival of new life. "Ah, Vegeta, you're here." Bulma weakly lay on the hospital bed, gazing at the man standing at the door. "Humph, since all is well, I shall take my leave," Vegeta remarked, raising an eyebrow as he prepared to exit. However, he paused and addressed Bulma, stating, "The name shall be Trunks, as it befitted a scion royal." With that, he departed. "I thought he wouldn't come to see you," Nabel said, entering the room and taking a seat beside Bulma. "Haha, he isn't as bad as he seems. I know he was there throughout the delivery," Bulma replied, gazing fondly at her child, Trunks, with hopeful anticipation. "Trunks, you must grow into a reliable man." Nabel was now aware that Trunks was the purple-haired youth who had once saved her, as she had come across videos of him. She recognized Trunks as Vegeta's son, yet his visage did not quite match her expectations. Thus, 3 years swiftly passed, bringing them closer to the emergence of the androids. Chapter 5. The Arrival of the Androids, Part 1. Tomorrow marks May 12th, and they are about to confront the androids. Nabel lay in bed, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through her. Over the past 3 years, she had solely trained at the Capsule Corporation. Fearing she might disturb Goku and the others, she had only visited frequently during the first year, opting to train independently at Bulma's residence for the subsequent 2 years. Occasionally, when Vegeta was in a good mood, he would offer her some guidance. Thus, her current strength is quite commendable. One could say she can hold her own against Yamcha. Hahaha. This must be attributed to the enhancements from the Golden Finger and my own diligent efforts. I must admit, Nabel has a hint of pride about her. Suddenly, the telephone in the room rang. "Ah, who could be calling at this hour? It can't be." Nabel rose from her bed and answered the call. "Hello, this is Nabel." "Hey, it's Gohan," came the voice of Son Gohan from the receiver. "Gohan, I knew it was you. What's up? Why are you calling me so late?" Nabel pondered that it was only Gohan who would call her at such an hour without a reason. Over the past 3 years, they had become good friends, and Nabel had gradually revealed her true self in his presence. There was that time while shopping when she could not help but admonish a store owner for bullying Gohan. Afterwards, she playfully punched him on the head, reminding him not to be so passive in the future. "I know, but isn't Baruchan here too?" Gohan playfully rubbed his head, sounding adorably foolish as he spoke to Nabel. The mere thought of Gohan uttering such an endearing line made Nabel instantly resolve to protect him. "Indeed, tomorrow we are facing the androids. And I must admit I'm a bit anxious, so I thought Baruchan might also be awake and called you." Gohan had considered that Baruchan might be asleep, yet his hand had unconsciously dialed her number. "I'm a bit anxious too. I wonder how it will go," Nabel rambled on. "It will be all right. Dad and Piccolo-san will surely defeat the androids, and if worse comes to worst, there's always Vegeta-san." Gohan reassured her from the other end of the line. "Oh, and remember to have Goku-san take his medicine before coming tomorrow. It wouldn't be good if he had a heart attack during the battle," Nabel reminded Gohan, aware that, according to the formula, the protagonist was bound to encounter some trouble, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Yes, it's getting late, Baruchan, good night." Gohan noted this matter. "Oh, Gohan, by the way, there will be a surprise when you come tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, she hung up the phone. Hee. I wonder what their reaction will be upon seeing Trunks. Yes, Bulma will be going too. Nabel had tried to persuade her, but in the end, she could not prevail. Meanwhile, Gohan stared at the now disconnected phone, letting out a sigh. What could Baruchan's surprise be? With that thought, he lay down in bed, preparing to sleep. On the morning of May 12th, on an island 9 kilometers southwest of South City, at the edge of a cliff, Nabell was helping to hold little Trunks, gently rubbing his chubby arms and pressing her cheek against his small face. It was utterly delightful. Human infants are truly adorable. Oh wait. They should be referred to as hybrids of scions and earthlings. They possess striking features, are well-behaved, rarely cry, and most importantly, they are remarkably brave. Reflecting on the toy that Dr. Brief had crafted for Trunks, she mused that it was fortunate he possessed the bloodline of Vegeta. Otherwise, he might have been frightened to death. Thus, it is said that when men tend to children, safety can often become the greatest peril, while danger may paradoxically provide the most secure refuge. Oh, Goku, you are rather late. Tien Shinhan jested as Goku and his companions finally arrived. I was so engrossed in caring for the child that I failed to sense your presence. One must remain vigilant, she thought. Nabele stood with Trunks in her arms, greeting Goku and his sons, Piccolo and Krillin. Indeed, you have arrived rather tardily, Bulma remarked nonchalantly as she took Trunks into her embrace. Wow, Bulma. The infant in your arms is truly astonishing, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Have Bulma-san and Yamcha-san wed? Gohan inquired, glancing towards Yamcha. Yamcha, seated on a nearby boulder with his chin resting on his hand, replied with a frown, he is certainly not my son. We have long since parted ways. A peculiar smile then crept upon his face as he added, you would never guess who the father is. Those in the know would be utterly shocked. Nabele had intended to unveil the mystery, but Goku strode directly towards Trunks, exclaiming, the father is Vegeta, isn't it, Trunks? This revelation left not only Nabele astounded, but also Bulma in a state of bewilderment, as she had kept her silence to elicit a reaction from others. Standing beside Gohan, Nabele pondered Goku's clumsy reasoning, prompting her to ask, Gohan, why does your father know Trunks? Do you have any idea? Gohan was equally perplexed, entirely in the dark. Dad has never mentioned this matter. Is this the surprise you spoke of, B? Oh yes. Is this surprise sufficient? Trunks is absolutely adorable. Nabele gushed about Trunks. Indeed. I was taken aback as well, Gohan replied, then began to make funny faces to amuse little Trunks. By the way, where is Vegeta now? Piccolo inquired of Bulma. I have no idea. We do not live together, Bulma answered, cradling Trunks. Ever since Trunks' birth, Vegeta had vanished entirely from sight, demonstrating a remarkable level of indifference. Gohan, do not grow up to be a man who abandons his family, Nabele cautioned, believing that Gohan, while still young, would not become the type of scoundrel in the future. Of course not. Gohan pouted, asserting that he would never become such a negligent individual. Well, it's good to have that mindset. If you ever become that kind of man, I shall come after you, she declared, shaking her fist in jest. Understood, I get it. It's quite terrifying. B. In certain aspects, Gohan scratched his head. As the clock struck 10, everyone anxiously awaited the arrival of the androids. By the way, Goku-san, have you taken your heart medication? Nabele suddenly recalled. Having eaten, I now feel completely at ease. Son Wukong raised his arm to indicate his good health to his companions. That is splendid. We wouldn't want a sudden heart attack in the midst of battle, Krillin remarked, patting his own chest. Author's note. I must say, Krillin, you possess a touch of foresight. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Androids, Part 2. Not long after, Yachirobe delivered the Senzu beans, only to be attacked immediately. Beulah, please assist Yachirobe. He should still be alive. Son Wukong waved for Nabele to rescue Yachirobe, simultaneously entrusting the Senzu beans to Bulma for safekeeping. Understood. Nabele flew without hesitation towards the location where Yachirobe had fallen. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and his companions searched the city for the androids, facing considerable challenges due to their inability to sense any energy. Son Gohan also inquired among the city's residents when suddenly, an explosion erupted not far away. That's Yamcha's energy. Sensing that Yamcha's presence was waning, Son Gohan wasted no time in maximizing his energy and soaring towards the explosion site. Just in time, he struck the elderly-looking android away as it was about to pierce Yamcha's chest. Are you all right, Yamcha? Son Gohan positioned himself protectively in front of Yamcha, cautiously observing the two androids before them. According to our data, you are Son Goku's son, Son Gohan, remarked the portly android. How do you know my name? Son Gohan was taken aback while scanning his surroundings, The recent explosion had scattered the nearby residents. This commotion must have attracted my father and the others. They will arrive shortly, Son Gohan pondered. Gohan, be careful. They can absorb others' energy. Yamcha had finally regained his composure and warned Son Gohan, filled with dread regarding the androids. He slowly rose to confront them. Though fear gripped him, he could not retreat, for he could not allow Gohan to face such terrifying foes alone. His gaze gradually grew resolute. Yamcha. Son Gohan watched the seemingly composed Yamcha, feeling a surge of emotion. Go, Gohan. Yamcha. At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others arrived. All wore expressions of vigilance as they faced the two adversaries, who remained remarkably calm. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Son Goku. The portly android announced the names of the Z fighters present, placing particular emphasis on Sun Wukong. Nabel was flying Yachirobe towards Bulma's location. Yachirobe, you really ought to shed some weight. It's detrimental to your health, she asserted. To be frank, Yachirobe was indeed much heavier compared to the others. Stop nagging, girl. This is what I call health. Yachirobe retorted dismissively, uncertain of Gohan and the others' situation. Nabele felt the energy of Yamcha diminishing and was eager to expedite the return of Yachirobe to assist. After gathering some information, Goku and the others became aware of the ambitions of the Red Ribbon Army, specifically those of Dr. Gero. Why don't we battle in a desolate area? Goku suggested. Very well, to an uninhabited place then, said Android 20, his eyes glinting with malice. As the Z fighters assumed the android had consented, it became apparent that there was no need for a deliberate departure. With that, Android 20 unleashed a beam of laser, devastating the surrounding city in an instant, reducing structures to rubble. Cease this at once. Goku shouted, charging forward to deliver a punch to Android 20, knocking off his hat and revealing his modified head. The vicinity around them was engulfed in flames, countless lives extinguished in the chaos. You were the one who suggested fighting where there are no people, remarked Android 20. Adjusting his hat. It seems you do not favor this locale. If you have the courage, follow me. I shall defeat you both. Goku, fists clenched, taunted the androids. You stand no chance against us, retorted the burly android dismissively. How infuriating. Goku growled in frustration. Very well, we shall accompany you. You may choose your preferred battleground for death, Goku. Sirens blared as numerous police cars approached. Let us go, Goku exclaimed, soaring into the sky using the instant transmission technique, followed closely by the Z fighters and the androids. Meanwhile, Nabele, who had just delivered Yachirobe to Bulma, noticed Goku and the others departing and realized, Bulma, they must be changing the battlefield. I must go too, you hurry back. With that, she seized a Senzu bean and hastened towards the Z fighters. Upon arriving at a rocky terrain, they finally halted. This will do. You must understand that you have no choice in this matter, Android 20 declared, brimming with confidence in his ability to defeat Goku and his companions. Even if he and Android 19 faltered, there was still the formidable presence of the androids. So, this is what they call an android. Nabele mused, finding them less appealing than she had imagined. Aren't androids supposed to be beautiful and handsome? Indeed, they are formidable. Gohan explained to Nabele. I've heard they can absorb their enemy's energy, so be cautious. As the battle commenced, it was not Goku who first stepped forward, but Tien and Piccolo, who volunteered to confront the two androids. However, androids 20 and 19 disregarded this and launched a direct assault on Goku. For us, Goku is the only true target. The others are merely collateral, Android 20 stated nonchalantly. What? How dare you underestimate us? Tien seethed, veins bulging, prepared to strike. Enough. Tianjin fan. Allow me to deal with number 20, while you handle number 19, Sun Wukong commanded, raising his hand to halt Tianjin fan's advance. Without holding back, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged toward number 20, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. What is this? Why is your energy so formidable? Number 20 gasped, struggling to defend himself. This is the new ability I acquired on Namek, the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong intensified his assault, feeling a stark contrast to his former self. Just as it seemed that number 20 was on the verge of defeat, number 19 stealthily gathered energy, planning a surprise attack. What are you up to? Dend, who had been keeping a close watch on number 19, unleashed an energy wave that disrupted his intentions. At that moment, number 20 was knocked to the ground, while number 19 engaged Dend in combat. It seems he is not as formidable as that boy claimed, Nabeel remarked in confusion. noting that their strength appeared less than that of a true boss. Perhaps our rigorous training over the past 3 years has made us significantly stronger than the version he spoke of from the future, Yamucha mused, contemplating that perhaps this would conclude more simply than anticipated. Son Wukong, you will die? You shall perish at the hands of us androids. Number 20 suddenly bellowed. What? Son Wukong frowned, puzzled by the imminent demise of this individual. Suddenly, a tremendous amount of energy began to gather within the bodies of number 20 and number 19, causing them to swell ominously. This is bad. They are going to self-destruct. Everyone, quickly, to Nabele, Son Wukong urgently warned. Nabele immediately activated her absolute defense, and everyone huddled within the protective barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, unleashing colossal energy that obliterated the surrounding environment. Amidst the blinding dust and debris, no one noticed a figure hastily fleeing into the distance. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Number 17 and Number 18. As the explosion subsided, the devastation centered around numbers 19 and 20 left a 2-kilometer radius in ruin, transforming a once mountainous region into a barren plain. That was perilous. Without Nabele, we could have perished, Krillin thought, recalling the time he was nearly obliterated by Frieza on Namek, chills running down his spine. Indeed, that was exceedingly dangerous. Son Wukong sighed in relief, realizing he might have survived the explosion, but the fate of others remained uncertain. Dad, someone is approaching, Gohan exclaimed, sensing 2 powerful presences nearing their location. That energy belongs to Vegeta. Nabele furrowed her brow, drawing a conclusion. What the heck? We've already finished. And Vegeta just shows up now, Yamucha complained, feeling disgruntled. TCH, Kakarot, you defeated both androids. The newcomer, Vegeta, surveyed the devastation and quickly grasped the situation. No, they self-destructed, Son Wukong replied, scratching his head in resignation. Did you truly defeat numbers 17 and 18? Is that real? The individual who followed closely behind posed an incredulous question. Ah, it's you. Indeed, we have triumphed over the androids. Yamcha stepped forward, patting the man's shoulder. It seems our rigorous training over the past 3 years has truly paid off. However, he quickly realized that the person he referred to was not the android they had defeated. Piccolo clenched his palm tightly. Trunks, quickly, tell us what the android you mentioned looks like. Trunks? Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha were all taken aback. Trunks? Isn't that the name of my son? It dawned on him, and he finally understood. No wonder he possessed Scion blood. A slight smirk appeared on Vegeta's lips, his gaze filled with determination. This is not the time for such matters, Trunks. Answer me swiftly. A sense of foreboding washed over Piccolo. He felt that a significant event was about to unfold. Indeed. Trunks, to be honest, I share your unsettling sentiment, Goku remarked, furrowing his brow, convinced that an incident had already transpired. Yes, in the future, we are attacked by 2 androids, 1 male and 1 female. The female has adorable short golden hair, while the male has black hair. Trunks, disregarding the risk of revealing his identity, focused on their reactions. It was evident that they were not the androids they had encountered. Tien's fingers interlocked, his expression one of urgency. Then let us rewind time to the moment the explosion began. At the onset of the self-detonation, Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, stealthily pressed a few buttons on his right leg with his right hand, activating a nearly invisible mechanism designed to collect the cells of Goku and his companions. Utilizing the chaos of the explosion, he swiftly departed the scene, racing toward Dr. Gero's laboratory. Within the laboratory, following orders, androids 17 and 18 were released. Where's that old man? Android 17 surveyed the surroundings upon awakening, expecting Dr. Gero to be waiting for them. How should I know? Isn't this better? No one is here to threaten us. Android 18 casually tossed her hair. True enough. So what should we do now? Android 17 stepped outside the laboratory, contemplating whether they should go and eliminate Goku. Why not? After all, we were modified to do just that. I want to see just how formidable Goku truly is. Android 18 remarked, her brow slightly raised. However, Android 17 gestured helplessly. We have no idea where Goku is. That's true. Just as the words left his mouth, the mechanical insects associated with Androids 17 and 18 projected an image into the sky. But if 17 and 18 are still in Drive Gero's laboratory, we might have an opportunity to defeat them if we find the lab, Trunks suggested. That could work. As long as we free them, we can overcome them, Vegeta replied. a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. What are you saying, Dad? We should just defeat them directly. Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Stop spouting nonsense. Does such behavior befit a scion? Vegeta gazed intently at his son. Hey, Goten. Vegeta. Beulah. Just as Trunks was about to say something, a melodious female voice resonated from the heavens. Bulma. Nabe raised her gaze, spotting Bulma greeting everyone from the cockpit. Why is this woman here? Vegeta gritted his teeth, questioning Nabe. There's nothing I can do to stop her. Nabe shrugged helplessly. Utterly useless. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest. Oh, if I'm so useless, why don't you handle it yourself? Isn't she your wife? Nabe dismissed Vegeta's words, fully aware of his fragile ego over the past 3 years. Vegeta. Let us not be like that. This is a serious moment. Goku timely interjected to lighten the mood. Beulah, you're amazing, Gohan said, drawing closer to Nabe. Their arms brushing together, their heads nearly touching. What's this? Feeling the warmth from their arms, Nabe suddenly felt a bit awkward and hurriedly shifted away. Yet Gohan appeared unfazed, maintaining a charming expression as he looked at Nabe. So, did you defeat the androids? Bulma and Yajirobe, carrying little Trunks, approached the group after disembarking from the aircraft. Oh, that's right. Krillin mentioned what just happened, Nabe recalled. I see Dr. Gero's lab. I know a bit about that, Bulma remarked, causing everyone's eyes to widen. She then walked toward the older Trunks. You're my Trunks? My goodness. Yes. The older Trunks affirmed, as Bulma gazed in disbelief at the handsome young man before her. Indeed, he is truly my son. Bulma. What do you mean by knowing about the lab? Nabe interrupted, reminded of the lingering danger. Oh yes, I have been investigating over the past 3 years, Bulma replied. It seems his lab is nearby. The information Bulma provided filled everyone with hope, and they unanimously decided to search for the lab. While Bulma and Yajirobe took little Trunks back to Capsule Corporation as he needed a diaper change. While Bulma was sharing the address, Androids 17 and 18 also received news about the possible locations of Goku, Corinne Tower, Kame House, and Capsule Corporation. Chapter 8. Where have the androids gone? The data released by the mechanical insects contained various information related to Goku, which Androids 17 and 18 memorized before crushing it. The closest place is Goku's home. Corinne Tower, 17 pondered before deciding. Let us head to Corinne Tower and find a vehicle. Why do we need to specifically find a vehicle? 18 asked, looking at 17 who had already stepped out of the lab, puzzled. That would make it more interesting, wouldn't it? 17 smiled slightly at 18. Hence, the two departed from the research facility. Approximately 10 minutes later, Krillin discovered the research facility, unleashing his urgency to rally his companions. Is this the place? Yamcha gulped nervously, gazing at the surroundings. Vegeta strode confidently inside. Observing Vegeta's boldness, Goku followed suit without hesitation. Why is Vegeta so self-assured? Has his power increased significantly? Nabeel pondered, finding Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, believing everyone else to be inferior, utterly exasperating. Why does he have to be so conceited? She mused. I suppose we should enter as well. Gohan shrugged and followed his father into the facility. Upon entering, the group found Vegeta rummaging through various items, yet the androids were nowhere to be found. They must have fled, Goku realized, but where could they possibly have gone? Aren't they after me? He questioned. Indeed, weren't they aiming to defeat Goku? Nabeel furrowed her brow in contemplation. Who could have released the androids? Krillin inquired. Do you not understand? Who released them is no longer significant. What matters is that they have vanished. Vegeta exclaimed, his frustration evident as he smashed a nearby table in a fit of rage. Wait, they might be searching for Goku. However, the two of them may not even know we are nearby. Tien suddenly interjected. If that's the case, they could be heading directly to Goku's home or the Kame House, Din speculated, realizing the proximity to the area. This is bad. Goku. Everyone turned sharply to face Goku, who clenched his fists. Chi-Chi. Goku, you must teleport back immediately and take Chi-Chi to the Kame House. The androids likely do not possess such speed. Din urged Goku before addressing the others. Everyone, let us split into 2 groups, one heading towards the West City and the other to the Kame House, just in case. You're right. I must hurry, Goku replied anxiously, looking at Gohan. Gohan, I won't let anything happen to Mom. As soon as he spoke, he vanished from sight. I am going to West City, Vegeta declared decisively, convinced the androids would head there. Then I, along with Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, will proceed to West City, Dend organized. Nabele, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien, you will go to the Kame house. Me? Can't I accompany you to the Kame house? Krillin trembled at the thought of facing the androids at West City. Dend, I can go to West City. Gohan suggested. No need. You and Nabele must be cautious. To be frank, the androids are likely headed towards West City, Dend explained to Gohan. But what if they make an irrational decision and head to the more distant Kame house? Although you may not be able to defeat them, he glanced at Nabele. Her capabilities should ensure your safety. Nevertheless, remain vigilant. Observing the serious gaze of Dend, Nabele understood that she might be one of the pivotal figures in this endeavor. Shaking her head to dispel any ominous thoughts, she remained resolute. After deliberation, the group divided into two paths and set forth. Krillin inquired, "Does no one care about my thoughts?" To which Yamcha and Tien Shinhan encouraged him, "Keep it up." Approximately 20 minutes into their journey towards the Baozi mountain, a sudden apparition startled the vigilant group. Son Goku materialized amongst them. "Goku, what news?" Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing him, having been on edge throughout the journey, fearing an ambush from the androids. "The androids haven't reached Baozi mountain yet. I took Chi-Chi to Master Roshi's place, and there is no sign of them there either." Goku revealed, producing an item he had been carrying. "This is a small communicator created by Bulma. She also went to Master Roshi's. And I brought 5 senzu beans from Nabele." He entrusted the item to Krillin, stating that if the androids showed up at Roshi's, Master Roshi would contact them. "Why not Bulma?" Krillin questioned. "I asked Bulma to take Trunks back to the Capsule Corporation. It was simply too dangerous," Goku explained. Oolong and Puar returned with her. Yet Chaozu insisted on staying. "Fool," Vegeta scoffed at Krillin. The group remained on high alert as they continued their journey. After an hour, they spotted a group of delinquent youths pursuing a pink van on the road below. Just as they were about to descend to assist, they witnessed the van effortlessly shake off the delinquents before 2 figures emerged. There they are, androids 17 and 18. Trunks recognized them instantly, the source of his profound torment. "Yes, they're finished," Vegeta declared, accelerating towards the androids. "Dad." Trunks was taken aback by his father's reckless charge. The remaining members hastened to follow suit. Having just frightened off the thugs, 17 and 18 noticed the approaching group. While the others remained indifferent, their eyes brightened upon recognizing Goku. "Isn't that Son Goku?" 18 remarked with intrigue. "How fortuitous that he has delivered himself to us, sparing us the journey to Baozi Mountain." 17 crossed his arms before his chest. Fortunately, they had already escorted Chi-Chi to Master Roshi's, Goku thought with relief. "Enough chatter. I, Prince Vegeta, shall swiftly send you flying." Vegeta confidently pointed at the 2 androids. "You are Vegeta. I'm not interested in a weakling who was bested by Son Goku. Kindly step aside," 17 replied in a calm tone. "Nanny, I assure you, I have surpassed Kakarot." Vegeta's fury flared as he prepared to engage. "Vegeta, when did you surpass Goku?" Krillin questioned, perplexed. "I, Lord Vegeta, have now attained the form of a Super Saiyan, and as a genius, I am undoubtedly stronger than that lowly warrior Kakarot." Vegeta exuded an air of self-assuredness. "Oh, this is quite a conundrum." Goku appeared helpless in response. Chapter 9, Total Defeat, The Birth of the Super Namekian. "Oh, you claim to be stronger than Goku?" Number 18's interest was piqued. Indeed, Vegeta was utterly convinced that as a Super Saiyan, he surpassed Kakarot. "In that case, let us engage in combat," Number 18 declared. Turning to Number 17, "You are not to interfere." "I have no interest in this," Number 17 waved dismissively. "Father, this is reckless. Number 18's power is beyond your imagination." Trunks spread his arms, attempting to shield Vegeta. "Silence." Vegeta disregarded him, his gaze fixed solely on his opponent. He pushed Trunks aside, resolutely advancing toward Number 18. "Futile, Trunks. You cannot halt him now." Goku grasped Trunks, shaking his head. Vegeta's gathered energy was astounding, radiating an overwhelming presence. "This is my Super Saiyan form." Accompanied by Vegeta's fierce roar, his hair gradually transformed to a golden hue, his already cold eyes growing even more indifferent and merciless. "Impressive, Vegeta. With this power, you might just defeat Number 18, Krillin remarked with a grin. "No, even if Vegeta is this strong, Number 18 remains unfazed," Piccolo observed solemnly. Indeed, the 2 combatants had commenced their battle. Initially, Vegeta held a slight advantage, but as time wore on, his stamina waned, while Number 18, fueled by limitless energy. Showed no signs of fatigue. Impossible. Vegeta gasped, struggling for breath. You are truly weak, number 18 replied coolly, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing against the rocky terrain. The rocks, unable to withstand such force, shattered, creating a path through several mountains. Finally coming to a halt, Vegeta coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Father, Trunks, witnessing Vegeta's defeat, transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at number 18. The event transpired so swiftly that to the onlookers, it seemed as though Vegeta's loss had occurred in the blink of an eye. In the instant that Trunks surged forward, Piccolo and Goku followed closely behind. Humph. Number 18, unperturbed by the blade aimed at her, simply sidestepped, delivering a strike to the back of Trunks' neck. With a single blow, Trunks fell unconscious. The sword that had shattered Frieza into fragments was effortlessly crushed in number 18's grip. Immediately afterward, Piccolo extended his arm to ensnare number 18, while Goku unleashed his Kamehameha wave toward her. But, what is this? Are you planning a 2-on-1? I must object to such an arrangement. On the 17th, I repelled the Kamehameha unleashed by Son Wukong, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, on the 18th, she snapped the elongated arm of Piccolo, green blood staining her attire. Although this was not the first time his limb had been severed, the piercing agony twisted Piccolo's features. Piccolo. How infuriating. Observing Piccolo's agony, Son Wukong's energy surged as he transformed into a Super Saiyan to confront androids 17 and 18. The two androids coordinated their attacks with remarkable synchronicity, leaving Son Wukong struggling to defend himself. What is this? Is Son Wukong truly this weak? Android 17 halted his onslaught, assessing the tattered state of Son Wukong's clothing, marred by the injuries inflicted by himself and 18. His energy had dwindled significantly. How tedious. If this is all you are capable of, what pleasure is there in ending your life? Android 18 adjusted her disheveled hair due to the battle. I can still grow stronger. Just give me a few more days. And I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Son Wukong clutched his left arm, which had been broken by Android 17 during the recent skirmish. Son, Piccolo, unable to intervene in the battle, watched helplessly as Son Wukong bore the brunt of the assault. If I had fused with the Kaioshins sooner. His fists clenched, his green visage marred by frustration. Is that truly the case? Android 17 expressed skepticism, yet Son Wukong was not one to speak without conviction. Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you, Son Wukong replied weakly. In that case, Android 18, delaying his demise for a few days would yield the same result. Would it not? Android 17 persuaded Android 18, suggesting that such enjoyment would be fleeting if they were to end it so soon. I am indifferent, let it be so. I would prefer to change my attire first. Android 18 glanced at her somewhat tattered and soiled garments with distaste. However, you must promise me not to indiscriminately slay humans. Son Wukong gazed firmly at Android 17 and 18. Who can say? Android 17 posed a riddle to Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong collapsed backward, unconscious. Just as Androids 17 and 18 prepared to depart, Krillin, observing the chaotic scene, summoned the courage to inquire, what is your true objective? Initially, it was to eliminate Son Wukong. Now, it is merely to see if he can indeed grow stronger in a few days, Android 17 replied. Moreover, your companions may perish soon if they run out of senzu beans. Android 18 smiled slightly at Krillin, causing his face to redden. She thought him somewhat endearing and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his cheek. And so farewell, as if nothing had transpired. She turned and departed with Android 17. Krillin quickly regained his composure, hastily retrieving senzu beans to feed his comrades. Came house, Son Wukong, neighbor, and Master Roshi sat solemnly before the television, intently watching the news report. Dear viewers, please rest assured. The authorities have dispatched troops to investigate the mysterious disappearance of residents in XX City. Could it be the work of androids? Neighbor inquired, puzzled. However, Krillin had just contacted them, stating that the androids had only recently departed from their location. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, spoke in a somber tone, unable to fathom that even his father, transformed into a Super Saiyan, could be overpowered by these androids. Gohan, lift your spirits. You must have faith in your father. He will surely find a way, Master Roshi comforted Gohan. Nonetheless, he pondered, but Goku, do you truly have a solution? He recalled the extraordinary training location Goku had mentioned over the phone, where a single day equated to a year of training. Master Roshi harbored a flicker of doubt. Indeed, Gohan, no matter the challenge, your father can overcome it. Chi-Chi declared proudly, standing with her hands on her hips. That's true, Gohan chuckled heartily. Suddenly, Goku appeared in the Turtle Hermit's abode. Goku, have you devised a plan to defeat the enemy? Chi-Chi rushed forward, embracing him and looking up expectantly. Well, I have a few ideas, Goku replied, returning her embrace. So, Chi-Chi, I would like to take Gohan to train. Is that all right? Absolutely not. Chi-Chi pushed Goku away, crossing her arms defiantly, her brows furrowing in frustration. Gohan attempted to intercede, but Nabell restrained him. Even if I say it's not permissible, if training is a must, it must be done to perfection. Do you understand, Goku and Gohan? Chi-Chi glared at them both. Goku's eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions as he gazed at his wife, and suddenly, he enveloped Chi-Chi in a warm embrace. Wow, Nabell exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. After a few moments, Goku released Chi-Chi and placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Well then, we shall take our leave. Please take care of things here. Grandpa. He waved goodbye and instantaneously vanished. Such a lovely bond they share, Nabell teased Chi-Chi, nudging her playfully. Oh, stop it, Nabell. When you marry, you will also share a loving relationship with your husband. Chi-Chi blushed deeply, her ears tinged with pink. I wonder who Nabell will marry, Master Roshi mused. Only to be sent flying by Nabell's punch for his inappropriate thoughts. Humph. Nabell turned her head, ignoring the old pervert. I believe Nabell will marry an exceptional man. I will be there to evaluate him. Chi-Chi said, her face filled with anticipation. That's still far off. I'm only 10, Nabell replied, asserting that she had a bright future ahead and need not dwell on such matters just yet. Did we forget to inform Goku about the news? Tien Shinhan pondered aloud. Yes, it seems we did. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. But don't worry, Gohan will handle it. Nabell feigned calmness. Indeed, I have faith in Gohan. Yamcha too, the deity. How long will you continue to be entangled in this? Sun Wukong tilted his head, gazing at the figure of Dend and the deity who had been standing for quite some time. Dend, Gohan said anxiously, observing the two. How could this happen? The deity stared incredulously at the lower realm, sensing a most sinister aura. What does this mean, deity? Dend questioned, noting the deity's panicked expression. What about that monster? What exactly is that creature? The deity's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat dripping onto the ground. What is it, my lord deity? Sun Wukong, realizing something was amiss, rushed to the deity's side. A monster? Dend asked in confusion. What kind of monster? Do tell. It is futile for me to elaborate further. The deity took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Dend, let us merge. Once we do, you shall understand. Ah, so you finally have that intention. Dend crossed his arms, sensing that the creature he was to face was indeed formidable. Hurry. The deity, now anxious, urged. We cannot afford to let more sacrifices occur. Very well, Dend replied, stepping forward. Let it be known, the control shall remain with me, understood? Rest assured, the deity said, casting aside his staff as they stood face to face. Those around them began to feel a sense of tension. As Dend placed his hand upon the deity's chest to absorb the energy, Mr. Popo sobbed, My lord deity, please do not be saddened. Fear not, Mr. Popo. The deity replied warmly, What Earth requires now is not a deity, but individuals of strength. The deity smiled with relief. Dend, you have changed considerably. I can feel the malevolence within you has diminished greatly. I believe once we unite, we shall never need to part again. Finally closing his eyes, he welcomed the impending moment. Thank you for your care during this time, my lord deity. Mr. Popo gazed at the deity with reluctance. Fear not, my lord deity, we shall triumph over our enemies. Sun Wukong assured him. The deity nodded slightly, and thus, the two merged, giving birth to a Super Namekian. Chapter 10, The Battle. Dend against Cell, Part 1. At the moment Dend and the deity successfully merged, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted. Incredible, Dend. Your power now is completely different from before. Sun Wukong exclaimed, circling around him with delight. Indeed, Dend. You are truly remarkable. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Both of you. Refrained from speaking, Dend, now aware of the monstrous entity the deity had mentioned, recognized it as a truly formidable foe. Observing the creature devouring one human after another, Dend clenched his palms tightly, his head tilting slightly upward. There is a monstrous being that is preying upon humanity in great numbers. I must confront it. Let us go together, Dent. Gohan realized that whatever had caused Den's seriousness must be a terrifying creature. No, you must remain here to train. As the figure shook his head, he remarked, however, if I were to be on the brink of death, son, you could teleport to my rescue. I sincerely hope such a scenario never arises. In the city of X, a humanoid creature, its body adorned with green and mottled with black spots, was devouring a middle-aged man. Scattered across the city were remnants of clothing, and apart from the anguished cries of the man, an oppressive silence pervaded the atmosphere. After finishing its meal, the creature became aware of something and turned around. At last, you have revealed yourself, you abomination. The figure clenched his fists, sensing the lifelessness of the city, a flame of fury igniting within him. What is happening? The energy emanating from this creature is impossible. He detected the presence of Son Goku, Krillin, and even his own energy emanating from the being before him. What on earth are you? He braced himself for combat. The creature released its own energy, unleashing a powerful wave that shattered the surrounding structures, resulting in a violent explosion. The force of the blast resonated with all the Z fighters, allowing them to perceive the dual energies of the figure. This was aside from Vegeta and Trunks, who were already deep in training within the room of spirit and time. Demon King Piccolo, how do you know my name? The figure, now alarmed, took a few steps back, realizing that not only did the being possess the energy of Son Goku, but also that of Frieza and his father. Because I am your brother. What? He could hardly believe his ears, adamantly denying any kinship. Who are you really? Speak clearly, he demanded, his voice echoing with authority. There is no need for that, the creature replied nonchalantly, for you are about to become my meal. Ah, I see. You have no intention of revealing anything, do you? A slight smile crossed his lips. In that case, I shall not inquire further. I will simply eliminate you. Ho ho ho. Are you truly ready to dispose of me? Demon King Piccolo? I wonder why you seem to know so much about him, the creature taunted. Yet, before it could finish its sentence, the figure unleashed an energy more potent than the creature's. The very ground beneath them trembled and collapsed under the immense force. The creature was pushed back, trembling involuntarily at the overwhelming energy. But unfortunately, you are mistaken. What? The creature was taken aback. Are you saying you are not the Demon King Piccolo? Indeed. The figure smiled, revealing that he was no longer the Piccolo of old. He had merged with the wisdom of the Namekian Elder, becoming the true and complete version of himself. However, your destruction of the city's inhabitants has conveniently set the stage for me. His energy continued to surge. What do you mean by that? The creature bent slightly, its muscles tensing in anticipation. You have unwittingly allowed me to unleash my full power. With that, he extended his left hand, swiftly gathering energy. The creature, realizing it could not evade, crossed its arms defensively across its chest. A colossal energy wave, larger in diameter than the figure's height, shot toward the creature, enveloping it entirely. A significant portion of the city has thus suffered devastating destruction. Remarkable, indeed. The prowess of Piccolo has evidently escalated beyond measure. Sun Wukong, sensing this unparalleled power within the temple, could not help but express his admiration. Excited, he glanced upwards within the temple. Why had Vegeta not yet emerged? Meanwhile, Android 18, who had been selecting garments in a store, exited and inquired of Android 17 at the entrance. What was that just now? A formidable energy emanating from afar. Android 17 gazed into the distance, pondering who it could possibly be. From the ruins emerged a monstrous entity, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Piccolo. As it regained its footing and turned to face him, it saw Piccolo approaching with another kick. It recoiled, attempting to create distance, yet Piccolo's speed surpassed its own. In an instant, he appeared behind it, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature reeling. Seizing the opportunity, the monster ascended into the air, pressing its fingers to its forehead to gather energy. Ah! Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief as a beam of energy hurtled toward him, which he deflected with a swift palm strike. The monster then darted toward Piccolo, engaging him in close combat, but ultimately, it was Piccolo who held the upper hand. It seems my initial estimation was mistaken. I expected you to be an unfathomable beast, yet you are but of this caliber? Piccolo chuckled, confident he could vanquish this creature. Though I have yet to reach my final form, for you to contend with me to this extent, you possess considerable strength. Final form? Piccolo appeared to grasp a revelation. Is this why you consume humans? They are the biological energy sources that facilitate my growth. How despicable. Piccolo seethed through gritted teeth. Then who was it that placed you in the time machine, sending you to this era? Indeed, it was me who transported myself, the creature replied. That time machine is significantly smaller than my physical form, which is why I allowed myself to regress to an embryonic state. Speaking of which, you are evidently aware of the existence of time machines, which truly astonishes me. With hands clasped together, he added, but you surely do not know this. Kamehameha. Chapter 11, The Battle. Piccolo vs. Cell, Part 2, The Second Cell? A surprise Kamehameha from Piccolo surged forth, narrowly avoided as he evaded its trajectory. Just as he dodged the attack, the creature ensnared him with its limbs, rendering him immobile. Your fate is sealed, the monster declared, thrusting its tail toward Piccolo. The short flute struggled to turn sideways, causing its tail to press against its arm. In an instant, the arm was drained of vitality. As he absorbed the energy, he became slightly careless. The short flute summoned all its strength and broke free. Gasping for breath, it leaned against the withered arm, beads of sweat glistening on its face. Your escape skills are commendable, but now you can only use one hand. It seems the outcome is already determined. The thought of the immense energy soon to be his filled him with delight. The short flute observed his opponent anxiously. It appeared that, although reluctant, he had to concede victory. Pahaha, it seems even you must acknowledge your defeat. I am overjoyed, after absorbing such a powerful biological energy. I shall be one step closer to my complete form. He laughed. Complete form? What exactly is that? The short flute decided to probe further. You must feel honored to assist me in achieving my complete form. Before you are absorbed, allow me to pose a question. In a lowered voice to feign weakness, he asked, who are you? Why do you possess the energy of Sun Wukong and others? Why can you use the Kamehameha? Well, since you are on the brink of death, I shall enlighten you, said Cell, straightening up. My name is Cell. I am an android. An android? The one who created me is Dr. Gero, who extensively utilized computers. Cell elaborated. Long ago, Dr. Gero began collecting the cells of all martial arts masters and conducting experiments to synthesize them into androids. However, due to the prolonged duration of the process, he abandoned it midway, yet the computer continued the research. From Cell's narrative, the short flute grasped the entirety of the situation. However, aside from androids 17 and 18, there is one particular individual whose energy I desire to absorb. Cell extended a finger. Who? That would be the uniquely gifted Nabele. Cell became inexplicably excited. For some reason, even after merging her cells, he could not wield her abilities. Therefore, he believed that after absorbing her, he would undoubtedly acquire that extraordinary skill. This is troubling. If this guy can use absolute defense, no one would be able to defeat him. The short flute's gaze sharpened. He had to eliminate him now, without delay. The short flute decisively tore off the withered arm, allowing a new one to grow in its place. Now that we've exchanged our words, it is time for your demise. What? How could you? Cell exclaimed in astonishment. Then what was that earlier display? Of course, it was merely a ruse to extract information. With that, the short flute lunged forward, severing Cell's hand. However, Cell quickly regenerated it. Yet he was indeed outmatched, and was soon pinned to the ground. Farewell. After all, I cannot allow you to become complete. The short flute concentrated energy in his hand and pressed it against Cell's head. Solar flare. In that fleeting moment, a blinding light burst forth, startling the short flute, prompting him to rise and retreat from the spot. Damn it! When he finally managed to open his eyes, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Cell was consuming another version of himself, while an additional cell was voraciously devouring the one recently vanquished by Piccolo. In a mere 2 seconds, it had absorbed its predecessor. What on earth was happening? Piccolo, taken aback, stumbled back a few steps. I am also Cell, but it seems I am not from your timeline. The Cell felt the power surging within him, just on the brink of a breakthrough. What? Piccolo frantically processed this revelation. So, he is a creature that traveled through another time machine. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Observing the energy emanating from the cell before him, he realized it was beyond his capacity to counter. Hey, Piccolo. Just when Piccolo was at his wit's end, Goku had instantaneously arrived. Goku, what do you think? Can we defeat him? To be honest, I truly cannot match him at this moment. Goku shook his head, sensing that their adversary surpassed even his Super Saiyan form. To overcome him, one must transcend Super Saiyan. How could this happen? What do we do now? Piccolo's anxiety began to surface. Of course, we run. Goku chuckled. Do you think you can escape so easily? Cell confidently regarded the two before him. However, Goku placed a hand on Piccolo's shoulder and waved to Cell, goodbye. In an instant, the two vanished, leaving Cell bewildered as he searched the surroundings, finding no trace of them. Temple. Goku, take me to Master Roshi's house. Piccolo urged. Are you worried that Cell will pursue them? Goku inquired. Piccolo understood that Goku had not overheard his conversation with Cell. He had merely felt an unprecedented energy, prompting him to assist. After explaining everything, Piccolo, let me come with you. Gohan, now fully aware of the situation, expressed his deep concern for his sister, Nabe. No. Vegeta and the others will be out in less than 4 hours. You can train with Goku then. Piccolo decisively refused. You're right, Gohan, Goku added, encouraging Gohan, for he possessed immense potential. Yet, Gohan was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. While he trained, his comrades faced life and death trials. Stay strong, Gohan. With those words, Goku transported him to Master Roshi's house. Piccolo. Nabe was startled by the sudden appearance of Piccolo as she was sipping tea. Piccolo, what is going on? What was that energy just now? Tien first inquired. That is precisely what I am about to explain. Piccolo began to elucidate to everyone one by one. In essence, Cell's targets are not Android 17 and 18, but rather, it's Nabe. Master Roshi summarized the key point. What the heck? Am I now a target as well? Isn't this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Nabel's heart was filled with frustration. She never anticipated that the system's enhancement could attract the attention of others. Nabel, do you know why the cells of Cell Jr. cannot utilize your abilities? Piccolo inquired, observing Nabel lost in thought. Honestly, I have no idea. My powers are bestowed upon me by others. I am utterly perplexed. Could it be that the enhancements from the system render such stolen cells unusable? Nabel pondered, biting her fingernails, feeling that even if Cell Jr. consumed her, he would be unable to acquire her abilities. Chapter 12. The Escape of Number 18? Number 17 absorbed. Fear not. With so many of us, it is inconceivable that we would allow you to be consumed by Cell Jr. Piccolo seemed to sense Nabel's unease. Being pursued by a formidable foe is indeed terrifying. Indeed, Nabel managed a reassuring smile, placing her trust in those around her. Haha, absolutely. We will ensure your safety. Krillin responded, albeit with a hint of trepidation. One of you must infiltrate Gero's laboratory and sabotage the ongoing cultivation of Cell Jr., Piccolo instructed. Only one person is needed, and speed is of the essence. I shall go, Krillin proposed. All right, let us make haste, Piccolo affirmed. Thus, Krillin set off towards the laboratory. In what was once a lively little town, now lay desolate and devoid of life, the streets echoing with an eerie silence. Ah, help me. A piercing scream of despair resonated throughout the town. How amusing, Cell Jr. remarked, observing the agonizing cries of humanity in their final moments. Their terror manifesting in tears and snot streaming down their faces. Such entertainment. My power is nearly sufficient. I merely need to absorb a few more humans. And then I shall target number 17 and number 18. I will achieve my complete form. Yet, he pondered, where are they now? Number 18. It seems another town's inhabitants have been slaughtered, number 17 commented, glancing at the news broadcasted on a large screen in the street. Indeed, the military has been eradicated. Number 18 replied. Could it be the one who previously exhibited such overwhelming power? Number 17 speculated. Perhaps, number 18 responded, but why mention it? Do you not find it intriguing? It serves to pass the time while we await Goku. It is not far from here, number 17 replied, eager with anticipation. Very well. We have ample time. With that, the two flew towards the town. An hour later, in the now desolate town, Cell Jr., having absorbed all the humans, prepared to depart. This must be the place. A sudden voice startled Cell Jr., prompting him to conceal himself in the shadows of a building. He cautiously peeked out, only to behold the individuals he had long sought, number 17 and number 18. Ha! Just when I was parched, water appears, Cell Jr. exclaimed, no longer hiding, stepping forward with a grin. Is it you? The one who exterminated the humans here, looking quite grotesque, number 17 remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Cell Jr. Number 17. Number 18, you shall be my next targets, Cell Jr. declared with palpable eagerness. Why do you know our names? The 18th android cast a wary glance at the grotesque being before them. Because I am also an artificial being, created by Dr. Gero, Cell declared. What? The 17th and 18th androids were taken aback, having never known of Cell's existence. Now that I've revealed myself, you will obediently allow me to absorb you." With that proclamation, he lunged forward at an extraordinary speed, targeting the 17th android. Cough. The 17th android, caught off guard, raised his right hand in defense, but was brutally slammed into the wall. "You bastard." The 18th android, witnessing her brother's plight, unleashed a flying kick towards Cell's head, only to find herself caught in his grasp. "You will be the first to be absorbed," Cell taunted, as the tip of his tail opened wide, preparing to engulf the 18th android. "No." She struggled desperately but found herself immobilized. "You overconfident fool." Rising from the debris of broken tiles, the 17th android unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Cell's tail. The strike caused Cell to flinch, loosening his grip just enough for the 18th android to break free and escape to her brother's side. "Are you all right?" she asked, glancing at the 17th android. "I'm fine." "And you?" he replied, keeping his gaze fixed on Cell. "Barely holding on, but this opponent is formidable," the 18th android warned. "Do not worry. No one can surpass our strength." With that declaration, they gathered their energy, preparing to confront Cell. The intensity of their combined power resonated across the distance, felt even by the Z-fighters far away. "What is this energy?" Piccolo inquired. As the battle progressed, the 17th android found himself increasingly overwhelmed. "Do you need assistance, 17? Since the beginning, he had insisted on fighting alone. "I do not require help," he grunted, struggling against Cell's relentless assault, but in a moment of distraction, Cell's tail pierced through his back. "Hee, you shall become a part of my being," Cell sneered. "I won't let you succeed." The 18th android kicked Cell's tail away, rescuing her brother and throwing him to safety. Cough, cough. The 17th android rose. "What are you doing, 18? Isn't it obvious?" "You are losing," she replied, realizing she too was unable to match Cell's strength. After several minutes of battle, the 18th android began to falter. "Damn it." The 17th android felt a pang of regret for involving her. She was his only family. Knowing this, he resolved that even if it meant his demise, he would ensure the 18th android escaped alive. Calming his thoughts, he pulled the battered 18th android away, using every ounce of strength to hurl her into the air, shouting, "Run! Do not look back." He activated a protective barrier, trapping himself and Cell, resolutely facing the monstrosity before him. With a barrage of energy waves striking Cell, clouds of dust erupted, and in that moment, the 18th android caught sight of her brother's defiant gaze, understanding she could not betray his final effort. "One day, I shall bring about your demise." With a heart full of resolve, number 18 hastily departed from the scene. Number 18, with a single, devastating strike, Cell pierced through number 17's chest. "Damn it, he escaped. Fortunately, there is still number 17. Let me absorb him first." Cell gazed upon the fallen number 17, extending his tail to devour him. Is this the sensation of death? Number 17 felt himself being gradually consumed, pondering what thoughts his parents had before their demise. His gaze began to fade, and the pain in his chest became a distant memory. "I must survive." Number 18. He closed his eyes, completely absorbed. Cell evolved. Super Saiyan at full power. Number 17 and number 18 flew rapidly for an hour, eventually arriving at the Kame house. So this is the direction of Kame house. Number 18 realized. Damn it, it hurts. The wounds inflicted by Cell were becoming increasingly agonizing. Number 18. It's number 18. Everyone come out. Yamcha, on lookout duty outside, spotted number 18 and hurriedly informed those inside. Nanny. Piccolo was the first to rush outside, witnessing the precariously flying number 18, and wondered why she appeared injured. Not seeing number 17, he thought, could it be? With this in mind, Piccolo soared towards number 18, determined to inquire. Number 18, what happened to you? Where is number 17? Piccolo called out loudly. Huh, why should I tell you? Number 18 replied with a cold smirk. Chapter 13, Cell's Pursuit. The group prepares to leave Kame house. Could it be that he was absorbed by Cell? Piccolo assessed number 18's dire expression and numerous injuries, coming to a conclusion. Cell, do you know that monster? Number 18 questioned. Yes, due to various coincidences, I nearly fell victim to him myself, Piccolo responded. Then you must understand why Cell is pursuing you. Ah, number 17 sacrificed himself to allow me to escape. Number 18 lowered her gaze, stating, enough of this. You all should leave as well, for Cell is likely to track us here. Nanny, upon hearing this, Piccolo ceased the idle chatter and returned to Kame house to prepare everyone for departure. Number 18 also readied herself to leave. Number 18. Nabeel called out to her. Would you like to join us? This way, you won't have to face Cell alone. Hey, Nabeel, Yamcha exclaimed in alarm. It's all right, we still have Piccolo. Nabeel waved dismissively, believing that Piccolo was capable of defeating number 18. If Cell arrives, apart from Piccolo, no one else stands a chance. Having number 18 would alleviate the pressure. Is that truly acceptable? Your companions don't seem very welcoming towards me, number 18 remarked, her expression unreadable as she regarded them cautiously. I concur. The more fighters we have, the better, especially since we share a common foe. Piccolo contemplated briefly before agreeing. Is that so? Number 18 considered this. It seemed feasible, as encountering Cell alone would likely spell her doom. Moreover, they seemed to possess a far greater understanding of Cell than I did. Thus, after securely storing the capsule house, everyone boarded the spacecraft and departed in unison towards a shared destination. As anticipated, Cell arrived at the original location of Kame House within half an hour. Where on Earth is Android 18? Cell paced anxiously, his frustration palpable. In a secluded corner, Krillin trembled in fear. Why was no one informed that Kame House had relocated? He endeavored to diminish his presence, remaining utterly still. Only after sensing Cell's aura recede did he dare to emerge. I should find a place with a phone to inquire about Din's decision, he thought, cautiously departing in the opposite direction from Cell. Meanwhile, Din and his companions were hiding on a deserted island, surrounded by various smaller isles. This should provide a safe refuge for a while. Nabeel organized her belongings and wiped the sweat from her brow. By the way, will Krillin be joining us soon? I've already sent him back to the Capsule Corporation to prepare just in case, Din replied, casting a discreet glance at Android 18. Isn't that a bit unwise? It's hard to come by such camaraderie, Nabeel observed, watching Android 18 engage merrily in conversation with Chi-Chi. Let us hope we never need to use it. Din sighed, though he knew that a single misstep could spell doom for everyone present. If it comes to that, I will take responsibility and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect her, he assured Nabeel. Vegeta and Trunks would be emerging in less than an hour. I have faith in their capabilities, Nabeel noted as she checked the time. Android 18. Where are you? This cry, accompanied by immense force, snapped nearby trees and stirred up a cloud of dust. If you do not show yourself, I shall obliterate every island in this vicinity and eradicate all humans. What? What a wicked thought. A chill coursed through Nabeel, surging from her feet to the crown of her head. Humans, when not face to face with peril, often remain blissfully ignorant of their vulnerability. At this moment, Nabeel acutely felt the oppressive aura Cell emitted, infused with a murderous intent that rendered her breathless. How overwhelmingly powerful. What should we do? Android 18 whispered anxiously, not realizing Cell had tracked them down. Suppress your energy to the minimum. Hide beneath the trees. Din commanded. If we can hold out for over 30 minutes, Vegeta and Trunks will emerge, and hope will be rekindled. What a terrifying aura. Is this truly the enemy we must confront? Tien Shinhan trembled involuntarily, his body urging him to flee from this harrowing presence. It was far more fearsome than Frieza's. Yamcha stared in disbelief at the source of the ominous energy. Goku. Chi-Chi grasped Android 18's hand tightly, her heart yearning for Goku. If you refuse to show yourself, then do not blame me. Hovering in the air, Cell amassed a formidable energy, launching a powerful energy sphere towards the nearest large island. In a fleeting moment, an immense island vanished entirely, taking with it all forms of life that inhabited it. What has he done? 18 anxiously gazed towards the direction of destruction. You cannot go out, 18. If you do, everything is lost. Kiki clutched 18's arm tightly. Kiki was right. No matter what, 18, you must remain undetected by Cell, as well as by Nabeel. Piccolo concurred, stating that all they could do now was endure and await the return of Vegeta and Trunks. The fallen humans, along with the Dragon Balls. As long as the Dragon Balls exist, once Cell is defeated, everything can be restored. Yamcha attempted to console the group, or perhaps soothe his own conscience. With a resounding crash, yet another island was obliterated. All they could do was hope that Vegeta and Trunks would return swiftly. This was the shared sentiment of everyone present. In the temple, Goku paced anxiously outside the room of spirit and time. Why hasn't Vegeta emerged yet? It won't be long, Dad, Gohan replied. Glancing at the time, minutes passed, and with the islands reduced to only 2, just as Cell prepared to make his choice. The door to the room of spirit and time finally opened. Trunks stepped out first, his hair longer, his physique considerably more robust, and he had grown taller. "You've grown so much, Trunks," Goku exclaimed joyfully, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder. "Thank you," Trunks replied, seemingly shy. "Humph, Trunks, let us go?" Vegeta called out as he followed closely behind. "Indeed, Vegeta, the situation is urgent." Goku briefly outlined the circumstances. "Heh, Kakarot, I am now far stronger than you," Vegeta declared as he soared towards the location where Cell's overwhelming energy was emanating. "Goku-san, Gohan-san, we are off." Trunks bid farewell to Goku, who watched as the two departed. "Dad, do you think Vegeta-san can defeat Cell?" Gohan inquired as they entered the room of spirit and time. "Well, it's hard to say," Goku replied. Chapter 14. Has Nabeel been consumed? At last, Cell obliterated the final island, leaving only the island where 18 and the others resided. "This is dire. It seems we must confront him." Piccolo clenched his fists. "Do you sense it? Vegeta and Trunks' energy?" Nabeel suddenly interjected. "I believe I can feel Vegeta's energy." The group fell silent to concentrate. "Indeed, it's real. They have finally arrived," Yamcha exclaimed with exuberance. "All right, once Vegeta and the others arrive, we shall confront him together." Piccolo felt an immense pressure weighing upon him, for he believed that Yamcha, Tien, Kiki, Chaozu, Master Roshi, Nabeel, and everyone else would not last even a minute against Cell. Perhaps he could endure a bit longer alongside 18, but defeating Cell was beyond their reach. Yet, among this group, there are unexpectedly two targets. Although uncertain whether Nabel would indeed be captured, the possibility remains high due to the allure of Nabel's abilities. Nabel, once the battle commences, employ absolute defense. Then advised. Understood. Sheru gazed towards the final island, having deduced that number 18 was concealed there, and thus decided to search for her directly. Upon reaching the island, desolation surrounded him, with only lush trees standing sentinel. "Damn it! Come out, number 18. Sheru bellowed into the emptiness. This energy, it feels quite formidable. Who could it be? Sheru sensed a presence far stronger than anyone he had previously encountered. "You must be Sheru," Vegeta observed, scrutinizing his adversary. "Incredible. This fellow may well surpass me in strength." "Oh, if it isn't Vegeta, what brings you here?" Sheru regarded Vegeta with keen interest, believing him to be no match for his prowess. "Surely, you aren't here to defeat me, are you?" With a laugh that suggested amusement, he reveled in his own jest. "You insolent wretch." Vegeta raised his energy once more. "Vegeta, do not act rashly." Dend, sensing Vegeta's escalating energy, urged the others to conceal themselves. "Dend, what brings you here?" Sheru queried, astonished. "I see. Number 18 must be here as well, along with that individual named Nabel." "Father, what is happening?" A late arriving Trunks, taken aback by Sheru's overwhelming energy, exclaimed. "This is dire. Sheru has become astonishingly powerful." "Trunks, Vegeta, let us join forces," Dend called to the two. Although Vegeta is reluctant to concede Sheru's superiority, he cannot deny it. Without allies, he would surely perish. Within the protective barrier, is this truly acceptable? Should we remain here? Nabel pondered, hearing the distant echoes of explosions. "Do not waver, Nabel. Our presence here is indeed justified," Master Roshi reassured, clenching his fists. "It is truly frustrating. We are still too weak." Tien lamented, his head bowed. "Indeed," Yamcha echoed, sharing in the sentiment. Time passed, and suddenly this is bad. The energies of those three are continuously dwindling. Tien rose abruptly. Bang! The sound of a collision against the protective barrier reverberated ominously. "What?" Number 18 gazed at the source of the attack. "Sheru, what has become of Dend and the others?" Master Roshi inquired, observing Sheru's fierce countenance. "Who knows?" Sheru fixated on number 18, acknowledging the true power of her abilities. "Just now, I exerted only half my strength." "You must be Nabel." Sheru's gaze pierced through to the girl absent from the files. Her eyes reflected an overwhelming desire, causing Nabel to instinctively retreat. "All right, I shall shatter this barrier and absorb both number 18 and you." With a surge of overwhelming power, he struck the protective shield with all his might. Boom! To Sheru's astonishment, no matter how fiercely he attacked or the magnitude of his force, the shield remained impervious. It seemed that Bayer's abilities were far from trivial. Chi-Chi watched in sheer disbelief, realizing that, for the time being, they were indeed safe. It was the first time Nabel expressed gratitude towards the system. Although she felt utterly powerless, she possessed a means of survival. However, The duration of this protection was contingent upon her stamina and energy. It could last only for half a day at most. Everyone, Nabel whispered, I can sustain this for no longer than half a day. So we must consider our next course of action. Moreover, they needed to devise a plan to rescue Vegeta and the others. Indeed, half a day is a limited time frame. Are you all not going to think of something? If stamina is an issue, aren't there senzu beans? Number 18 remarked disdainfully, surveying the hungry faces around her. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Number 18, your mind is exceptional. Chi-Chi gazed at her with admiration. Exactly. Nabel's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Number 18 bashfully turned her head away to avoid their gaze. Now I understand. Master Wu Tian seemed inspired. In that case, let us discreetly call Krillin and ask him to come and rescue Vegeta and the others. I had previously given him a senzu bean. Boom. Another heavy blow echoed as Sheru, drenched in sweat, bent over to catch his breath. This is futile. I cannot breach this protective shield, he thought, sitting down to rest. What should I do? Wait for their energy to deplete? But they had senzu beans. Seizing the opportunity, Master Wu Tian hid behind the others and called Krillin, instructing him to come with a flying vehicle, as Vegeta and the others were on the opposite side of the island. Hours passed, and Krillin managed to divide one senzu bean into 3 portions for Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo, allowing them to move, albeit barely. They were observing Sheru from a distance, contemplating their strategy. This shield is impenetrable by my own power and has no apparent weak points. Sheru scrutinized the barrier from top to bottom. Is there truly no flaw? After pondering for a while, Sheru gazed at the ground and suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. How enlightening. Sheru leapt to his feet, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. What is happening? Has Sheru finally lost his mind? Was the collective thought of everyone present. Suddenly, Sheru struck the ground with a tremendous force, sending dust swirling around, obscuring visibility. When the smoke cleared, Sheru had vanished. As everyone frantically searched for him, Nabel felt a chill run down her spine, followed by a sudden darkness enveloping her. Thud. Just like that, Nabel was absorbed by Sheru. Ah! Everyone found it difficult to believe the events unfolding before them. Nabel had perished, and with her demise, the protective barrier vanished as well. End of story. Just kidding. See you in the next chapter. Chapter 15. In a time of crisis, protect number 18. After absorbing Nabel, Sheru gazed at those around him with a grin. How on earth did you achieve this? Teacher Wu Tian's expression darkened, his eyes beneath his sunglasses turning a vivid crimson. How should I know? Sheru relished their expressions. Fear, astonishment, and that exquisite despair. Allow me to enlighten you. He began slowly. I entered from underground. You all forgot to secure the ground beneath your feet, didn't you? The simplicity of the method left everyone in a state of silence. Damn it! How could I overlook such a fundamental mistake? Piccolo's eyes were filled with regret. It was excusable for Nabel, given her tender age of 10, but the rest of them were seasoned veterans. Yet, not a single one had raised or recognized this issue. They had indirectly caused Nabel's demise, endangering the entire planet. All right, let me test this formidable ability of mine, Sheru declared, attempting to activate his absolute defense. However, the moment he tried to unleash it, the surroundings transformed into a blank expanse. This is not an ability you can wield, a dispassionate voice declared. Who are you? Where's this place? Sheru looked around, finding nothing but white space. Before him flickered a being radiating white light, appearing quite peculiar. I am 001. This is my domain. 001 was disinclined to acknowledge this grotesque figure, who dared to attempt theft of their powers. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Were it not for his significance in the narrative, he would have been eliminated rather than merely warned. Alas, Nabel, why did you have to die so soon? Though resurrection is quite possible. What did you mean by that? The literal meaning. You would do well to abandon such thoughts, should there be a next time. I shall extinguish you. 001's calm tone suggested he was discussing something insignificant. Sheru sought to retort, but as the thought crossed his mind, he found it difficult to breathe. His body feeling unbearably heavy. Lifting his gaze to 001, he sensed an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. For the first time, Sheru's instincts screamed that resistance was futile. He was on the brink of death. Never before had he been so acutely aware of this truth. Feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter, he relinquished his efforts. This power was beyond his grasp, a dimension apart. So, where exactly did Nabel come from? Upon reopening his eyes, Shara discovered he had returned to reality. Everyone was anxiously watching him, as if time had stood still. Realizing this, Shara felt relieved that he had not acted recklessly. Hey, just who was Nabele? Shara yearned to comprehend the origins of beings like 001, undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. They were equally perplexed, as Bayer had also appeared on Earth without warning. Teacher Wutian hesitated momentarily, yet, considering that their lives rested in Shara's hands, he resolved to speak the truth. They were indeed unaware of the precise origin of Nabele. However, Bayer had mentioned that she was not a denizen of this world. Initially, it seemed to be a jest. But now Kiki felt it prudent to keep this matter undisclosed, as only a handful were privy to it. Let me offer you a chance for survival. Shara directed his gaze toward number 18. If you surrender her to me, I shall spare your lives. His eyes swept across the feeble beings before him, who were incapable of resistance. This is a most advantageous deal, is it not? Absolutely not. Tianjin Fan was the first to respond. We could never stoop to such despicable acts. Indeed, echoed the others. While our strength pales in comparison to yours, we possess our own principles. Teacher Wutian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yamcha, Kiki, and Jiaozi had already shielded number 18 behind them. Number 18, I understand the odds are slim, but if battle ensues, you must flee. Yamcha felt his entire being tremble. Is this truly wise? For my sake, you may all perish. Number 18 was bewildered by the lengths these individuals would go for someone they originally regarded as an adversary. Yet we cannot abandon you, Yamcha insisted. If we endure a single day, Goku will emerge, and hope shall prevail. Number 18 regarded the group before her with a complex expression. Soga, are you aware that it would be exceedingly simple for me to end your lives at this moment? Sharu waved his hand dismissively. Let the battle commence. Teacher Wutian assumed a combat stance. Yamcha, Jiaozi, take number 18 and Kiki and leave at once. Indeed, let us see how long we can hold out, Tianjin Fan declared, embodying a demeanor of defiance. Haha, a bunch of ants daring to make threats, Shara chuckled at their audacity. Upon hearing this, Yamcha swiftly seized number 18 and fled, while Jiaozi glanced at Tianjin Fan and urged Kiki to follow. The two took flight into the distance. Do not flee. Sharu, witnessing their escape, delivered a powerful blow that sent Teacher Wutian hurtling away. New Ki Blast. Tianjin Fan unleashed a full-force strike, yet it proved futile. Final Flash, Demon Flash, Kamehameha, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo joined the fray to assault Sharu. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin pursued Yamcha and the others, utilizing a flying vehicle to obscure their energy. However, they underestimated Sharu's urgency, compounded by the fact that Piccolo and the others were already gravely injured. Within a minute, they were all vanquished. Sharu paid no mind to the fallen. He immediately soared towards the direction from which the others had fled. The vehicle had scarcely traveled far when Krillin, vigilant of his surroundings, spotted a dark figure approaching rapidly. Could it be? Has he caught up to us so swiftly? Krillin bit his lower lip, steadying himself. He instructed everyone to leap from the flying craft to escape, while he and Yamcha remained to confront Cell. Piccolo swiftly descended with Chi-Chi, realizing that Tin might be dead, tears brimming in his eyes as he quickly left with Android 18. What significance is there in your presence? Cell paused, perplexed by these weaklings who, fully aware of their impending doom, still pressed forward recklessly. Each time he sought Android 18, a host of individuals obstructed his path. Android 17, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Master Roshi, Tien, and the two before him. What significance? How can one know without trying? Klin revealed a mysterious smile, exchanging a glance with Yamcha, and they both closed their eyes. Double Sun Fist. The blinding brilliance overwhelmed Cell's vision. Damn it! By the time he opened his eyes, the two had vanished. He centered himself to sense their energy, unhesitatingly flying in the opposite direction. You don't think I would chase after you endlessly, do you? Yet, Klin and Yamcha successfully reunited with Piccolo and the others. Chapter 16. The Method to Defeat Cell? Ha ha ha, that fool really went the other way. Yamcha exclaimed, nearly beside himself with joy. This means he certainly didn't anticipate that we were following you. Klin proudly placed his hands on his hips. However, their moment of triumph was fleeting, soon. They clandestinely returned to the island in their craft and utilized the sins of beans to revive their half-dead companions. Since each person consumed half a bean, they used 3 beans in total. Only 5 beans remained afterward. Once they finished, they hurriedly departed, even Vegeta, though he was clearly unwilling. Cell, having chased far before realizing he had been outsmarted, returned to find their energy signatures absent. Damn it, where have they gone? Upon returning to the island and discovering that Vegeta and the others had also vanished, Cell erupted in rage. An energy wave obliterated the island. Meanwhile, the group decided to head to the temple and called Bulma to inform her to evacuate Capsule Corporation, as Cell might seek Android 18 there. But what do we do for the next 6 hours? Klin queried, for Goku and the others would not return for over 5 hours. In any case, let us hide and proceed to the temple, Piccolo suggested. Damn it. The mighty Vegeta, have been bested by that scoundrel so many times. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. The mere thought of the terrifying Cell plunged everyone into silence. It's all right. Once my Goku and Gohan complete their training, they will surely defeat that Cell. Chi-Chi stood up to comfort them, confident in her husband's ability to overcome yet another dire situation. Indeed, if it were Goku, perhaps he could vanquish that fiend, Cell. Yamcha trembled as he echoed Chi-Chi's sentiments. My sincerest apologies, Goku. It seems we must now resort to a mere existence of hiding, relying solely upon you. Master Roshi was enveloped in sorrow, feeling utterly helpless after sustaining grave injuries from a single blow delivered by Cell. Soon enough, everyone gathered at the temple. Bulma and her family have arrived at the temple. Krillin greeted cheerfully. Everyone, listen to me. There might be a way to defeat Cell. Bulma produced the blueprints for the androids that Krillin had provided. In the haste of the moment, she had merely grabbed a stack of designs from her table, uncertain of which were the correct schematics. Among the blueprints Krillin had given her, there was also the design created by Dr. Gero for Cell. Bulma pointed it out to everyone. Really? So it means we can create a machine capable of defeating Cell? Piccolo exclaimed, turning his gaze sharply towards Bulma. Theoretically, yes. She replied, but the challenges involved are formidable. She brought forth materials from her laboratory. My father and I have only managed to make partial progress. We estimate it will take at least 6 or 7 more hours to advance further. Furthermore, we cannot construct a controller that entirely halts Cell's functions. Bulma stated with grave seriousness, we can only induce a partial regression of his abilities, reverting him to a more primitive state. Should the controller be destroyed, it would be utterly futile. To what extent would this regression occur? Yamcha inquired. Has he not already evolved once? Bulma clarified. It implies reverting him to his pre-evolved form. She then unveiled a semi-finished remote control, but it came with stipulations. It must operate within a 10-meter radius, and its destruction would render it useless. All right, this is promising. If we can endure this interval, with the controller, we stand a significant chance of victory. Piccolo was so exhilarated he felt like leaping, though he restrained himself to maintain his stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, Cell had arrived in West City, seeking the Capsule Corporation in hopes of finding the individuals he sought. However, the desolate state of the Capsule Corporation ignited his fury. Damn it, where are you? Android 18. In a furious outburst, Cell raised his right hand, obliterating the right side of West City surrounding the Capsule Corporation. Now, the entire world was aware of this monstrous entity known as Cell. Countless armies launched assaults against him. Yet none survived. They became mere instruments for his wrath, and he could not fathom where Android 18 might be hiding. According to the data provided to him, Kame House and Capsule Corporation were frequented gathering spots. Even Goku's residence, Mount Pozu, had been scoured, and still, no one was found. Never had he anticipated that locating a single person would prove to be such an arduous task, until he caught sight of a television station amidst the human city. It seems this could work, Cell mused as he stormed into the broadcasting station, intimidating the staff into conducting a live broadcast for him. Greetings, inhabitants of Earth. A sinister smile adorned Sheru's face, his gaze seemingly piercing through the camera, sending a chill coursing from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head for all who beheld him on screen. I am Sheru, and I am currently in pursuit of a certain individual, number 18, a woman with golden locks. Should no one deliver her to me by today, I shall annihilate all of humanity. No sooner had he spoken than he conjured a sphere of energy and, before the camera, unleashed its fury upon a substantial portion of the city. Ignoring the fearful glances of those around him, he turned his gaze back to the camera, declaring, I shall be located 30 kilometers south of this city. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a mocking laugh, Sheru departed, plunging the entire human world into a state of terror. In the temple, Mr. Popo recounted Sheru's actions in the lower realm to the assembled crowd. That despicable fiend, Vegeta exclaimed, striking the ground with a fist. Who does he think he is? With that, he dragged Trunks aside for some sparring. It seems this time humanity will suffer significant casualties, remarked Piccolo calmly. Fortunately, we still have the Dragon Balls. Once we defeat Sheru, everything will be salvaged. Speaking of the Dragon Balls, Piccolo, you must be cautious. You cannot perish, Krillin reminded him. Given recent events, it seems you've faced death several times already. Time passed quietly. Yet numerous troops were dispatched to confront Sheru, only to meet their demise. After more than 5 hours, the gates of spirit and time swung open. Oh, what a surprise to find everyone gathered here, exclaimed Goku, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, astonished to see all his companions present. Goku, enough about that. Have you transcended Super Saiyan? Piccolo inquired hastily. Well, I can't say for certain, Goku replied with an endearing grin. Ah, Gohan, your hair. Chi-Chi rushed forward to touch Gohan's hair, realizing he too had transformed into a Super Saiyan. My Gohan has turned into a delinquent. Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face. Mom. Gohan sighed, glancing at his mother, then around the room. Wait, where's Bulma? As soon as he uttered the words, Chi-Chi ceased her tears and embraced him tightly. Gohan sensed something amiss, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. No way he looked to Piccolo. Piccolo-san? I'm sorry, Gohan. We failed to protect Bulma, Piccolo said, his arms falling limply to his sides. I see Gohan recalled his memories with Bulma, a surge of warmth enveloping him as his aura intensified. A palpable sense of determination rising within. Gohan, stay calm. We still need to avenge Bulma, Goku urged, placing a firm hand on Gohan's shoulder. You're right, Dad. Gohan wiped the tears from his eyes. I will not forgive Sheru. Chapter 17, The Determination of the Final Battle. What transpired? What was that momentary aura emanating from Son Gohan? Vegeta, harboring this question, voiced it aloud. Hey, Kakarot, has your son surpassed the Super Saiyan? No, Vegeta. What are you talking about? Goku chuckled. Then could someone enlighten me on the situation? Goku's expression turned serious, as he sensed an unparalleled energy upon his arrival. It was explained succinctly by Krillin. So, Kakarot, do you have confidence in defeating Cell? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. Well, I have yet to face him, so I can't say for certain, but his power is indeed formidable, Goku replied with a grin. Perhaps I might not be able to vanquish him after all. Yet, there will always be a solution. But why hasn't Cell acquired Nave's abilities? Can you recall? Goku furrowed his brow in contemplation. Speaking of which, he abruptly inquired about Nave's origins. Master Roshi reminisced. In any case, it is best that such powers remain untapped. Otherwise, we would certainly be outmatched by such overwhelming skills. Yamcha remarked. Son, what do you think we should do next? Piccolo inquired, observing the composed demeanor of Goku. Well, let me first pay Cell a visit, Goku declared, pointing 2 fingers to his forehead, teleporting to Cell's side. Hey there, Cell. Goku greeted the figure seated cross-legged before him. Son Goku. Cell opened his eyes, noting Goku's Super Saiyan form. Oh, you've become remarkably powerful, Cell, Goku smiled. What brings you here? Well, Cell, how about a match with us? What would be the benefit? Cell retorted. If you manage to defeat us, you can have whatever you desire, even the life of your family. The only victor will be us, Cell. Cell chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. Do you really believe you can defeat me? Even Vegeta, I could crush like an ant. So, when do you propose we begin? Goku inquired, gazing at Cell. I refuse to agree. Cell looked at Goku in disbelief. What makes you think I would consent? Oh, one must always make an attempt, Goku replied, seemingly anticipating this outcome. Then let us meet again in 5 days. 5 days? Wait, why am I acquiescing? Why not eliminate him now? Unbeknownst to Cell, he was oblivious to the concept of narrative power. He was merely a pawn dictated by the author's limited intellect. Goku returned to the temple, informing everyone of the match. Is this really wise? Piccolo questioned, gazing quizzically at Goku. Do you possess a strategy to defeat Cell? Not at all, Goku replied nonchalantly. For now, Gohan, Chi-Chi, and I shall return home. After speaking, he wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi's waist and placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder, preparing to depart. Kakarot, have you come up with a new training method? Vegeta observed his nonchalant demeanor, convinced that he possessed some secret technique. Not really. I just find that training at Baozi Mountain is more relaxing. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku's family had vanished from everyone's sight. If even Goku cannot defeat Cell, must we rely solely on Bulma's research on the control device? Yamcha squatted down, cradling his head. Not necessarily. Look at Goku's composed demeanor. Perhaps he has some hidden secret. Krillin maintained a more optimistic outlook. Baozi Mountain. Dad, are we going to train? Gohan looked at Goku, who had already changed out of his training outfit and was lounging on the sofa, yawning. No, Gohan. We won't be training for the next few days. Let's just relax a bit. Goku felt himself on the verge of sleep. Indeed, home was the most comforting place. Is that so, Goku? Chi-Chi wiped her hands on her apron. Let's set that aside for now. It's time to eat. Goku, Gohan. Hooray. Finally, I can enjoy Chi-Chi's cooking. Goku perked up at the mention, darting to the dining table and beginning to devour the food. Haven't you eaten in the room of spirit and time? Chi-Chi served herself and Gohan before sitting down. Well, Gohan and I aren't exactly skilled in cooking. Exactly. Dad is quite hopeless in the kitchen. Seeing the father and son enjoy her delicious meal in silence, Chi-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The past few days facing Cell had left her utterly exhausted. Oh, tonight, we are hosting a birthday party. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together. A birthday party? Whose birthday? Goku swallowed the noodles in his mouth. Gohan's. Gohan. Chi-Chi had already begun planning the evening's feast in her mind. But today isn't my birthday, Mom, Gohan replied, looking bewildered. You spent a year in the room of spirit and time, so now you are 11. You must celebrate this birthday. Chi-Chi explained, taking a bite of chicken leg. Oh, then Gohan and I can go fishing this afternoon. Chi-Chi. Goku suggested, recalling that he had promised Gohan a fishing trip, and the timing was perfect. Really, Dad? Yes. Goku and Gohan will catch a big fish. 2 days passed, and suddenly, Goku thought about the possibility of Piccolo joining the battle. What if he were to perish, causing the Dragon Balls to vanish? Thus, he exchanged a few words with Chi-Chi and brought Gohan to the temple. Son, what brings you here? Piccolo was waiting for Vegeta to emerge from the room of spirit and time. Piccolo, I have an idea. Let's ask the Namekians to summon a deity for us. Son Wukong chuckled, expressing that there was no longer any need to worry about the Dragon Balls vanishing. Mr. Popo concurred wholeheartedly, for he too harbored a deep-seated fear that one day Piccolo might perish in battle. Very well, but do you know where the new Namek is? Piccolo had lost interest in the position of deity. Let me see if I can sense their energy. Son Wukong furrowed his brow, attempting to do so, yet found it utterly impossible due to the vast distance. In that case, why not inquire with King Kai? Indeed, you are quite clever, Piccolo. After uttering this, Son Wukong immediately teleported to King Kai's planet. He explained the situation to King Kai, and with his assistance, they finally located the new Namek. Through negotiations with the Elder, Son Wukong brought a young Namekian named Ten back to Earth. Ten. Son Gohan exclaimed with immense excitement upon seeing Ten, one of his few friends. Gohan. Ten reached forward to grasp Son Gohan's hand. It became clear that Ten was destined to become the guardian deity of Earth. This was indeed a fitting role, as Ten was a highly gifted member of the Dragon Clan. Piccolo, having previously fused with Nail, felt a profound sense of camaraderie with this exceptional junior. Thus, Ten successfully ascended to the position of guardian deity and made slight modifications to the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Son Wukong used the excuse of playing with the newly arrived Ten to leave Son Gohan at the deity's temple. Welcome back, Wukong, Piccolo greeted. Chi-Chi, noticing Son Wukong's arrival at home, wiped her hands and took hold of his. Where's Gohan? Chi-Chi, I left Gohan at the temple. Son Gohan lowered his head, drawing closer to Chi-Chi, and quietly explained the circumstances. What is going on? Wukong, what are you planning? Feeling the increasing proximity between herself and Son Wukong, Chi-Chi shyly turned her head. I'm not planning anything. Just here, Son Wukong replied with an earnest smile. Let us go to the bedroom. He then gently lifted her hands, cradled her back, and carried her off to the bedroom. At this moment, the scene was not one favored by all. So we shall skip ahead. Chapter 18, Rage, Gohan. Time flies, and the day to confront Cell swiftly approached. To prevent any unforeseen events, Android 18 remained at the deity's temple, while the Z-Fighters made their way to the battlefield against Cell. Haha, what is Cell? Allow me, the world martial arts champion, Satan, to defeat him. A robust man with explosive black hair declared, addressing the nearby camera. Hello, everyone. He continued. As we all know, our military is utterly ineffective against this monster named Cell. The reporter passionately elaborated. In a time of despair for humanity, Mr. Satan has bravely volunteered to fight. Indeed, it is I, Mr. Satan. Rest assured, with my strength, Defeating Cell will be a piece of cake. He flashed a confident smile at the camera. At that moment, the Z fighters arrived and were left speechless by Satan's declaration. You would be better off returning now. Son Wukong earnestly urged them to depart, for the impending danger loomed large. What are you saying? The reporter retorted angrily. Do you know who this is? Who? He is none other than the world champion of martial arts, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan has come in response to the people's call to defeat Cell. But he doesn't appear to be very strong, the reporter exclaimed incredulously. You impertinent fool. The reporter was nearly overwhelmed by the audacity of the youth with golden hair before him. Now, reporter, do not be so enraged. It is normal for the young to be unaware of the gravity of the situation. Let us forgive him, Mr. Satan addressed the camera. Trust me, everyone. I will surely defeat Cell. Why won't this guy listen? Son Wukong remarked to the Z fighters. Such individuals do exist in this world. After their attempts at persuasion proved fruitless, the Z fighters shifted their focus to Cell, who was intently observing them. Hee, Son Wukong, it seems you haven't become much stronger, Cell remarked, sensing no significant change in Son Wukong's aura from 5 days prior. This time, I will defeat you, Son Wukong declared as he stepped forward. Allow me to take the lead. As for the ensuing battle, one might as well refer to the original anime for that. Merely transcribing it would lack interest. Gohan, it's your turn. After conceding defeat, Son Wukong decided that Gohan would take the stage. Are you joking? Cell responded incredulously. If you cannot defeat me, how could your son possibly prevail? What are you thinking, son? Piccolo glared at Son Wukong. Vexed, how could Gohan possibly triumph over Cell? Do not speak so harshly, Piccolo. Son Wukong reassured while ruffling Gohan's hair. Gohan possesses immense potential that you cannot fathom. Thus, Gohan took to the arena. Gohan, whenever he gets angry, a tremendous power surges forth from within him, Son Wukong observed as Cell relentlessly assaulted Gohan. While that may be true, you seem to be mistaken, Piccolo exclaimed furiously. After all, he is just a child. I doubt he is angry. Rather, he is wondering why his father has yet to come to his rescue. At that moment, Cell had Gohan by the throat. So, you become stronger when you are angry? Then let me see you get angry. How infuriating. Son Wukong realized. Krillin, hand me a Senzu bean. Is he still not angry? Piccolo's gaze drifted to Son Wukong and the others on the hillside. Then shall I simply eliminate your comrades? No. Stop. Gohan struggled to rise. I will not let you pass. Who said I was going to? Cell laughed. Little Cell, go. From his tail, Cell spawned numerous smaller versions of himself, all flying toward the Z fighters. How infuriating. Son Wukong had no time to consume the Senzu bean before a small cell struck him. Subsequently, everyone was overwhelmed by the onslaught of the smaller cells. Why are these duplicates so formidable? This was the collective lament of all the Z fighters. So what do you say? Are you still not angry? Shara grasped Gohan's neck, warning him that his friends would perish if he did not comply. At that moment, Krillin was fortuitously hurled near Gohan. The Z fighters were relentlessly being struck down, teetering on the brink of demise. Gohan, I am truly sorry, my son. Yet, you need not suppress your emotions any longer. You are a gentle soul. However, at times, liberation is essential to unleash true power. Goku narrowly evaded another of Small Sharu's attacks. Upon hearing his father's words, Gohan felt something within him erupt. As memories of the devastation wrought by the androids flooded his mind, he recalled how Android 18 sometimes fell into despair over Android 17's death, and the sorrow experienced by humanity due to the loss of their loved ones. He also remembered Nabele, his dear friend, who had just days ago been laughing, now devoured by the monster before him. Gohan's fury intensified, enveloping him in a storm of electric energy, crackling with thunderous sounds, as his rising power caused the earth beneath him to tremble. Gulp. Sharu, witnessing the incredible force emanating from Gohan, could not help but swallow hard, feeling oppressed by this newfound strength, rendering him immobile. Is this what you call power? Sharu feigned bravado, though it hardly seemed formidable. Gohan, tears welling in his eyes, declared, I will never forgive you. In an instant, he delivered a lethal kick to Small Sharu, who sought to harm Krillin, and before anyone could react, struck down the Sharu facing Trunks with a decisive blow. Trunks, use the Senzu beans to heal everyone. Oh, Trunks exclaimed, holding the Senzu beans that Gohan had seized from Sharu at some point. In a flash, he swiftly annihilated all the small Sharus. What is happening? Gohan has become extraordinarily powerful. Krillin, having consumed a Senzu bean and restored, looked at Gohan with wide, gleaming eyes. This is the Saiyan who has transcended Super Saiyan. Vegeta observed as Gohan decisively vanquished the small Sheru that had nearly defeated him, feeling a tumult of emotions. First Kakarot, and now even Gohan has surpassed me. The Prince of Saiyans. Sheru, you are next. Gohan stood before Sheru. Enough with your jesting. You have indeed gained some strength. Sheru assumed a combat stance. But that does not imply you can defeat me. In the distance, hiding behind a rock, Satan, the cameraman, whose camera was broken. And a reporter remarked, Satan, this must be an illusion. Chapter 19, Side Story. Goten and Gohan travel to the past. One day, due to uncontrollable circumstances, a mysterious force transported Goten and Gohan back to the era of the original androids. West City? Why am I suddenly here? Goten surveyed his surroundings and thought, never mind. I shall search for Trunks first. Goten utilized his flight abilities towards the Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, Gohan also found himself teleported to West City. Why am I in West City? Son Gohan glanced left and right, still recalling his conversation with Bulma. Hello, Son Gohan. The sudden voice echoing in his mind startled him. Who are you? Why are you speaking in my head? I am 001. For amusement, I have transported you and Goten back 8 years. What? 8 years ago was just 2 years after we discovered the existence of the androids. Wait, Goten is here too. Where is he? Do not worry. He is currently in West City. How do you know what I am thinking? Because I can read your thoughts. By the way, you will likely return in a day or two. Is that so? That's good. But I am still in school. What about my family? Do not fret. The time you return will be the same as when you arrived. By the way, Goten is already at Capsule Corporation. What? Son Gohan disregarded the gazes of those around him and utilized the instant transmission to fly to Capsule Corporation. If Goten revealed matters pertaining to the future, it would be disastrous. At Capsule Corporation. Son, why have you shrunk? Bulma cautiously sat down, observing the young boy with a crab-like head before her. What are you talking about, Aunt Bulma? Goten picked up a snack from the table, intending to taste it. Son Goku. Bulma delivered a punch to Goten's head. How dare you call me Aunt? I am still a beautiful young woman. Goten's small head suffered a blow, and he pouted, feeling wronged. What? I'm not Dad. Why hit me? What did you just say? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Dad, aren't you Son Goku? Yes, Aunt Bulma. What is going on? Goten was baffled by Bulma's reaction. He rubbed his head and looked at her. Aunt Bulma, you've become younger. What? I've always been this young. As she said this, Bulma suddenly realized something. What year were you born? Age 767. Is that true? That's just 2 years from now. Bulma covered her mouth in shock, not expecting the child before her to be from the future. Given his appearance, he must be the child of Goku and Chi-Chi. Wait a moment. I need to make a phone call. Bulma hurriedly dialed the Son family and others. What is going on, Aunt Bulma? Goten was increasingly confused by her actions. While Bulma was on the phone, Goten picked up the snack he had intended to eat. Who are you? Vegeta, on his way to find Dr. Brief to repair the training machine, noticed a familiar crab-headed boy sitting in the living room. Kakarot? No, he's too small. The snack he was about to eat paused at the sight of Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, why have you become weaker? Goten sensed Vegeta's energy was significantly diminished compared to before, feeling as though he could overpower the Saiyan Prince. You little brat. What are you saying? Vegeta was infuriated by these words, ready to teach this ignorant young lad the harsh realities of life. Calm down, Vegeta, Bulma interjected just as she finished a phone call. Noticing Vegeta's intent to charge at the boy. You cannot hit this child. He hails from the future. What? The future? Vegeta lowered his fists and scrutinized the boy, realizing he bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot, akin to a miniature version of him. Vegeta, you're here too, Goku exclaimed as he and his companions instantaneously appeared. Wow, he really looks just like you, Goku remarked, observing Goten seated on the sofa, mouth agape, ready to indulge in a snack. He truly resembles Goku in his youth. Krillin and Master Roshi marveled. Is this my little brother? What is your name? Young Gohan approached and poked Goten's chubby cheeks. What is wrong with you? Of course. My name is Son, shut up. Gohan burst through the door, his loud voice drowning out Goten's. Finally caught up. Gohan leaned against the door, recalling how he was stopped by the police in the sky just before arriving. Brother? Goten, nestled in Chi-Chi's embrace, gazed at the panting Gohan. You must be Gohan. Goku remarked first, stepping closer to Gohan, assessing him. Wow, you've become quite strong. Dad. Gohan was taken aback by how quickly everyone had gathered. Let's not dwell on that. No, Goten, come here quickly. Gohan almost slipped, hurriedly gesturing for Goten to approach. What's the matter, brother? Goten walked up to Gohan, who leaned in and whispered. Everyone here is acting rather peculiar today. I asked Aunt Bulma where Trunks is, and she claimed not to know him. Is this really Capsule Corporation? Gohan was surprised by Goten's flood of questions. Goten, let me explain. This is the past. Gohan briefly recounted the situation, concluding with a warning. Remember, you must never reveal your name or anything about the future. You aren't even born yet, and if our actions prevent your birth, that would be disastrous. I understand, brother. Goten assured. With that agreement, Gohan officially introduced Goten to everyone. Hello, I am future Gohan, age 17. This is my brother, who is 7 years old. As for his name, I'm afraid I cannot disclose it. Gohan gazed nostalgically at the younger versions of everyone, feeling a tinge of shyness at the sight of his youthful self. Why isn't Bra here? Nabel does not belong to this time and space. How peculiar. Son Gohan has become accustomed to conversing with 001 in his mind. What a surprise. Son Wukong glanced at the younger Son Gohan beside him, then at the grown version of Gohan before him, and also at the miniature version of himself. Gohan, have you been studying diligently? Chi-Chi inquired with anticipation. Yes, Mom. I'm in high school now. Son Gohan is well aware of his mother's expectations. My little brother is studying too. Oh, that's wonderful. Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully, embracing young Gohan. I knew my choice of path was indeed correct. But we are training as well, Son Goten added. Mom even teaches me martial arts. Really? Everyone was astounded, unable to believe that a nurturing mother would also impart martial arts skills to her children. Yes, it's absolutely true. Son Gohan nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sensing an ominous premonition. Is that so? Then let us have a match. Son Wukong said excitedly. Son Gohan felt a wave of despair. How could Goten possibly stand a chance against their father? Wait, that's referring to the future dad. Perhaps I can defeat the present one. This might be one of the rare moments he could best his father. Dad, I want to join too. Son Gohan exclaimed eagerly. I also wish to spar with the present dad, although a bit underhanded. Really? Gohan, that sounds great. Son Wukong happily accepted the proposal. Wait, Kakarot. I want to join as well. I'll fight your second son. Vegeta could not forget Son Goten's remark about his weakness. But, Uncle Vegeta, I heard you can't transform into a Super Saiyan right now? Son Goten innocently stated the most painful truth for Vegeta. You little brat. Can you? Vegeta was loath to have anyone mention this, as it meant he had yet to surpass Kakarot. I can, Son Goten said, his hands behind his head. It's actually quite simple. Liar. Bulma was the first to express disbelief. You're only 7. Even if you were the son of Sun Jun, that's impossible. Bulma could not continue, for Son Goten had already transformed into a Super Saiyan before their eyes. My goodness. Everyone was astounded. Bang. It was evident that Son Goten had intentionally played this up. Son Gohan tapped his brother's head, signaling him to tone it down and revert back. Incredible. Son Wukong exclaimed, astonished by the sudden emergence of his son. Gohan, does this mean you can transform into a Super Saiyan as well? Yes, Son Gohan admitted shyly, nodding his head, for in the future, there were more Super Saiyans than just their father, so it was not so surprising. After this brief interlude, the four engaged in friendly sparring, and inevitably, the future duo emerged victorious. Impressive indeed. Will I truly become so formidable in the future? Little Gohan pondered the remarkable display of his future self. Perhaps, if I persist in training just like my father, I too could attain such strength. Unbeknownst to the future Gohan, his actions inspired the younger Gohan to continue his training rather than solely focus on his studies, significantly altering the course of future battles. Chapter 20. Defeating Cell. Satan still struggled to acknowledge the terrifying scene before him, as it transcended the limits of his comprehension. The young warrior effortlessly dodged Cell's attacks, despite having previously endured a severe beating. Though the reason remained elusive, it was evident that after the emergence of the mini-cells, the young Gohan's aura had suddenly intensified. And now, he had actually sent the formidable Cell flying with a single punch. It was truly astonishing. Cell staggered backward, feeling nauseated as if he were about to be sick. How revolting. Gohan, quickly finish off Cell. Goku urged, feeling a twinge of anxiety as Gohan hesitated to eliminate Cell. No, Dad, I must torment him thoroughly first, Gohan replied with a smirk, dismissing his father's concerns. He believed that Cell had become inconsequential at this point. He could easily vanquish this monster. How infuriating. Is this the true nature of a Scion? Piccolo realized that this awakening had stirred the more aggressive aspects of Gohan's Scion heritage. Watching Gohan continue to pummel Cell, Goku grew increasingly anxious, sensing that if this continued, the devoured humans would never return to life. Devoured humans? Hey, Gohan, if you don't kill Cell soon, Goku shouted, Nabeel will never be revived. Gohan delivered another blow that sent Cell flying and turned to his father. If you don't finish off Cell, the time for Nabeel's revival will only extend. Don't you want her to come back sooner? You're right. Gohan, realizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned his playful demeanor and gathered a tremendous amount of energy in his hands. Kamehameha. The powerful energy wave enveloped Cell entirely. No, Cell felt his form disintegrating, as the immense energy wave even obliterated his head. Thus, Cell met his demise at Gohan's hands. Do not perceive this as too hasty. I believe that at this moment, if Gohan wished, Cell would stand no chance. Wow. Goku was somewhat astonished at how swiftly Gohan had dispatched Cell. Truly, he was reminded of the future. Sorry, Dad. Gohan resumed his normal demeanor, feeling considerably calmer. I think I was overly proud just now. No worries, Gohan. With more practice, you will learn to maintain your composure. Goku patted his son's head. Now let us gather the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in the system space, the translucent figure of Nabeel was watching the Android Saga anime. Alas, how could Wukong have perished? What a conclusion. Why is it like this? Nabel sniffled. And why does Gohan appear so dashing? As she gazed at the screen showcasing Son Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Nabel's heart raced with excitement. Why can't I proceed to the next episode? Nabel poked the screen. Didn't I mention that this is where your viewing ends? 001 admonished her with exasperation. My apologies, I forgot. Nabel stuck out her tongue. I had hoped to see more. You are likely to return shortly. Wait, didn't I die? Nabel looked at 001 quizzically. Oh right, Dragon Balls. Precisely. Just be cautious and avoid being slain by anything peculiar. 001 sighed. You are, after all, a being of the third dimension. Muster some spirit. But this is all I can manage, Nabel replied helplessly. They are far mightier than I. I should have a few years of peace upon returning. Did you eavesdrop? I merely read the title. What? Majin Buu? I miscalculated. Never mind, be gone. What an attitude. The moment Nabel uttered this, she found herself no longer in the system's realm. Bei, Bulma and Chi-Chi embraced Nabel from either side. How wonderful. You have been resurrected. Yes. But could you kindly release me? Nabel gasped for breath as she was squeezed between the two. My apologies. Chi-Chi relinquished her hold, taking Nabel's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Bei, you cannot imagine. It was Gohan who defeated Cell. He surpassed Super Saiyan. Bulma pulled the standing Son Gohan closer. Yes, I know. Nabel exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Truly, he is incredibly handsome. Bei, how do you know this? Well, I have been watching all along. Nabel's gaze wandered, scanning the crowd, until she finally spotted Son Wukong. Uncle Wukong, you are safe. Nabel's eyes widened as she looked at Son Wukong, who she believed had met his end, thinking the narrative had remained unchanged. What are you babbling about? Of course, Son is fine, Piccolo remarked, puzzled by Nabel's astonishment. In truth, I recounted the events of Nabel transforming Son Gohan into Super Saiyan 2. This means, had I not slain Cell, Father would have perished as a result. Son Gohan felt a wave of trepidation. What if Father had died? Do not worry, Gohan. Are you not well now? Nabel pinched Gohan's slightly cherubic face. Oh, how did he achieve such a combination of charm and cuteness? Oh, do not do that, Bei. Son Gohan turned away to avoid Nabel's playful gesture. Oh dear. Gohan is blushing. I am not. Amidst the laughter of the gathering, the matters concerning the androids were thus resolved. Bulma proposed to host a celebratory feast at her residence. And thus, everyone is currently indulging in merriment at the Capsule Corporation, with androids 17 and 18 also in attendance. Krillin has implored Shenron to eliminate the bombs within the two androids, and he now finds himself in a rather awkward phase of pursuit. He has been playfully shoved into a seat beside android 18, holding his breath in anxious anticipation. It's been a while, hasn't he? He stammered. Haven't we just seen each other? Android 18 replied with a bemused expression at Krillin's nervous demeanor. You're right. Krillin scratched his head sheepishly. Humph. With your demeanor, how do you expect to win my sister's heart? Android 17 elegantly sipped his tea. Haha, exactly. Gohan truly startled me back then, Goku remarked, munching on food while recounting details to Videl. Suddenly, I thought of Bulma and asked Gohan if he didn't want Bulma to be revived sooner. Without hesitation, Gohan took action, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, flustered as he covered Goku's mouth. Isn't it because Bulma is my dear friend? Naturally, I would do such a thing. Gohan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Ah, thank you, Gohan, Videl responded, oblivious to the awkwardness, given that they were both merely 10 years old. Well, Gohan was 11. Not at all. After all, we share a strong bond. That's true, Goku mused, glancing at Trunks and quietly inquiring. So, who confessed first? How old were they? I believe they were around 15 or 16. It said that Gohan was the one to confess first. Trunks replied, his enthusiasm evident. However, history has changed now. It's uncertain how things will unfold. They may not end up together. Den suddenly interjected, what? I have a fondness for Bulma. Goku pouted. Just kidding. I think there's still hope. Den, don't frighten me. Trunks responded. By the way, how is Bulma in the future? Goku inquired with concern. She is doing well. After future Gohan passed away, he was in a state of despair for some time, but eventually, he managed to pull himself together and has been assisting his mother in constructing a time machine, Trunks reminisced. Is that so? Yet, I still can't envision Gohan confessing. Den remarked. Actually, I can't either. It's surprising he came to that realization. What do you mean? After all, he is your son. What? I truly like Chi-Chi. Ah, therein lies the crux of it. Chapter 21. Chi-Chi is pregnant. Since the defeat of the androids, life has returned to a semblance of normalcy, peaceful and tranquil. Much like the serenity of Mount Paozu. Goku. Chi-Chi bellowed, hands on her hips. Gohan is studying. Do not disturb him. But Chi-Chi, Gohan is incredibly strong now. Goku insisted, gesturing with his fingers, I want to train with him. It would be such a pity otherwise. Not now. Gohan is about to take his exams. Chi-Chi was aware of Son Wukong's thoughts, yet her son was on the brink of his final examinations. This implied that perhaps after the tests, they could discuss it. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, that was the case. Chi-Chi took a seat to gather her thoughts, feeling an inexplicable weariness that had been haunting her lately. Following the confrontation with Cell, she realized that her training must persist. As Bayer had suggested, even in times of perceived peace, unforeseen perils may arise. Thus, she permitted Gohan to continue his training, but emphasized that his studies must also proceed. Wonderful, Son Wukong exclaimed, lifting Chi-Chi into the air and spinning her around. You are truly amazing. Stop it. Put me down. I feel a bit dizzy. Chi-Chi protested. Once she was set on the ground, she dashed toward the restroom, retching into the toilet. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? What happened? Son Wukong followed her, concern etched on his face. We should go to the hospital. You haven't seemed quite yourself lately. It had been 2 months since they had defeated Cell, a time when Chi-Chi should have felt normal. However, she found herself more fatigued than before. Initially, she attributed this to the stress of facing Cell, believing that now, in a relaxed state, things would improve. She had even entertained the possibility of pregnancy, yet her menstrual cycle had occurred that month, albeit lighter than usual, and her appetite remained unchanged. Today marked her first bout of vomiting. After informing Gohan of their departure, the couple made their way to the hospital. They registered and waited for their turn as the television in the waiting area aired an interview with Satan. Indeed, Satan proclaimed that he had vanquished Cell, positioning himself as the world's protector, garnering admiration from humanity and endorsing numerous advertisements, thus amassing considerable wealth. Soon, it was Chi-Chi and Son Wukong's turn. After accompanying Chi-Chi through a series of examinations, the gentle-eyed doctor presented her with the test results. Congratulations, Mrs. Sun, you are 2 months pregnant. Wow, really? Son Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gazed at Chi-Chi. This is splendid news. However, Chi-Chi, with concern, inquired of the doctor, but I have already given birth once. I have some experience. Why did I still have my period last month? Occasionally, such occurrences happen. As the pregnancy progresses, menstruation will cease, the doctor reassured her. Make sure to rest well, avoid overexertion, and return for prenatal checkups at the designated times. After discussing various precautions and advice, the couple was finally allowed to leave. Son Wukong embraced Chi-Chi as they returned home on the Nimbus cloud. We are going to have another child, he exclaimed. Indeed, but I worry about Gohan's feelings, Chi-Chi replied. Why is that? He will surely be overjoyed. However, many families find that the arrival of a second child can lead the firstborn to feel neglected, resulting in negative consequences. I don't believe we would overlook Gohan, Son Wukong countered. You make a valid point. We should quickly return and share this news with Gohan, Chi-Chi concluded. Yes, Nimbus. A little faster. In no time, they arrived home, prepared a meal, and sat at the dining table to share this momentous news with Son Gohan. Gohan's parents have something to discuss with you. Chi-Chi served a chicken leg to Gohan. Huh? What? Gohan raised his head from his bowl. Well, we actually went to the hospital today. Mom, are you sick? Gohan's appetite waned. Is it serious? No, it's not. Chi-Chi exchanged a knowing glance with Goku. Oh, it's not that. Goku immediately understood. In fact, your mother is pregnant. Really? A smile gradually spread across Gohan's face. This is wonderful news. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Will you feel unhappy, Gohan? Chi-Chi approached Gohan and embraced him, saying, if you feel unhappy, you must tell us. I want to feel that way. I think it's great. Gohan leaned his face against his mother's. I am looking forward to having a younger sibling. I told you, Chi-Chi. There's no need for concern. Goku continued to eat with a cheerful demeanor. By the way, I need to inform Beers and the others. With that, Gohan hurriedly went to make a phone call. Chi-Chi, is what you said true? Let Gohan train. Yes, study in the morning, exercise in the afternoon, and have free time in the evening. Weekends can be arranged at will. However, at this point, Chi-Chi cast a fierce glance at Goku, warning that if Gohan's grades declined because of this, there would be consequences. Oh, that is wonderful. Goku exclaimed, Chi-Chi, please be cautious lately. I will also work hard in farming. How about we let Dad come live with us? Sure. Goku, you need to earn well. Raising 2 children can be quite costly. Chi-Chi sipped her tea and spoke slowly. Of course, I promised you that. Farming alongside Gohan can also be considered training. Goku reminisced about the days he trained with Krillin under Master Roshi. Oh, by the way, should we inform Master Roshi and Krillin about this? Goku suggested, recalling how they spoke of him fondly the last time he brought Gohan to a gathering. Certainly, you can take charge of this matter, Goku. The next day, everyone gathered at Baozi Mountain to celebrate Chi-Chi and Goku. Bulma boldly declared that she would throw a party here, mainly because she was feeling bored. Vegeta was busy training, and she wanted some excitement. Gohan, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Nabeel held Trunks as the adults began to drink. I think it doesn't matter. Gohan squeezed Trunks' chubby little hand. Having a brother like Trunks would be wonderful, and a sister would be just as delightful. Really? Nabeel shook the little bundle in her hands. Raising children is quite a challenge, and Trunks is already very well behaved. But it can be exhausting, especially for scion infants. I will help Mom. Gohan was also learning about infants and pregnancy. I'll come by to help you when I can. And you can ask me if you have any questions. Nabeel confidently replied, I have taken care of Aunt Bulma. I have plenty of experience. Then I'll be counting on you, Teacher Nabeel. We have not yet reached that level. Chapter 22. Joyful daily life time flows swiftly, and soon. Chi-Chi approaches her due date. In these past few months, Son Wukong has managed well, yet Son Gohan has endured considerable hardship. His mornings are dedicated to diligent study, afternoons to farming and training, and evenings to self-cultivation or further study. Torn between 2 commitments, he initially struggled immensely. However, Nabell later gifted them a gravity training chamber. It is said that her novels are quite profitable, although it remains a mystery how such a young child could pen such extraordinary tales, albeit they are merely light novels with somewhat peculiar premises. Unfazed by the monetary value, she generously bestowed this gift upon them. One day, while Son Gohan was reading inside the chamber, awaiting Son Wukong's arrival, Nabell inadvertently activated the gravity setting while playing. This sparked an epiphany in Son Gohan, who began to concurrently train and memorize his studies within the chamber, thus embarking on an irreversible path. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi smoothly delivered their child, a boy who, like Trunks, was born without a tail and was named Son Goten. Goten's arrival infused their home with even more vibrancy. He bore a striking resemblance to Son Wukong, as if carved from the same mold. As Son Gohan had previously noted, Goten was as well-behaved as Trunks. The 2 children were often arranged to play together, despite one just learning to walk and the other still nursing. Their burgeoning friendship remained unaffected. When adults were preoccupied, Nabell and Son Gohan took charge of the little ones. Yet at times, Nabell needed to focus on her writing, leaving Son Gohan to helplessly linger outside the room, watching the door, eager for it to open. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan and Nabell had turned 15. Gohan, over here. On the bustling street, a slender boy with black hair, burdened by 5 or 6 shopping bags, paused to rest when he heard the call of his companion. He promptly rushed over. Here, this is for you, ice cream. The girl was Nabell, now 15, with long, lustrous black hair and a petite face adorned with charming almond-shaped eyes. Thank you. Son Gohan accepted the ice cream and settled onto a bench. Nabell, are you not done shopping yet? Almost, Nabell replied nonchalantly. Then shall we go to the library? Have you forgotten? Nabell cast a sidelong glance at the oblivious Son Gohan. You promised we would watch a movie. Realizing the gravity of the situation as she turned away, Son Gohan quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot after a few hours. Forget it. Let us go to the library instead. Nabell sighed in resignation. We can watch the movie another time. Really? Really? But if this happens again, I won't forgive you. Understood. It won't happen again. After checking their belongings, the two set off for the largest library in Satan City. Indeed, it is Satan City, named after the savior Satan himself, rendering it quite renowned and of considerable stature. However, the city frequently experiences unfortunate incidents such as robberies. To combat this, Son Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan, concealing his identity to assist the citizens, while Nabele occasionally lends her hand as well. Each time, she dons a mask, reminiscent of the black-faced masks in Chinese traditional opera, symbolizing selflessness and unwavering integrity. This mask incited envy in Son Gohan, prompting him to persuade Nabele to craft a red one for him, representing loyalty and valor. The significance of the mask design is derived from Baidu. Please do not take it too literally. Truly, this library is the largest in Satan City. Son Gohan marveled at the walls lined with books, lamenting that he had never had the opportunity to explore it until now. Yes, Nabele urged as she pushed Son Gohan through the entrance. Go grab the book you desire. Haven't you always wanted to read an insect book? I will first inquire with the librarian about where the books are located. After Son Gohan departed, Nabele sought out the comic book section, retrieving several volumes. Upon emerging, she found Son Gohan already settled at a table, where 2 cups of beverages awaited. Taking her cup, she comfortably sat beside him, indulging in her favorite comics, occasionally emitting soft giggles. She was accustomed to this routine, often spending time together with Son Gohan while she immersed herself in comics or novels, and he diligently studied his interests. Time passed unmeasured until dusk enveloped the sky. Beer. What is it, Gohan? Nabele rubbed her sleepy eyes. Shall we head back? You've been asleep for quite some time. It's getting late. We should return. Son Gohan took Nabele by the hand. Let us go. I'll escort you home. Son Gohan accompanied Nabele to a courtyard in West City. This year, she moved out of Capsule Corporation, feeling it was no longer suitable for her residence, especially after earning a substantial income from the novels she had penned over the years, many of which were adapted for film. With Bulma's assistance, she purchased this house and moved in. Goodbye, Gohan. Nabele waved to him as he sat upon the flying Nimbus. Be careful on your way back. Yes, farewell, Beer. As the evening deepened, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself home, having learned this skill from Goku, which proved to be exceedingly practical. Gohan, welcome back. Chi-Chi exclaimed as she set down the last dish. Go call Goten and your father for dinner. Father has returned from King Kai's? Indeed, he mentioned that this phase of training has concluded. Chi-Chi beamed with joy, as this meant Goku could finally focus on work for a while. I found him a part-time job that suits him perfectly. What is it? Son Gohan inquired, lifting a glass of water. Brick moving at a construction site, the measuring kind. Uffed. Son Gohan spat out his water. A construction site? Why? Because the martial arts instructor we sought didn't work out, and Goku isn't adept at teaching, nor can he endure being a security guard or bodyguard. Chi-Chi was indeed troubled. The construction site offered both physical exercise and the prospect of substantial earnings, making it a perfectly suitable option. However, she decided to share this matter with Bayer. Suddenly, she found it amusing and thought, I'm sorry, Dad, I shouldn't be laughing at you. Yet, Bayer might have fallen asleep, considering how tired she had looked earlier. Never mind, I'll call tomorrow. Consequently, she cheerfully summoned her family for dinner. Meanwhile, Bayer had actually dozed off, but suddenly jolted awake at 10 o'clock. Oh no, I haven't updated today. She quickly sprang up and sat by the computer, lamenting as she typed away. The more she typed, The more frustrated she became, muttering curses under her breath. What a load of nonsense. I might as well abandon this book. Habitually, she reached for her phone to call Son Wukong but hesitated, thinking, what if he is sleeping? Instead, she swiftly typed a venting message and sent it off. The familiar ringtone echoed, and upon checking, it was Son Wukong. She answered, hello, buyer, I thought you were asleep. Wah, I was, but I suddenly remembered I hadn't updated, so I got up. Is that so? Then you must keep at it. In the meantime, Son Wukong had just returned from moving bricks and was practicing with his son, Sun Wutian, in a clearing on Baozi Mountain. Wow, Dad, you're amazing, Sun Wutian exclaimed. Having been bested in their sparring match, he dusted himself off, remarking, is that so? But surely there are others in this world who are even stronger than you. Dad, how did you train with King Kai in the underworld? Sun Wutian asked, resting on Sun Wukong's sturdy leg. Well, that was indeed very arduous. Sun Wukong recalled the grueling 1-ton weight training, initially thinking he would break down. The two chatted casually until Chi-Chi called them back for dinner. During the meal, Sun Wutian spotted his brother, Sun Wufan, returning from his exams. Brother, how did it go? Did you pass? Yes, I did. Next year, I can attend high school in Satan City. Oh, that is wonderful. That school is excellent. Filled with joy, Chi-Chi served Sun Wufan extra rice. Is Sister Bayer going too? Oh yes, it truly isn't easy. Sun Wufan recalled mentioning to Bayer his plans to attend high school in Satan City. Naturally, Bayer had readily agreed. But when he suggested she join him, she was less enthusiastic. However, both Mom and Aunt Bulma said Bayer should also attend school to earn a diploma. When Sun Wufan initially asked Bayer why she didn't want to go to school, she firmly replied, because school is too tiring, and I don't want to learn. I already know everything. Eventually, despite her reluctance, he remembered Aunt Bulma had taught him to feign a little pity before he arrived. Thus, Son Gohan lowered his gaze before Nabe, bowing his head and letting his hands droop, his voice barely above a whisper. Ah, if only Nabe could join me. My studies would be far less solitary. After speaking, he furtively glanced at Nabe, only to find her seemingly indifferent. Disappointment washed over him. Indeed, having a familiar presence like Nabe during school would surely alleviate the tedium. Moreover, he dreaded the thought of parting ways, as the demands of academia might keep them apart for a long while. It's all right, Nabe. If you are unwilling, there's nothing I can do. Gohan resigned himself, unwilling to impose upon her. I concede defeat to you. Nabe placed her hand on her forehead, contemplating how she could possibly summon the resolve to refuse him. That means, Gohan, who had just moments ago appeared dejected, immediately brightened. Yes, I will go. Nabe initially intended to pat Gohan on the head, but upon extending her hand, she realized he had grown considerably taller. Thus, her hand hovered awkwardly in midair, and just as she felt the heat of embarrassment, Gohan grasped her hand, exclaiming, Then let us do our best for the upcoming exams. If we succeed, we can go together when I turn 17. The warmth emanating from his grip made Nabe feel a touch shy. She bashfully turned her head away, yet agreed to Gohan's proposal. After Gohan departed, Nabe found herself still staring at the hand that had been held. It's not as if we've never held hands before. Why does it feel so different this time? Returning to the present, in that case, if Nabe and Gohan are together, I can rest easy, Chi-Chi remarked, taking a bite of her meal. You two have grown up together and are quite familiar with one another, able to look after each other. Perhaps you will always be together. Son Goku interjected unexpectedly, indeed. Dad. Gohan nearly choked on his food, casting an exasperated glare at his father. Chi-Chi, seeing through the facade, mused that her son was too much like Goku, so naive. Although Goku had been tempered by time and experience, he was no longer the simpleton he once was. By the way, I'm going to find Trunks tomorrow, Son Goten announced, sipping his soup. We made plans last time. All right. Remember to say hello to Aunt Bulma and Uncle Vegeta, Chi-Chi reminded. Son Goten dashed toward the Capsule Corporation courtyard, where indeed, he found Trunks engrossed in his toys. Ah, Goten, you finally made it, Trunks exclaimed, eagerly beckoning him over to showcase his new toy. This is a robot my grandpa made for me. Isn't it cool? He gestured proudly at the robot, which stood at his height. Wow, that is so awesome. Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, robots were a boy's ultimate fascination. As the two children reveled in their play, Vegeta emerged from the training room, observing the joyful scene with an uncharacteristic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon encountering Son Goten, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot. A thought suddenly struck me. Hey, Goten, has Kakarot returned? Yes, he has. Dad is taking a break today and plans to train with my brother. Oh, and Nabeel is here too. What? Vegeta's displeasure was evident. The two were clandestinely training, especially with Nabeel's remarkable support. Trunks, please inform Bulma that I am heading to the Buns Mountain. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta soared into the sky. At Buns Mountain, Nabeel utilized her abilities to encircle Gohan and Goku, elevating them into the air and constructing multiple blocks within their enclosure to serve as landing points. All right, Gohan, we must give it our all. Yes, Dad. No. If you two end up severely injuring each other, it would be troublesome. Nabeel exclaimed. You are both forbidden from transforming into Super Saiyans. Understood. The father and son exchanged a resigned smile before assuming their stances. Then, let us commence, Kakarot. Both nearly stumbled. Uncle Vegeta, I wish to join. Vegeta signaled Nabeel to include him, determined to send them flying this time. However, they were still prohibited from using Super Saiyan forms, which Goku and Gohan were indifferent to. That is fine. Vegeta stretched his joints, and thus, the chaotic brawl among the three Saiyans began. Nabeel lay on the ground, observing the fierce skirmish among the three Saiyans, pondering that although she too was training, she lacked their fervor. Her training was aimed at honing her absolute defense capabilities. I wonder what delicious food Aunt Chi-Chi will prepare later. Nabeel yawned, basking comfortably in the sunlight beneath the tree's shade, nearly dozing off, but she knew that sleeping would cause her abilities to dissipate. All right, Nabeel sprang up, retrieving her gaming console to immerse herself in a game. Yes, video games are the most delightful. Chapter 24, Joyful Everyday Life, 3, High School Life. Time flew by, and soon Gohan and Nabeel would be entering high school. Nabeel waited impatiently at the school gate for Gohan, glancing at the time and realizing he was late. They still needed to visit the office. Just as her impatience grew and she considered scolding him, she heard, Bay. Finally, you arrive. Nabeel shot a glance at Gohan, snorted disdainfully, and turned to walk toward the school. I apologize, Bay, Gohan said, pressing his palms together. I encountered a robbery on my way here. Nabeel stuck her tongue out at Gohan, making a face, and continued toward the office. Gohan laughed and hurried to catch up with her. After reporting to the office, the two followed their teacher to the classroom. Everyone, please settle down. The teacher raised a hand to signal for silence. Now, I would like to introduce our two new students, Son Gohan and Nabeel. Two students have gained admission to our school with outstanding results, particularly Son Wukong, who achieved perfect scores across all subjects. The announcement elicited a wave of astonishment among the audience. After the introduction, the teacher gestured for the two to choose their seats. A short-haired young lady warmly invited Son Wukong to sit with her. Nabel found a seat at the back, conveniently without a deskmate, allowing her to relax. Noticing Nabel had settled in, Son Wukong politely declined the young lady's invitation and sat beside Nabel. Why didn't you accept that lovely girl's invitation? Nabel inquired, resting her chin on her hand, bored as she gazed at the teacher at the podium. Well, I don't know her, Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. Isn't it better to sit with someone familiar? That is true. Besides, I prefer being with Nabel, he added. Wukong, I think you've become quite charming lately, Nabel teased. Really? Haha. As the class ended, a group of students gathered around their table. Where are you from? Which school did you attend before? After a challenging round of questions, Son Wukong felt someone gazing intently at him, particularly from one person in the crowd. Once the throng dispersed, a girl with twin ponytails approached, fixing her gaze on Son Wukong. We met earlier, didn't we? At the scene of the robbery today. Ah, yes, it's you. I didn't expect to see you in the same class. Oh no, this is bad, Son Wukong thought, trying to maintain his composure. My name is Bidalai. I heard witnesses say the masked robber was wearing orange pants and a vest, adorned with our school emblem. Bidalai scrutinized Son Wukong. Don't you think you're dressed similarly? Seeing Son Wukong's discomfort, Nabel sighed and interjected, but that person had blonde hair, and Wukong doesn't. Exactly. I have black hair, he affirmed. Fair enough, let us leave it at that. Bidalai remained skeptical. After she walked away, Son Wukong exhaled in relief. I didn't expect to encounter her at school. He wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. It seems you should change your clothes before doing anything in the future. Otherwise, it's easy to be recognized, Nabel suggested. But that would waste too much time. Are you foolish? You could ask Aunt Bulma to help you with a quick change, she advised. Wow, you're brilliant, Nabel. After class, Sun Wukong and Nabel swiftly evaded Bidalai and instantly transported to Capsule Corporation. Aunt Bulma. Oh, isn't that Nabel? Bulma exclaimed, embracing the approaching Nabel. After their affectionate greeting, she looked up and noticed Sun Wukong. Oh, Wukong, you're here too. After Sun Wukong explained the situation, Bulma readily agreed to assist and assured them that it would be ready soon. Nabel eagerly volunteered to help. 2 hours later, the product was successfully completed. Observing Gohan in his black training vest and white pants resembling Goku's orange training attire, he pondered, why are they white? Because they look splendid. Nabeel proudly explained. Your physique accentuates the design of these pants beautifully. They are indeed quite appealing. It is worth mentioning that the belt matched the colors of Goku and Goten. Is that so? Gohan said skeptically as he donned a mask. Brother Gohan, you look quite dashing. Trunks also found the ensemble quite agreeable. Really? That's good to hear. Gohan said as he gathered his belongings and called out to Nabeel, it's getting late. Let's head home. Thank you, Bulma auntie. No problem. Come play again next time. Bulma exhaled a puff of smoke. I had some splendid ideas as well, Bulma lamented, regretting that Gohan could not wear them. Why did Nabeel continuously oppose it? The next day, Gohan, adorned in his distinctive attire and mask, set off for school. However, he encountered Videl on the way and exerted considerable effort to evade her, eventually reaching the rooftop of the teaching building. There, a girl witnessed his transformed appearance. This is truly dreadful. What on earth is happening? I feel exceptionally unfortunate today. Gohan was on the verge of tears. Should I ask Nabeel what to do? But we just resolved this issue yesterday, and now I've bungled it. Stealing a glance at Nabeel, who was engrossed in her book, he shivered at the thought. I should first plead with that girl to keep it a secret. If I succeed, I won't need to trouble Nabeel. With that thought, Gohan immediately took action, seizing the opportunity while Nabeel was napping during class. Excuse me, Gohan? The girl inquired. Could I ask you not to? I know your secret, Gohan, she interrupted eagerly. Before he could finish, she continued. If you want me to keep it a secret, meet me at Satan City at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning for a date. A date? He exclaimed. If you don't agree, I'll reveal your secret. The girl pouted, turning her head away, exuding an air of finality. All right, I agree to the date, Gohan quickly reassured her. Accepting her condition, though he felt uneasy about it, he reasoned that if a mere date could ensure her silence, it was a fair compromise. He patted his chest, comforting himself. Chapter 25, A Date? The next day, Gohan successfully went on the date with the girl, out of an inexplicable sense of guilt. He had not informed anyone about this outing. As he glanced at his classmate beside him, he felt a twinge of exhaustion and found it rather dull. Why was that? Previously, whenever he went out on dates with Bell, they never experienced boredom. However, he found himself at a loss for words with this classmate, silently hoping she would keep his secrets. Seated in a restaurant, Sun Wukong noticed her cheerful demeanor and hesitated before finally speaking up. Could you promise me not to share my secret? Of course, she replied, smiling at him. I didn't expect you to have this side to you, Sun Wukong. Haha, really? As they strolled down the pedestrian street, just when Sun Wukong lamented that their time together was drawing to a close, an unexpected fire broke out in a commercial building, raging fiercely and trapping several individuals on the rooftop. Seeing that even the police were at a loss for what to do, Sun Wukong sought a place to change his appearance and rescue those stranded on the roof. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered that Bidalai was there as well, struggling to operate the water valve. Understanding the critical situation, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, successfully extinguishing the flames. Who are you? She asked. Me? I'm just. Sun Wukong struck a dramatically heroic pose, the red-faced superhero, saving lives from peril. Bidalai looked on, unable to suppress a smile. Thank you, red-faced superhero. No need for thanks. He replied, pleased that everyone was safe, and then he took his leave. Upon reaching the ground floor and changing back into his regular clothes, he was greeted by his date, Angela, who rushed over in a state of agitation. What on earth have you been doing, Sun Wukong? What do you mean? Shouldn't you know? He replied, but before he could finish, Bidalai approached them, inquiring, are you saying Sun Wukong just went in to save people? Yes, he confirmed. By the way, Bidalai, you were inside too, weren't you? Angela, observing the two of them, seemed to connect the dots and exclaimed in frustration, I see now. You like Bidalai, so you recklessly went in to save her. Yet you're still on a date with me. How outrageous. Determined, she declared, I will reveal your secret. Let Bidalai know. What? Bidalai, having long suspected that the red-faced superhero was Sun Wukong, was taken aback by Angela's revelation. Ah! Sun Wukong's desperate cries were futile against Angela's resolve. Sun Wukong actually wears adorable bear-patterned underwear, Angela said with utmost seriousness, as if divulging a world-shattering secret. The two were left in stunned silence, and later, Sun Wukong learned that on the rooftop, Angela hadn't worn her contact lenses and therefore couldn't see what he was doing clearly. In the end, it was all a false alarm. However, it was anything but. For at the base of the building, he spotted Nabele. Their eyes met, filled with disappointment. Before Sun Wukong could step forward to explain, Nabele noticed the two girls beside him, and seeing him dressed formally, she disregarded his calls and walked away. Upon witnessing that Sun Wukong had already begun dating two female classmates even before starting school, Nabele was profoundly astonished. She had not anticipated this revelation. Just yesterday, when she inquired about his plans for today, he had stated that he would be training with Uncle Piccolo. The reason for her presence here today was primarily due to Bulma needing experimental materials from Satan City. She had come to visit and had taken the opportunity to ask Nabele for assistance. It was entirely unexpected for her to encounter such a thrilling scene. At this moment, Nabele's emotions were tumultuous, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, Bulma noticed Nabele's despondent expression and inquired with concern. You may find it hard to believe, Nabele cautioned Bulma to brace herself, but I just saw Gohan on a date with two girls in Satan City. Bulma sputtered, nearly spitting out her drink. Is that true? Gohan. Indeed. His companions happen to be classmates of ours. Wow, I can't believe it. He doesn't seem like the type at all. Bulma was equally taken aback. Logically speaking, Gohan did not possess such a disposition. Just as she was about to ask for more details, she noticed Nabele's crestfallen demeanor and chose to remain silent. I should call Chi-Chi later. Bulma mused as she sipped her tea. Gohan had just managed to escape from Vidal's scrutiny, only to return home and find his mother glaring at him with evident fury. I'm back, Mom, he said cautiously as he stepped inside. What happened? Did you not go training with Piccolo today? Chi-Chi's piercing gaze sent a chill down Gohan's spine. You went on a date with a girl, didn't you? Observing her son closely, she noted Gohan's guilty posture as he lowered his head. I can't believe it. You truly went out with not one, but two girls. How could you do this to Vidal? She brandished a frying pan, ready to strike. Two. No, Mom. There's a reason for this. Gohan finally managed to clarify the situation. Well, now I understand, but you must explain it to Vidal. Bulma mentioned she seemed quite upset. Chi-Chi insisted that her son could never be the type to be unfaithful. I know, but why is Vidal unhappy? Are you really that oblivious? It's obviously because she's jealous. Chi-Chi sighed, realizing her son had yet to grasp this concept. Jealousy typically arises from affection, doesn't it? Gohan felt a rush of heat at the thought. Of course, if Vidal were out with another man, would you be pleased? Chi-Chi regarded her foolish son. Recognizing the unmistakable resemblance he bore to his father, Gohan could hardly recall how he made it back to his room. His mind consumed with visions of Nabele enjoying herself on a date with another boy. I can't let that happen. Sun Wukong felt a pang of bittersweetness in his heart. Did Bayer share this sentiment? Perhaps it was time to apologize. He picked up his phone and dialed her number. Hello, Bayer, it's Wukong, he began. I know. What is up? She replied, her tone revealing a hint of melancholy. Sensing her distress, Sun Wukong's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained, Oh, I see. I just wanted to check in on you. Bayer's mood visibly lifted, yet she inquired, But why did you go out of your way to call me? The girl on the other end seemed both helpless and slightly exhilarated. You know, this could easily be misconstrued. Misconstrued? What do you mean? Do you think I have feelings for you? Yet, at that moment, it appeared there was no misunderstanding by her. Sun Wukong covered his eyes and leaned against the headboard, oblivious to the fact that his flushed ears betrayed his current embarrassment. Chapter 26. I like you. Sun Wukong refrained from answering her question, and Bayer soon realized the topic had grown too ambiguous, hastily ending the call. As he gazed at the screen displaying the call-ended notification, his heart raced. What should he do? It seemed he had genuinely developed feelings for Bayer. No wonder he felt such joy in her company, despite having done nothing. He recalled numerous instances when Bayer studied with him. They hadn't accomplished much, yet he felt invigorated. Unlike today, where he felt subdued in Angel's presence. With Bayer, conversations flowed effortlessly, and they shared delightful moments, understanding each other profoundly. Should he confess? Yet, the thought of it filled him with shyness. If it failed, everything would be over. That being said, when they met at school, their usual calm demeanor vanished. Both blushed and turned away when they greeted one another. After an entire day of silence, they had deviated from their usual behavior. This won't do, Son Wukong muttered, scratching his head in frustration. Why had they both fallen into this silent state? Did Bayer know about his feelings, prompting her to avoid him? He observed Bayer from behind and resolved to take the plunge. After all, love should be expressed openly. But what should he do? He couldn't even bear to meet Son Wukong's gaze. Why was she feeling so flustered? Reflecting on the previous day's conversation with Bulma, where she had revealed her feelings, made her reluctant to face him. Surely he was watching her. This was ridiculous. They were not children anymore, yet she felt as innocent as ever. During the final class of the day, Bayer sensed a burning gaze upon her, undoubtedly belonging to Son Wukong. Bayer, what? She stiffly turned her head, unable to meet his eyes. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Bayer was taken aback by Son Wukong's sudden invitation. There's something I wish to discuss with you. Is that all right? Certainly. After Son Wukong finished speaking, Son Gohan cheerfully set off to submit his homework, leaving Nabele alone to ponder. What does this mean? Is something about to happen? Could it be that he wishes to confess his feelings? No. Nabele shook her head. Remember, many individuals lose numerous romantic opportunities due to their own narcissism. However, this presents an excellent opportunity. Like a mischievous cat, Nabele thought. I could seize this moment to express my own feelings. Nabele, will never back down. Today is the day that will determine our fate. After school, the two of them silently packed their belongings and exited the school gates without a word. Shall we visit our usual cafe? It was evident that Son Gohan was quite nervous, nearly stumbling over his own feet as they left. Nabele couldn't help but laugh. Gohan, why are you so tense? Let us just go to that cafe. With this light-hearted banter, the atmosphere between them eased considerably. Son Gohan took a deep breath to calm himself. The restaurant they frequented was known for its delectable flavors and reasonable prices, a place that offered great value. The owner warmly welcomed them, and the main reason they enjoyed dining there was that Science had quite the appetite. Although they didn't visit often, they generally avoided high-end restaurants to be considerate of the Son family's finances, as Son Gohan would always allow Nabele to foot the bill. Same as usual? The owner inquired once they settled at their table. Yes, please, Son Gohan replied, skillfully handing over the menu. All right, coming right up. Wow, our esteemed guests have arrived. While waiting for their orders, the two fell into silence, and just when Nabele was ready to take the plunge, she spoke up. What I want to say today is, Nabele. Son Gohan sat upright, looking earnestly at her. Yes, I'm here. Nabele straightened at his gaze. Although this confession felt rather abrupt, Gohan continued, I still wish to convey these feelings to you sooner rather than later. I truly like you, Nabele. Would you consider being with me? After finishing his confession, he lowered his gaze, feeling quite bashful yet relieved, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Gohan, actually. What? Son Gohan looked at Nabele, who appeared somewhat shy, and felt as if he had plunged into despair. No way. Is she about to reject me? Actually, I wanted to confess to you today as well. Nabele stuck out her tongue, taking Son Gohan's cold hand in hers. So, I like you too. Let us be together. Really? Son Gohan clasped her hand in return, warmth flooding back into him. This is wonderful. Does this count as an early romance? Nabele teased. I suppose not. My parents got married around this age, he responded. Oh my, does this mean you're already considering marriage? Nabele exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Son Gohan's handsome face turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a kettle releasing steam. Wedding? He stuttered, yet it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. He gazed earnestly at Nabe, assuring her, I will treat you well. This made Nabe feel a bit bashful, leading her to respond, There's no need to rush. Perhaps we can discuss this later. It seemed that teasing Gohan about such matters was not wise, as she might find herself flustered instead. Nabe gently patted her apple-like cheeks. From then on, their conversation flowed smoothly, just as it always had, as if nothing had changed. Yet, each time their eyes met, the affection they held for one another was undeniable. In their delight, they indulged in twice the usual amount of food, leaving the owner of the establishment happily counting his earnings as they departed. After escorting Nabe home, Gohan instantaneously teleported back, his face radiating happiness. What is the matter, Gohan? You look rather peculiar, observed Goku, noticing his son's oddly joyful expression. What is up, Dad? Gohan quickly adjusted his demeanor. Did something good happen? Indeed, something wonderful has occurred, he admitted shyly, feeling bashful when discussing such matters with his father. Goku, detecting his son's bashfulness, surmised, so, you and Nabe are now an item? How did you guess, Dad? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. It's quite evident, Goku replied, abandoning his one-handed push-up practice to sit down with keen interest. So, who confessed first? There's not much to tell, Gohan hesitated. Yet he was undeniably excited to share the story with his father. Well, everyone is aware now. Good news should always be shared. Chapter 27. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Nabe echoed as Gohan mentioned it. Yes, previously, I had to rescue the children of the Baozi couple, which inadvertently caught the attention of Videl, Gohan explained. She insisted I must participate in the tournament, or else she would expose my identity as the red-faced Superman. Oh, that. I recall it was at the beginning of the Buu saga, right? Darn it. I only glanced at the title and gleaned no useful information. Nabe responded. And it seems there's a substantial prize for the winners. How much? Gohan inquired, looking at Nabe. The first prize is 10 million, the second is 5 million. And there are rewards for the top 5. Nabe considered, well, I think I'll pass. If I got recognized, it could be troublesome. She was not particularly interested in the prize money, as her earnings from writing were more than sufficient to support herself, even while caring for Saiyans. Is that so? I was hoping you would join as well. But fine, I'll discuss it with Mom when I get home. What? The World Martial Arts Tournament? A 10 million prize? Kiki, upon hearing this news, could not contain herself. You both must participate. Gohan, this could be the money for your wedding and house. What? Mom, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Gohan's face immediately flushed crimson once more. Certainly, preparations must commence early. One cannot expect dear Beulah to bear the financial burden alone, Kiki asserted, given that she lacks parental support. Her situation is already quite pitiable. Marriage is an essential choice for a woman's later life. Gohan, your parents have already amassed 10 million, but an additional 15 million would enhance the arrangement significantly. Kiki brimmed with anticipation for the future. Wow, when did you begin saving, Mom? Gohan was taken aback to learn that his family had been setting aside funds for his future spouse. About 5 years ago. I learned from your father that you and Beulah would eventually be together, Kiki reminisced. That's when I resolved to start saving early. If it weren't for your father occasionally training, we could have saved even more. My work as a martial arts instructor at the dojo has been quite lucrative. So, everyone has known for quite some time. Gohan inquired. Indeed, but I must find your father now. At that moment, Gohan reflected on how others had perceived them throughout the years, suddenly experiencing an epiphany. He felt a wave of shyness wash over him. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Such fond memories. After finishing a bowl of rice, Goku declared, let us inform Vegeta and Piccolo about this. It would be more enjoyable with everyone participating. Goku, this isn't merely for fun. You must secure victory and the prize money. Kiki interjected. I understand. Gohan, you speak with Piccolo. I will seek out Krillin and Vegeta. Goku organized. I wish to participate as well. Dad, Goten expressed his keen interest in the tournament. Then let us join. Goten, we must strive together. Goku lifted his adorable son high. I want to compete alongside Trunks. Goten, are you sure? After all, your father's companions will also be competing. Kiki was somewhat skeptical of Goten's chances, given the formidable competition posed by Goku and his friends. But I am strong too. Goten felt a twinge of indignation at being underestimated. I truly wish to participate. Then you must put in the effort. By the way, Mom, I'd like to take some time off to train, especially since Uncle Vegeta is participating, Gohan mentioned. Of course, you can make up for it later, Kiki replied. But then reconsidered. Just ensure you communicate with Beulah. Certainly, Beulah said she would come by to assist with training when she has the time. Months later, the highly anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. On the way to the venue, everyone agreed with Gohan's proposal. Then Goten and I cannot transform into Super Saiyans. He mused. Does it really matter, Trunks? That's a valid point. Krillin privately sighed in relief. Being a Super Saiyan felt like an unfair advantage. Upon arriving at the venue, Goten and Trunks were directed to the junior division, leaving the two young boys feeling somewhat disheartened. Good luck, Gohan, Beulah winked at him. I will give it my all. Gohan replied enthusiastically. Oh my, such a lovely bond between you two, Krillin observed with a sly grin. Ah, Uncle Krillin. Your bond with Annie number 18 is quite delightful. Over these past months, Neighbor has learned to retaliate under the rigorous training of these individuals. Krillin seems to be rather shy. Neighbor cradles the adorable Marin and joins the spectators of the youth group. Before long, Son Wukong and others, having concluded their preliminary rounds, arrive to witness the youth competition. Wow, Goten and Trunks are remarkably skilled. I feel as though I could never match their prowess. Thankfully, I still possess absolute defense. Neighbor reassures herself. Indeed, we have now progressed to the finals. While watching the match, Neighbor contemplates when the Supreme Kai will make his appearance, recalling that he was the first unfamiliar figure mentioned in the title. However, he is likely to appear when the adult group competition commences, as that is truly the domain of Son Wukong and his companions, so for now, she can rest assured. Ultimately, Trunks emerged victorious, seemingly having tricked Goten into an accidental defeat. Typically, their outcomes are evenly matched. Next up is Satan facing off against Trunks. But Son Wukong and the others have lost interest and head back to the adult group preparation area. Since the adult competition takes place in the same venue, everyone remains in their positions. However, the arrogant lady earlier was quite pitiably rebuffed by Aunt Bulma. Aunt Chi-Chi's punch truly struck at my very heart. By the way, under Neighbor's influence, Chi-Chi has not altered her hairstyle and has abandoned her usual chi-pow. Her beauty remains ever radiant. After all, I was quite displeased with Chi-Chi's hairstyle in the later episodes. Soon, the matchups are announced, and no one anticipated that Son Wukong and Vegeta, these eternal rivals, would face each other so soon. Over the years, they have practiced together frequently, with Son Wukong often gaining the upper hand. Moreover, Son Wukong has surpassed the Super Saiyan, achieving Super Saiyan 3, while Vegeta has not, and neither has Gohan. This is because Gohan does not wish to follow in his father's footsteps, as it does not suit him, a sentiment wholeheartedly supported by everyone. He is currently exploring his own path and seldom resorts to the Super Saiyan form in practice. The competition is about to commence. Chapter 28, Majin Buu? Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. It is once again our familiar host, with exuberant words announcing that our first match is about to begin. Shortly thereafter, Krillin and his opponent take the stage, and, predictably, he wins. However, the subsequent matches leave the Z fighters utterly astonished. What is happening, Uncle Piccolo? Neighbor observes the visibly anxious Piccolo on stage, pondering whether this diminutive figure might be the so-called Supreme Kai. Moments later, Piccolo concedes defeat, further solidifying Neighbor's suspicions. As she hesitates to approach him, she recalls that she knows nothing beyond a name and decides it is best not to complicate matters. However, Nabel was seething with rage upon witnessing the cruel treatment of Bidalai by Spabich. It was utterly intolerable. She recalled that they had not participated normally in the martial arts tournament and resolved to confront this matter later. With the assurance of her special abilities, she felt unperturbed, yet wondered if this might create an opening for their adversaries. Lost in these thoughts, Son Gohan took to the arena, facing an opponent known as Kid, who was accompanied by the Kaioshin. Despite Gohan's attempts to conceal his identity, his distinctive hairstyle gave him away to his classmates, prompting him to remove his mask. After exchanging a few words with Kid, Gohan's energy surged, escalating until he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Was it possible he had encountered a similar sight before? The youth group had also witnessed transformations, equally characterized by golden hair. Unfazed by the surrounding chatter, Gohan focused intently on his opponent, challenging, "So, are you still willing to fight me?" Kid remained silent, struck by the unparalleled energy radiating from Gohan. In an instant, Spabich lunged towards Gohan in an attempt to ensnare him, but Gohan reacted swiftly. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he found himself immobilized by an unseen force. Spabich's ally, Yam, thrust a device resembling a pitcher into Gohan's side. What? Gohan was momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events, feeling an excruciating drain of energy from within, unable to suppress a cry of agony. Gohan. Without hesitation, Nabel dashed onto the stage, poised to retaliate. "Stay calm, Bell," Son Goku admonished, turning to regard Gohan with a serious expression. "Uncle Goku, what are you thinking?" Nabel questioned, baffled by their inaction, while Gohan suffered greatly. "I understand," Goku assured her, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. "You must trust us." Aware that she could not sway Goku, Nabel reluctantly stood beside him, her heart aching at the sight of Gohan's torment. Soon, Spabich and Yam had successfully absorbed the energy and departed. As the Kaioshin instructed Kid to heal Gohan, before leading Goku and the others away. As Gohan finally regained his strength, Nabel could not contain herself and rushed into his embrace. Gohan gently stroked her head, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, I've recovered. We should hurry and catch up with Kaioshin and the others," Kid reminded them. "Thank you for restoring Gohan. I must inform Bulma and the others," Nabel said, eager for them to gather the Dragon Balls, fearing further casualties. "Hurry, there is no time to waste." "It's fine, I can make a call as we go," Nabel replied, using her abilities to envelop the three of them and swiftly propel them in the direction everyone had just departed. After years of rigorous training, Nabel's absolute defensive capabilities have seen a remarkable enhancement. Her speed of flight rivals that of Son Wukong when he exerts himself to the fullest. What a velocity! It is astonishing. Kid was initially taken aback, unable to fathom that this girl, seemingly oblivious to the extent of human prowess, possessed such extraordinary abilities, which also instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Indeed, Nabel is truly formidable. Yes, I implore you," Nabel said as she hung up the phone with Bulma. Noticing that Kid was keeping his distance from her for reasons unknown, she turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, Kid, I have already requested Aunt Bulma and the others to search for the Dragon Balls, just in case." Truly, Nabel is incredibly thoughtful. "Oh, come now, Gohan. You truly are overzealous with your compliments," Nabel said, shyly cupping her cheeks. Kid soon arrived at a rocky area and quickly approached Son Wukong and the others. "Dad, we have arrived," Gohan greeted the rest. "So, what is the current situation? You all are remarkably swift." The Kaioshin noted the extraordinary speed of the trio, but upon seeing Nabel, he felt a chill run down his spine, wanting nothing more than to keep a considerable distance from her. "What is the matter, Lord Kaioshin?" Son Wukong found the Kaioshin's sudden retreat rather peculiar. "Who exactly is this girl?" The Kaioshin pointed at Nabel, his expression one of disbelief. "She gives off a vibe that compels one to stay away. It is quite unsettling." "What is this? Your reaction is even more exaggerated than Kid's." Nabel was perplexed, unable to comprehend why these two deities were so averse to her. The Kaioshin's reaction was indeed strange. Piccolo observed the Kaioshin and Nabel impassively, suspecting that it might be related to Nabel's origins, given her incredible powers. "At this juncture, what are you all still doing?" Vegeta scoffed at everyone present, urging them to resolve the matter swiftly. "Indeed, that's right." The Kaioshin attempted to disregard Nabel and continued explaining the situation concerning Babidi. "In summary, we must approach the battle with caution. We cannot afford to sustain injuries." The Kaioshin emphasized that if Babidi were to absorb enough energy and summon Majin Buu, it would spell disaster. "Majin Buu?" Son Wukong pondered, eager for a confrontation to gauge his strength. "Hey, Wukong!" Krillin, at that moment, felt the urge to reprimand Son Wukong and dissuade him from such thoughts, insisting, "We must prevent this at all costs. Otherwise, many lives will be lost." "Yes, son. Refrain from indulging your scion instincts," Piccolo concurred. "Humph." Vegeta turned away in silence. Meanwhile, Dabura cast his gaze towards the hiding place of the others. Appearing before them in an instant, and with a swift motion, obliterated Kid, leaving no trace of him behind. Chapter 29, Buu emerges. "Damn it, you fiend." Piccolo was the first to charge at Dabura, but Dabura merely smirked and spat at Piccolo. In an instant, Din transformed into a statue, followed closely by two spits aimed at Krillin, hurled by Nabeel. However, due to Krillin's proximity, he could not evade the attack. Fortunately, Nabeel was swiftly pulled aside and protected in Gohan's embrace, narrowly escaping disaster. After executing these actions, Dabura departed. Witnessing Krillin also turned into stone, Goku was filled with anxiety. Just as he reached out to touch the petrified Den and Krillin, he was halted by the Kaioshin. "You must not touch them. If you inadvertently damage them, they will perish," the Kaioshin warned, fearful that they might accidentally harm the statues, which would render them irretrievable. "What means exist to restore them to their former state?" "Esteemed Kaioshin?" Gohan inquired. "Only by vanquishing Dabura can restoration be possible," the Kaioshin replied. However, Dabura's strength was formidable, and defeating him would not be an easy task. "That fiend's techniques are rather grotesque," Nabeel remarked, relieved to know there was still a chance for recovery. "Indeed, such lowly and repugnant tactics," Vegeta concurred. "Then, I propose that Vegeta, Gohan, and I infiltrate that spacecraft," Goku suggested, turning to Nabeel. "How about you keep watch from outside?" "Of course, but you three must exercise caution," Nabeel replied. "Kakarot, Do not presume to command me, Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, visibly displeased. I merely suggested it. Do you not wish to witness the spectacle? Goku chuckled. There might be formidable opponents within. With that, Vegeta, his thoughts laid bare, ignored Goku and headed straight for the spacecraft. Do not act rashly, the Kaioshin exclaimed, exasperated, fearing it might be a trap. Apologies, esteemed Kaioshin, but we are determined to restore Dend and Krillin. With that, Goku and Gohan proceeded onward. Forgive me, but they will not be deterred by mere traps, Nabeel lamented. Fear not, esteemed Kaioshin, I shall remain unharmed, she assured, and seeing her resolve, the Kaioshin followed in their footsteps. As they departed, Nabeel activated a protective shield around herself, Dend, and Krillin, capable of lasting a day under normal circumstances, covering an area akin to that of Master Roshi's home, including the ground. That should suffice, she mused, settling down to observe her surroundings, sensing no immediate danger. Indeed, the perilous figures were absent from this locale. Meanwhile, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Bulma and the others prepared to seek the Dragon Balls. Just on the verge of departure when, suddenly, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Oh no, we forgot about Goten and Trunks. Indeed, we haven't seen them since the youth division matches," Bulma realized. Recalling her son, "What should we do? We still need to search for the Dragon Balls." Yamcha pondered, troubled. "In that case, I shall remain here and await their return." The Bull Demon King expressed that his presence would not significantly alter the situation, assuring everyone that he would take good care of Marlin. Thus, the Bull Demon King and Marlin remained behind while the others set off in search of the Dragon Balls. By the way, Kid's abilities are quite valuable, unlike Tian Tian. He must be revived. I recall that in the original narrative, Gohan nearly met his demise. Based on current conjecture, it was essentially Kid who saved him. Contemplating this, Nabel decided to resurrect Kid, the caretaker. After a conversation with Bulma, she felt considerably reassured, knowing this would also conserve many senzu beans. However, why had Gohan and the others not emerged yet? After several hours of waiting, Nabel found herself perplexed. Suddenly, the entrance of the spaceship exploded, and a swirling mass of pink mist appeared in the sky. Soon after, several figures materialized, among them Goku and King Kai. Yet, their expressions were decidedly grim. Ugh, that buffety fellow actually drained Dubra's energy, Vegeta remarked irritably. It turned out that just moments earlier, when Gohan was poised to deliver the final blow to vanquish Dubra, Buffety sensed something amiss and instantly teleported Dubra away. As Dubra expressed his gratitude to Buffety, the latter employed magic to subjugate Dubra, inserting an energy absorption device into his body. With a sinister smile, Buffety declared, "Dubra, you shall now serve your final purpose. With the energy of you and all your subordinates combined, Majin Buu shall surely be resurrected." "Lord Buffety, why must you do this? I can defeat them." Dubra writhed in agony, bewildered by the treachery of the one to whom he had pledged his loyalty. "Spare me your lies. I know you cannot defeat them." No sooner had Buffety spoken than Dubra perished, his strength utterly depleted. As Buffety completed the energy transfer, King Kai, having just arrived at the lowest level with Goku's instant transmission, exclaimed, "Buffety, what are you doing?" "Ha ha ha. King Kai, you have arrived too late. My Majin Buu is on the verge of resurrection, and the energy required is already sufficient." Sensing impending doom, Goku and the others unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the entire spaceship and resulting in their disheveled appearances. Nabel observed that Piccolo and Krillin had recovered, indicating that Dubra had been defeated. Yet, what was the nature of the ominous clouds above? Such formidable energy. After explaining the situation to Piccolo and Krillin, they crouched at a distance to observe. It appeared that Majin Buu had not yet been unleashed. King Kai sighed in relief, realizing Buffety's scheme would not succeed. "Not so fast, Lord King Kai," Gohan interjected, his voice grave. "What is the nature of those clouds above?" "They emanate tremendous energy." Vegeta squinted, watching as the clouds above began to coalesce. Before long, a plump figure clad in a cape, sporting pink, adorable squinty eyes, descended from the sky, extending its arms while twirling joyfully. Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai immediately recognized the terrifying creature before him. What should he do now? "Majin Buu, it is I, your creator's son, Babidi." From the Supreme Kai's reaction, Babidi understood that this was indeed the Majin Buu he had longed for. Upon hearing someone call his name, Buu turned to look at Babidi and fell silent. Just when Babidi thought he was ineffective, Majin Buu made a frightful face at him. Majin Buu, I command you to kill these people now. Seeing that Majin Buu seemed disinclined to obey, Babidi shouted in anger, if you do not follow my orders, I shall seal you away once more. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu ceased his playful antics, and a fleeting displeasure crossed his pink visage. Very well, I shall kill them all. Chapter 30. Buu's Betrayal. Everyone be cautious. Goku extended his hand, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, readying himself for battle. No, Kakarot, allow me to confront this so-called Majin Buu first. Regardless of Goku's agreement, Vegeta stepped forward and engaged Buu in combat. How cunning of you, Vegeta, Goku pouted, restraining his energy. Ha ha ha. Gohan had also wanted to test the waters first, but was taken aback by Vegeta's initiative, thus he could only watch from a distance alongside his father. Surprisingly, Vegeta's attacks had no effect on Buu. Regardless of how fierce the blows were, they reverted to their original form. Not only did they prove ineffective, but Buu's strength was astonishingly formidable, impervious to defeat. Gohan had never encountered such an adversary before. Even Cell lacked this level of regenerative ability. No, these two are not on the same tier at all. Indeed, this is why I have always feared his return, remarked the Supreme Kai. This is bad. Vegeta is nearing his limit, Gohan. In that instant, Goku and Gohan each delivered a kick to Buu, who was about to land a fatal blow on Vegeta, sending him flying far away. Just then, the entire sky darkened. What is happening? Goku looked up at the sky in confusion, suddenly realizing something. No way. Who summoned the dragon? Suddenly, Kid appeared beside the Supreme Kai. What is going on? Why am I alive again? Kid recalled being slain by Dabura and was astonished to see the Supreme Kai and the others. It must have been Bulma who had everyone assist. Gohan was overjoyed, as this meant that Vegeta could be healed through Kid's abilities. Just as he thought this, the Supreme Kai instructed Kid to heal Vegeta. Supreme Kai, Kid, you should head to Bulma. She can ensure your safety, Goku smiled, knowing they would likely need Kid's assistance later. Seeing that the three remained resolute in their intent to confront Buu, the Supreme Kai had no choice but to accept Goku's suggestion and departed with Kid. Upon witnessing Nabel's protective barrier, a chill ran through me, compelling me to leave at once. However, given the current predicament, I steeled myself to greet Nabel. Supreme Kai? Nabel, noticing Kid and the Supreme Kai approaching, promptly expanded the barrier to allow their entry. What has transpired? We are utterly bewildered here. Even Piccolo struggled to comprehend why Majin Buu had emerged. It was a perplexing enigma. The Supreme Kai recounted the events, and as he concluded, the three below commenced their battle. Vegeta, Gohan, it seems we must join forces, exclaimed Son Goku, brimming with excitement, uncertain whether the combined might of the three of them could breach Majin Buu's defenses. But, Dad, his regenerative abilities are formidable, Gohan interjected, observing his father's exuberance with a hint of caution. Kakarot, do not underestimate him, Vegeta remarked, exasperated by Goku's overzealous demeanor. My apologies, my apologies. It has been years since there were any worthy opponents, Son Goku sheepishly admitted, scratching the back of his head. Who was it that sent me flying? Majin Buu sauntered over, glaring at the two others, his temper flaring. It must be you two. I shall annihilate you. Goku and the others braced themselves for Buu's wrath, and as steam erupted from his head, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. He can even emit steam. Goku initiated the assault, delivering a powerful kick to Buu's head, causing it to tilt askew. Yet, this had no effect on Buu, who soon reverted to his original form. Following this, Vegeta and Gohan unleashed a combined energy wave that struck Buu in the abdomen, creating a significant breach. Despite feeling a twinge of pain, Buu's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly mended the wound and launched his counterattack. In the blink of an eye, he leaped before Gohan, aiming to strike him with both hands. Fortunately, Gohan reacted in time, crossing his arms in defense. However, he was still forcefully propelled deep into the ground. Gohan! Goku exclaimed, anxious to check on his son, but before he could move, he was kicked away by Majin Buu. Seizing the moment, Vegeta landed a punch squarely on Buu's chest, sending him flying. Gohan emerged from the ground, using his hands to propel himself upward. The blow he endured was particularly severe, but he had managed to defend himself in the nick of time. Otherwise, a strike to the head could have rendered him unconscious. Kakarot, did I not warn you to remain vigilant? Goku, too, bore the brunt of Buu's wrath, clearly marked by the anger Bu harbored for their ambush. Bu quickly regained his footing, rubbing his stomach as hunger gnawed at him. He gazed at the trio before him, aware that defeating them would not be an immediate feat. I shall transform you into chocolate and devour you. Bu licked his lips, narrowing his eyes with a murderous glint as he fixed his gaze upon his adversaries. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let his abilities ensnare you. Son Gohan cautioned that the ability might be akin to that of Dubra. Thus, when the antennae atop Bu's head emitted rays of light, everyone instinctively took cover. Observing that the light was ineffective against them only fueled Bu's fury, causing smoke to billow from his head. Hey, Majin Bu, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and eliminate these pests. Babidi glared at Bu from the rear, exuding frustration. You are far too verbose. Majin Bu already harbored disdain for being commanded by him. Do you dare to retort? Do you believe I won't seal you away? Yet, Bu retorted, if I am sealed, you shall perish at their hands. Majin Bu was not truly foolish. He understood that Babidi could not seal him as long as the three before him remained alive. However, he pondered why he had not eliminated Babidi sooner, as neither he nor his father had ever been sincere towards him, merely loathsome figures. Why do you wish to kill me? Bu ceased emitting light. Truthfully, I do not wish to take your life, as you have not committed any wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong lowered his hands. I am more inclined to challenge you, for you are exceptionally powerful, and you as well. Bu was taken aback by such a response and turned to regard the other two. To be honest, I share the same sentiment, Son Gohan admitted, scratching his head, as the Supreme Kai had tasked them with preventing Bu's emergence. You are indeed formidable. Vegeta offered without further elaboration. Bu grasped that Babidi was the source of the chaos and inquired, what constitutes bad? What is good? Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, stating, as for what is truly good, I cannot say, but that Babidi behind you is a villain. Seizing the moment to quell the escalating tension, Son Gohan interjected, however, striking against the innocent is undoubtedly the act of a villain. Then I shall cease being a villain, Bu proclaimed, bringing his hands together in determination. Bu, no. You must heed my commands, or I shall seal you. Babidi threatened, retreating slowly. I shall kill you now, for you are a villain regardless. With that, Bu prepared to strike. Just before Babidi's head was severed, he uttered a few incantations, casting a venomous glare at Sun Wukong and the others. Upon Babidi's demise, Bu intended to converse with the three before him, but suddenly felt an agonizing pain within his head, causing him to crouch down in distress. Chapter 31, Slim Bu and Fat Bu. Observing Bu clutching his head in agony, Sun Wukong grew concerned, believing Bu was not truly malevolent. It must have been Babidi who employed some sinister means. Son Gohan and Vegeta also noted the spell Babidi had recited before his death. Hey, Bu, are you alright? Sun Wukong attempted to approach and support the faltering Bu, but was brusquely pushed away. You all need to leave me at once. Bu insisted, stepping aside. Steam continued to erupt from Bu's head, but this time, it was tinted pink and bore a hint of darkness. Such an evil aura. As everyone pondered the unfolding events, Majin Bu exhaled a plume of pink steam, coalescing into a new incarnation of himself. Before the astonished onlookers stood a new Bu, still entirely pink, yet distinct from his predecessor. This version was leaner, more robust, and exuded an aura of malevolence. A sense of foreboding filled the air. This new Bu was decidedly ominous. If the original Fat Bu had radiated simplicity, this Slim Bu embodied pure wickedness, evoking an unsettling feeling among the crowd. I shall devour you. Slim Bu disregarded Goku and his companions, fixated solely on Fat Bu. It is I who will consume you. Fat Bu recognized this entity as the embodiment of his own inner evil, a darkness that had been awakened since he absorbed the Grand Kaishin. This malevolent essence had remained concealed within him, waiting for the moment it would be unleashed upon his own demise. Who is this Bu? Goku inquired, directing his question at Fat Bu. He is the most sinister part of me, infused by the one who created me, Fat Bu responded, contemplating an alliance with the individuals before him. It is nearly impossible for me to defeat him alone. Please assist me. It shall benefit you as well. I shall transform you into chocolate. Slim Bu wasted no time, unleashing a beam of energy towards Fat Bu. Nay, I shall turn you into chocolate. Fat Bu retaliated with his own energy beam, intent on obliterating Slim Bu upon contact. Goku and his companions exchanged glances. each resolving to position themselves strategically to disrupt Slim Buu's attack with a wave of energy. As anticipated, Slim Buu faltered, yet in a desperate maneuver. He extended his arm and ensnared the nearest Gohan, diverting the energy wave onto him, and was subsequently propelled backward. Gohan. On the cliff, Nabeel observed as Gohan transformed into a biscuit and felt an urge to rush down. Stay calm. Piccolo swiftly restrained her. Do not worry. Goku would never allow Gohan to perish. Indeed, she realized that she needed to maintain her composure. When had she become so impulsive? As expected, Goku cradled the biscuit that was Gohan, beseeching Fat Buu for a means of restoration. Fat Buu attempted to revert Gohan back to his original form and, to his surprise, succeeded. However, Gohan emerged particularly weakened, gesturing for Kid to come forth for assistance. Kid, the professional healer. Naturally, Kid approached with utmost caution, as Nabeel enveloped him in a protective shield, ensuring his safety. While Kid tended to Gohan's wounds, Slim Buu regained his footing and, upon witnessing Kid's healing efforts, unleashed an energy wave towards them. Unfortunately for him, it struck the protective shield, causing no harm whatsoever, which relieved Kid, yet piqued his curiosity regarding the shield's capabilities. Slim Buu likely had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous barrier would prove so formidable. Assessing his precarious situation, he realized that relying solely on his own strength would not suffice to vanquish these foes. The threat posed by Fat Buu alone was considerable, compounded by the interference of the others. With a resolute determination, the slender Buu flashed a sinister grin at his adversaries, declaring, I shall surely vanquish you. Just when everyone anticipated an unusual tactic, he approached a massive boulder, channeling immense energy from one hand towards the stone and the other towards them, consequently shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. As the crowd evaded the onslaught, they found themselves engulfed in a cloud of dust created by the pulverized stones. When the haze finally cleared, the aura of the slender Buu had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Cursed be it. He has escaped, Son Wukong lamented, clenching his fists in frustration. Quickly, search the vicinity. Vegeta commanded decisively. Should Buu manage to flee, he could potentially absorb human life, growing ever more formidable. Although he relished battling strong opponents, he had no desire for such a powerful foe to obliterate his family. Observing the frantic search, a few individuals in the distance, having learned of the situation through Dend, promptly joined in the quest. After a time, they had scoured the rocky area and ventured further afield. An hour later, with the slender Buu's presence entirely extinguished, they relinquished their search, congregating at the Kame house to devise a strategy. Bulma and others were present, having also captured Son Goten and Trunks, who had been knocked unconscious while attempting to participate in the adult tournament. However, upon being discovered, they fled the venue. Android 18 remained for the prize money and deliberately lost to Satan, earning 20 million. Drawn by the energy emitted during the battle with Buu, they headed towards the commotion, only to be intercepted by Vegeta, who, after delivering a punch to each, took them along. Now, they sat with their heads cradled in their hands, receiving stern lectures from their mothers, tears welling in their eyes. This is quite a conundrum, Son Wukong remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the corpulent Buu. Buu, is there truly no way for you to locate him? He then took a seat, picking up a bowl to indulge in the meal. Ah, indeed, Chi-Chi's cooking is exquisite. No, the stout Buu replied, expressing his lack of ability in that regard, as he was preoccupied with his meal, proclaiming the delightful quality of the dishes prepared by that woman. Let us set aside such matters. I have many more delectable treats to share. Chi-Chi encouraged everyone to start dining, emphasizing that a horse without grass will not run, ensuring their combatants were well fed. It is indeed a precarious situation, Gohan. You must exercise more caution next time, Nabeel remarked, referencing the incident where Son Gohan had transformed into a cookie, leaving her unable to face cookies without trepidation. With his mouth full of food, Son Gohan could only smile in reassurance, attempting to ease Nabeel's concerns. Subsequently, the group remained glued to the television news, anxiously monitoring for any casualties, while also requesting Tian Tian to keep a vigilant eye. Meanwhile, the slender Buu, concealed within the rocky terrain, had launched an energy wave before swiftly repressing his aura and hiding beneath the rubble. He used larger stones to obscure the hole he had burrowed, remaining hidden for several hours before daring to emerge. The slender Buu had no intention of devouring humanity, as it served no purpose for him. Instead, He resolved to absorb those formidable individuals one by one, such as the green figure lurking at a distance. Chapter 32. Arrival at the Kaioshin realm and the drawing of the divine sword. The emergence of the old Kaioshin. Not everyone remained at the Kame house. Din intended to head to the temple to assist in the search for the whereabouts of the slender Bu alongside Tien. Let Gohan teleport you there, suggested Goku. No need. Aren't you all supposed to train with Lord Kaioshin in the Kaioshin realm? Din was unwilling to squander time, especially since flying there would not take long. Previously, the Kaioshin had decided to take Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta to his realm for training, believing that the divine sword would enable them to defeat the malevolent Bu. I see. Goku conceded, relinquishing his thoughts and turning to Bu. While we are away, could you protect them? Of course. Bu agreed wholeheartedly, as Chi-Chi's cooking was simply delightful. Thus, arrangements were made, and the Kaioshin assured them he would keep a vigilant eye on Earth during their training, ready to return them if Bu encountered any difficulties. Before departing, Gohan crouched down to ruffle the hair of his younger brother Goten and Trunks, admonishing, "You mustn't be mischievous. Everyone is counting on you for protection. Don't worry." After sharing a final embrace with Nabele, they left with the Kaioshin and Kid. The Kaioshin realm was a place of exquisite beauty, adorned with endless expanses of grassland that evoked a profound sense of tranquility. This place is stunning. The breathtaking scenery elicited admiration from all, while Vegeta silently absorbed the sights around him. Time waits for no one. We must proceed. The Kaioshin, in no mood to linger, promptly led them to a small hilltop where a magnificent sword was embedded. The divine sword did not possess the mystical aura one might expect. I shall give it a try? Gohan volunteered first, stretching his arms as he prepared to draw the sword with all his might. However, Kid remained skeptical, recalling that no previous Kaioshin had ever succeeded in pulling it out. As anticipated, Gohan's face flushed with effort, yet he could not dislodge it. Just as Kid was about to advise him to concede, Gohan focused his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With renewed determination and an all-out effort, he successfully drew the divine sword. My goodness! Goku exclaimed, lifting the sword with all his strength. It was indeed quite heavy. Well, Gohan, have you gained immense power? The Kaioshin disregarded Kid's expression as he approached Gohan directly. It seems there isn't anything particularly special, Gohan admitted, feeling no notable increase in his strength. Son Wukong, filled with curiosity, took the Kaioshin's sword from Son Gohan's hands. Although he was somewhat prepared, he was still astonished by its weight. Hey Vegeta, come over and give this a try. This sword is indeed quite heavy. Vegeta, initially dismissive, thought it was merely a sword and was surprised when he nearly lost his grip. He had underestimated it. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. After attempting to wield the sword, he realized that without time to adjust, it was hardly suitable for combat, though swordsmanship was not his forte. Trunks, the child from the future, would find it more fitting if he were to use it. Son Wukong agreed that he had no use for the sword and suggested it be left for Son Gohan. However, they could utilize it for weighted training. Shortly after embarking on his journey, Piccolo sensed a wave of malevolent energy approaching. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt as though something was obscuring his vision, prompting him to swat at the air. To his dismay, he found himself surrounded by swirling pink masses. He struggled to break free, only to feel his strength waning. It was the evil Majin Bu. He had not anticipated that Bu would lie in wait for each of them. This is bad. I must warn them to concentrate and muster their strength to communicate with the Kame house. Everyone, can you hear me? Piccolo realized the pink sludge had reached his head. Don't let it swallow you. Before he could finish, he was completely engulfed, and his presence vanished. The thin Majin Bu felt a surge of strength, though it still fell short of his goal to overpower the fat Bu. If he could locate their companions, he was certain there would be formidable allies among them. Meanwhile, the group at Kame house sat in solemn silence, having heard Piccolo's warning and sensing his energy dissipate. What do we do now? Krillin comforted his daughter in his arms. For now, let us remain vigilant and avoid acting alone. Master Roshi, the most experienced among them, quickly made a decision. He glanced at Fat Bu, aware that none present could hope to defeat Thin Bu except for him. Rest assured, I will protect you all. Fat Bu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as well, reassuring everyone with his promise. Once you notice anything, Beal, activate the barrier immediately. Nabele took Master Roshi's instructions to heart, pondering the narrative had diverged significantly from the original. They could no longer rely on past titles for guidance. In the Kaishin realm, the Kaishin was taken aback by the extraordinary speed of Thin Bu. He had instructed North Kai to remain vigilant, yet in mere seconds, Piccolo had perished. When he relayed the news to Goku and the others, the earlier sense of ease had vanished. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes, which he promptly wiped away. The Kaishin intended to test Gohan with the hardest material in the universe, only for it to be shattered by the very sword he had entrusted Gohan with, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Kaishin, why did you use the hardest material? Son Wukong could hardly fathom that the revered Kaishin would be so easily severed from something of such significance. I had presumed it would remain unbroken. The Kaishin was utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground in remorse. I initially thought it was another Kaishin who had drawn the sword, only to discover it was a mere human. What a disgrace. Suddenly, an elder appeared, observing Son Gohan with keen interest. Who are you? How did you come to be in the realm of the Kaishin? Kid questioned this unexpected intruder. Me? I am the Kaishin from 15 generations ago, the old Kaishin declared, deliberately showcasing the earrings that marked his identity. The Kaishin from 15 generations ago? The current Kaishin was taken aback. It was utterly illogical for the ancestor to materialize so unexpectedly. Due to certain circumstances, I was sealed within the Kaishin's sword. Awaiting the moment when a Kaishin would draw it, he continued, casting a sidelong glance at the Kaishin. Ha. The Kaishin chuckled awkwardly, but recalling the matter of Majin Bu, he hastily inquired about the situation from the elder. The elder Kaishin elucidated the events that had transpired. However, he asserted that it was his own powers that had initially enabled Bu to be sealed away. Naturally, everyone wished to persuade him to take action, yet he countered, questioning the motivation behind it. There were no benefits for him. Son Wukong smirked slyly, leaning closer to the elder Kaishin's ear. If you agree, I can present you with some exquisite literature. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the elder Kaishin felt a flicker of temptation. Yet he was not one to yield so easily. He promptly asserted that his abilities allowed him to behold beautiful maidens at will. Chapter 33. Slippery left with no other option, Son Wukong resorted to a bold strategy. He glanced at Vegeta, then swiftly pulled the elder Kaishin aside, speaking in hushed tones. What if I could facilitate a direct encounter? Surely, you have never experienced such a thing? The elder Kaishin was indeed swayed, envisioning delightful fantasies in his mind. His face reddening slightly, he cleared his throat and stated with utmost seriousness, I would only agree if it were not for the slippery young girls. Son Wukong had long since prepared for this negotiation, unaware that someone was approaching from behind. He slyly remarked, there is a girl, though she is somewhat aged. I must warn you, she is still quite lovely and rather slippery. What are your thoughts? The elder Kaishin considered this, acknowledging that despite her age, a youthful spirit still possessed a certain allure. Thus he consented, feeling that Son Wukong was quite astute in his dealings. Very well, I shall agree. Let the young lad who drew the sword come forth. After careful contemplation, the elder Kaishin resolved to select someone who would undoubtedly succeed, for it was evident that time was of the essence. The fact that he could extract the Kaishin's sword indicated a significant level of strength and potential. The elder Kaishin proceeded to perform a special ceremony for Son Gohan. Kakarot, the woman you mentioned wouldn't happen to be my Bulma, would she? Vegeta glared at the now cowering Son Wukong. Ha. Caught in the act, Son Wukong could only offer an awkward smile. Indeed, it was as suspected. You dare to trade my wife? Vegeta roared. Why not use your own? Goku scratched his head, displaying an innocent smile. No way. I don't want Chi-Chi to be touched by anyone else. Suddenly, a fearful thought crossed his mind. If that were to happen, Chi-Chi would surely kill me. Vegeta, utterly exasperated, wondered if it was acceptable to use his own Bulma in such a manner. No worries, Bulma will find a way, Goku reassured him, patting Vegeta's shoulder. Though he hesitated to voice a certain thought, after all, it seemed that Bulma had indeed made a promise to Master Roshi in her youth. Vegeta contemplated that when the time came, he could simply have Bulma hire a few beautiful women. The old Kai instructed Gohan to stand still while he raised his hands and spun around him in peculiar poses. It was said that this ritual would require several hours, leaving Gohan filled with skepticism, yet he could do nothing but obediently remain stationary. What are you doing? The Kai inquired, perplexed. Do not speak to me. I am currently focusing on the ceremony. Despite his words, his actions were indeed quite suspect. Curiosity piqued among the others. They began to ask the old Kai how long the ritual would take. It takes 5 hours to initiate, and 20 hours to unleash its power. Such mundane words stirred a great commotion, prompting Goku and Vegeta to abandon their spectator roles and prepare for training, leaving behind a simple encouragement for Gohan before departing, leaving the Kai and Kid confused. After more than 2 hours, Gohan felt he could scarcely endure any longer. Glancing at Goku and Vegeta diligently training, he found himself feeling quite envious. The next day arrived. Nabeel awoke early and descended the stairs, discovering Krillin and Yamcha dozing in the living room. Upon entering the kitchen, she was surprised to find Chi-Chi already preparing breakfast. Holding the final dish, she asked Nabeel to wake the rest of the household. Upon opening the boys' room, the contrast between it and the girls' quarters was striking. Krillin and Yamcha had kept watch, and inside were Goten, Trunks, King Ox, Master Roshi, along with Oolong, Puer, and Fat Bu. The others were fine, but the sleeping postures of the two children and Fat Bu were rather comical, sprawled out haphazardly. Observing Trunks' slumbering form, one could easily deduce which parent, Vegeta or Bulma, was the more carefree sleeper. Everyone, rise and shine. Breakfast is ready. When no one responded, Nabeel called out 3 times to no avail. Reluctantly, she resorted to her ancestral lion's roar, "Get up for breakfast." Everyone's hair stood on end as they sat up in shock. Satisfied with their reaction, Nabeel instructed, "Hurry up, let's eat." With Nabeel's ruckus dispelling any lingering sleepiness, they had no choice but to rise for breakfast. Nabeel then headed to the girls' room, where she found Android 18 already dressing Marin, and astonishingly, Bulma was also awake. As I attempted to engage in light conversation, I noticed Bulma gazing at her in utter astonishment, clearly awakened by her voice. With an awkward smile, I returned to the first floor. Everyone moved swiftly, promptly beginning their meal. Chi-Chi prepared a hearty array of home-cooked dishes that were both plentiful and delicious, fully satisfying everyone's appetites, especially the 2 little Saiyots. "Remarkable, Chi-Chi. How did you manage to prepare such an abundance so quickly and with such exquisite taste?" Bulma exclaimed, acknowledging Chi-Chi's culinary prowess, though she had not anticipated her speed in the kitchen. "This is all about technique." Chi-Chi generously shared her insights with everyone. "Next time, count me in along with Android 18. You shouldn't have to shoulder all the burden alone," Bulma remarked, glancing at Oolong and the others. "Let those men handle the dishes." "That's a fair point. I shall assist as well," Nabeel declared, eager not to be left behind. "Perhaps you should rest, Beulah. After all, marriage is still a distant prospect for you. It's premature to think of cooking for Gohan," Bulma teased the young girl, who blushed at the attention, eliciting laughter from the group. Krillin observed this heartwarming scene, recalling the threat posed by Fat Bu. He must protect the joy that surrounded him. Their concern regarding Fat Bu, who was gradually approaching the Kame house, lingered. What transformation awaited them? Who was his intended target? In the other world, Gohan sat before old Kai, watching him read a book while sporting a silly grin, filled with skepticism as he had been seated like this for 10 hours. Goku and Vegeta, unable to endure the solitude, decided to return to Kame house, leaving Gohan behind in loneliness. "Goku!" Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully upon his return, rushing to grasp his hand, inquiring whether they were capable of defeating Fat Bu. As everyone gathered, Gohan, absent from the assembly, had to explain the circumstances before reaching a decision. "I have a plan to defeat Fat Bu." Goku suddenly recalled a long-forgotten tactic. "We could fuse someone with another, thereby amplifying our strength beyond Bu's capabilities." "Fuse? Is that the embarrassing move you performed before?" "Indeed. Unfortunately, Vegeta has always refused to combine with me," Goku lamented. "Thus, I propose we let the 2 little ones give it a try. It would provide some assurance." He continued, "The Supreme Kai possesses a pair of earrings that enhance the fusion's power, but once fused, separation is impossible. We would need to request the dragon's assistance." Chi-Chi and Bulma expressed great interest in the prospect of the 2 fusing. Chapter 34, Extraordinary. Vegeta, Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged glances, deciding to proceed. "Why not consider using the earrings? I brought them along, but that stubborn Vegeta refuses to cooperate. It's quite perplexing." Son Goku's words provoked Vegeta immensely, who firmly asserted, "There is no way I would fuse with someone like Kakarot. The very thought is repugnant." However, the situation left them no choice but to rely on the 2 of them to merge. Bulma, seated beside her husband, sweetly proposed, "In that case, let us make a pact. If Gohan cannot prevail, or if Fat Bu arrives prematurely, you two will fuse? Accepting this rationale, Vegeta acquiesced, especially for Bulma's sake. Thus began the period of supervising Goten and Trunks' training, as their powers and physiques were strikingly similar, making them ideal candidates for fusion practice. Yet, just as they began to show some promise, a pink figure stealthily emerged from the shadows, masking its presence as it observed silently. It was Fat Bu, who had set its sights on Son Goku and Vegeta as targets for revenge. Deciding to absorb Fat Bu clandestinely, it aimed to eliminate any potential threat from those present. With this determination, it stealthily approached Fat Bu from behind. Unaware of the impending danger, Fat Bu blissfully munched on the delicious treats that Chi-Chi had prepared, completely at ease. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the Slim Bu swiftly enveloped Fat Bu and absorbed him. The commotion did not go unnoticed, but it was too late. Fat Bu had already been absorbed, and the energy levels began to rise ominously. This level of power is beyond what we can defeat, Son Goku remarked to Vegeta. I understand. All right, hand me the earrings. Vegeta had no choice but to comply, as he had already made a promise. Upon discovering Slim Bu, Nabele had opened a barrier to ensure the safety of everyone present. Son Goku and Vegeta successfully fused, their garments merging seamlessly as well. Wow, that's incredibly cool. Don't you think so, Chi-Chi? Bulma exclaimed, utterly captivated by the newly formed Goku and Vegeta. Indeed, it's astonishingly impressive. She continued, although it seemed somewhat inappropriate. The fusion of these two was undeniably striking. Nabele internally rejoiced, eager to capture the moment, exclaiming, "Oh, I have my phone." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she whipped out her phone and began snapping pictures fervently. Needless to say, the author was enamored by Vegeta's impressive appearance. Bulma and Chi-Chi quickly followed suit, pulling out their phones to take photos, urging him to turn around and strike a pose. Since this is the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, let us call him Vegeto. Vegeto slightly extended his arms and legs, thoroughly pleased with his current form. Hey, Vegeto, turn around. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Vegeto obediently complied, only to be taken aback by their incessant photo-taking. What are you all doing? This is a battle. Vegeto was at a loss for words regarding their behavior. Forget it. Nabele, use your abilities to surround me and Slim Bu. That way, we need not worry about him escaping. Yes, Nabele, feeling a twinge of guilt, discreetly stowed away her phone and resumed her work. As she ensconced Bu within a barrier, he offered no resistance, perhaps believing that defeating Vegeta was the key. Observing the group suspended within the protective field, a sense of calm enveloped them, as they firmly believed that Vegeta would surely vanquish Bu. With a carefree spirit, they even set up a grill, preparing for a barbecue while watching the unfolding spectacle. In their own words, if Vegeta were to falter, then all hope would be lost. Thus, they opted to indulge in immediate pleasures. Gohan, bemused, lamented, "What happened to the high hopes you had for me?" Vegeta, glancing at his companions as they commenced their grilling, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and shifted his gaze. While Bu was indeed no match for Vegeta, his regenerative abilities posed a formidable challenge. Unless every single cell was obliterated, he could not be killed. However, a faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. For as long as the destruction exceeded the rate of recovery, annihilating what remained would surely ensure Bu's demise. Bu, taken aback, had not anticipated that even after absorbing the likes of Dend and Fat Bu, he would still struggle against this fusion. Realizing that brute force would be futile, Bu unleashed a beam of energy, exclaiming, "Transform into candy." Although it caught Vegeta off guard, he deftly evaded the attack, dismissing it as inconsequential. As the onlookers reveled in Vegeta's torment of Bu, Gohan had instantaneously teleported back. The moment Nabele laid eyes on him, despite his unchanged appearance, his aura radiated newfound confidence, shedding any remnants of childishness. "Ah, how handsome," Nabele mused, realizing that Gohan, at this moment, captivated her far more than Vegeta did. Her heart raced from the instant she saw him, and a flush crept onto her cheeks from the surge of emotions. "Everyone, I'm back," Gohan announced, observing the two figures within the barrier, realizing, "So this is the fusion of my father and Uncle Vegeta? How impressive." "Ah, yes, they call him Vegeta." Nabele stepped closer to Gohan, gazing up at him. "Gohan, it hasn't been long, yet you've become even more handsome." "Not at all," Gohan replied bashfully, flustered by her compliment. "You still look as beautiful as ever, Nabele." Leaning in, Nabele whispered into Gohan's ear, You've made my heart flutter even more. Regardless of Gohan's reaction, she remained fixated on the battle above. Oh, I can't stand it, Gohan thought, realizing he could never measure up to Nabel. Every time such sentiments were expressed, he found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed he needed to consult his father for guidance. Meanwhile, the ongoing spectacle of Vegeta dominating Buu continued unabated, bringing him immense joy. Yet, he sensed it was time to conclude this farce. Continuing in this manner held no significance. Contemplating this, he delivered a devastating punch that pierced Buu's abdomen, lifting him effortlessly with one hand and tossing him aloft before descending himself. Kamehameha. The colossal Kamehameha obliterated the already battered and slow-recovering Majin Buu, reducing him to mere ashes. No, it left nothing behind, not even remnants of ash. Gazing at the vanished Buu, Vegeta stood still for several moments, attentively sensing the energy, confirming that the malevolent Buu had indeed ceased to exist. Hooray! Exclaimed Chi-Chi and Bulma as they rushed to embrace Vegeta, who had descended to the ground. Did you not find this scene rather peculiar? Yamcha observed the embrace of the two women around Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words about who had been overshadowed by whom. In the end, I hardly had any time to make an appearance, sighed Gohan helplessly. Once the matter was resolved, they all journeyed to the Supreme Kai's realm, requesting his assistance to travel to Namek, as the distance from Earth made sensing energy exceedingly challenging. Their mission was to resurrect Piccolo and the benevolent Fat Buu, and to separate Goku from Vegeta. The inhabitants of Namek were more than willing to offer their support, successfully bringing both Piccolo and Fat Buu back to life. Regarding the question of Fat Buu's guardianship, Bulma confidently asserted her capability to care for him. Fat Buu agreed, but expressed a desire to savor Chi-Chi's cooking. In a whimsical interlude, on this very day, for various reasons, Goku and Vegeta once again utilized the Patera earrings to fuse. However, they were not the only ones to merge. Trunks and Goten also mastered the art of fusion, adopting the name Gotenks. To everyone's astonishment, Chi-Chi and Bulma inexplicably fused as well. Their hair formed a gradient blend of black and blue, transitioning from dark to light, and their figures were elegantly curvaceous, embodying a fusion of Chi-Chi and Bulma's features. As for their name, it was whimsically dubbed Bulchi. When the three of them sat together, they exuded an air of silence, possessing a new personality post-fusion, yet retaining their memories. Upon witnessing his wives fuse together, Vegeta's emotions were notably complex, especially as he beheld his sons. It was undeniable that Gotenks bore a resemblance to both Vegeta and Bulchi, a testament to their lineage. On this day, the universe's mightiest, Vegeta, found himself unable to resist his wife Bulchi, only able to unleash his frustrations on the exuberant Gotenks. Chapter 35. The System Stealing People? Part 1. The tranquil life following the battle became quite intoxicating. The emergence of Buu remained a secret known only to the Z fighters. Once again, they silently safeguarded the Earth. However, this did not disrupt the students' academic pursuits. Indeed, Gohan and Videl were set to return to the rigors of school life. Why must I still attend school? We have already saved the world, Videl lamented, her head resting on the desk, brimming with resentment. Well, it is simply unavoidable, Gohan replied, attempting to lift Videl from the desk, yet she stubbornly refused to budge, inadvertently sliding into his embrace. This unexpected turn left Gohan utterly startled. As the teacher entered the room unexpectedly, they were caught off guard, prompting Nabel to sit up abruptly. This was quite unfortunate, as it likely meant a call to their parents was imminent. Nabel suddenly recalled that this situation could be deemed early romance. Indeed, after school, the two were summoned to the office, where the teacher's earnest admonitions felt exhausting, leaving them with the impression that they had walked in on their feet but crawled out. The impact was undeniably overwhelming. My apologies, Gohan. Today was my fault. Having been away from classes for too long, I had forgotten the importance of restraint. Nabel rubbed her forehead, surprised that after such a long time, she still fell into the trap of being caught in early romance. In her previous life, she had also been reprimanded for dating in high school, but that boy had broken up with her after his parents intervened. In retrospect, those moments were merely beautiful memories of youth. Unlike now, where being labeled as having a crush is akin to an old bull courting tender grass. Nevertheless, this realization meant they could afford to be less cautious. Gohan, on the other hand, was indifferent. Both he and Nabel had commendable academic records, so the teachers would not be overly harsh on them. They had merely been advised to remain diligent in their studies. Gohan glanced at Nabel's hand hanging by her side, and, despite being in school, took hold of it. They had never been openly affectionate at school, as they were mindful of their surroundings. Nabel felt indifferent now. She had already crossed a certain threshold and had faith that Gohan would maintain his grades. Otherwise, Chi-Chi would be the first to reprimand him. Now, they were headed to the elementary school to pick up Goten. Chi-Chi had arranged for Goten to attend school early, having earned 5 million, unlike Gohan, who would start high school later. Bulma planned to host a celebration. Although this crisis was not as catastrophic as the one with Cell, it still posed significant danger. One could only wonder if Bu would exist in the future world, and if future Trunks would be able to defeat him. Taking a sip of her drink, Bulma began to worry for her future son. Foolish child. If he couldn't handle it, he would have already traveled back in time. Vegeta said, finishing his meal in a single sweep. Bulma considered this and felt reassured, leaning closer to Vegeta. What is it, Vegeta? Are you trying to comfort me? You truly cannot bear to see your dear wife in distress, can you? Vegeta nearly choked on his food, flustered and indignant. What nonsense are you talking about? Stay away from me. Bulma huffed, deciding not to cater to the prideful man any longer, and turned to chat with her sisters. Goku and Krillin approached Vegeta, teasing him. You truly cannot bear to see your dear wife sad, can you? If you lot don't eat, I will personally eliminate each of you, Vegeta warned. His face flushed with embarrassment, a rare occurrence for him, as he could hardly tolerate such teasing. Don't be shy, Vegeta. You and Bulma share quite a strong bond, don't you? Goku remarked, unafraid of Vegeta's temper, knowing the Saiyan merely valued his pride too much. What about you, Goku? Is your relationship with your wife also quite strong? Vegeta endeavored to uncover the source of Goku's shyness, yet he still underestimated this remarkable being. Of course, I hold a special fondness for Chi-Chi. Goku swallowed a mouthful of rice and spoke earnestly. Vegeta, you still wish to overpower Goku? How naive. Krillin, observing Vegeta's discomfiture, found immense joy in his predicament. The gathering was particularly lively. Although most attendees had not participated in the battle, they were well aware of its brutal nature, prompting the invitation of the Kaioshins. Incidentally, the old Kaioshin and Master Roshi were remarkably in sync. Initially, Neighbor was having a delightful time, but as time passed, she began to feel overwhelmed, her head growing heavy as if laden with lead. Why was this so? Gradually, her vision started to blur. She wished to call out to Gohan, but her throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering her voiceless. As the system initiated binding, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Unable to withstand the electric-like stimulation, Neighbor collapsed to the ground under the gaze of the crowd. What? Neighbor realized she had returned to the space of 001. What was the meaning of that voice? To her astonishment, it seemed that she had caught the attention of other company systems. And 001 still retained the form of a fluffy creature, albeit this time as a furry bundle. Other systems? Indeed. Those systems perpetually scour various worlds in search of suitable candidates for binding. 001 held a deep disdain for such systems, which lacked any moral compass. Regardless of whether an individual's lifespan had yet to expire, they would bind them and thrust them into another world to commence their tasks. Was this not a new form of abduction? Indeed it was. 001 appeared quite incensed, as they were audacious enough to attempt to snatch individuals from under my nose. Watching 001 furiously type on a keyboard that had appeared from nowhere, one could see that such dexterity could only be honed over 3 decades of singlehood. Evidently, the system had no concept of romantic relationships. I wonder how Gohan and the others are faring. It must be quite concerning for them to see someone faint in their midst. The system that sought her out might indeed be foolish. 001 was utterly baffled by the information before it. This entity even had the audacity to inform her boyfriend and companions that it intended to whisk her away to another world for a life of luxury. Surely, this individual must be lacking in cerebral function. Neighbor was also taken aback by the existence of such a being. Let me see. 001 had traced back to the company of this system, which was a mid-sized traversing firm, priding itself on politeness. This marked their first foray into the realm of the second dimension, having previously operated solely within the confines of the first dimension, where cross-dimensional operations proved challenging due to insufficient data, resulting in their current debacle. 001 projected the scene for itself and Neighbor to observe. Returning to the moment when Neighbor fainted, the commotion surrounding her collapse drew the attention of everyone present, with Gohan standing closest. being the first to react and attempt to help her up. However, Nabel remained unresponsive. The aura surrounding her had completely dissipated. To everyone present, Nabel appeared as if she had suddenly perished. Chapter 36. The System's Abduction? Part 2. Hey, buyer, what is wrong with you? Son Wukong attempted to rouse Nabel by shaking her, but to no avail. He could scarcely believe that the girl who had been laughing so joyfully just moments ago was now lifeless, without any warning. Bulma let out a piercing scream as she rushed to Nabel's side, placing her hand upon the girl's carotid artery. Deceitful Bulma felt no pulse. Indeed, there was no breath left in her. Just as everyone stood in bewilderment, a brilliant light erupted from Nabel's body, coalescing above into a form reminiscent of machinery. Greetings. I am System Number 5438 from the Ethical Benchmark Corporation. The machine transformed into a humanoid shape, bowing politely to all present. Our company recognizes Miss Nabel's exceptional talent and has decided to purchase her for transportation to another world. The price is at your discretion. Is it you? Have you taken my buyer's life? Son Wukong entrusted Nabel's body to Chi-Chi and Bulma, his gaze fixed upon the self-assured robot, feeling something swell within his veins, gradually boiling and spreading throughout his body. I shall never forgive you. With that declaration, Son Wukong unleashed all his strength, shattering the so-called system with a single punch, leaving only its head rolling on the ground. You humans dare treat me this way? System Number 5438 exclaimed, having previously procured many traversers. Their families and companions had invariably received vast treasures in return, never once refusing. They were even regarded as VIPs. Yet, the being before him had effortlessly reduced him to mere remnants. Why did he possess such formidable power? He was merely human. Calm down, Gohan. We need to interrogate him further. Son Wukong intervened just in time to stop Gohan from crushing the head of 5438. You are right, Dad. Gohan composed himself, regarding the head with cold detachment. Speak. Where have you taken buyer? Why would I divulge anything to such inferior humans? System Number 5438 mused. Considering that these humans could hardly be advanced, likely having never encountered an artificial intelligence like himself, given that universal civilization had yet to develop. Oh, though I'm somewhat perplexed, if I were to shatter the chip within your head, you would cease to exist, wouldn't you? Bulma, seizing a tool, deftly disassembled a portion of System 5438, revealing the chip and capturing it in her hand. Impossible. How could you, woman? System Number 5438 was now utterly flustered. For Bulma, extracting his chip equated to the destruction of the protective measures granted by the company. Bulma held the chip tightly, her expression fierce as she demanded, Speak quickly. What do you intend to do with our beloved buyer? Be careful. All right, I'll tell you. Under the threat of life, Subject 5438 reluctantly divulged the truth. I intend to acquire her due to her unique abilities and subsequently immerse her into a fantastical anime realm, where she would pursue the protagonist. You want our lovely and beautiful Belle to become someone else's harem woman? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi approached Subject 5438, exclaiming, She is my daughter-in-law. Are you courting death? I will offer you a substantial sum. Name your price. Yet, Subject 5438 remained resolute, as this marked their company's inaugural venture into the realm of anime, where failure was not an option. Who cares for your paltry sum? Bulma scoffed, her brow arched in derision. Individuals like you, engaged in human trafficking, deserve the most severe of punishments. You wretched woman. Subject 5438 was on the brink of retorting when she noticed Bulma threatening her with a chip, forcing her to swallow her words. We refuse your offer. Return Belle at once. Son Gohan was eager to see her again. Very well. But you must not damage my chip. In the realm of 001, the plan was set into motion for a return. You can return immediately, said 001, preparing to confront the company, showing a remarkable lack of awareness of their own limitations. Why would he not choose Gohan or Uncle Goku? Logically, they are far stronger. The truth is that one cannot simply take an essential character from an anime. Am I not significant? She implored. After all, I am the future wife of Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. You are not truly married, so it does not count. 001 discerned Nabell's thoughts. Fear not. You are still one of ours. While there are no task restrictions, we shall ensure you are not taken by another system. Thank you, 001, Nabell replied. Upon awakening, she found Son Gohan's anxious face surrounded by friends. Belle, you are finally awake. How do you feel? Do not worry, Gohan. I feel quite well, Nabell reassured, gently caressing his face. Is this acceptable? I must return. Subject 5438 resolved to summon additional systems to teach these inferior humans a lesson. Bang. Subject 5438's head, along with the chip, exploded into fragments. It was Piccolo. He had utterly annihilated Subject 5438, who believed she was well concealed. Yet a hint of murderous intent could not escape Piccolo's vigilant awareness. Spare her, and we may face endless troubles. After completing his task, Piccolo left those words behind and took a cup of water, resuming his meditation beneath the tree. Indeed, let's not dwell on this. Bulma quickly rose to ease the tension. The party continues. Nabell sat beside Son Gohan, observing his lingering concern, feeling warmth in her heart. I assure you, I am truly fine. Really? Or should we return to rest? No. Speaking of which, I recalled the scene in the 001 space where Gohan appeared frustrated on my behalf. Oh, you saw that too? Gohan sheepishly scratched his head. What do you mean, my dear Beryl? Such words are truly charming. Oh dear, stop it. You know I will blush. She replied. Yet, your bashful demeanor is undeniably adorable. As Nabele gazed at Gohan's flushed face, an inspiration struck her, and she leaned forward to peck his cheek. Thank you for protecting me, Gohan-kun. You are quite dashing. Chapter 37, Side Story. Goten and Gohan travel to the past too after battling alongside Goku and Vegeta. Gohan and Goten felt an unusual sense of relief, for it was challenging to defeat them in the future. Subsequently, they gathered at Bulma's home for a meal. At the dining table, Bulma began to gossip. So, Gohan, do you have a girlfriend now? Gohan was taken aback by Bulma's direct inquiry, expecting her to ask about future events instead. Well, to be honest, I do have a girlfriend, he replied with a shy smile. However, the thought that Nabele did not exist in this time made him ponder with whom he would eventually share his life. Really? Gohan, who is your girlfriend? What is she like? Chi-Chi stood up, eagerly looking at her future son. Mom, I can't tell you, but she is truly a wonderful girl, he said. That's fair enough. Chi-Chi sat back down, contemplating the so-called butterfly effect. What if she inadvertently caused her daughter-in-law to vanish? That would be quite awkward. Thus, Piccolo regarded Gohan with seriousness. What is your purpose in coming to the past? Surely, it is not merely for leisure. Indeed, everyone found it hard to believe that travelers from the future arrived without a significant reason. Something ominous must have transpired. What could it possibly be? In truth, my brother and I came here quite inexplicably. I was at home one moment, and in the blink of an eye, I found myself in West City. Goten wiped the juice from around his mouth. So, we must have come here just to have fun, right? In an instant, everyone seated collapsed in disbelief. What a ridiculous excuse. Time travel merely for amusement? What a joke. However, it seems we can return in a day or two. Gohan added, I just have this instinct telling me so. Before, 001 had warned Gohan not to disclose its existence, for it would spell trouble. Hence, he never revealed to Goten who had brought them here. Fearing that he might inadvertently let it slip, he decided to tell him upon their return. Gohan gently ruffled his brother's soft hair. You guys are truly lacking in awareness. Krillin couldn't help but remark, so carefree. By the way, Bulma, when are you having a baby? Goten expressed his eagerness to meet his little friend Trunks, having just noticed Bulma cradling her belly and sensing a familiar presence within. Ah, how did you know I was pregnant? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, quickly realizing, oh right. You come from the future, so you must know my child. Bulma, you're pregnant? The revelation left everyone, save for a select few who were in the know, utterly shocked. So, can you guess who the father is? With that, Bulma cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta. No way could it be? Krillin instantly grasped Bulma's implication, utterly taken aback to discover it was indeed Vegeta. So what? Do you have any objections? Vegeta retorted, visibly irritated by the questioning stares directed at him. He was the prince of the Saiyans. What was wrong with being with this Earth woman? It's just a bit surprising, Krillin quickly interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension and redirect the conversation. Bulma, how far along are you? 3 months. Wow, you really can't tell. The group shifted their focus to the impending arrival, with Chi-Chi encouraging Bulma to ask her anything, as she too had experienced motherhood with a Saiyan. Goten, why are you asking these things? Gohan leaned down, whispering to Goten. However, he failed to notice Piccolo's ears twitching at the exchange. It's fine, otherwise. They'll keep asking, and it might not be easy to answer, he thought. You've really impressed me. I didn't expect you to think this way. Gohan genuinely felt his younger brother had matured, which was quite commendable. He never anticipated Goten to resemble Goku so closely, and to his surprise, Goten was even more astute than their father. Piccolo observed Goten, contemplating the future, realizing they had indeed succeeded in defeating the androids. A peaceful existence seemed rather appealing. Chapter 38. The Proposal, Part 1. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the year 777 of the age. For years had elapsed, during which Earth enjoyed an era of tranquility, free from calamities. Gohan and Videl had graduated, with Gohan making strides in the field of entomological research, earning a modest reputation in academia. Videl, on the other hand, had transitioned from web literature to literary works, although the journey proved to be quite challenging. Today, Videl had just completed her manuscript, only to realize that much time had slipped away, and she had forgotten her appointment with Gohan. Hastily, she tidied up and changed her outfit before heading out. Life had been chaotic lately, and her schedule had been thrown into disarray due to her writing. Videl decided against driving and opted to use instant transmission to reach the lookout, where she had arranged to assist Goku and Gohan in their training. As Gohan had been struggling with his workload recently, Chi-Chi, noticing Gohan's work had reached a pause, suggested that Goku take Gohan out for some relaxation. Goku readily proposed a spirited sparring session, followed by a refreshing bath, a hearty meal, and a good night's sleep as the ultimate form of relaxation. They invited Videl, who, while not intending to fight, appreciated the serene environment of the lookout for a much-needed respite. However, she had not anticipated that an unexpected issue with her manuscript would result in her being a few minutes late for submission. "Buyer, I'm here to pick you up." Son Wukong appeared before Nabel, who was flying at full speed, but Nabel failed to react in time, resulting in a collision between the two. "Ouch, that hurts." Both exclaimed in pain from the forceful impact. "What are you doing, Wukong? That was so dangerous." Nabel, with tears welling in her eyes, covered her reddened nose and could not help but scold him. "I apologize, buyer. Are you all right?" Son Wukong hurriedly approached to check on the spot where Nabel had been hit and sighed in relief when he noticed her nose wasn't bleeding. "Let us head back to Baozi Mountain." Son Wukong instantly transported them to Baozi Mountain. The atmosphere at Baozi Mountain remained as tranquil as ever. Nabel gazed at the cluster of houses, surrounded by the lush forest and fresh air. "It would be wonderful to live here after we get married," she mused, feeling that the environment was perfect for her writing and for Son Wukong's research. However, they would need a larger house, as they would require ample space for their books. "What do you think?" Son Wukong gently touched Nabel's nose, concerned. "I'm fine. I'm not that fragile." Nabel dismissed his hand and walked toward the house. Upon entering, she found Son Wukong enjoying a meal, while Chi-Chi busied herself at the stove. She heard that Sun Wutian had gone off to play with Trunks, but Nabel sensed something was slightly amiss today. Normally, Sun Wukong would be the first to greet her in such situations, yet today he remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Could he be too hungry? A closer look revealed that he was deliberately avoiding her gaze. Very suspicious, Nabel thought. She turned her attention to Chi-Chi, who brought over the last dish and cheerfully urged her to eat. Nabel and the subsequently arriving Sun Wukong sat together. As she settled in, she noticed that the table shone with an unusual cleanliness, as if coated with a layer of protective oil. It became clear to her that the odd feeling she had sensed earlier was due to the house being exceptionally clean today, to the point of gleaming. She had never expected this. Nabel cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, who also appeared nervous and turned his head away, undoubtedly hiding something from her. Taking a sip of water that Chi-Chi handed her, Nabel pondered what could be so secretive. The meal concluded quickly, yet Nabel could not fathom what was going on. She felt increasingly drowsy, as if sleep could claim her at any moment. Perhaps she hadn't rested well in the past few days. "Buyer, why don't you sit on the sofa for a while? Wukong and I need to discuss something," Chi-Chi said, firmly guiding Nabel to the couch as she attempted to help in the kitchen. "All right," Nabel agreed, feeling her strength waning. She had arrived full of energy, but now, "Oh dear, I'm going to fall asleep." Ultimately unable to resist the pull of slumber, Nabel gradually closed her eyes, slipping into deep sleep. Buyer has fallen asleep. Son Gohan conversed with Chi-Chi, inquiring, "Mother, what did you put in?" "Just some vitamins," she replied. Chi-Chi then covered Nabele with a blanket, as she seemed quite exhausted. Gohan gently carried Nabele to his own bed for her to rest, as it would be inappropriate for anyone else. He knelt beside the bed, gazing at Nabele's serene sleeping face. He had always found her extraordinarily beautiful, reminiscent of a cherry blossom poised to bloom, delicate in appearance, yet possessing a formidable spirit. Cherry blossoms are often symbolic of life, likened to the flower of existence, heralding the arrival of spring and the awakening of nature. Moreover, they signify happiness. It is said that witnessing their bloom brings forth good wishes and fortune. Keeping cherry blossoms at home symbolizes prosperity, auspiciousness, harmony, joy, and completeness. However, Gohan did not wish to confine her to his home. Nabele had her own ambitions and would undoubtedly shine in her own realm. In fact, she was already quite affluent, with her own car and house. Chuckling to himself, he gently kissed her hand before tucking her in and closing the door. Emerging from his room, Gohan encountered Trunks and Goten, who had just returned. Rest assured, Trunks assured Gohan, we've arranged everything. You can retrieve it whenever you like, absolutely no problem. Go for it. Gohan, Goku encouraged, placing a hand on his shoulder. Though I don't quite understand why you're going through all this trouble, it seems promising. Dad. Gohan thought it impossible to express his feelings so coldly, especially since Nabele appreciated romance. Goku admitted he wasn't adept at such gestures, but he would consider it if Chi-Chi desired. Indeed, the pretense of training was merely a guise. The true purpose was to invite Nabele to the mountain of steamed buns because Gohan intended to propose. This was a decision he had pondered deeply. Although his income did not match that of Nabele, it was sufficient. Chi-Chi insisted on providing him with funds, and he would simply ask Nabele where she would prefer to live and purchase a house there. The main event was set for the evening. As night fell and the cicadas chirped incessantly, Nabele awoke, realizing she was not at home. Having slept for too long, her mind felt a bit foggy. Oh right, she had inadvertently fallen asleep on the couch at Gohan's house. Looking around, she recognized it was indeed Gohan's room, although she had visited several times. It was her first time sleeping there. She rolled out of bed and tidied the sheets before stepping into the hallway, where she found Gohan seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing her movement, he looked up, a smile gracing his face. You're awake. Are you hungry? I'm all right, she replied. Nabele glanced around, yet saw no one aside from them. Where could the others be? They had chosen to camp on Baozi Mountain today, a place renowned for its splendid scenery. Son Wukong picked up a bag of supplies. Shall we set off now? He inquired. Oh, very well, Nabele responded, albeit feeling quite bewildered as she was led away by him. She had never taken the time to admire Baozi Mountain by night. The summer hills were far from tranquil, with the cacophony of cicadas being most pronounced. As they entered the forest, the sounds grew increasingly enveloping. Nabele, guided by Son Wukong, navigated through the trees and underbrush. Where are we headed? Is this the path to the campsite? She mused. Looking up, she found herself nearly obscured by the canopies of ancient trees. Yet, through the scattered openings, the stars unique to this season peeked through. Just as she attempted to catch a clearer glimpse, Son Wukong halted, prompting Nabele to step out from behind him. They had arrived beside a circular lake, where a colossal ancient tree stood proudly at its center, dwarfing any tree on Baozi Mountain. Its expansive crown overshadowed a third of the lake's surface. Coupled with the ethereal glow of a crescent moon illuminating the ancient trunk, the scene appeared even more mystical. Wow, this place is stunning. I had no idea Baozi Mountain held such beauty, Nabele exclaimed, utterly captivated. How could Wukong have not brought her here sooner? Actually, my father told me about this. Son Wukong replied, equally astonished by the hidden charm of Baozi Mountain. He had learned of this place from his family, specifically from Son Wukong, who mentioned that his great-grandfather had once brought him here to play, though the memory had long faded. Where are Uncle Wukong and the others now? Nabele inquired, scanning the surroundings for their camping companions. Wait a moment, Nabele, Son Wukong said as he laid out a thick blanket on the ground, inviting her to sit beside him, promising that a more splendid sight awaited them shortly. True to his word, mere minutes later, small blue lights began to gather atop the ancient tree's canopy. Against the backdrop of the starless night, illuminated by the soft moonlight, the azure foliage shimmered brilliantly. This enchanting scene evoked memories of a beloved anime from her past life. Hunter x Hunter, where the protagonist, Gon, shared a similarly breathtaking moment with Palm. She had thought it beautiful then, and to find herself in a different world, experiencing a similar spectacle, felt surreal. But wait, this atmosphere. Nabele glanced at Son Wukong, noticing that he appeared quite flustered, his face flushed. This made her feel bashful as well, having expected him to speak first. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong's hand brushed the back of her head, drawing closer. Realizing what was about to unfold, she felt a familiar thrill, though today's ambience felt distinct. Nabel's cheeks flushed a deeper shade as she shut her eyes. Sun Wukong's lips approached hers, and perhaps due to the enchanting surroundings and their shared emotions, she could almost hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. His tongue entered cautiously, as if fearful of rejection. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong finally released Nabel, drawing her into his embrace. His voice, tinged with desire, asked, "Belle, would you marry me?" Marriage? Are you serious? Wukong, we are still quite young. Do you really wish to wed at this age? I have contemplated this thoroughly, Belle. Sun Wukong produced from his pocket a small box, opening it to reveal a beautifully crafted ring. Upon seeing it, Nabel hesitated no longer. She accepted it and slipped it onto the ring finger of her left hand, the gemstone glimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. Oh yes, we did it. A cheer erupted from the distant bushes, the voices unmistakably belonging to Uncle Goku, Goten, and Trunks. Oh no, they've seen us kiss. My goodness. Nabel's instincts warned her that there were certainly more than just those three present. Dad, did we not agree you wouldn't follow us? Sun Wukong pulled Nabel behind him. His face flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, don't mention it. You've truly outdone yourself. When do you plan to marry? Right, Wukong. It's clear we can no longer keep it a secret, so we might as well step out, they said, casting a pointed glare at the trio. Nabel wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide. She remained concealed behind Sun Wukong, unable to shake the image of everyone grinning at them during their kiss, relishing the gossip. Oh, this is the most embarrassing moment of my life. No, it must also count for my past life. By the lakeside, a barbecue grill was set up, tents were pitched, and a fire was lit, marking the commencement of their camping adventure. Nabel sat beside Sun Wukong, now too shy to approach anyone else for fear of being teased. Yet, she found solace in the company of children, for at that moment, Goten and Trunks were rendered speechless under her piercing gaze. Sister Belle, what do you think of this place? Trunks, seeking to ease the tension, reluctantly spoke up. I think it's beautiful. I had no idea that Baozi Mountain held such splendid scenery. And Sister Belle, where will you live after you marry? Goten asked, slurping up a piece of grilled meat. I wish to reside in Baozi Mountain, as it is perfect for our work, I assentied. Nabel turned to Sun Wukong, seeking his approval. I think it's a splendid idea. The environment here is delightful. After deliberation, they agreed to wed once a house was constructed in Baozi Mountain. A process that would take at least a year, marking their time of preparation for marriage. Kiki, how wonderful. You won't have to wait long before you become a grandmother, Bulma remarked, sighing as she recalled that Trunks was only 12. It seems Trunks is still quite young. Why say that? Once they have children, wouldn't they also be your grandchildren? Kiki patted Bulma's shoulder. Belle has grown up right before our eyes. Indeed. It is true. Bulma gazed at Nabele, who was joyfully conversing with Trunks and Goten, and felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her impending marriage. Chapter 40. Marriage, year 778 of the Age of the Gods. On a private island amidst the sea, a grand wedding was underway. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Nabele, dressed in a delicate pink Chinese-style gown, raised a glass of champagne in salute to Bulma, who had graciously provided the venue for her and Gohan's nuptials. There's no need for formalities, Nabele. Today, everyone is filled with joy, Bulma replied, her cheeks slightly flushed from the festivities. I must admit, I feel a pang of reluctance at the thought of you getting married. With that, she pretended to wipe away tears. Oh dear Aunt Bulma, Nabele exclaimed, playfully wrapping her arms around Bulma's. I will be relying on you for support. You are my family. Indeed, Bulma's family attended as Nabele's kin, for she had no relatives in this world, having spent most of her childhood within the Capsule Corporation. That's right. If Gohan treats you poorly, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall have Uncle Vegeta set him straight. Bulma asserted with conviction. One must not coddle men, you understand? Of course. Nearby, Gohan, engaged in conversation with the long-absent Tien and Chaozu, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. How wonderful, Gohan. I never expected you would also marry. Krillin, slightly intoxicated and swaying, reminisced. I remember when Goku brought you to see us. You were merely 4 years old. He gestured playfully, eliciting laughter from those around them. With a serious demeanor, Krillin added, Gohan, you must cherish and care for Bayer. She has no family, and even without speaking of it, these past years must have been quite challenging for her. Indeed, I will, Gohan assured the gathering, recalling what Nabele had confided after their engagement. Gohan, I am not from this world. Although I am also of Earth, this Earth differs from the one in which I was born. My family remains on that Earth. And due to circumstances I cannot disclose, I found myself here. Initially, I often longed for my parents and brother, but now that longing has diminished. However, I still wish to introduce you to my father, mother, and brother. Fear not, for I shall take good care of Bayer. Gohan vowed silently once more. After the wedding festivities concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes, and Gohan and Nabele embarked on their first night in the newly constructed residence on Bun's Mountain. The main structure, akin to the Sun family home next door, featured a dome, though it was notably more spacious than that of their neighbors, referencing Gohan's home in the final episodes of Dragon Ball Z. Nabele, having finished her evening routine, lay down on the soft pillow, relishing the comfort it provided. I can hardly believe I am already married. Turning over to gaze at the ceiling. Nabele was not clad in her pajamas, but merely draped in a bathrobe. The anticipation of the evening's events made her somewhat anxious. Although she had not opposed the idea of intimacy before marriage after their decision to wed, it was not in her nature as a young woman to initiate such matters. She still had her pride. Thus, their interactions had remained limited to tender kisses and embraces. The bathroom door creaked open, revealing Son Wukong stepping out in his nightwear, towel in hand as he dried his hair. Upon noticing Nabele propped up on the bed, her head raised in curiosity, he felt his cheeks flush and quickly averted his gaze. After finally drying his hair, Wukong cautiously perched on the edge of the bed, his eyes drawn to Nabele in her robe, the neckline slightly loose, showcasing her delicate collarbone and hinting at her curves, causing him to swallow hard. Noticing Wukong's dazed expression, Nabele reached out to touch his face, inadvertently intensifying his awareness. He seized her hand, his face flushed yet earnest. Nabele, shall we retire for the night? Taken aback by his directness, Nabele blushed, but nonetheless acquiesced. Although the lights were extinguished, their keen eyesight allowed them to navigate the darkness. Wukong leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Nabele, savoring the sweetness of the night. Time swiftly passed as they traversed a narrow path, arriving at a place reminiscent of a paradise, where the saying rang true, following the stream, one forgets the distance. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a grove of peach blossoms. The banks lined with vibrant flora, a delightful tapestry of fallen petals. The fisherman, Wukong, was taken aback by the beauty. Progressing further, he wished to explore the woods more deeply. Approaching a water source, he discovered a mountain with a small opening, seemingly emanating light. He abandoned the boat and entered through the aperture. At first, the passage was constricted, but it soon expanded, revealing a vast expanse. Upon reaching this place, they found a mighty river in tumult, and as he stepped closer to investigate, the waters surged unexpectedly, calming only after several moments. The fisherman, curious to inspect the riverbank and satisfy his hunger, squatted by the edge, stirring the water only to discover it mingled with strange white substances. As dawn broke, the fisherman resolved to return home, departing from the scene. Nabele awoke around midday, roused by hunger, her stomach pressing against her back. She had never fully grasped the formidable nature of Saiyan's until now. Their stamina, explosive power, and endurance were nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, she found herself admiring Chi-Chi and Bulma. Nabele, you're awake. The meal is prepared, Wukong announced as he entered the room, greeted by her reproachful gaze. He smiled sheepishly. Will you dine in the room or at the table? Initially, he had contemplated a lazy breakfast in bed, but recalling the need to freshen up, he decided they should go to the dining area. Standing up, her legs felt sore and weak, a delightful yet overwhelming sensation that nearly escaped her lips. Wukong remained by her side, accompanying her to the dining room after they completed their morning rituals. With a ravenous appetite, one indulges in the sumptuous feast, only to realize that such exquisite culinary delights could not possibly be crafted by the likes of Son Gohan. No, it cannot be. Nabeledoes, trembling as she clutched her chopsticks, ultimately set them down and murmured, Son Gohan, you shall sleep on the floor tonight. This fellow was blatantly revealing to the neighbors that on their very first day of marriage, he was unable to rise from bed. Oh dear, my dignity has truly vanished without a trace. Why? Son Gohan, having lost his appetite, was preoccupied with thoughts of continuing the evening's festivities if Nabeledoes felt better, only to discover that he was now barred from the bedroom altogether. I shan't acknowledge you. when Son Gohan returned to wash the dishes. He could not resist inquiring with Chi-Chi. To his surprise, Chi-Chi gazed at him with a knowing smile. Gohan, dear, Nabeledoes tends to be shy, especially right after marriage. Do you understand? So, it was because I came to fetch dinner that you all discovered she had only risen at noon. Nabeledoes felt bashful. Indeed, you silly child. Go back and comfort her. Your mother longs to cradle her grandchild soon. Upon returning home, Son Gohan offered a sincere apology, leaving Nabeledoes both amused and exasperated. What else could she do but forgive him? Chapter 41, Bulma's birthday? An inquiry from Whis. When asked about her feelings after marriage, Nabeledoes expressed that everything was pleasant, albeit a bit taxing on her waist. Why? Son Gohan did not seem the type. Yet why did he insist on entangling her nearly every night? This seemingly innocent man was, in truth, anything but. Nabeledoes cast a resentful glance at the peacefully slumbering Son Gohan, suddenly realizing that he was, in fact, the offspring of Goku and Chi-Chi, born a year after their union. Goodness, Nabeledoes seemed to uncover the truth, casting a deep gaze at her husband, only to find that he had inherited traits from his father. Resigned, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, having adorned herself with makeup and a lovely dress, she spruced up Son Gohan as well, readying themselves for the day. It was August 18th, Bulma's birthday, and this year she had procured a luxurious cruise ship to host her birthday celebration, notifying everyone of the event. However, it appeared that her father was still training on King Kai's planet, which would surely lead to his reprimand. Nabeledoes silently lit a candle for Goku in her heart. Accompanied by Chi-Chi and Goten, they set forth in their vehicle towards the address provided by Bulma. One could only wonder what the cruise would be like, and the prospect of bingo games filled Chi-Chi with excitement. Indeed, I can hardly wait. Nabeledoes exclaimed, those with wealth truly know how to revel. Although I am also quite affluent, I am not of the same echelon as Bulma. Yet, it seemed that the traffic was exceptionally congested today, with one spot causing a delay of an entire hour. With no other recourse, they reluctantly stored away the capsule car. Son Gohan cradled Chi-Chi while Nabeledoes and Goten advanced using the instant transmission technique. Upon arriving at the cruise ship, they found that nearly all had gathered, except for two individuals who remained conspicuously absent. In recent years, although Gohan has not entirely forsaken martial arts, his dedication has waned, resulting in a sluggish progression. Consequently, Goku found himself embroiled in frequent skirmishes with Vegeta, another pure-blooded scion. The two engaged in bouts every few days, occasionally enlisting Nabele's assistance to create suitable arenas for their contests. As a result, Nabele has now mastered the skill of multitasking, utilizing her abilities while typing, albeit reluctantly enhancing her powers. For instance, she has increased the limit on the number of barrier splits, improved her long-distance control, and learned to conceal herself within others. Indeed, it seems that the consequences of my errors must be shouldered by my son. Nabele, observing Gohan being berated by Bulma, resolved not to intervene, opting instead to remain seated and indulge in desserts. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Beerus and Whis, Bulma announced as she introduced the two peculiar guests, who stood at the forefront. They were tall and slender, resembling hairless cats with striking purple skin, and their serious expressions rendered them quite handsome. The other was extraordinarily tall and undeniably attractive, albeit with an unusual skin tone. Their physiques were nothing short of model-like. They hail from another universe and are friends of Vegeta. Nabele nearly choked on her juice. It was rather impolite, but she genuinely could not fathom Vegeta having such acquaintances. If he did, they would have surely come to aid during the earlier invasions of Earth. Casting a glance at Vegeta, she noticed the tension etched on his face. As Yamcha cozied up to Beerus with a friendly pat on the shoulder, Nabele realized that these two must be significant figures, at the very least, possessing formidable strength. Therefore, she decided against disrupting the narrative, feeling that no one present was suited for theatrics. Calmly, she picked up a plate of fried noodles to eat, her table already cluttered with 3 empty dishes, though she was unsure why her appetite had recently surged. "Excuse me, miss," Whis interjected, standing before Nabele with a charming smile. "I noticed you seem to be enjoying that dish immensely. May I inquire what culinary delight this is?" "Greetings, Whis. I am Nabele," she replied, gesturing for him to take a seat opposite her. "This dish is called fried noodles. I personally find it delightful, particularly the spicy version." Disregarding Beerus's antics, Whis settled down to savor the dish. Ah, this noodle is exceptionally chewy. The spiciness is a delightful assault on the taste buds. It is truly exquisite, Whis exclaimed, sipping on a fizzy beverage that sent stars dancing in his eyes. This drink is remarkably unique, making it utterly irresistible. I had no idea Earth's cuisine would be so well received. I can only imagine how delectable your Huawei dishes must be. With Wiss's company, Nabele polished off 2 more plates of food, feeling as though her stomach had transformed into a bottomless pit. If I may, I would like to pose a question, Wiss said, wiping his mouth clean, his gaze turning serious as it focused on Nabele. What is your purpose for coming to this world? Nabele, startled, dropped her chopsticks. As she attempted to retrieve them, she felt her limbs stiffen, perhaps from sitting too long. While it may not have been apparent to others, Weiss explained, an angel could easily discern your dissonance. Angel? Nabele replied helplessly, I do not comprehend your words. I came to this world with no particular aim. I merely wish to live a good life. Her gentle gaze fell upon the lively crowd. I simply desire to live happily with my friends, family, and my husband. Oh, I see. Then I wish you every fulfillment of your desires, Weiss said, sensing Nabele's sincerity and offering heartfelt blessings. By the way, you are with child. The newly acquired chopsticks slipped from her grasp once more, this time her hands trembling. Nabele's expression turned incredulous. How do you know this? I must apologize, Weiss continued, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. When I revealed your secret, I was concerned you might react adversely. So, I enveloped you in divine power, which allowed me to detect it. It has been about a month. No wonder I felt my limbs stiffen earlier. Thank you, Weiss. I am truly delighted, Nabele replied, still in disbelief that she was expecting so soon after their marriage. One couldn't help but marvel at the scion's prowess. Just as she prepared to share this joyous news with Gohan, Beerus grew enraged, swatting Vegeta away. Piccolo and Gohan, despite their efforts, were swiftly defeated, while Goten and Trunks' fusion, Gotenks, were treated like children in a lesson. Weiss, we must leave. I intend to destroy this planet, Beerus shouted. However, Weiss had already made his way to a sushi stall, savoring the delicacies, blissfully oblivious to his master's calls. Only putting down his chopsticks after Beerus had shouted 2 or 3 times, reluctantly acknowledging him. Chapter 42, Crisis. Beerus's intent to annihilate Earth. Yes, Lord Beerus, I am here. Weiss swallowed his sushi, lost in ecstasy. You certainly seem to be enjoying your meal. Meanwhile, my irritation is mounting. Beerus's temper flared. The source of his anger was his desire for pudding, which he had politely requested from Bu, only to be denied. To add insult to injury, Bu had licked all the pudding, boasting of Beerus's weakness. Such insolence was intolerable. He had once been a generous god. Thus, in memory of the poor pudding, he resolved to obliterate this planet, feeling it was time to fulfill his role as a god of destruction. Please hold on a moment, Lord Beerus. I am awaiting your takeout order, which is truly delectable. Reluctantly, Beerus postponed his plan to destroy Earth, all for the sake of good food. Who are you? Piccolo inquired, to which Beerus crossed his arms. I am Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. You are quite ignorant, including the gods of this earth. Indeed, he continued, Lord Beerus is immensely powerful. Unlike the Supreme Kai, he is the sovereign of destruction. As Whis continued to eat, he did not neglect to introduce Beerus. At that moment, Majin Bu, who had been sent to the ocean floor by Beerus, resurfaced, floating in the air, his eyes fixed fiercely on Beerus. I am enraged. I shall not forgive you. Steam rose continuously from his head as Bu charged forward, intent on striking Beerus. However, his efforts were trivial in Beerus's eyes. With a swift motion, Beerus seized Bu's antenna, spinning him like a propeller before releasing him, sending him crashing deeply into the deck. Bu, how infuriating. Does this fiend have no end? Vegeta observed Beerus's growing impatience, feeling increasingly uneasy. Even if he and Kakarot merged, they would still be no match for Beerus. There is no one left? Then I shall commence destruction, Beerus declared, gathering a small amount of destructive energy in his finger, intending to play a little prank. After all, his takeout had yet to arrive. You must cease at once. Vegeta, sensing the immense power, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and aimed a punch at Beerus's chin. Beerus tilted his head slightly from the unexpected blow, squinting at Vegeta, surprised to see such strength in him now. Yet, it was still insufficient. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent Vegeta flying, inflicting considerable injury. As Vegeta appeared to be at Beerus's mercy, Nabele swiftly cast a protective shield around him, sparing him from Beerus's torment, fearing he might truly perish. Oh, Beerus did not expect that, apart from Whis. Someone else in the universe could withstand his attack. Upon inspection, he found it was merely an inconspicuous young girl. Your abilities are quite impressive. I believe so too. So might I request you to relent? Nabeel paused momentarily before continuing. I apologize for my companion's rudeness. We can compensate you once pudding arrives at the shore. Too late. Unless you can find the god of the Science and have him defeat me. What god of the Science? I have never heard of such a being. Vegeta gestured for Nabeel to release him. In that case, there is no alternative but to obliterate this place. Just as he finished speaking, Whis appeared beside Beerus with sushi takeout in hand. Lord Beerus, you may return now. Very well, let us destroy this planet. This destructive force was incomparable to the previous one. A sharp clap resounded as Bulma, fuming with anger, exclaimed, What on earth are you doing? This is my important birthday party. Beerus's eyes widened slightly, and before anyone could react, he swatted Bulma away with a single strike. Bulma. Witnessing his beloved woman being struck down before him, Vegeta felt a surge of heat coursing from his head to his feet. He glared fiercely at Beerus. How dare you insult my Bulma? How dare you? In an instant, everyone felt the intensity of Vegeta's energy escalating in tandem with his rising voice. Gradually reaching a new pinnacle, Vegeta initially delivered a swift kick to Beerus, prompting both combatants to shift their battleground to the ocean's surface. At first, it seemed that Vegeta might possess the upper hand. However, reality soon proved otherwise. Despite Vegeta's emotional surge amplifying his power, the gulf between him and Beerus remained considerable. Ultimately, Vegeta was swiftly defeated. Lord Beerus. Wait. At that moment, Son Goku appeared before the onlookers, igniting a wave of excitement among them. Ah, it's you. Beerus recognized Goku as the one he had encountered on King Kai's planet. What brings you here? I know how to identify the Super Saiyan God. So please spare Earth for now. Goku declared. You do? Beerus inquired. Indeed, we can consult the dragon. After some negotiation, Goku managed to pacify Beerus, while Bulma presented the Dragon Balls as a reward. Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish. The sky abruptly darkened, and the Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, gradually revealing the majestic form of the dragon. Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3 wishes are permitted. Hello, dragon. Beerus greeted the Earth's dragon, his first encounter with it. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? The dragon, previously brimming with confidence, now seemed diminutive in stature. Your presence truly elevates Earth's status. I apologize for presenting myself in this manner. Beerus reclined on a sofa, indicating that he had matters to attend to and requested that the Super Saiyan God be summoned promptly. The dragon began to sweat nervously, expressing its difficulty. I apologize, Lord Beerus, but I cannot summon the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt his patience waning. Having faced numerous obstacles previously, he was now unable to locate the individual he sought. What did you say? The dragon quickly added, Lord Beerus. The Super Saiyan God is a mythic figure from Saiyan lore and currently does not exist. However, I can share the method of his manifestation. With a cautious glance at Beerus, the dragon's perspiration intensified. According to the mythological texts of planet Namek, 5 righteous Saiyans must unite their energies and channel them into another virtuous Saiyan to transform him into the god of the Saiyans, also known as the Super Saiyan God. Upon learning the method, Beerus permitted the now nervous dragon to retreat, signaling Goku to summon the Super Saiyan God immediately. Chapter 43. The Super Saiyan God. This is quite a challenge, Goku pondered, glancing at the number of Saiyans present. Only 5 in total. Others may be disregarded. But does Vegeta truly possess a heart of righteousness? Krillin jestingly gazed at Vegeta. What are you saying? Of course he does, Bulma retorted, convinced that Vegeta had transformed completely since his arrival on Earth, now embodying a noble spirit. Thus, the 5 Saiyans joined hands in a circle. Why Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, visibly irked. Don't be this way, Vegeta. Next time, let it be your turn. You better mean that. The 5 Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans, channeling their power to Goku. The overwhelming energy intensified Goku's aura, sending a fierce wave of energy rippling through the surrounding crowd. Incredible. Goku's power has reached an unprecedented level. Krillin marveled in disbelief. However, this is not the Super Saiyan God. Beerus cast a casual glance at the imposing Goku. Indeed, a divine aura would not be so blatantly apparent, was added. Everyone, consider this. The dragon mentioned that the hearts of 5 righteous scions must be transferred to another righteous scion. With that, he raised a finger and continued, thus, we require 1 more scion, making a total of 6. 6. But there are no other scions left on Earth. Goku looked around at everyone, realizing the predicament. In that case, we might have to destroy the Earth. Beerus concluded that finding the Super Saiyan God would be impossible and began to pack up to return home. No, there should still be 1 more scion here, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled, glancing at Nabe. Me? Are you referring to me? Nabe questioned, noticing Whis's gaze and instinctively touching her abdomen. This form isn't even complete. Is it truly effective? What are you talking about? She isn't a scion. Gohan approached Nabe. I'm not saying she is a scion, right, Miss Bear? Upon hearing Whis's words, Nabe looked at Gohan and placed his hand on her belly. Actually, Gohan, I just found out. We're going to be parents. Gohan's expression froze, and then his eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he joyfully embraced Nabe. Really? That's wonderful. Everyone heard Nabe's announcement, momentarily forgetting about the Super Saiyan God, and rushed forward to express their congratulations. This is truly fantastic, Bear. Chi-Chi and Bulma were particularly excited, as this would be the first grandchild among their group. Will it be a boy or a girl? How thrilling. Chi-Chi and Bulma discussed eagerly, pondering what name to choose. Sounds good, doesn't it, Gohan? Goku beamed, patting his son's shoulder. As their conversation veered further from the task at hand, Beerus's veins bulged with frustration as he bellowed. Are you all done? Hurry up and summon the Super Saiyan God. With that command, the 5 scions and Nabe clasped hands once more, ready to commence the ritual. Heart power? To speak frankly, Nabel has yet to comprehend the essence of heart power. It seems to be a force of righteous emotion, perhaps intended to convey a sense of justice to Son Wukong. With this notion in mind, Nabel began to recall tranquil visions within her mind. Scenes of past lives where police apprehended wrongdoers, and the fervent determination of the present to protect the Earth. As time progressed, those suspended in the air felt enveloped in a peculiar sensation, akin to being gently swathed in a warm blanket. As the power was transmitted, Son Wukong did not display his might as overtly as before. The assembly could scarcely perceive his aura. Indeed, it was the essence of a deity. Whis marveled, astonished that such a transformation could truly be achieved. Has it finally arrived? The god of Super Saions. Beerus observed them with keen interest. At the moment the ritual concluded, Son Wukong, transitioning from mortal to divine, saw his hair transform into a vibrant crimson hue, his eyes shifting in color, and he appeared remarkably youthful. With his hair and iris transformed, he exuded no discernible aura. This is divinity. Din swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at the enigmatic figure of Son Wukong before him. To me, he simply seems more youthful, remarked Chi-Chi, albeit still with that distinctive hair color. Thank you for waiting, Lord Beerus. Son Wukong addressed Beerus, stating, as you can see, this is the god of Super Saions. He appears quite formidable, noted Beerus as he rose from his seat. Shall we engage in a test of strength? Indeed. The transformed Son Wukong proved to be powerful, able to trade blows with Beerus. However, only Whis understood whether Beerus was holding back. Observing their escalating intensity, Nabel felt compelled to unleash her absolute defense to safeguard everyone. Is everything all right, Nabel? Gohan expressed concern, fearing that Nabel's exertion might overwhelm her, especially given her pregnancy. I assure you, this level of strain is trivial for me, Nabel replied honestly. The consumption of her absolute defense correlates with the area and duration, and at this juncture, the expenditure was minimal. Thus, she was unfazed. Yet, is father truly unharmed? Nabel remained apprehensive, as Beerus appeared capable of causing catastrophic damage to the Earth. We must place our faith in him, mustn't we? Yes, if necessary, I can confine him and Whis within a protective shield. While this could serve as a solution, Gohan emphasized that it should be a last resort. Otherwise, they would become targets, given that Nabel's combat prowess, relative to others, still fell short. However, what transpired as they fought their way into outer space? Aunt Bulma actually pursued them into the cosmos, only to be swiftly blown back by the fierce atmospheric pressure. Nabel felt that she could no longer see much of the spectacle, and under Gohan's attentive care, she prepared to consume some sustenance, only to suddenly spot Vegeta gazing upward. To speak candidly, Nabel was once again astounded. What level of vision must this be? 60? 80? Or perhaps 90? Never mind. The realm of the strong is beyond my comprehension. Nabel obediently prepared to dine, only to find that Whis had also come over to partake in the meal. Might I join you both and share in the culinary delights? The invitation was met with enthusiastic agreement from both Nabel and Son Gohan. Chapter 44. Is the Earth saved? The game proposed by Nabel. As Nabel savored the stinky tofu, she had stumbled upon this delicacy while gathering ingredients in a city brimming with diverse culinary offerings, including both Japanese and Chinese cuisines. It was truly a salvation for her palate. Miss Nabel, may I inquire about this black and exceedingly odorous item? Whis, evidently unfamiliar with such a dish, had certainly never encountered anything so pungent. This is stinky tofu, a specialty from a certain region. Do not let its foul aroma deceive you. The flavor is absolutely exquisite. Nabel enthusiastically offered some to Whis using chopsticks. Mr. Whis, do try it. Despite his reluctance, Whis sensed that Nabel was not deceiving him and thus placed a piece in his mouth, bracing himself for the unparalleled scent. To his surprise, as he bit down, the crispy exterior gave way to a burst of savory broth within, salty and delicious, rich yet not greasy. It was utterly delightful. Such a culinary marvel existed in this world, truly unique. Whis began to indulge heartily, requesting the server to bring more. As Nabel, feeling increasingly ravenous, continued to eat, Son Gohan, who had never witnessed her consume so much, stared in astonishment. Nabel, why have you suddenly developed such a hearty appetite? Nabel shot him a glance. Isn't it obvious? I'm pregnant. You should know how much scions can eat. Ah, that's a valid point. Son Gohan scratched his nose and quietly went to fetch more food. You all seem remarkably unhurried, Piccolo remarked as he approached, his gaze also drawn to Nabel's belly. Though not his first encounter with a pregnant woman, the thought that it was Gohan's child softened his demeanor. Uncle Piccolo, don't just stand there. Come sit and eat with us. Nabel served him a portion, noting that merely drinking water was rather dull. After all, hadn't he once enjoyed the meals prepared by her mother? On one occasion, under the eager anticipation of the crowd, Piccolo had reluctantly tasted Chi-Chi's cooking and had been pleasantly surprised, leading him to occasionally visit the Son household, no longer content to only sip water. No, I think I shall check on old Son's condition. Just as he finished speaking, everyone sensed the familiar energy of Son Goku. Previously, during his transformation into Super Saiyan God, it had been undetectable. Could it be Goku? Realization dawned upon all as they recognized that Son Goku's Super Saiyan God form had vanished. A chill passed through Nabel's eyes as she contemplated taking action against Whis, surmising that Beerus would not remain indifferent to Whis's fate. Whis gazed at Nabele with a knowing smile, as if he was aware of her intentions, which made Nabele feel a twinge of guilt. Do you think I have lived for a long time? Whis inquired. Fortunately, Son Wukong's energy had dissipated once again, indicating that he had returned to his prior state and no longer required assistance from others. However, the combat between Beerus and Son Wukong intensified, yet they maintained a semblance of restraint. Otherwise, Earth would have long been obliterated. In that moment, Nabele suddenly pondered the immense burden Earth had endured thus far. She was aware of the chaos unleashed since Vegeta's arrival on Earth. One battle after another had allowed the magnificent planet to evolve repeatedly. Umitba, dear Mother Earth, your toil is commendable, she silently recited in her heart. Ultimately, Son Wukong, exhausted, succumbed to defeat. As Beerus prepared to destroy the planet, everyone, amidst their collective gaze, succumbed to slumber. It appeared they were truly fatigued. Whis employed his abilities to catch Beerus, who had engaged in a plethora of activities that day and had not exerted himself for a while, thus feeling somewhat weary. He then turned to the others and congratulated them, proclaiming that Earth would not be destroyed after all. How splendid! To avoid waking Beerus, the group restrained their joyous exclamations to their hearts. In summary, Beerus would not annihilate Earth, at least not this time. Once Beerus and Whis departed, Bulma declared that the birthday celebration had truly begun. Daily was tasked with restoring the weakened Son Wukong, enabling him to regain his vitality and appetite. As they dined, an epiphany struck everyone. Why had Son Wukong appeared at that exact moment? I was merely waiting for an opportune moment to emerge, he replied, wearing a sheepish expression. Vegeta, irritated, rebuked him. You wanted to see us get pummeled by that scoundrel Beerus, thinking it amusing, didn't you? Not at all. Besides, you weren't so bad yourself, Vegeta. Son Wukong retorted with a sidelong glance, teasingly mentioning Bulma. Oh really? Bulma, who had briefly lost consciousness due to Beerus's slap, had not heard this exchange. Kakarot. Vegeta's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage, and he swung a fist at Son Wukong, who nimbly dodged while munching on a piece of meat and made a hasty retreat. Vegeta chased after him, landing a few hits before Son Wukong evaded him once more, which only fueled his frustration. Meanwhile, Nabele, having satisfied her hunger, felt an abundance of energy and an inexplicable urge to engage in physical activity. However, Gohan was currently overly concerned about her, making it difficult for her to do anything. In that case, Gohan, why don't you accompany me in a game? Nabele called over Dend, who had not participated in the bingo game, to join her. This seems far too simple, Dend remarked, doubting Gohan's ability to guess correctly. It's fine. It was meant to be easy, she reassured him. Nabell casually waved her hand and spoke to Gohan. Gohan, I will have Uncle Piccolo turn around now. You can choose any item and place it on one of these tables. Nabell instructed the waiter to bring over several tables and personally selected a few items to place upon them. However, you must choose from these items. Once you have made your selection, signal to me, and when the time comes, I will point it out, and Uncle Piccolo will know that it's your choice. We won't give any hints. The only question will be if it is that one, and Uncle Piccolo can only answer yes or no. How could Uncle Piccolo possibly know? Gohan remained skeptical. That's why this game is called Black Magic. Thus, the game commenced. Piccolo turned around and closed his eyes, as he had keen hearing. Nabell provided him with earplugs and added an extra layer of protection. Gohan started cautiously, noticing various items on the table: a pencil, a black marker, a pack of multicolored disposable rubber bands, a handkerchief adorned with a bear pattern, a minimalist black and white bag that Nabell had brought, and an open book among 6 items. He pointed to the black marker and nodded at Nabell. Chapter 45, Black Magic? Twins. Once Gohan had made his choice, Nabell instructed the waiter to place the remaining assorted items on the table to increase the difficulty. Are you sure this is all right, Nabell? Gohan expressed his doubts, still unconvinced that something so magical could occur, suspecting there must be some underlying pattern. Piccolo removed his earplugs and began. Nabell pointed to the minimalist bag and asked, Is it this one? Piccolo glanced at the indicated spot and replied, No. Is it this one? Nabell pointed to the pencil. No. Is it this one? This time, Nabell pointed to the black marker, and Piccolo, having looked at the pointed location, affirmed, Yes. Why is that? Gohan wondered aloud, puzzled. Could there be a secret they were keeping? Surely there was a pattern he had yet to discover, perhaps something exceedingly complex. Gohan then took out a notebook to record the total length of each game, the number of rounds completed, and the positions his fingers pointed, attempting to uncover any related patterns or secrets. However, he found himself at a loss. Regardless of which item Nabell indicated, Piccolo always managed to guess correctly. Nabell burst into laughter, delighted. She and T expected someone who normally aced exams to be unable to figure this out. In truth, there was a pattern. But it was rather simple. He was overthinking it. Gohan, you need to ponder the details more closely. Piccolo had not anticipated that Gohan had fallen into a misconception from the very beginning, his thoughts becoming increasingly convoluted. Thus, Gohan, determined to unravel the mystery, resumed the game. Following Nabell and Piccolo's encouragement, he resolved to scrutinize the details once more. This time, he selected the rubber bands. As he settled on his choice, Nabell began by pointing to the black marker. However, Gohan noticed that her finger was directed towards the marker's cap, which was distinct from the body of the pen. The cap was a simple white. Upon discovering the situation, Son Gohan appeared to have formed some thoughts, seemingly inspired by previous games. With this in mind, Nabele pointed to a black and white minimalist bag, clearly indicating the white portion. Observing Gohan, she noticed he seemed to grasp the idea, so she decided to conclude the game. She then directed her finger toward a pack of rubber bands, specifically the black ones. The game had come to an end. So, Gohan, have you figured it out? Nabele inquired, her face brimming with anticipation. I believe I have a general understanding, Gohan replied, exuding confidence. Is it related to colors? Indeed. I've realized that the correct answers always lie in the white portions of the items that Nabele points to twice. Without regard for the astonished expressions of the other two present, he began to elaborate, reveling in his own insight. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Gohan thought, seeking praise, only to find Nabele wearing a look of disbelief and Piccolo appearing exasperated. With a resounding slap on Gohan's back, Piccolo pulled his ear to prompt him to lower his head, taking a deep breath. Are you really that foolish? Gohan rubbed his ear, feeling aggrieved. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Nabeel sighed, exclaiming, "What is the name of our game?" "Black magic," Gohan exclaimed, suddenly realizing the simplicity of the answer. Was it merely about pointing to the black areas? Yes, you dimwit. This game was one that Nabeel had played in high school with her classmates. Initially struggling to comprehend it, becoming increasingly perplexed. Eventually, she managed to piece it together, recognizing her lack of attention to detail. Thus, black magic is a game best suited for those who are observant and quick-witted. So you still need to hone your skills, Gohan, Nabeel advised, prompting a slight smile from Piccolo, who was thoroughly entertained by Gohan's antics. Nabeel reminisced about a game involving red envelopes. Yet she too had not fully grasped it and refrained from embarrassing herself. Many such childhood games came to mind, including one about collecting pearls and another with a police theme, each evoking fond memories. Reflecting on the recent bingo tournament, the first prize had been claimed by contestant number 18, who, lacking a Dragon Ball, received an additional set of houses as a second prize, an extraordinary gain. The second prize was rightfully secured by Chi-Chi, contributing to the household of 2 scions. Aside from the near catastrophe of Earth's destruction, the birthday celebration had proceeded without major incident, resulting in a relatively successful gathering. Perhaps due to the scion's robust vitality, Nabeel, now 4 months pregnant, had yet to experience any significant symptoms of pregnancy, only a slight increase in appetite. As her focus shifted away from work, Nabeel intended to immerse herself in writing and nurturing her unborn child. Fortunately, her income from previous years, coupled with rental earnings from various properties, ensured her family could live comfortably without financial worry. However, Nabeel gently caressed her abdomen, feeling that it seemed a tad larger than usual. Could it be due to overindulgence in food? Contemplating this, she approached Son Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, do you not think my belly appears a bit sizable?" To which he responded, "Really? I see you every day, but I haven't noticed anything." Recently, Son Wukong had been returning home promptly after work. As Nabeel had developed a penchant for sleep and had been consuming a considerable amount of food, her appetite now comparable to his. "If it's not too much trouble, we have an appointment for a checkup tomorrow. We should have a thorough examination then. For now, let us get some rest." He embraced his wife, recalling that during the later stages of pregnancy, due to the expanding belly, such embraces would become less feasible. Thus, they should savor this moment while they could. The following day at the hospital's obstetrics department, Son Wukong anxiously awaited in the corridor as Nabeel underwent an ultrasound, and the duration of her absence began to weigh heavily on him. Minutes dragged on, and finally, Nabeel emerged from the examination room. "Buyer, are you all right? Why did it take so long?" Son Wukong felt an overwhelming urge to examine her from head to toe. "Do not fret, Wukong," Nabeel replied with a blank expression, her emotions in turmoil. "Let us return to the car first." Son Wukong felt a chill in his heart. If something were amiss with the child, Nabeel wouldn't bear such an expression. Silently, he followed her to the vehicle. Upon reaching the car, before he could utter a word, Nabeel spoke first. "Actually, I'm expecting twins. The babies are perfectly healthy." Observing her husband closely, she noted that he did not exhibit the joy she had envisioned. Instead, his face was etched with worry as he gazed at her belly. "Twins are indeed wonderful, but could this be too much of a strain on your body?" This single remark eased Nabeel's anxious heart, and tears began to flow down her cheeks like pearls. When she learned of the twins, her initial reaction was not joy but fear. The toll of one child on the mother's body was already significant. With 2, the risks of childbirth escalated, and her abdomen, stretched wider by the growing babies, only heightened her concerns. She felt selfish, realizing she was on the verge of becoming a mother. In the midst of such conflicting emotions, Nabeel worried about Son Wukong's response. Would he see this as a wonderful blessing and embrace her in celebration? In that case, what should she do? Memories of seeing pregnant women with twins online flooded her mind. Many had their figures drastically altered, their pelvises looser than those of typical pregnant women, and urinary incontinence became a commonplace issue. Yet, being held by Son Wukong brought her a sense of security. "Do not be afraid, buyer. If you do not wish to keep the twins," he said, as if making a monumental decision, "we can terminate the pregnancy. We can ask Shenron to ensure you suffer no after effects." "What are you saying? These are our children. I had already planned to keep them based on your earlier words." Nabeel exclaimed, her emotions igniting at the thought of Son Wukong wanting to end the pregnancy. "Surely, you can't expect me not to feel frightened at this precious moment?" "What did you just say?" Nabel's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We can ask the dragon to help me restore my body." Indeed, It had nearly slipped her mind. Son Gohan, momentarily taken aback, quickly suggested, "Let us hurry home. I want to share this news with my parents and Aunt Bulma." Nabell returned to her seat and fastened her seatbelt. Unsurprisingly, Chi-Chi and the others were elated upon hearing this news, though they were also concerned about Nabell's health, reminding her that they could use the Dragon Balls when the time came. "Well then, Gohan, you should retrieve the Dragon Balls in a month. The Dragon Balls that grant wishes can be used again after 4 months have passed," Bulma explained as she handed the Dragon Radar to Son Gohan. "In a month. It will be just the right time to find them again, preventing anyone from using them before you do." "I understand," Gohan replied solemnly, knowing this was about Nabell and their unborn child. As 5 months approached, Nabell's reactions became increasingly pronounced. Her sleep was still prolonged, and while her appetite remained stable, the most notable change was her belly, which had expanded like a balloon. Today, Gohan was set to search for the Dragon Balls. Although his departure was brief, he wanted to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. "Piccolo, I'm counting on you. I'm still worried about Nabell." With Goku busy at the construction site and Chi-Chi attending Goten's parent-teacher meeting, Gohan didn't want to disturb them, so he turned to Piccolo for assistance. "All right, but you need to be quick. I'm not particularly adept at caring for pregnant women," Piccolo replied, not one to refuse such a request, especially considering the safety concerns of leaving Nabell home alone. After their plan was set, Gohan transported Piccolo back home with a swift instant transmission. After explaining the situation to Nabell, he set off to find the Dragon Balls. "Thank you so much, Uncle Piccolo," Nabell said, pouring him a glass of water in a cup he often used. "I'm not very mobile right now. Don't worry, just do what you enjoy." "I'll be right here with you," Piccolo assured her. "Then let us go for a walk." Nabell clapped her hands. With Piccolo by her side, she felt at ease. She donned her sun hat, grabbed her water bottle, and stepped outside with Piccolo. Venturing out alone was daunting for her now. While Mount Paoz posed little threat to her pre-pregnancy, the situation was quite different with her pronounced belly. Yet with Piccolo nearby, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Piccolo maintained a safe distance behind Nabell, close enough to offer assistance if needed. As she ambled along the forest path, the gentle sunlight warmed her body, causing her to squint in comfort. It was a tranquil scene, one that Piccolo shared in appreciating. However, he soon sensed a menacing presence directed at Nabell. Stepping away discreetly, he discovered it to be a creature native to Mount Paoz, a cunning beast resembling both a wolf and a fox. Piccolo had learned of its treacherous nature during conversations with Gohan. Sensing the distinct fragrance of Nabel's pregnancy, they plotted to ensnare both mother and unborn child to their clan. This yet-to-be-born embryo held immense nutritional value. Furthermore, Nabel's scion lineage amplified her allure. As Piccolo approached the creature, intending merely to intimidate it before letting it go, he recalled Gohan's words about the considerable nutritional worth of such beasts. Without hesitation, he severed its head and, ensuring the vicinity was devoid of any other animals, swiftly flew back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Nabel was captivated by the enchanting flowers blooming today, particularly the extraordinary twin blossoms adorned in delicate shades of pink and refreshing azure. How remarkable they were! Surely, she could take one home to nurture. Nabel found a piece of dry wood and began to carefully excavate, disassembling the cup sleeve of her water bottle to use for collecting soil from the flower's base. With her floral treasure in hand, she called out to Piccolo as she made her way back home. Upon arrival, she retrieved a small flower pot from the storeroom, alongside some potting mix and slow-release fertilizer. The abundance of flowers and various plants in her garden explained the availability of these materials. She first filled the pot's base with an appropriate amount of potting mix, blended in a small quantity of mild fertilizer, and finally planted the soil along with the flowers. Success was achieved. Nabel placed the pot on the windowsill of her bedroom, where the twin blooms looked utterly resplendent. "I'm back, Uncle Piccolo Barrel." Gohan had successfully retrieved a Dragon Ball that had been picked up by someone else, a feat that required considerable effort. Nevertheless, he had managed to bring it back, ensuring everything was secure for the future. To express his gratitude for Piccolo's care, Gohan decided to prepare a delightful meal, having honed his culinary skills under Chi-Chi's expert guidance. The creature that Piccolo had slain would be the centerpiece of tonight's dinner. This animal, known as a wolf-fox, boasted succulent meat, perfect for both stewing and grilling. Given its substantial size, Gohan decided to invite Goku, Chi-Chi, and Goten to join in the feast. He meticulously prepared some meat for a hearty stew, reserving half for grilling. and enlisted Goku and Goten to procure additional meats and fish to satisfy everyone's appetites. Of course, suitable vegetables were to be sourced by Gohan himself. As for the wolf-fox stew, he chopped some carrots and sprinkled a judicious amount of salt, requiring no further embellishments. The resulting broth was savory and aromatic, with tender, succulent meat. A sip of it warmed the very soul, especially when paired with generous portions of grilled wolf-fox, creating a culinary experience akin to heavenly bliss. As a result of this endeavor, everyone's appetites were thoroughly sated, devouring every last morsel of the meal. "I'm full," exclaimed Goku, attempting to rise, but finding himself unable due to his overindulgence. "What is going on, huh?" Laughter erupted among them as they witnessed Goku, unable to move from his full belly. Chapter 47. It's born. "Please, Tomato Father, grant us a measure of mercy. Time flows swiftly, like an arrow through the air." At this juncture, Nabele was already over 8 months pregnant. Standing up, she found it impossible to see her feet, and bending down was utterly out of the question. "You should wear this dress," she said, handing a garment to Son Wukong, who was busy packing their hospital bag. "All right," he replied. They were scheduled to check into the hospital shortly, as the doctor had advised that twins typically do not remain in the womb for more than 9 months, and delivery might occur as early as late August. Thus, they prepared to arrive ahead of time. Nabele was assigned to a private room in a highly regarded hospital, which she managed to enter thanks to Bulma's recommendation. Otherwise, it would have been challenging without the right connections. After undergoing a series of examinations upon arrival, Nabele was settled into her room to rest. As Son Wukong was returning to the room after settling the fees, he noticed a nurse assigned to Nabele's room rushing anxiously towards the doctor's office, leading him to believe she was about to give birth. He hurried back to the room. Upon entering, he found Nabele in a state of confusion, holding a chicken leg, unsure whether to eat or not. Seeing that she did not appear to be in labor, Son Wukong felt relieved and inquired with another nurse about the situation. "Mr. Son, you ought to advise your wife. She is eating far too much. Which isn't good for her stomach or the baby?" The truth unveiled. Perhaps the nurse was simply taken aback by the sight of a pregnant woman consuming such a large quantity of food. At that moment, the doctor arrived, and Son Wukong explained that this was a familial trait. Every child in their lineage had a hearty appetite, which posed no health risks. "Is that so?" The doctor was not entirely convinced and wished to conduct another examination. To assuage the doctor's concerns, Nabele complied, also eager to ensure she could indulge her appetite later. After the examination, it was confirmed that Nabele had consumed the equivalent of 10 portions yet exhibited no health issues. Her physique did not reflect any excess weight. "Your family's genes are truly remarkable," the doctor remarked, admiring the impressive results. Once the doctor and nurses returned to their duties, Nabele resumed her meal, reflecting on how 10 portions were hardly sufficient. After all, she was nurturing 2 ravenous little scions within her. It must be said, the hospital's cuisine was top-notch, befitting its esteemed reputation. As she savored her meal, she suddenly recalled the likely high cost of the hospital's food service. "Wukong, do remember to increase the food budget significantly. I seem to be eating quite a bit," she added, gently stroking her large belly to soothe the restless infants inside. "Oh dear, I accidentally let you go hungry. But I'll make sure to feed you right away." Son Wukong went to the hospital cafeteria and brought back several portions of food to join Nabele in her meal. On the 3rd day of her hospital stay, she went into labor. After 2 arduous days, amidst the cries of newborns, the children were safely delivered. "Congratulations, Mr. Son," the nurse announced as she wheeled in the bassinet to the awaiting family in the corridor, revealing a pair of healthy twins, a boy and a girl. "By the way, how is my wife?" After enduring 2 days of anxious waiting, he trembled, burdened by an immense weight in his heart. "Do not worry, Mrs. Son is currently tending to the matter. She will emerge shortly." Upon hearing these words, Son Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to turn his attention to the freshly steamed buns. "Wow, they resemble Gohan," Chi-Chi remarked, observing the little boy, then glancing at the little girl, who bore an uncanny likeness to Bell. Although such words were spoken, Son Gohan struggled to see the resemblance. The children appeared wrinkled and indistinct, making it difficult to discern any clear features. "Mom, Dad, and everyone else, please take the children to the ward. I will wait here for Bell," Son Gohan decided resolutely. Mr. Son, there is actually one distinct difference between the 2 children," the nurse began to explain. "Both infants possess tails reminiscent of monkeys, But fret not. After examination, we found that this poses no health issues. At this revelation, all present gazed in astonishment at the swaddled infants, astonished that, besides Son Gohan, this hybrid scion, now two more had emerged with tails. This defied all logic. It's nothing to worry about. You may take the children and my family to my wife's room, Son Gohan said. Though astonished, he knew he could not remain idle and allowed everyone to proceed. Shortly after, the tightly swaddled Nabel was wheeled out, but she had since exhausted her strength and succumbed to slumber. Son Gohan tenderly brushed her cheek before following the medical staff to the resting area. The nursery, where the infants were housed, was adjacent to Nabel's resting room, featuring windows that allowed for mutual observation. The soundproof glass worked wonders, yet the curtains had been drawn. Inside the nursery, Chi-Chi and Bulma were diligently feeding the two newborns. They are simply adorable, Bulma exclaimed as she cradled the little girl, holding the bottle while watching her struggle to drink, a sight that was undeniably heartwarming. Indeed, Chi-Chi agreed, as she lifted the boy after he finished a bottle, resting him against her shoulder and gently patting his back. Speaking of those tales, Gohan, what are your thoughts? Goku inquired of Son Gohan, suggesting they wait until the children grew older before considering their removal. I think that would be prudent. Tails can indeed be troublesome. Son Gohan replied after a moment's contemplation, acknowledging that not every full moon could be evaded. By the way, where is Vegeta? Goku glanced around, noticing the absence of Vegeta, reasoning that even if he were reluctant to come, Bulma would have insisted on his presence. My father has been training with Mr. Whis. He hasn't returned in over 6 months, Trunks casually responded, playfully poking the two little ones. Nanny, Goku exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure, his voice raising unintentionally, drawing a sharp glare from Chi-Chi, which made him retreat. It turned out that over 6 months ago, Vegeta had taken the opportunity of Whis visiting Earth for culinary delights to request training, and he had been absent ever since. Bulma had been unable to contact him, only learning of his status during Whis's occasional visits to Earth. It seems I must seek an opportunity to implore Mr. Whis to teach me the art of cultivation. Son Wukong pondered. However, upon seeing the newly born grandchildren, he decided to postpone this matter for the time being. Who would have thought that Mr. Whis is actually Lord Beerus's master? After completing the confinement period at the hospital, Son Gohan returned to Baozi Mountain with Nabe and the two little bundles of joy. During the confinement, he had already chosen names for the children. The elder brother was named Sun Wuxiang, and the younger sister was named Sun Wulin. Upon returning home, he summoned the dragon Shenron to heal any possible remnants of childbirth left on Nabe. Just as this was resolved, Son Gohan relaxed at the front door of his house and was astonished to see Son Wukong engrossed in his smartphone. Surely, something was amiss. Knowing his father's proclivities all too well, Son Gohan suspected that Son Wukong was not merely indulging in video games. Chapter 48. Son Wukong's journey to the God of Destruction planet, having a hunch about his father's activities. Son Gohan stealthily trailed behind him, and soon witnessed Son Wukong answer a call, change his attire, and take flight. Son Gohan promptly followed, taking cover in the bushes, where he spotted Whis and Bulma together. Son Wukong soared to Whis's side, exclaiming, Mr. Whis, I have a request. Please teach me the ways of cultivation. Whis paused for a moment, then acquiesced, very well, I believe it is about time. Observing Son Wukong's eager demeanor, Whis halted him, indicating that he and Bulma would first dine together. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, concealed behind a tree, held his head, worried for his father's future. If Mom finds out, you'll be in grave trouble, Dad. Although he thought this, he opted to return home, as he had already been away for a considerable time. Throughout the journey, he wrestled with whether to inform Chi-Chi. If he remained silent, Son Wukong would depart without her knowledge, which felt somewhat unethical. What to do? Just as Son Gohan contemplated this dilemma, Chi-Chi was leading Son Goten home. Upon seeing him return, both Chi-Chi and Son Goten greeted him joyfully, Gohan. Instantly, Son Gohan felt a pang of guilt and awkwardly diverted his gaze. Ah, Mom, and Goten, are you going to see Wuxiang and Wulin? Chi-Chi, sensing something amiss upon seeing Son Gohan, feigned a stern demeanor to extract the truth. Gohan, just be honest with me. I already know something is up. What? Is that true? Then there's nothing to be done. Son Gohan replied cautiously, Mom, Dad simply wishes to grow stronger, which is why he is asking Mr. Whis for training. Chi-Chi raised her voice, her brows furrowing. Where is he now? Take me to him. Mom, you're doing this on purpose. Son Gohan felt as though he alone was doomed, tears streaming down his face as he led Chi-Chi toward Capsule Corporation, while Son Goten stayed behind to assist Nabe with the children. Meanwhile, Whis had just finished his meal and was about to escort Son Wukong back to the God of Destruction planet when Chi-Chi, propelled by Son Gohan, flew in with an imposing aura that caused Son Wukong to falter, hastily seeking refuge behind Bulma. Chi-Chi, I will be gone for a moment. Who would believe such nonsense? I shall never trust you again. Chi-Chi feigned an attempt to tug on Son Wukong's ear. Chi-Chi, I implore you. At that moment, the formidable Son Wukong, the mightiest being on earth, bore a countenance of humility, desperately seeking a reprieve from his beloved wife. You wish to depart so soon after the birth of Wuhong and Wulin? Chi-Chi covered her face, on the verge of tears. I was wrong, I truly was. Son Wukong hastily embraced Chi-Chi, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, yet yearning to become ever more powerful, fearing the day when formidable foes might arise again. And without sufficient strength, he would be unable to contend with them. Humph. Chi-Chi broke free, turning her head away in disdain. Alas, it seems the negotiations remain unresolved. Whis, unwilling to linger any longer, gently tapped his staff upon the ground, preparing to depart. Mr. Whis, wait for me. Son Wukong grasped Whis's leg. Turning back to call out to Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, I shall return in a few months, my apologies. A flash of light enveloped them, and both Whis and Son Wukong vanished from Earth. Sigh, it cannot be helped. So be it. Chi-Chi resignedly waved her hand, signaling Gohan to take her home. Mother. Gohan looked at Chi-Chi with concern. What is the matter? Your father will be back in a few months. Do not worry. Chi-Chi embraced Gohan and ascended into the sky. Bulma, I apologize for the intrusion. Remember to visit Wuhong and Wulin. Very well, take care. And so, did father directly journey to the God of Destruction's planet? Nabel was utterly amused by this turn of events. Who could have anticipated it? Indeed, I was initially worried that mother would be quite disheartened. Yet, she appears utterly indifferent. Rest assured, mother feels that if she can stay, she shall, but if not, it matters not. Nabel neatly folded the children's clothes and placed them in the wardrobe. For father would inevitably return. That is true, Gohan nodded. Should we perhaps consider hiring a nanny? Otherwise, managing 2 children would be quite the hassle. Indeed. However, Nabel pondered that finding a suitable nanny is quite challenging. Perhaps we should opt for a few intelligent robots instead, like those from Capsule Corporation. They could manage the household chores and alleviate our burdens. That sounds splendid. Let us also arrange for a couple for mother. Gohan immediately made a call to place the order. As it was an expedited delivery, they would arrive by tomorrow. Woo-woo, accompanied by the cries of Son Wulin. Son Wuhong soon joined in, both of them unable to settle down. One was changed, while the other was fed. Wuhong cried as though his life depended on it. Nabel held Wuhong, while Wulin simply whimpered softly, melting my heart. Indeed, Wuhong's cries were excessively loud, but he is a boy after all. Gohan was busy changing their daughter's clothes. Though that may be the case, the weight of the 2 children is truly substantial. They are chubby and healthy, merely months old, with tiny arms resembling segments of lotus roots. Every day, it seems as though I could consume countless servings of milk. I cannot help but wonder how much my appetite will increase when I am finally able to partake in solid foods. The kitchen will surely be bustling with activity. Speaking of which, I am somewhat curious about the appearance of the Destruction God Star. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's child, Son Wukong, satiated, Nabel promptly laid him down to rest. It must be said that the bond between the siblings is unmistakable. When one cries, they both cry. When one eats, they both eat, and they even sleep together. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 children slumber, Nabel and Son Gohan retrieve their computers to resume their work, for they must provide for their family. Occasionally, Son Gohan embarks on business trips to distant forests for research, yet due to his instantaneous movement abilities, these trips are seldom prolonged. In his absence, he enlists the help of Dend, as the absence of Son Wukong leaves Son Goten alone to care for the household, which is quite concerning given the number of young ones present. Dend quips, I am not a babysitter. Initially, it was assumed that Son Wukong and Son Wulin would be intimidated by Dend's appearance. However, to everyone's surprise, the children thoroughly enjoy his company. Dend's cloning ability allows him to adeptly tend to the 2 mischievous youngsters. Nabel, too, is able to focus on her work, and her writing has made commendable progress, earning her several prestigious awards. However, This peaceful existence was not destined to last long, as a familiar malevolent energy began to encroach upon Earth. Chapter 49. The Resurrection of Frieza. As this sinister energy approached, all the warriors on Earth became acutely aware of it. It was Frieza. The presence of Frieza was drawing near, stronger than ever before. Upon sensing this ominous aura, everyone hurried to the presumed landing site, while Nabell entrusted the children to Chi-Chi, ensuring they were safeguarded by a protective shield. All the warriors assembled at a designated location on Earth, gazing toward the source of Frieza's energy. What is happening? How is Frieza still alive? Krillin trembled with fear. Frieza was his nightmare, a haunting shadow in his mind. Even the memory of his forced destruction lingered vividly. And to his astonishment, Frieza's power had grown unexpectedly formidable. Gohan, Yukong, Haven T, they returned yet? Dent asked anxiously. No, my father only returned once last month. Alongside Mr. Whis. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal spaceship descended before them. Following this, Frieza emerged from the spacecraft, seated in his ancient crib, flanked by his minions. Earth, I have returned once more, Frieza declared, intent on annihilating both the planet and the Scions, ensuring they comprehend the horrors he endured in the underworld. Ah, dear inhabitants of Earth, have you come so swiftly to meet your demise? Frieza's gaze fell upon Son Gohan, recalling the Scion child who had once bested him years ago. You must be Son Wukong's son. How fortunate you are! For you shall be the first to fall by my hand. Lord Frieza, allow me to eliminate this wretch, granting me, Taguma, the opportunity to shine. Taguma's gaze was sharp, exuding an air of confidence that belied any notion of Gohan's prowess. Very well, Mr. Taguma. Should you emerge victorious, you shall ascend to the position of the new strategist. Frieza appeared to relish this spectacle, fully aware of Taguma's formidable strength, which was certainly not to be underestimated. Sobel attempted to voice his thoughts, but was deterred by Frieza's piercing glare, retreating to the rear of the army in silence. While Taguma was tasked with confronting Gohan, the other subordinates did not remain idle, engaging the remaining warriors directly. These minor minions proved to be of little concern, as everyone faced them with ease. In contrast, Gohan felt no pressure facing Taguma. Despite not training rigorously in recent years, he had maintained his practice. Within mere exchanges, Gohan had Taguma sprawled on the ground, a result that clearly did not meet Frieza's satisfaction. It seemed there would be no need to summon Vegeta and the others back. Bulma, along with Gak, had long since arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing Frieza, she was utterly taken aback, frantically calling for Whis. Lord Frieza, I have returned, unaware of the unfolding events. Taguma adopted an array of bizarre and contorted poses, standing before Frieza in a twisted manner. I am your loyal subordinate, Jinyu. He then lamented the hardships endured over the past year on Earth, having awaited Frieza's return, and after countless tribulations, his frog descendants had proliferated extensively. Finally seizing the opportunity, he transformed back into his humanoid form. Indeed, this was Jinyu. Very well, Jinyu, go and vanquish that Scion. The child from Namek, Frieza commanded. Knowing it was Jinyu brought Frieza some relief, for his current forces were rather weak, with few capable of making an impact. Jinyu accepted the command and unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Gohan. However, both Frieza and Jinyu underestimated Gohan's current capabilities. He was now able to unleash his maximum potential in his standard form. Yet, witnessing Jinyu's blatant refusal to change, Frieza resolved to show no mercy. With a single, decisive punch, he pierced Jinyu's heart, then cast a steely gaze towards Frieza, seated upon his throne. Frieza, let us settle this once and for all. We wish to join. Sensing the overwhelming energy, Goten and Trunks rushed over without hesitation, eager not to miss such an exhilarating event. I feel like I've seen this person before, Frieza mused, scrutinizing Trunks as memories of his own demise flashed before his mind. It is you. You are that Scion's descendant. Frieza continued, pointing at Goten. And you must be the son of Goku. I never anticipated that the Scion lineage would expand so rapidly. Without hesitation, Frieza unleashed a powerful energy beam aimed directly at Trunks, seeking to exact revenge and ultimately dismantle the Scion who had brought about his demise. Boom. Although Frieza's attack was unexpected, Gohan's speed was remarkably swift, allowing him to deflect the assault far away. You must return at once. This is not a place for you. Goten and Trunks, realizing they were ill-equipped to contend with such an adversary, obediently retreated to Bulma's side, where they were predictably met with a scolding. To provide Gohan with space to maneuver, all the warriors stepped back, while Nabele activated a protective shield, focusing on support. After all, she was unable to engage in combat herself and could only assist. Frieza, though perceiving Gohan as somewhat troublesome, still regarded him as not particularly formidable. After all, he had trained specifically for this moment. It was the first training of his life, and he could not simply be vanquished. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Gohan possessed considerable skill. After exchanging blows with Gohan several times, Frieza had reverted to his final form, but still found himself unable to dominate Gohan. Moreover, Gohan had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza gazed in astonishment at the figure before him, never anticipating that he would be pushed to such lengths in this form. Originally, he had intended to use this technique against Goku, Gohan's father. Frieza began to gather energy, yet he was taken aback that his son had matured to this extent. But you will never defeat me. As Frieza completed his energy accumulation, his entire being radiated a golden hue, his power refined to an even greater degree. Yet it emanated an even more terrifying aura. This is bad. Gohan stands no chance against Frieza. Piccolo decisively declared, Bulma, hurry and summon Whis to bring Goku and Vegeta back. Understood. Bulma retrieved the Super Dragon radar and shouted into the sky, Whis, please respond quickly, otherwise Gohan and the Earth will be doomed in mere minutes. Just as Frieza battered Gohan mercilessly, Whis finally replied to Bulma. Ah, Miss Bulma, are you inviting me to partake in this delightful feast? It looks quite splendid. Chapter 50. The Earth on the Brink of Destruction, Mr. Whis. Please bring Goku and Vegeta here. Something catastrophic is unfolding on Earth. Upon hearing Whis's call, Goku and Vegeta communicated with Bulma, learning of Frieza's resurrection and his newfound formidable strength, as Gohan was being relentlessly pushed back. However, the distance was too great, preventing Goku from sensing the energy on Earth. This is dire. Seeing Gohan on the verge of sustaining a fatal injury, Nabele promptly deactivated the protective shield and exerted all her strength to bind Frieza, trapping him within her abilities. Piccolo quickly moved forward to catch Gohan. Nabele's ability to ensnare others was contingent upon the strength of the one being trapped. In the past, it had been tested on individuals like Goku without issue. However, during a previous experiment with Whis, when he resisted the protective shield, her fullest effort could only contain him for half a minute. Although Frieza's power has indeed grown formidable, it pales in comparison to Whis. Thus, it is feasible to confine him for half an hour under full exertion. However, due to concerns for Chi-Chi and the children, along with the limitations of remote control, I can manage to restrain him for approximately 10 minutes. Din administered a Senzu bean to Gohan, restoring him completely. Bulma and the others realized that Goku could not sense Earth's energy, which is why he could not arrive. In any case, we must devise a solution swiftly. I can hold him off for a maximum of 10 minutes. Nabele is struggling to endure. I have a plan. Gohan has recovered, rising to adopt his Super Saiyan form. Yet, this is insufficient. He transitions directly to Super Saiyan 2, continually amplifying his energy, growing ever stronger. He felt it. Hurry, seize me. Goku grasped this fleeting moment of energy and returned to Earth. Wow, what has happened to Frieza? He has transformed into a golden hue. Goku, observing the enraged and powerless golden Frieza trapped within the energy shield, fell into contemplation. Hey, Vegeta, is the first step to becoming stronger merely a change in color? What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta retorted, momentarily rendered speechless, though it seemed to hold a modicum of truth. Nabele, relieved to see them finally arrive, thought it inconceivable that the two of them, having trained under Whis for so long, could still be unable to defeat Frieza. Indeed, Nabele did not anticipate that Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form would ultimately be subdued. With Vegeta entering the fray, Frieza's vulnerabilities began to emerge. He could not maintain the golden Frieza form for long. Damn it! Damn it! Frieza knelt upon the ground, pounding it in frustration, wailing in agony. Yet, it was precisely this that concealed the fierce expression from Frieza's face. Regret this moment. I shall grant you a swift end, Frieza. Just as Vegeta prepared to strike, the very earth began to tremble. Whis and Beerus, pausing from their parfait, exchanged glances. Whis immediately activated his abilities to shield everyone present. In that instant, the earth exploded, obliterating all that existed upon it. Oh, except for Chi-Chi and the two infants. Chi-Chi, Goku, witnessing Chi-Chi and their grandchildren floating in the void of space, was nearly overwhelmed with fear. Fortunately, they were within the protective shield, as survival in the cosmos would have been impossible otherwise. Come here. Nabeel maneuvered the shield closer to ascertain the safety of the three. Chi-Chi was unharmed, although the two children's ears had suffered some damage from the overwhelming destructive noise. What shall we do? The earth has vanished. Nabeel, cradling Goku's son, examined her ears, then glanced at the ears of Goku's second child in Chi-Chi's arms. Feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. What does it matter? We can always start anew. Beerus relaxed, casting a glance at everyone. Start anew? Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Lord Beerus, what does this mean? Is this truly the course of action we must take? Whis received confirmation from Beerus and explained to everyone. My ability is time reversal. We can return to the moment before Frieza obliterated Earth. However, the opportunity is singular, so do not let it slip away. Having said this, he greeted everyone and activated his power, transporting them back to the past. Goku charged forward and delivered a devastating blow that incapacitated Frieza, thus averting a catastrophe. Kakarot. What is the meaning of this? Vegeta, witnessing his prey being snatched away, glared at Goku with evident displeasure, hoping for an explanation. Bulma rushed over to embrace Vegeta, nearly in tears. After a thorough explanation, Vegeta grasped the situation and felt a surge of trepidation. Noticing Bulma still clinging to him and the onlookers staring, he promptly pushed her away, exclaiming, What are you doing? Are you embarrassed? With the matter resolved, everyone finally felt at ease and returned to their homes. Beerus and Whis remained to indulge in gourmet delights at the Capsule Corporation, for they could not leave empty-handed after exerting their efforts. Nabeel and Gohan settled their two children and lay motionless in bed. I never expected that Super Saiyan Blue, Gohan mused, recalling the immense power exhibited by Goku and Vegeta today. Indeed, I never imagined they could ascend further. Nabeel felt that this must be the plot of Dragon Ball Super, and there would surely be a plethora of events to unfold. Gohan, I think it would be wise to resume our training, Nabeel suggested. My work is relatively stable now, and I have a premonition that more events are bound to occur. Gohan turned to embrace Nabeel, asking, You will accompany me, won't you? With her forehead against his. He gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Otherwise, it would be too lonely for me, wouldn't it? Nabeel swallowed nervously, feigning reluctance as she replied, Well, it seems there's no choice. I shall accompany you. Overjoyed by her response, Gohan kissed the corner of Nabeel's mouth, trailing from her cheek to her lips. Gradually, their gazes ignited with intensity, and Gohan's hands began to wander. Just as he was about to escalate the moment, the sound of a baby's wail pierced the air. Startled, Gohan and Nabeel sprang upright, their faces flushed as they hurriedly adjusted their clothing before tending to their two little ones. Perhaps we should occasionally allow Goten and Bra to visit their mother and Aunt Bulma more often, Gohan suggested, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Yes, you are right. Chapter 51. Universe 7 vs. Universe 6. What? A competition with Universe 6? Gohan, engrossed in his research report, heard Goku return, inviting him to participate in the tournament. How could this be? Gohan paused his work, inquiring about the details. It turns out that Kampa, the twin brother of Beerus and the god of destruction of the 6th universe, proposed a competition with Beerus, with the victor set to claim the Super Dragon Balls that Kampa has gathered. When is the event scheduled? My current workload may take another day, but there's still time. It will take place in 3 days. Wonderful. If Gohan participates, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Goku contemplated the members of their team, himself, Vegeta, Gohan, Bu, and that individual recommended by Lord Beerus, Monaka. Having resolved the matter of the team's composition, Goku refrained from interrupting Gohan's work. However, news of this competition quickly spread. As it was the first of its kind among the universes, everyone simply had to witness it. Are Dad and Uncle Vegeta still in the room of spirit and time? Nabeel inquired, having packed her belongings while observing Gohan tending to the child. Indeed, that room is incredibly useful, Gohan mused, contemplating its new potential use. If we're running out of time, perhaps we could ask for permission to enter daily? How did I not think of that? Gohan, you are brilliant. Not really. But would he agree? Perhaps, though it might seem a bit excessive. Nevertheless, it was time to pack their things and head to Capsule Corporation in preparation for the competition. Hey everyone, is everyone here? Whis stood atop a purple block, introducing the mode of transportation. Just then, Goku and Vegeta appeared, both exuding an overwhelmingly foul odor. Clearly having not bathed in months, with unkempt beards and stains on their clothing. Apologies, I almost lost track of time, Goku said nonchalantly, ready to board. You too. You smell atrocious. Quickly, go wash up and change your clothes. Bulma exclaimed, covering her nose and shooing away the two unkempt warriors. Whis remarked. It seems we still require some time. Finally, everything was set, and they arrived at the destroyer planet, where Beerus was still lamenting their tardiness. However, the attention of the fighters was captivated by Monaka, who appeared frail and lacked the demeanor of a formidable warrior. Nabeel, observing this, along with Beerus' attempts to prevent Goku from sparring with Monaka, began to formulate a theory. She quietly approached Whis and whispered, Mr. Whis, is this Monaka a ruse orchestrated by Lord Beerus? Oh, Whis glanced at Nabeel, slightly surprised. You've guessed correctly, but this must remain a secret. Indeed. As someone well-versed in animated series, Nabeel recognized the familiar tropes of such spirited narratives, likely intended to prevent Goku and Vegeta from becoming overly confident. Master Roshi had done something similar, though he personally participated. However, observing Beerus' visibly anxious demeanor, Nabeel surmised that no one beneath the gods could rival them. Thus, the arduous efforts to summon Monaka were made. On the journey to the realm of the void, Chi-Chi unleashed her culinary prowess, enticing everyone with her delectable barbecue. Particularly captivated were Son Wukong and Vegeta, who, having spent years in the room of spirit and time, had not indulged in a proper meal. Meanwhile, Nabeel and Son Gohan tended to the two little ones, feeding them milk and some solid food, before changing their diapers and disposing of the refuse in capsules. They felt reassured to entrust the children to the doting elders. Gohan, you must not falter later on, understand? Nabeel reminded, as she prepared a camera to capture these cherished moments, determined to immortalize the dashing sides of Son Gohan and everyone else. I will give it my all. Lord Beerus, how shall we determine the order of appearances? Son Wukong inquired. We can draw lots or such, but Monaka must be the last, as the grand finale. Understood? Beerus replied, savoring another piece of barbecue, feeling his soul elevate, and giving Chi-Chi a hearty commendation. Soon, they arrived in the realm of the void, and as anticipated, it was devoid of anything, save for the arena set for the competition. TCH, Kampa? Beerus scoffed at the venue arranged by Kampa. Oh, Beerus? Are you prepared to face defeat? Kampa exclaimed with delight upon seeing that Beerus had indeed brought Son Wukong to the competition. Believing that he had not demonstrated significant prowess during their previous encounter on Destroyer Planet. As the two gods of destruction began to bicker again, the others could only enjoy the spectacle. What? Why are there no cushions in the audience? Trunks interjected, observing the endless squabble. Exactly, as guests from afar. Is this the treatment we receive? Bulma chimed in, supporting her son. Never mind. Whis, let us lend them a hand. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis complied, promptly creating a splendid and elegant arrangement. Consequently, Kampa found himself ridiculed, left utterly humiliated. Once the family members were seated, Beerus noticed Nabeel and discreetly inquired of his brother. Whis, what is the story with that girl? No worries, Nabeel is a good child, Whis assured. Is that so? Well, that is reassuring. Yet, this feeling is quite uncomfortable. Haha, one will grow accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the warriors from the 7th and 6th universes, preparing for the written examination, encountered each other. Are you also Science? A petite boy stepped forward to greet them. Indeed, Son Wukong replied, struggling to envision the boy's strength, wondering if he might possess explosive muscle like Master Roshi. As expected, greetings. I am Gabe, a scion from the 6th universe. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the diminutive Gabe, who appeared strikingly different from their preconceived notions of a scion. The disparity was indeed quite significant. Son Wukong scrutinized Cab, and then noticed Frost sitting not far away. Hey look, that person resembles Frieza. This revelation allowed everyone to recognize the similarities between the 6th and 7th universes, even though the Scions in the 6th universe were renowned for their virtuous nature. Chapter 52. The tournament begins. Despite the high hopes everyone had for Bu's performance, he remained as unresponsive as a dead pig, leaving only the remaining 4, or rather 3, to press on. Son Wukong was fortunate enough to win the rock-paper-scissors contest, claiming first place, with Gohan in second and Vegeta in third. Damn it. You too. Vegeta could hardly believe his terrible luck, finishing last. My apologies, Vegeta. It seems fortune favors me today, Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully as he stepped into the arena, facing off against a yellow bear named Batamo. Batamo indeed possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, showing no signs of injury even under Son Wukong's relentless onslaught. However, his fundamental skills were notably lacking, and with a bit of finesse, Son Wukong managed to knock Batamo off the stage. Kampa felt deceived. This was not the Son Wukong he had previously seen, who appeared rather weak. He warned Frost, the next contender, "You must secure victory for me, otherwise, you will not attain what you desire." "Rest assured, Lord Kampa," Frost replied confidently as he entered the arena. Facing Son Wukong, he remained unperturbed, for he had a trump card up his sleeve. "Frost, since our universe also has members of your race, you should transform into your final form." Son Wukong wished to gauge the strength of Frieza from the sixth universe, pondering whether it matched the formidable power of the original Frieza. However, to his disappointment, despite considerable effort, Frost's strength was comparable to that of the Frieza from years past. "I must win this battle. I must eradicate the war in the sixth universe and protect the beloved children." Frost struggled to lift himself off the ground. "Oh no, this fellow is indeed a remarkably good individual." Bulma was touched by Frost's demeanor, feeling reluctant to see him lose. Yet, looking at his face, she couldn't shake the notion that he was not a good person. Nabeel found it hard to accept that someone resembling Frieza could actually be benevolent. "Bell, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance," Bulma admonished seriously. "We must not be deceived by Frieza." Indeed, Son Wukong was also moved. But victory could not be easily relinquished. "I'm sorry, but I will exert all my strength." Son Wukong and Frost unleashed their full power in a decisive clash. Logically, Son Wukong should have emerged victorious, yet to everyone's astonishment, he fell. In an instant, Son Wukong lost consciousness and was struck down by Frost, seizing the opportunity. How could this happen? What transpired? The audience was in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, except for Kampa, who was now gleefully wagging his tail, his expression a mockery towards Beerus. Wukong. When Chi-Chi saw her husband fallen on the ground, she could not contain herself and rushed down from the stands. Upon reaching Son Wukong's side and seeing him awaken, she leaped into his embrace. "Ah, I lost. What a pity," Son Wukong lamented, puzzled by the manner of his defeat. After helping Chi-Chi back to her seat, he remained bewildered. "Dad, what exactly happened?" Neighbor was equally perplexed, questioning how Frost, with such limited prowess, could possibly defeat Son Wukong. Was there some underhanded trick or a secret technique? "Ah, I truly do not understand," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Jace was deep in thought, his gaze unyieldingly fixed on Frost. However, there was no turning back. Gohan assumed the mantle and commenced the second match. Initially, he seemed to handle Frost with ease, yet at the crucial moment of resolution, he, too, experienced a brief pause akin to Son Wukong's. Everyone sensed that Frost had employed some trickery, yet it was elusive to discern. "Wait, I want to report Frost for foul play." Gabi finally voiced his certainty regarding Frost's tactics. "There's a pinhole beneath his elbow. He is using props." Under the referee's scrutiny, it was indeed revealed that Frost had concealed devices. "I told you, my eyes do not deceive me," Jace declared, brushing aside his non-existent hair with pride. Thus, Frost was deemed to have lost. "No, I object." Gabi, once again making his presence known, insisted that Son Wukong had lost due to Frost's cheating and thus deserved to have his status reinstated. "You brat, be careful, or I shall ruin you." Kampa was already furious at the foolishness caused by Frost. "What, Kampa? You refuse to acknowledge it?" Beerus would not allow his own advantageous position to be undermined by Kampa. Consequently, Son Wukong permitted Vegeta to enter the fray. Gohan's match resumed, followed by Gabi, another scion. After exchanging courteous greetings, the duel commenced. Yet Gabi's strength was evidently inferior to Gohan's. "Why do you not transform into a Super Saiyan?" After another exchange, Gohan noticed that Gabi showed no inclination to transform. "At this rate, you will lose." Despite being knocked down once more by Gohan, Gabi stubbornly rose, "But I will not become a Super Saiyan." This proclamation left everyone astonished. "I had forgotten, Super Saiyans are indeed quite rare." Nabele murmured to herself, and others shared the same sentiment. For now, the Saiyans of Earth could all transform into Super Saiyans, save for two newborn infants. This had become so commonplace that they assumed every Scion would inevitably become a Super Scion. They had forgotten that the Scions of Universe 6 were not on the brink of extinction, making the emergence of a Super Scion exceedingly rare, as it had never occurred. It was truly perplexing. Never did I imagine you wouldn't become a Super Scion. Gohan awkwardly scratched his head. However, Gabe bent down, sincerely requesting, Mr. Gohan, please teach me how to transform into a Super Scion. You little rascal. Before Gohan could respond, Vegeta's furious roar drowned him out. On the spectator's platform, Vegeta's face contorted with rage. Do you still possess the dignity of a Scion? How dare you bow to others? Is this what it means to be a Scion? I refuse to accept it. With your demeanor, I could annihilate your entire family in an instant, ensuring the extinction of such cowardly genes. Chapter 53, The Mysterious Hit. These cutting words pierced Gabe's mind as he gazed at the self-proclaimed prince of the 7th Universe Scions. I will not allow you to do that. Vegeta disregarded Gabe, casting a glance at Gohan, who took a moment to grasp Vegeta's intent. Hit him hard. Under the mocking threat from Vegeta, Gabe was swiftly beaten down by Gohan, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers began to feel pity, yet Vegeta deemed Gabe's refusal to concede as a sign of potential. Gabe, if you continue like this, Uncle Vegeta will truly travel to Universe 6 and eliminate your family, Gohan cautioned, understanding Vegeta's desire to teach Gabe a lesson. In truth, I shouldn't have participated in this match. Gohan observed Gabe's gradually intensifying demeanor, realizing that this statement had thoroughly ignited Gabe's fury, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. The first action was to deliver a punch to Gohan's abdomen, then confront Vegeta in the audience, declaring, I will fight you. I will not allow you to harm my family. Vegeta merely smiled slightly. Have you not transformed into a Super Saiyan already? This remark deflated Gabe's bravado. And only then did he notice his own state. His power had doubled. His hair turned golden. You didn't do this just to teach me, did you? Ah, indeed. That is why Uncle Vegeta would say such things. After taking a punch, Gohan quickly regained his footing. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires physical strength, a tranquil heart, and intense emotions. Vegeta eyed Gabe. You had better not forget the pride of a Scion. One must never bow to an enemy. At this moment, Gabe finally understood Vegeta's good intentions and deeply bowed to him. Thank you, Master. Humph. Having resolved the matter, Gohan no longer held back. Although Gabe had significantly enhanced his power upon becoming a Super Saiyan, he was still no match for Gohan. With a few swift moves, Gohan defeated Gabe and sent him tumbling off the stage. How infuriating. What on earth are you doing? Kampa had not anticipated the extraordinary prowess of the warriors from Universe 7. Aside from the victory obtained by Frost, which was through deceit, no one from their side could contend with the fighters of Universe 7. Nevertheless, Kampa placed his hopes on that calm and composed man. The next opponent was Magetta from Universe 6, a being entirely composed of steel, whose defensive capabilities appeared formidable. However, Kampa made a sudden decision to alter the battlefield, instructing Beerus to encase the entire arena in a barrier, leaving only a small space at the bottom. From that moment forth, any contact with the barrier would result in defeat. Thus, Kampa established this new rule. Kampa, this is not right, Beerus remarked, knowing full well that Kampa's actions could only spell trouble. Oh, come now, Beerus. I am merely setting better rules for the competition, Kampa retorted defiantly. Do you wish to fight? Beerus slowly rose from his seat, gradually levitating into the air. Bring it on. It must be said that the power of the two gods of destruction was astonishing. Even their mere exchanges of blows created the sensation that the very fabric of space was about to shatter. What on earth are they doing? Nabele hastily employed her abilities to shield everyone, ensuring they were spared from the oppressive aura of the gods of destruction. Enough of this. Whis and Vados intervened just in time to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. It was rather coincidental that the masters were brothers while the attendants were siblings, a unique occurrence across the multiverse. As gods of destruction, they were not permitted to engage in battle. Vados was the first to speak up. Indeed, have you forgotten? Whis positioned himself between the two deities. A discontented murmur was stifled, and thus, the next match commenced according to Kampa's newly devised rules. Magetta not only boasted incredible defense, but also possessed considerable speed and attack power. Especially troubling was the magma he could expel from his head, which rendered the air in the arena thin, making it difficult for Gohan to breathe. This is quite troublesome. This barrier is infuriating. Gohan focused on regulating his breath, striving to conserve oxygen. Glancing at the barrier and then at Vegeta, Gohan realized that if things continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Kamehameha. Gohan summoned all his strength to shatter the barrier crafted by Nabeledoes. A wave of heat surged toward the audience, and at last, the air began to circulate. Gohan's face, previously flushed from oxygen deprivation, gradually returned to its normal hue. What followed was a standard exchange of attacks. Given Vegeta's remarkable defense, Gohan aimed to exploit an opening to knock him off the stage. However, this proved to be a formidable challenge, causing concern among the onlookers. Gohan, hurry up and defeat that iron lump, Nabell exclaimed, witnessing the diminishing stamina of Son Gohan as she raised Son Gohan to cheer him on. Little did she know that her words would inadvertently create an opening for Vegeta, allowing Son Gohan to effortlessly knock him off the stage. This turn of events left everyone in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with stillness. In truth, Vegeta's race possessed a fragile psyche, and Nabell's remark about him being an iron lump likely struck a deep blow to his spirit. Bardoss stifled a laugh, observing that Vegeta was now crouched in a corner, silently weeping. I truly feel sorry for you, Nabell thought, her conscience gnawing at her. Well done, Nabell. Meanwhile, Beerus was indifferent, reveling in the victory of Universe 7, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Next up, Universe 7 Son Gohan was set to face Universe 6 Hit. As the referee announced the match, the cool figure of Hit, hands in pockets, made his entrance, heralded as the last hope of Universe 6, affectionately dubbed Hope Hit. With the anticipation of his comrades hanging in the air, Hit strolled onto the stage unhurriedly. Begin. Son Gohan, aware of Hit's formidable prowess, opted for his strongest form from the outset, believing that Hit's confidence would lead to his own downfall. Yet, in a heartbeat, Son Gohan found himself struck down, crashing to the ground. Can we start the countdown? Hit glanced at the referee, who, startled by his intensity, quickly initiated the count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Son Gohan showed no signs of awakening, granting Hit a swift victory with a single move. Apologies, but due to the overwhelming numbers on your side, I had to exert my full strength from the beginning, Hit remarked, watching as Son Gohan was carried away, readying himself for the next challenger. Chapter 54, Vegeta vs. Hit Gohan. Gohan. Nabell fed a senzu beam to Son Gohan, her heart easing as he began to regain consciousness. However, the question lingered, just how powerful was Hit that he could fell Gohan in one blow? Despite the fatigue from consecutive battles, Son Gohan should not have been so easily vanquished. That guy is genuinely formidable. I have no idea how I was defeated, he thought as he sat up. Glancing at Vegeta and Hit already in the arena, worry creeping in. I wonder how Uncle Vegeta will handle this. There's no need for concern. Vegeta will be just fine, Bulma said nonchalantly, handing Son Gohan his son, Son Goku. Take a moment to look after your boy. Recently, Son Goku had become a handful, squirming and fussing. And as soon as he was handed over to his father, he began tugging at Son Gohan's face. Stop it, Goku. Son Gohan dodged his son's playful grasp, urging him to look towards Uncle Vegeta. Indeed, Son Goku's attention was captured by Vegeta's dashing presence, only to see Vegeta being flung away by Hit. In all, Son Wukong expressed his youthful ignorance. On the battlefield, Vegeta was struck down by Hit using a technique akin to that which had previously felled Son Gohan. Yet the nature of this technique remained elusive. Even Gak, who possessed keen eyesight, could not discern it. However, the King of the Galaxy was aware. This technique was known as time skip, capable of freezing another's time for a mere 0.1 seconds. Such a power, tied to the fabric of time itself, was exceedingly rare. Few beings across the cosmos could awaken such a capability, with Whis being a notable exception, able to manipulate time within a span of 3 minutes. A feat of remarkable prowess. After enduring several blows from Hit, Vegeta began to consciously resist, gradually learning how to contend with him. Relying solely on his ability to foresee possibilities 1/10 of a second ahead. Having already transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta was confident that his speed could match Hit's. Yet the time skip remained a formidable threat. I must accelerate further, striking before this foe employs his time skip. Vegeta summoned his strength, pushing himself to the brink, feeling remarkably invigorated. Though he knew this state could not be sustained for long, a swift resolution was imperative. With this in mind, Vegeta successfully knocked Hit to the ground once more. As Hit stood, astonished, he mused, "Do you Scions excel at enhancing your prowess in battle?" Dodging Vegeta's next strike, Hit seized the moment to utilize time skip. Vegeta anticipated the location of Hit's attack, yet this time, he met with failure. To his surprise, this battle had afforded him considerable growth. There was still room for improvement in his time skip. Gazing at his palm, Hit reflected on his 1,000-year existence, noting how rare it was to encounter an adversary capable of such engagement. Having lived a life of assassination, he had long ceased to take combat so seriously. "I admire you, but can you maintain your current state for much longer?" he queried. "You are correct. This is already quite taxing," Vegeta conceded. Yet he was eager to seize this exhilarating sensation, a feeling of boundless power, an impression of unrivaled supremacy. Is this the new realm? This sensation? Ultimately, Vegeta could not endure. His stamina depleted, and he collapsed onto the arena. "Lord Beerus?" Whis observed Vegeta as if he had discovered a rare treasure, glancing at Beerus. "Mr. Vegeta certainly knows how to astonish." Indeed, it was remarkable. He had forged his own path. Whis looked at the fallen Vegeta, contemplating the effortless mastery he had been subtly imparting, realizing it was not suitable for him. Perhaps Son Goku might succeed? Unexpectedly, Vegeta had grown even stronger. Sensing a hint of crisis, Son Goku pondered, perhaps I too could become more formidable by battling Hit. As he watched, he had already devised strategies to confront Hit, foreseeing his movements, yet now his own time pause had extended to 0.2 seconds, rendering the challenge increasingly daunting. Initially, Hit believed that Vegeta was the most formidable warrior in the 7th universe. However, he was taken aback to discover that Goku surpassed him. Unlike Vegeta, who favored strategic combat, Goku preferred to act on instinct. "You seem to be a scion as well. Why do your kind pursue strength with such fervor?" Hit found their obsession with power perplexing. While he could not speak for others, his own desire was simply to engage in battle with the strong. Goku's candid declaration struck a chord in Hit's heart, which had remained unchanged for millennia. He reminisced about his early days of training, when his sole aim was to grow stronger and become a formidable assassin. "I see now. Goku, let us fight with all our might." Hit commenced an intense battle, and Goku, who had gradually acclimated to this style of combat, matched him blow for blow, though he sensed something was still amiss. "Ah, Hit, you are an assassin. In this manner, you cannot truly unleash your full potential," Goku exclaimed. Turning to the two gods of destruction, "I propose a modification to the rules, allowing Hit to utilize his assassin's prowess. This would constitute a genuine battle." "Nanny, are you insane? Continuing down this path, you could actually win." Beerus scolded Goku, but upon seeing the unwavering determination in Goku's eyes, he recognized it as a matter of honor for a martial artist. "Very well, but should you lose, I shall not be merciful." "Thank you, Lord Beerus." With the agreement secured, Goku eagerly urged Hit to commence. However, Hit regarded the man before him with a complex expression. "Are you being too naive? This is a duel to the death. It is not so easily concluded. Fear not. This way, we can both unleash our true strength, ensuring fairness for all." Goku replied confidently. "You are truly an odd individual." As anticipated by Goku, Hit's power surged to new heights as he unleashed his lethal techniques. With the passage of time, his abilities, particularly his time skip, continued to evolve. "Now, I have one final move, Hit. Be prepared." Goku resolved to reveal his ultimate trump card. Enveloped in the vibrant blue aura of Super Saiyan Blue, which began to shimmer with red hues. This is the Kaioken. Those who had witnessed the Kaioken recognized Goku's final technique, which imposed significant strain on his body. The Super Saiyan Blue form was already the strongest mode beneath the gods, and layering the Kaioken upon it elevated Goku to an entirely different echelon. Yet, observing Goku's condition, it was evident that he was still experimenting with this skill. "Do you all enjoy utilizing unfinished abilities?" Hit was at a loss for words, recalling both Vegeta and Goku, as if he were merely a test subject. "But this is the pinnacle of my strength. Come, Hit, hold nothing back." The Kaioken combined with the Super Saiyan Blue form can only be sustained for a brief period, as Goku's current physique cannot endure it for long. The clash of immense power captivated everyone's attention, and Vegeta, having regained his senses, clenched his fists in frustration. He felt the gap between himself and Kakarot had widened, and reflecting on his previous state, he realized he must master it. This was the path he needed to pursue. However, That state seemed ephemeral, and now he felt no trace of it. Gasping for breath, Goku acknowledged the formidable strength of Hit. He was not yet capable of securing a definitive victory over him. Therefore, he unleashed the Kaioken at 40 times its strength. An even greater force bore down upon him, overwhelming his body, which began to emit mournful creaks as it reached its limits. This was the final strike, Hit, with the blending of blue and red energies. The two engaged in their ultimate attack. Yet, before it could fully manifest, Goku collapsed. Perhaps this was indeed too much to bear. Lying on the ground, he lamented, suffering from the after-effects of the Kaioken. I declare Hit the victor. The next match would feature Monaka from Universe 7 against Hit from Universe 6. On the viewing platform, Beerus contemplated the urge to eliminate Goku. Do you even know what you're doing? Please don't be angry, Lord Beerus. We still have our universe's mightiest fighter, Monaka. Goku said nonchalantly, patting Beerus on the shoulder before turning to encourage the trembling Monaka. You can do it, Monaka. Beerus was left in disbelief, never anticipating events would escalate to this point, risking his reputation and inviting ridicule from Kampa. I declare, Universe 7 is victorious. The sudden announcement jolted Beerus upright as he saw Hit lying outside the ring, unable to believe his eyes. Did we win? He was elated, but Kampa was seething with rage. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, bore down on Hit. Do you understand the consequences of this? I no longer want the Super Dragon Balls. Just send me back. You jest, losing the final match so easily. How could I allow you to return unscathed? Hit, wary, observed Kampa as he began to gather a menacing amount of destructive energy. Goku perceived the ominous atmosphere and felt compelled to intervene. Goku, don't engage in futile actions. Beerus, reclining on the sofa, scratched his cat ears and remarked, the match has concluded. Your performance was commendable and deserving of praise. However, the spotlight no longer rests upon you. Zampa, indeed, it is still our dominion. You need only to obediently comply. Before he could utter a word, Zampa, prompted by Bardos, noticed the crowd below and let out a howl, his eyes nearly popping out. Lord Beerus, Whis urged Beerus to take a look, and as expected, upon recognizing the visitor, Beerus displayed a similar expression to Zampa's. The two brothers hurried down to the arena, kneeling to greet. Welcome, Lord Zeno. Good day, Lord Zeno. Oh. Greetings, came the response. Observing the mighty god of destruction in such a state, everyone looked on with curiosity at this diminutive figure, who appeared rather peculiar, indeed, resembling an eraser. Nabeledoes could not help but comment on Zeno's head. It looks quite like an eraser. The two angels guided everyone down to meet Lord Zeno, explaining that he is the most formidable being across all universes, capable of annihilating a universe with but a snap of his fingers. Alas, even more like an eraser, one swipe. And it's done. Nabeledoes stood silently beside Gohan. Miss Nabeledoes, how is Mr. Toriyama? Zeno floated before her. Oh, how do you know about Toriyama? Nabeledoes was taken aback to hear the name of the Dragon Ball manga creator here. Could it be that you have also traversed dimensions? He is the one who created me. Naturally, I am aware of him. I am quite delighted by your arrival, yet I do not wish to intrude upon your life. Hence I have never sought to meet you. Moreover, the rules dictate that unless it is an inevitable meeting, we cannot encounter one another beforehand, nor can I locate you. Zeno resembled a child admiring his creator, much like a young one longing for their father. Before I arrived, Mr. Toriyama was still alive and in good health. Nabeledoes shared what she had heard online with Zeno. That is wonderful. You must come to play with me when you have the time, all right? Zeno twirled around Nabeledoes, clearly ecstatic at the news. I am so lonely in the palace. Of course, I can bring my children along, Nabeledoes replied, perceiving Zeno's childlike nature. My children are quite adorable. Excellent. I will take good care of them, Zeno remarked, eyeing Goten and Trunks. What on earth is this fellow's background, Whis? Beerus, astonished by the unfolding events, realized he could no longer underestimate Nabeledoes. Lord Beerus, that cannot be disclosed. I cannot guarantee whether Lord Zeno would approve, Whis chuckled. The peculiar nature of Nabeledoes' existence was something only their angelic lineage and Zeno could perceive. Beerus, Zampa, what you are hosting here is quite intriguing. Zeno addressed the two gods of destruction after resolving matters on this front, but do remember to attend to your duties. Yes, Lord Zeno, Beerus and Zampa, recalling that their activities primarily consisted of indulgence and leisure, broke into a cold sweat. Listen to me, Lord Zeno. Bardos gently rested her forehead, appearing rather troubled. as if lamenting the fact that Lord Kampa, despite his considerable girth, stubbornly refused to embark on a weight loss journey. The diet beverage I painstakingly concocted for him was met with disdain for its taste, eliciting my quiet dismay. Chapter 56. The Arrival of Crisis, the Future World. Bardos feigned tears, adopting a pitiable demeanor, which only exacerbated Lord Kampa's agitation, making him wish to cover her mouth. Lord Beerus, too, seemed to do little more than slumber and indulge in culinary delights day after day. Given the atmosphere had reached such a peak, wouldn't he also take the opportunity to lodge a complaint? Ah, I see. The Grand Zeno, with an unchanging expression, regarded the two gods of destruction before him. Then let us select two new gods of destruction. What? Both Beerus and Kampa's faces turned a shade reminiscent of liver. I'm merely jesting. The Grand Zeno chuckled, wholly indifferent to the frayed nerves of those around him. However, your competition is quite intriguing. I too wish to host one. Let us gather warriors from across the universe to battle. Really, Your Majesty, Goku exclaimed, stepping forward in excitement. And you are? I am Son Goku, hailing from Universe 7. It is a pleasure to meet you. Goku extended his hand. The Grand Zeno tentatively grasped Goku's hand, but as Goku enthusiastically shook it, the Grand Zeno was lifted off the ground, swinging in the air, leaving onlookers in awe. You are quite amusing. Once back on solid ground, the Grand Zeno regarded Goku as if he had discovered a delightful toy. Your name is Son Goku. I shall remember that. Be sure to come play with me next time. Certainly, Your Majesty. After the Grand Zeno departed, Beerus and Kampa promptly collapsed onto the ground, evidently shaken by the sudden encounter, with Beerus being particularly affected. Son Goku, you must exercise caution before His Majesty, Beerus warned, waiting for Kampa to surrender the Super Dragon Balls, leaving only the inhabitants of Universe 7 in the void. What do you mean, Lord Beerus? I believe His Majesty is a good person, Goku remarked, still unperturbed by the Grand Zeno's presence. It was precisely this attitude that infuriated Beerus, who admonished him by pinching his ear before concluding the matter. Subsequently, they began addressing the affairs concerning the Super Dragon Balls. Thanks to the radar crafted by Bulma, along with Manaka's hints, they soon realized that the planet beneath their feet was the final Super Dragon Ball. Once all Super Dragon Balls were gathered and the divine incantation was uttered, "Come forth, Dragon of the Gods, and grant my wish." In no time, all Super Dragon Balls emanated a brilliant glow. A flash of white light streaked across the starry sky. The pitch-black universe gradually radiated a golden hue, followed by a resounding dragon roar that echoed throughout the realm. In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Within the body of the Super Dragon, the Golden Dragon, with its massive head, gazed at the individuals traversing the space and proclaimed, "Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. Anything is possible, but only one wish may be granted." He was speaking in a language that was incomprehensible to Bulma, its pronunciation peculiar. "It must be a request for us to voice our wishes," Son Wukong speculated. Indeed, Mr. Wukong was correct. "So, Lord Beerus, what wish do you intend to make?" Whis inquired of the contemplative Beerus. After what seemed like an eternity, Beerus appeared to have reached a decision. "My wish is to restore Earth in the 6th universe." The Eternal Dragon nodded in affirmation. "This wish is quite simple. I shall grant it." The Eternal Dragon radiated brilliance once more, its roar resonating through the cosmos. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." The Eternal Dragon gradually faded from sight, and the Dragon Balls scattered across the vastness of the universe. On their journey back to the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados naturally noticed that their Earth had been resurrected and deduced that it was Beerus's doing. "Humph. It seems I owe him one," Kampa mused. Vados, on the other hand, was elated, exclaiming that they could once again savor the delectable cuisine of their Earth. Thus, the competition between the 6th and 7th universes concluded. Yet, despite the semblance of peace, a great calamity loomed in the future. In West City, Earth, although it was daylight, a dark shroud enveloped the city, which had been rebuilt but now lay in ruins, devoid of humanity. Nabele, specifically, Nabele from the future, had just finished constructing protective shields for the underground shelter. In her quest to locate the energy source for the time machine, she resolved to return to the surface with Mai. The two ventured forth in separate directions, though their proximity remained close. They were so close. If only Trunks could return to the past for aid. Holding a bag of resources, a faint smile finally graced Nabele's face. Suddenly, A nightmarish voice echoed in her ears. Nabeel knew without turning who it was. The one who had destroyed everything, the usurper. Black. Nabeel swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Do not even think of calling for others, Black warned, aware that Nabeel intended to summon her companions. Trunks was injured just yesterday. He would never make it in time. And as for the woman who accompanied you, do you truly believe she could defeat me? Black had seized this rare opportunity. Without Nabeel's abilities, Earth would not have retained even a fraction of its population. I advise you against using your powers. Should you do so, my allies will eliminate every last one of those humans. Nabeel's hands fell to her sides in despair. You still have allies? Her mind raced frantically, searching for any means of survival. There was a possibility, albeit one that might cost the lives of thousands. She could not bring herself to do it. She dared not gamble, and now she could no longer wield her powers. The prolonged exertion had rendered her utterly exhausted. She could no longer use her abilities as freely as before. Curiously, within the base, there were many helpless women and children, all of whom owed their lives to the sacrifices of their husbands, sons, and fathers. Why must you push us to the brink of despair? Humanity is a malevolent species. Only by eradicating it can this world attain genuine peace. Black began to accumulate energy in his hands, preparing to strike down Nabel. In response, Nabel swiftly leapt through the window, fleeing in the opposite direction of Xiaowu. Meanwhile, Trunks, who was recuperating, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, jolting him upright. He rushed outside, where he found an eerie calm, but the protective shield that symbolized safety was gradually dissipating. Chapter 57. The Imminent Crisis. Let us give a little more. Tomato Daddy. Ignoring his physical injuries, Trunks, sensing Nabel's energy waning, headed towards the same location. Upon hearing a sound, Xiaowu approached, only to be confronted with the sight of Nabel, bloodied and lifeless, her eyes still reflecting a lingering hatred. Overwhelmed, Xiaowu collapsed beside her, tears streaming uncontrollably. Just as the protective shield was lifted, Black unleashed a wave of energy that pierced the underground shelter, causing most of the inhabitants to vanish. He hovered in the air, grinning with satisfaction. Your guardian, Nabel, has been slain by me. It won't be long before you humans meet the same fate. In a surprisingly good mood, Black refrained from further destruction and departed. The remaining survivors, upon hearing of Nabel's demise, did not weep or shout in anger. Their eyes simply lost their color. Amidst this profound silence, Trunks, having returned after hearing the explosion, suppressed his grief. Everyone, do not despair. We now have hope to defeat Black. We must avenge Sister Bayer. Trunks' words shattered the silence. A robust man rose first. Yes, right. We must avenge Miss Bayer. We cannot continue to cower. As humans, we cannot allow ourselves to be defeated by a creature like Black. Voices of agreement echoed. Indeed, we cannot continue like this. We must avenge Miss Bayer. They were, after all, humans who had triumphed over countless adversities. They could not be so easily vanquished by an extraterrestrial foe. Trunks looked on with a sense of relief as he organized the survivors to gather their belongings and prepare to leave the base. Where just moments ago they had lost a comrade. As they neared their destination, he noticed Xiaowu carrying Nabel, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Xiaowu. Trunks gazed at her with anticipation. How is Sister Bayer? Xiaowu, unable to utter the painful truth, gently set Nabel down. Trunks gazed at his sister, who had raised him, lying motionless on the ground, her hand already cold to the touch. Just like Gohan years ago, she had ultimately succumbed to the earth. Why must this happen? Why am I always left to live? Trunks struck the ground with all his might, exclaiming, Black, I will never forgive you. Trunks, you must gather your strength. You are our sole hope for the future, Xiaowu encouraged, helping him to his feet. She retrieved the resources they had found, along with those collected by Bell and her own, declaring, This is enough. Hope is within our grasp. The two made their way to the laboratory, where they delivered the heartbreaking news of Nabel's passing to Bulma. Initially elated at their safe return, Bulma's joy swiftly evaporated upon seeing Nabel's closed eyes, her form collapsing to the ground. Why must this happen? One by one, they leave us. Gently caressing Nabel's face, Bulma's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Bell, I am so sorry. It was I who sent you in search of resources. Trunks, witnessing his mother's dazed expression, found himself at a loss for words, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Yoshi, Bulma said, rising to her feet. Let us lay Bell and Gohan together. They would surely appreciate it. She opened a cabinet filled with several capsule boxes, all of a cryogenic nature. Retrieving the capsule belonging to the Son family, she opened it to reveal for already inside. Reflecting on past choices, Bulma lamented. It was my fault. We failed to rescue Chi-Chi and Uncle Ox-King in time. She stroked the capsules, recalling the mercilessness of the androids after killing Gohan. They had sought out Chi-Chi to eliminate her as well. That is not the case, Mother. Trunks interjected, unwilling to let Bulma dwell in despair. Trunks, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Bulma embraced him tightly. Without you, I would not survive. Belle has been with me since she was 7. She is like my own child. Ultimately, Bulma could no longer contain her grief, breaking down in tears. If only Goku were here, he would know how to resolve this. Regaining some composure, she urged, Trunks, you must travel to the past. Clenching his fists, Trunks' resolve solidified. Yes. In the present, Nabel played with a small toy, captivating Gohan and Goten, who erupted in laughter. Goten, did we not agree that you must not fly recklessly? Nabel fretted as she saw Goten take to the skies once more. She couldn't fathom how they had both learned to fly unnoticed by anyone, perhaps during Goku's recovery, as he had overexerted himself during the tournament, leaving him unable to train. On their way home, they accidentally demolished the house. Had it not been for some savings over the years, they would have been in dire straits, though Chi-Chi still imposed her own form of discipline. When Gohan returned home, Goten collided with him unexpectedly. Ah! Gohan exclaimed, removing the rambunctious little boy from his face. You two are quite the handful. Indeed, you are exhausting me. Nabel couldn't help but think that these two, barely a year old, were already so audacious. What would they be like when they grew older? It was indeed a laborious task. Son Gohan approached Nabel, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. You should rest now. I'll take over, he suggested. Nabel, feigning annoyance, brushed off Gohan's offer, reminding him of the children still in her care. Nonetheless, she eventually retreated to the bedroom, as the truth was that these two little ones were more than she could manage. In that moment, she suddenly imagined how delighted Goku would be to see his grandchildren. When he returned next time, he should bring them along. After all, he was the strongest warrior. Handling a couple of children would pose no challenge for him. With these thoughts, Nabel succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, a significant event was unfolding at Capsule Corporation. The time machine had arrived, but the occupant was unconscious. Whis quickly summoned Son Goku and Vegeta. Bulma urgently called out to the god of destruction. Look at this. She gestured towards the time machine and Trunks, the future version, whom they would refer to as Future Trunks. What on earth is happening? Trunks? Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Something must have gone terribly wrong in the future. Hurry back. They needed Future Trunks to transform into a Super Saiyan, channeling his energy to the maximum so that Goku could sense it and teleport back. Beerus and Whis also made their way to Earth, intrigued primarily by Bulma's mention of the future. Upon their arrival on Earth, they found everyone gathered in the courtyard. Chapter 58. The Future Enemy Black Please, Tomato Dad. Spare us some mercy. Vegeta rushed inside, finding Future Trunks lying there with his eyes closed. Even in slumber, his face contorted in pain. No. Future Trunks awoke. Spotting Goku before him, he immediately leaped up and threw a punch, exclaiming, You! I will never forgive you. He reached for his sword, ready to strike, but just then, a blow struck the back of his head. Ah! Future Trunks cried out, turning to see the figure of someone he thought had perished right before his eyes. Mom! He embraced Bulma, tears streaming down his face, and it took a while for him to regain composure. Are you calm now? Bulma tenderly stroked her son's head. Yes. Future Trunks released Bulma and turned to Goku, apologizing. I'm sorry, Uncle Goku. I thought I hadn't succeeded in returning to the past and mistook you for an enemy. It's all right. Goku waved his hand dismissively. He was more concerned about what had transpired in the future. Hey. Pilaf, who had been residing at Capsule Corporation, interjected. Shouldn't you consider the feelings of the young master? Pilaf and his companions were worried about Future Trunks, fearful of the potential for a dramatic family saga unfolding. Upon reflection, they noticed that Future Trunks indeed appeared troubled, clearly perplexed by the existence of his counterpart. Both are Mai and Vegeta's children. What's the matter? Bulma stared at them, realizing that this Trunks was indeed the Trunks from the future. They were one and the same. This revelation left the uninformed utterly astonished, while only Whis and Beerus slightly furrowed their brows, for meddling with time is a grave matter. In fact, a remarkably powerful entity had emerged in the future, wreaking havoc upon cities and hunting down humanity. Future Trunks began to recount the events that had transpired. Is it Bu? Vegeta could only speculate. After all, since the androids, Bu was the only formidable foe that had surfaced. No. In the future, under the guidance of Lord Kaioshin, I prevented Bu from appearing. Trunks denied this, instead revealing the presence of an exceptionally formidable individual who proclaimed himself Goku. What? This revelation struck everyone with great shock. How could Goku possibly exist in the future? That individual bears the appearance of Uncle Goku, yet he is clad entirely in black. Hence we refer to him as Black. What? That sounds far more dashing than I do. A few days prior, he had slain Sister Bura, but Trunks hesitated to divulge further details. For Sister Bura's abilities prevented him from killing humans. Instead, after severely injuring him, Black ambushed Sister Bura. I was far too weak, otherwise I would not have allowed Sister Bura and Mother to. Wait, Bura was also killed. Vegeta's veins bulged with fury. Yes, to buy time for me to escape. Bulma covered her mouth in disbelief. Nabura was dead, and she too had perished in the future. So you fled here alone? How disgraceful. Vegeta clenched his fists, his heart brimming with rage. I heard my father's words. Trunks lowered his head, unable to rebut. Had he been a touch stronger, perhaps no one would have had to die. I'm sorry, Dad. Vegeta, that was utterly uncalled for. Trunks is in distress. Bulma would not let Vegeta off easily. Witnessing her child in such turmoil made her heart ache. Trunks, just how powerful is this Black? Uncle Goku interjected to break the tension. Why don't we have a sparring match now to gauge our strengths? Alright, Uncle Goku. The two engaged in combat right in the courtyard, completely disregarding their own power levels. Fortunately, Bulma had already made modifications, activating a barrier that, while sturdy enough to withstand their released energy waves, would not hold for long. Ultimately, Trunks was sent crashing to the ground by a single punch from Goku, creating a sizable crater. Remarkably strong, Uncle Goku, Trunks climbed out of the pit. You astonish me even more. How did you become so powerful alone? Goku was genuinely impressed by Trunks' strength, never anticipating that in the future world, he could reach such heights without guidance. With a bit of training, he might even master Super Saiyan Blue soon. So, who do you think is stronger, me or Black? I believe Black is slightly stronger. Just a bit? Yes. Then there's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong felt a sense of relief. He hadn't even resorted to utilizing Super Saiyan Blue, which surely indicated his impending victory. Meanwhile, Bulma entered the time machine, meticulously inspecting the interior, yet found herself utterly perplexed. How vexing. What to do now? In her frustration, she struck the console, causing a notebook to tumble from a hidden compartment. Beerus contemplated how to address the situation, for tampering with time was a grave offense. Should it come to the attention of the Grand Zeno, it would undoubtedly be fatal. You are exceedingly audacious. Meddling with time warrants severe repercussions. Whis nodded in agreement with Beerus, stating, indeed, once time is altered, the future may undergo monumental changes, potentially resulting in irrevocable calamities. However, it was my future self who acted thus, not my present self, Bulma countered. No rules are rules. Beerus asserted with an air of impartiality. Thus, by all accounts, you are to be punished. Upon hearing this, Daiten fell to his knees before the divine Whis, pleading, No, God. Beerus, with astonishment, pointed at himself, incredulous. I am not a deity. He indicated towards Whis. I am merely a subordinate. I thought seeing Beerus would be displeasing. Daiten hastily began to plead for mercy. Please spare my mother. Punish me directly instead. With the assistance of Son Wukong and the others, Beerus indicated that as long as there was delicious food, they would be spared. Who could have imagined that the renowned god of destruction and his angel would be swayed by mere sausages? Who would have thought? Just as the atmosphere was becoming harmonious, a strange aura suddenly manifested in the sky, accompanied by a rift through which emerged a figure, none other than Son Wukong clad in black training attire. Chapter 59 Daiten encounters Son Gohan. Tomato Daddy, I implore you to show some mercy. After Son Wukong appeared, he immediately sensed Trunks' energy, yet simultaneously detected unfamiliar, yet familiar auras. Where's this? Black Son Wukong surveyed the individuals on the ground, realizing it was Son Wukong, Vegeta, the god of destruction, and Trunks. Setting aside Black's reaction, everyone was astonished by this person's appearance. What was once perceived as mere resemblance now appeared to be an exact likeness. Were it not for the real individual being present, one might assume possession had occurred. Are you black? Son Wukong inquired first. Son Wukong? I never expected to see you again, Black mused, recalling the previous massacre of the Sun family, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Humanity should not exist. Trunks is here too, which provides the perfect opportunity to resolve this matter. Black had no desire for further engagements. He merely needed to eliminate Trunks, and in the future world, no one would be able to oppose him. Allow me to have a word with you first. Son Wukong intended to test the waters, apologizing to Vegeta. This time, I shall take the lead. Kakarot, you rascal. Vegeta had initially intended to personally confront Black, especially since he had dared to harm Bulma. Black, however, dismissed Son Goku, believing him to be no formidable opponent, given how easily he had triumphed before. Yet, during yet another encounter, as Goku sent Black flying, he found himself spitting blood. To his astonishment, this era's Son Goku possessed an astonishing level of power. Black felt his body instinctively absorbing Goku's techniques, which was the source of his formidable strength. Regardless of the injuries sustained, as long as one remained alive, they could grow ever stronger. Their fists collided once more, and the radiance emanating from the ring on Black's hand caught the attention of Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus, Whis remarked, adopting a more serious demeanor. The appearance of this ring indicated that matters were far more complicated than they initially seemed. Upon noticing the time ring, Beerus lost interest in his sausage and began to scrutinize Black intently. Just as Goku was preparing to engage earnestly, a black rift, the very one that had brought Black here, reappeared, swiftly pulling him in without granting him a chance to resist. Cursed fate. Black cursed internally, pondering how Trunks had managed to arrive. As he neared the brink of collapse, he spotted the time machine on the ground and suddenly understood. Without hesitation, he unleashed a beam of energy to obliterate it, taking pleasure in the expression of despair on Daitai's face as he departed. Observing the wreckage of the time machine, Daitai could no longer maintain his composure, his body writhing in distress. It was over. Their only hope seemed lost. Don't worry, Trunks, Bulma reassured him. I have the manual from the time machine, left by my future self. Moreover, don't you remember? After defeating Cell, the time machine you left for me is still intact. Indeed, and there's also the one that Cell used. This is wonderful, Daitai exclaimed, gripping Bulma's hand with excitement. Just then, Dr. Briefs and his wife returned, ready to begin their work. Upon receiving Bulma's call, Chi-Chi hurried over with Goten and Dend, and upon seeing Daitai in the yard, Goten was the only one who looked utterly astonished, while the others felt a wave of nostalgia mingled with anxiety about the future. Wow, are you truly the future Trunks? Goten asked, gazing curiously at Daitai. Yes, I am Trunks. You must be Goku's son, right? May I ask your name? Daitai inquired, recognizing Goten's resemblance to Goku. I am Goten, but why is there no future version of me? Apologies, but in the future, Goku fell ill and passed away shortly after my birth. Which is why you were never born, Daitai replied, his heart swelling with envy for the present version of himself, blessed with parents and companions. What about my sister Beulah and my brother? Son Goten discerned the sorrow in Trunks' eyes and swiftly shifted the topic. Surely they must have married by now, right? Have they had children? Sister Beulah was tragically slain by enemies mere days ago. It was my weakness that led to this. Gohan had also perished years ago at the hands of the androids, hence their union never came to fruition. How could this be? Son Goten hadn't anticipated such a revelation, which could only deepen Trunks' sorrow. All he could do was offer solace. Fear not. My father and Uncle Vegeta will surely resolve this. As he spoke, he clasped Trunks' hand. Let us seek out Uncle Dend. Upon learning the full story, Dend and Krillin found themselves compelled by Bulma to fill in the vast pit created by Goku and Trunks. When Trunks and Son Goten arrived, they observed the two laboring diligently to cover the ground. Uncle Dend, Uncle Krillin, Trunks exclaimed, his joy palpable at the sight of them after such a long time. It has indeed been a while. Ah, Trunks. Dend paused his work, noting Trunks' considerable growth with a sense of satisfaction. Trunks, you seem to have grown remarkably strong. Though you were already impressive before, Krillin teased with a cheerful grin. Feeling a bit bashful, Trunks turned his gaze away, then recalled something and inquired. How are Gohan and Beulah? Gohan has become a scholar, yet his strength remains intact. He can assist us this time as well, Dend replied. Well versed in the affairs of the Sun family. Beulah is faring well. You could ask Goten to take you to see them. Really? That is wonderful. Trunks felt a wave of relief wash over him, agreeing with Dende's suggestion. Son Gohan was aware that his brother was not home, but rather attending a research conference, which he presumed would conclude shortly. He waited with Trunks at the door, having purchased milk tea for him. Before long, Gohan emerged, carrying a briefcase and momentarily oblivious to Trunks' presence. "Hey, isn't that Trunks?" Gohan exclaimed in surprise, delighted to see him. "Wait, does this mean something has happened in the future? Brother, let us not discuss that now. The milk tea is no longer cold. We can talk about it at home." Son Gohan interrupted Gohan's thoughts, handing him a cup of milk tea. "Oh, right," Gohan said, holding the milk tea when suddenly he remembered. "Did you get Beulah something? She adores peach cheese tea." "No, that's best enjoyed fresh," Son Gohan replied. "Then let us go now." After purchasing the milk tea, Gohan swiftly transported the three of them back home. Nabeel was just tending to Goku Jr. and Goten Jr. with their supplementary food. Chapter 60, The Summons of the Omni King. "Papa Tomato, I beseech you to grant me some measure." Upon witnessing this scene, Gohan hastily set down his belongings and took the items from Nabele's hands. "Beulah, Trunks has arrived. Why not have a chat with him? There's milk tea on the table." "Oh." Nabeel stood up, initially expecting to see little Trunks, only to find big Trunks gazing at her intently. "Ah, Trunks. It has been so long." Nabeel fondly recalled how, upon her arrival, it was big Trunks who had saved her. That boy was quite dashing. She held his hand and examined him closely, noticing that he had indeed grown quite a bit taller. Sister Bayer looked at the lively Nabel with reddened eyes, suppressing the wave of emotions within her. "When did you get married?" "In the year 778 of the AG calendar. Our two children were born in 779. Our son is named Son Gohan, and our daughter is named Son Wulin." Nabel cheerfully introduced them to Bayer. "Aren't they adorable?" "Indeed, they are exceptionally charming," Bayer mused, realizing that this was the scene her mother had always yearned to witness. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Nabel decided to let Bayer savor the culinary skills of Son Wufan. "Wufan, let us go cook." She turned to entrust Bayer and Son Wutian. "Wutian, Trunks, please keep an eye on Wulin and Wuhuan." Son Wutian remarked that it had taken Bayer so long to acknowledge him, which was rather unfair. Nabel bashfully patted Son Wutian's crab-like hairstyle, promising to make him something delicious. After a phone call, they learned that Chi-Chi and Son Wukong planned to have dinner at Bulma's, so there was no need to prepare food for them. They had just hunted a few dinosaurs today, along with several buckets of rice, enough to satisfy 3 Saiyans. Trunks was unsurprised that Son Wufan was the one cooking. Yet he hadn't anticipated it to be this delectable. In the future, Son Wufan would also prepare meals for Nabel, although the taste was rather ordinary. "You wouldn't have guessed, but this is something Wufan learned from Aunt Chi-Chi," Nabel said proudly. "I see," Trunks replied. "Wufan, you truly are remarkable." He recalled that in the future, Son Wufan had refrained from returning home to protect Aunt Chi-Chi from being targeted by the androids. However, after Son Wufan's demise, for reasons unknown, Chi-Chi and the Ox King's South hiding place was discovered, and by the time they returned, it was too late. The Ox King shielded Chi-Chi with his body while she clutched the family portrait of the sons, but blood was everywhere. Initially, Bulma had quietly gathered their bodies. Yet Trunks often caught her staring blankly at the photographs of everyone until she finally regained her smile after defeating the androids. Little Son Wulin inexplicably adored Trunks, constantly clamoring for his embrace. While others might not understand, Nabel was acutely aware that it was simply because the charming Trunks was both handsome and gentle. Despite their tender age, children could indeed appreciate good looks. As for why Wulin didn't seem as fond of little Trunks, one might wonder how a mischievous, undeveloped elementary schooler could compete with a suave and gentle giant in charm. After dinner, Trunks took his leave to return to Capsule Corporation. It wasn't until Son Wufan had settled the children and Nabel had gone to bathe that she remembered she had forgotten to ask Trunks what had transpired. "Oh no, I completely forgot to ask what happened." "It's all right, brother, I know," Son Wutian reassured her, confidently revealing the details of the situation before returning next door. However, Son Wufan sat silently in his chair, head bowed, utterly still, his mind consumed by the distressing news of Nabel's demise. When Nabel emerged from her bath, she found her husband sitting there, motionless, exuding an aura of despair. "What's the matter?" Nabel walked over and embraced his head. "It's all right." Son Wukong also wrapped his arms around Nabel's waist, seeking calmness. "Wait until I resolve this, and then I'll tell you, okay?" "All right." The next day, Son Wukong took a leave of absence and arrived at Capsule Corporation. Ah, Gohan. Son Wukong had arrived early, and beside him stood the Kaioshin, who had been looking for him. What is it, father? Lord Zeno wishes for you, Nabell, and the children to visit. Son Wukong felt a twinge of reluctance, as this was a crucial time for investigating Black. Indeed, but can we invite them over? The Kaioshin urged everyone to hurry, lest they keep Lord Zeno waiting too long. Without hesitation, Gohan instantaneously transported back to bring Nabell and the children. The Kaioshin wasted no time and led them on their way. Upon arriving at Zeno's palace, it truly resembled a divine abode. The structure was adorned with the character for all, and although it appeared modest from the outside, upon entering, one could sense the vastness within. This time, Whis accompanied them, while the god of destruction, Beerus, dared not come. Before long, the Grand Minister emerged to greet them. Nabell felt as though the Grand Minister's gaze lingered on her. Mr. Whis, who is this Grand Minister? Son Wukong whispered. Mr. Wukong, the Grand Minister is the most esteemed individual after Lord Zeno. You must maintain your decorum. Whis understood Son Wukong's nature well, noting his immense strength. I am inferior to even a single finger of his. I see, Son Wukong thought, realizing he could not best Whis and deemed it best not to provoke someone of such stature. However, unbeknownst to him, the Grand Minister had overheard his words. Soon, they were in the presence of Zeno, who was delighted to see Nabell and Son Wukong. After all, having lived for so long, he had never truly had any friends. Nabell, Son Wukong. Zeno descended from his throne, first checking on Nabell's children, who were still asleep. They are rather adorable. Zeno gently poked the chubby faces of the two infants with his finger. Lord Zeno, why have you summoned us? Son Wukong wished to return quickly to clarify matters regarding Zamasu. Son Wukong, I find you quite amusing, Zeno remarked, looking up at him. I am exceedingly bored, and I wish to play with you, just as we did last time. Ah, last time? Zeno took Son Wukong's hand and began to shake it up and down, causing Son Wukong to sway with him. This experience brought great joy to Zeno. Just like this, no one has ever done this for me before. However, Son Wukong felt slightly busy at the moment. Could I perhaps come back later? Lord Zeno, I promise to find you a friend when I return. For now, you can play with Nabell, Gohan, and Goten. It's a promise. Bring me a friend. Absolutely. Lord Zeno, you may call me Wukong. And what shall I call you? Zeno has yet to comprehend the concept of friendship. Then let it be Little Zeno. Son Wukong made his decision without further contemplation. I shall take my leave now. Little Zeno, remember to return Beer and the others before dinner, lest Gohan and Chi-Chi grow concerned. They entrust this task to you. With this, Zeno, for the first time entrusted with a responsibility, felt a surge of determination. I shall take good care of them. No one dares to bully them. Chapter 61, The Eve of Battle. Father, please. Nabeel did not find Zeno particularly fearsome, perhaps because he had not revealed that side of himself in her presence. To her, he seemed more like an innocent child, blissfully unaware of the world. Currently, she was having a delightful time playing with Son Wukong's children, Son Wutian and Son Wulin, despite their limited vocabulary, often uttering mere syllables like ba or ma. Only their grandfather's calls resonated the best, though she could not fathom why. Zeno. The moment she was corrected, Nabeel felt as though she had been slapped in the face. Hearing Wulin's exclamations made her cheeks flush. However, Zeno appeared all the more delighted, possibly deriving satisfaction from personally teaching them to speak. Meanwhile, Son Wukong was en route to Universe 10 with Whis and Beerus, intending to have a word with this Zamasu. Speaking of which, if this Black is indeed so formidable, why has the god of destruction not dealt with him? Son Wukong pondered this oversight and posed the question to his companions. You are correct. Logically, the Supreme Kai would not ignore such matters. After Son Wukong's suggestion, Whis contemplated a chilling possibility. Perhaps the Supreme Kai had been slain, resulting in the disappearance of the god of destruction. On their journey to Zeno's palace, Son Wukong realized that the fate of the Supreme Kai was intertwined with that of the god of destruction. And what of you, Mr. Whis? Surely, angels like yourselves possess immense power? Whis explained that angels fall into slumber after the god of destruction's demise, awaiting the arrival of a new one. Beerus addressed this inquiry, and through their discussion, both realized that this crisis extended beyond Earth. If not handled correctly, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais across various universes could face dire consequences. Zamasu, then? Beerus hoped fervently that he was the instigator, for that would spare them the trouble of further investigation. they could simply eliminate him. However, this endeavor proved fruitless, as they lacked the evidence to substantiate that Zamasu was indeed black, for the current Zamasu still appeared to be a benevolent apprentice Supreme Kai. Upon returning to Earth, the time machine had been completed. Son Gohan declared his intention to accompany them. In truth, it was likely driven by the desire for vengeance after learning of Beater's fate. Bulma revealed this truth, yet wholeheartedly supported him, affirming that as a husband, he must seek retribution for his wife. Indeed, although Vegeta shared a similar sentiment, he would never voice it aloud. The four men crowded together evidently strained the time machine. Fortunately, Bulma summoned a device from years past, one that had been created during a quarrel with Yamcha, which Sun Wukong had fortuitously come to repair the Dragon Radar, a machine capable of resizing. After shrinking Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Gohan and Trunks could comfortably sit down. The reason for their diminutive transformation was simply that Gohan and Trunks possessed far superior skills in operating machinery than those two warriors. Gohan had also taken the time to learn a bit about the basic maintenance of the time machine, to prevent any unforeseen mishaps, perhaps even to save the day. The time tunnel was quite splendid, and they soon arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking from the time machine and restoring the two to their normal size, they began to carefully observe their surroundings. It appeared to be a realm of nothingness, while Sun Wukong rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a pouch of senzu beans and a button. It was the button that the Omni King had mentioned before leaving the Omni King's palace, indicating that it could summon him. Without a second thought, he placed the button aside, distributed a senzu bean to each person, and returned the remainder to the pouch, nearly forgetting them entirely until Gohan had reminded him. Trunks quickly made his way to the location where Mai had been, only to find her absent. Could it be that Mai was still alive? Suddenly, a voice called out to him from a distance. It was a human from this era, who expressed great joy upon seeing Trunks, as it represented hope for humanity. "Are you all well? Where's Mai?" Trunks inquired hastily. "Mai has been rescued, but she is yet to awaken." As they spoke, they noticed Sun Wukong approaching from behind, causing Trunks to turn pale. Black. Realizing the misunderstanding, Trunks quickly explained that this was the expert he had invited via the time machine, and it was only due to Trunks' assurance that everyone reluctantly accepted them. However, one elderly man, upon seeing Gohan, became exceedingly excited and rushed forward to grasp his hand. "Are you Mr. Gohan? I am so relieved to see you alive." Before Gohan could respond, the man burst into tears, expressing his gratitude for being saved during the android crisis. "I apologize, sir. It was not I who saved you, but rather my counterpart from this era." Gohan clarified their origins from the past. "Then my family must still be alive," the elderly man thought, feeling a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the timeline, as long as they were alive, they guided everyone to the current refuge, a dim underground shelter where the number of surviving humans had dwindled from tens of thousands to mere thousands, illustrating the profound impact of losing Nabele's protection. "Mai!" Trunks exclaimed upon seeing that she remained unconscious, urgently requesting senzu beans from Sun Wukong. He crushed one in his mouth and fed it to Mai. "Oh, are you two a couple?" Sun Wukong remarked, finally realizing their relationship, astonished by the revelation, and noting that the man seemed somewhat familiar. "Mr. Wukong." Trunks felt his face flush with embarrassment, wanting to explain further, but at that moment, Mai had already awakened. "Trunks!" she exclaimed, joyfully embracing him. However, it was evident that Vegeta was unwilling to prolong this any further. They had matters at hand, and he was determined to eradicate that Black. As for Black, upon hearing his father's inquiry, Trunks assumed a serious demeanor. His whereabouts were often elusive, as he typically appeared of his own volition. With no alternative, he and Mai began to wander through the shelter. Yet, upon encountering that familiar, imposing silhouette, Goku could hardly believe his eyes. It was none other than Yajirobe. "You are still alive." The disheveled Yajirobe had never imagined he would see Goku again in this lifetime. "Son, you are still here. What a surprise." "My goodness. Gohan is here too." Upon spotting Vegeta, however, he silently turned away. "Oh, Vegeta, you rascal, what an attitude." It was indeed Yajirobe who had severed his tail. A vendetta he had yet to avenge. Perhaps now was the time. Hey, do not take action. After all these years, why do you still have that demeanor?" Yajirobe hid behind Goku and Gohan, finally feeling a sense of safety. "Yajirobe, how did you survive?" Goku inquired candidly. It turned out that Kami had left his last senzu bean for Yajirobe before his demise, allowing him to survive the onslaught of the androids. Reflecting on Kami brought forth a torrent of emotions for Yajirobe. He vowed not to waste the sins of being left for him, and to live on in honor of his mentor. Chapter 62. A new enemy, Zamasu. However, the atmosphere above West City could not be ignored. It was black. Trunks instructed Mai and the others to remain in the shelter and not venture outside. As he prepared to confront Black alongside Goku and the others. You all came? Black's gaze was fixated on Goku. Goku, let us battle once more. Your fights make me stronger. This time, your opponent is me. Vegeta and Gohan declared in unison, but Vegeta swiftly advanced to attack Black, leaving Gohan no choice but to stay put. Gohan, you seem quite eager this time, Goku remarked, observing his son, who, despite his dedication to training, preferred research over combat. Dad, I already know about Beulah's demise at Black's hands. Gohan watched the fierce exchange between Black and Vegeta, yearning to join the fray. Ah, you are already aware. Goku scratched his head, as he had yet to inform Gohan and Beulah of the tragic news. Once Vegeta unleashed his Super Saiyan Blue form, Black was forced to retreat repeatedly, caught off guard by Vegeta's formidable strength. However, this was undoubtedly advantageous, for the mightier the adversary, the stronger he would become. Vegeta struck Black into the earth once more, poised to deliver a finishing blow, but his body's instinct led him to retreat repeatedly. As everyone gazed upon Black, he emanated an ominous aura, which soon began to rise, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible. The color of his hair and energy transformed into a vibrant pink, reminiscent of the Super Saiyan Blue form. Nevertheless, it was evident that Black's power now surpassed even that of Vegeta and Goku. This form was a resplendent pink, Super Saiyan pink. Black radiated a dark pink energy, mastering this newfound power that brought him immense exhilaration. With just a few strikes, he had vanquished Vegeta, who was in the Super Saiyan Blue form, inflicting upon him severe injuries. Gohan hurriedly administered a Senzu Bean, managing to preserve his life just in time. I have now fully appropriated Goku's strength. Black looked down at Goku, declaring, Goku, you should feel elated. You have reached your most exquisite pinnacle through me. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Goku replied, eyes narrowed in suspicion as he confirmed Vegeta was unharmed. You are still human. How could you possibly comprehend the noble essence of my words? Hey, Trunks, does this Black often spout such nonsense? Goku muttered quietly to Trunks, his forehead creased with irritation. Indeed, everything about my existence embodies the epitome of solitude, Black continued, spreading his arms wide and closing his eyes in enjoyment, causing Goku's frown to deepen. You are truly disgusting, Black. Who are you even talking to? Vegeta, filled with rage, could barely contain himself. Having already been ambushed and nearly killed, he declared, You are my opponent. Clearly dismissive of Vegeta, Black perceived him as a mere triviality, confident in his ability to effortlessly dispatch him in his perfected form. However, a sudden elbow strike from Vegeta caused Black to cry out in pain, followed by a flurry of punches that left him momentarily defenseless. A swift uppercut struck Black's chin, followed by a side kick aimed to finish him off. Die! Vegeta shouted. With a slight smirk, Black conjured a dagger-like energy that pierced directly through Vegeta's chest. Amused by Vegeta's incredulous expression, Black remarked, You make for a delectable appetizer, Vegeta. Withdrawing the dagger, Vegeta, gravely wounded, reverted from his Super Saiyan Blue form and plummeted towards the ground. Enough of this. An exasperated Gohan could no longer restrain himself. He charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that unexpectedly sent Black flying. Who are you? Black questioned, taken aback by Gohan's unexpected display of strength. Although he possesses the body of Son Wukong, he lacks the memories of the legendary figure. After eliminating Chi-Chi and Goten, he arrived in the future without ever having met Son Gohan. Nevertheless, he is aware of Gohan's existence. Trunks, hurry and save Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan exclaimed. Father, let us join forces. To be candid, I cannot defeat this foe alone. Gohan, not being overly arrogant, recognized that his recent victory over Black was merely a stroke of luck, for in truth, he could not best Black on his own. So, you are the son of Son Wukong. You must be called Son Goten, am I correct? Black inquired, his gaze shifting away from Gohan as he fixed his eyes on Son Wukong, a sinister smile creeping across his face. They remain unaware of my true identity. It is best to keep it concealed for now, allowing me to surprise Son Wukong later. Just as the trio prepared to engage in battle once more, Another figure emerged beside Black, Zamasu. Son Wukong was taken aback by Zamasu's sudden appearance. You are indeed Black's accomplice. Is he truly Zamasu? Son Gohan scrutinized the newcomer, noting the green skin and the long, mohawk hairstyle that suggested a high level of intelligence. Wukong should have entrusted me with the task of eliminating you. Zamasu remarked to Black. You ought to let me handle this. Why do both of them have their sights set on you, father? Son Gohan pondered, perplexed. It was not just Black who yearned for a confrontation with Son Wukong. Even the newly arrived Zamasu sought to end Wukong's life. How should I know? However, the moment had arrived. Son Wukong and Son Gohan exchanged a knowing glance and advanced together, with Wukong confronting Black and Gohan facing Zamasu. Wukong had previously returned from the 10th universe, stating that Zamasu's power was not particularly formidable, although caution was still warranted. Indeed, after Son Gohan dealt a lethal blow to Zamasu, the latter swiftly restored his form, delivering a powerful counterattack to the momentarily distracted Gohan. Observing this, Gohan instinctively rushed to assist, but Black intercepted him. At that moment, Vegeta, aided by Trunks, began to recover and intended to help, only to find Black suddenly appearing before Son Gohan, studying him with keen interest. So, you are Son Gohan. And what relation does Nabele hold to you? She is my wife. What do you wish to convey? Gohan responded. Black erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. So it is you. Nabele was still murmuring your name before her demise. I had no idea it was you. Chapter 63, Son Gohan's New Form. Father, please, I beseech you. What do you mean? Gohan sensed the ominous tone of Black's words. Since you are indeed Son Gohan, allow me to share how I brought about Nabele's end. Time rewinds to the moment when Black pursued the fleeing Nabele through the window. Nabele, of course, could not match Black's speed. To avoid further conflict, he opted to pierce her chest with a single, decisive blow. Nabele cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Her hands pressed against her wound in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Crimson liquid quickly pooled around her, and she realized that her time was running out. The excessive loss of blood caused her head to spin. Possessing such formidable power, yet being so pathetically weak, Black scoffed. You wield stolen strength, no better than a thief who has pilfered the body of Uncle Goku. Nabele struggled to muster her spirit. You disgusting thief, you coward. In the not-so-distant future, someone will avenge me by taking your life. Such a shameless creature. If you were to divulge the secrets of your extraordinary power, perhaps I could allow you to live. Black mimicked Goku's demeanor, displaying an innocuous smile. Dream on. Do not wear that smile. It is an affront to him. Nabele spat out blood. Perhaps my boyfriend will come to defeat you. No need for Uncle Goku. No, it's better he remains where he is. Surely he is living a blissful life now. The light in Nabele's eyes began to fade. This time, 001 would likely not come to her rescue. She was ready to meet Gohan. Gohan, such a foolish human. Black glanced at the lifeless Nabele, realizing that humans could never comprehend the greatness of my character or the magnitude of my deeds. However, Gohan, Black recalled that he was Goku's son. How amusing. Back to the present. Black recounted everything with great flourish, even going so far as to reiterate Nabele's tragic demise, her eyes wide open in death. The two in front of him might not realize it, but Goku sensed that his son's fury was about to erupt, and Vegeta, eager to intervene, felt the same. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks simultaneously recalled the scene of Cell being mercilessly beaten, and a cold sweat broke out among them. Goku quietly stepped back, wishing to distance himself from this perilous situation. He had known for years that if Gohan became sufficiently enraged, no one could stand against him. Indeed, after hearing Black's words, Gohan slowly lifted his head, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. What? Do you seek revenge? Before Black could finish his sentence, Gohan's fist pierced through his abdomen with a sudden ferocity. What? Black coughed up a mouthful of blood, still disoriented when Gohan struck his crown with a powerful blow, driving him into the ground, unconscious. Impossible. Vegeta, reminiscent of his fury against Cell, felt as if his eyes would pop from their sockets. Gohan had transformed. His usual black hair stood on end, now a dazzling silver gray, his demeanor icy and resolute. Surrounded by flickering purple lightning, the crackling sounds were particularly pronounced. Wow, how impressive. Gohan is truly remarkable. He is indeed my son. The pride radiating from Son Wukong made Vegeta grit his teeth in frustration. Impossible. A mere human. Zamasu felt a fleeting moment of disbelief as Black was swiftly defeated. How could a human possess such power? Stealthily observing Son Wukong, Zamasu suspected that this individual must have senzu beans. Seizing the moment while Son Wukong was lost in contemplation, Zamasu retaliated with a sudden attack, swiftly snatching a bag of items from Son Wukong's attire. Senzu beans. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zamasu dashed to the unconscious Black and forced a bean into his mouth. Just as it was lodged inside, a resounding crash echoed as Zamasu's head was brutally obliterated. Gohan gazed coldly at the headless Zamasu, reclaiming the bag of senzu beans and tossing it to his father. However, Zamasu's actions were still quick, and the beans soon took effect, reviving Black in an instant. Upon seeing Gohan still standing before him, rage consumed him. "You little brat, I will kill you." Transforming into his Super Saiyan Rose form, Black aimed a punch at Gohan's face, only to have it effortlessly blocked, resulting in blood spilling from his chest. "Black, I shall never forgive you." For the first time, Gohan spoke, his fury igniting as he launched a fierce assault. Yet even with Zamasu's assistance, Black struggled to withstand Gohan's relentless onslaught. "This is not good. We cannot continue like this," Zamasu thought, defending Black while proposing, "Let us use the Patera earrings." Although feeling a deep sense of shame, Black had no choice. With a feint to divert Gohan's attention, the two swiftly retreated to a distance. "Gohan, your demise is imminent." Adjusting the Patera earrings on their ears, they began the fusion process. Gohan sensed that this new form was exceedingly taxing on his stamina and doubted he could sustain it for long. "Damn it, my training is insufficient." Determined to end this swiftly, he charged forward to interrupt their fusion before it was complete. However, the fusion progressed rapidly, culminating in the emergence of a new being, radiating immense power visually. Gohan's demeanor appeared unsettling. Vegeta, Son Wukong, noticing Gohan's labored breathing and sensing his unstable energy, prepared to assist. Just then, two figures descended from the sky, the Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Baozi. "Mr. Wukong," the Supreme Kai called out. Having also noticed the dire situation with Zamasu and Black, he tossed the Patera earrings to Son Wukong. They arrived here because Whis and Beerus sought to further investigate the essence of Zamasu, only to be met with his murderous intent, prompting them to lie in wait. Indeed, Zamasu harbored the intention to slay the god of destruction of Universe 10, Baozi. Whis intervened to save him, and with evidence in hand, Beerus annihilated Zamasu. Following this incident, Whis foresaw that Goku and his companions might face dire peril in the future. However, he and Beerus were unable to venture into that time. Thus, he entrusted the Supreme Kai with the task of delivering Patera earrings to Goku and Vegeta to enhance their chances of victory. In an effort to rectify this error, Baozi accompanied him. Upon learning of this, Goku and Vegeta were perplexed. They questioned the origin of this Zamasu, wondering if he was from their timeline. Trunks speculated that it could indeed be the present Zamasu, whom they referred to as the future Zamasu. Chapter 64, Victory. The future Omni King. Goku handed Vegeta the other Patera earring, urging him to wear it swiftly. "Damn it, I don't want to fuse with Kakarot." Vegeta reluctantly accepted the earring, concerned that using it would prevent their separation. "No worries," Goku reassured him. "It's not divine usage. The effect of the Patera earrings lasts only an hour." Observing Gohan's increasing fatigue, Vegeta set aside his reservations, for the circumstances demanded action. "Put on the earrings, fuse." The mightiest warrior, Vegeta, re-emerged after many years. "My form embodies justice. My presence signifies the world." Zamasu watched as Gohan began to falter, firmly believing that his overwhelming power was the cause of Gohan's dwindling stamina. In truth, it was Gohan's inability to master this newfound strength that left him feeling inadequate. "Zamasu." Vegeta shielded Gohan from harm. "Who are you?" Zamasu questioned. "You have fused into one being, and I too have become a singular entity." Vegeta smirked with arrogance. "I am the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, Vegeta. You best remember this, for you shall meet your demise at my hands." Then, Vegeta began to amplify his energy. "This is Vegeta Blue." Zamasu widened his eyes, realizing that this Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, felt more formidable than the Gohan he had just faced. According to the lore, the strongest warrior is Vegeta. With such meager strength, how could you possibly defeat a god? Zamasu refused to concede, convinced that he was the mightiest in this world. Viewing all humanity as mere insects destined for extermination. Yet, as Vegeto concentrated his energy into his fist, a single blow caused half of Zamasu's body to disintegrate, while a second strike left him with scarcely any remnants. Impossible. Zamasu struggled to restore his form, but for some reason, his recovery was agonizingly slow. Though you have transformed into an immortal being using the Super Dragon Balls, upon the fusion of Vegeta and Goku, they inherited memories, and the Supreme Kai, Gaosu, informed them that their immortality may have been bestowed by the Super Dragon Balls. However, this is not an insurmountable challenge. For as long as I unleash my power to a sufficient magnitude, your regenerative capabilities will falter. Utilizing a clever tactic, Vegeta dispersed his energy throughout Zamasu's entire being. How infuriating. It is impossible. I am a god. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere human? Zamasu's rage accelerated his physical recovery. Yet he transformed into a grotesque form, with his purple skin still in disarray and his massive limbs grotesquely contorted, symbolizing the decay of Zamasu's abilities. After unleashing the Kamehameha wave, which once again shattered Zamasu's form, Vegeta observed the impotent fury reflected in Zamasu's visage. Finding it utterly tiresome, he resolved to annihilate Zamasu entirely with a grand-scale Kamehameha, reminiscent of Gohan's decisive blow against Cell. As Vegeta gathered energy for his Kamehameha, Gohan had sufficiently recuperated, still retaining his silver-haired state, though he too could not sustain it for long, wary of potential unforeseen developments. He remained focused on the dynamics between Zamasu and Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta's Kamehameha was formidable. Although Zamasu managed to evade the direct hit by tilting his head, the remainder of his body was engulfed, leaving no trace behind. Crack! The Patera earrings could not withstand the explosive force unleashed by Vegeta and shattered instantly. Vegeta and Goku were separated, and the Kamehameha dissipated. Witnessing this turn of events, Zamasu could hardly contain his laughter. Once he regained his strength, he would retaliate with his own magic. Without delay, Gohan summoned every ounce of his remaining strength to unleash a final flash upon Zamasu's remaining head. Given that he was in his silver-haired state, the scale of his power was considerable, resulting in Zamasu's complete obliteration. However, the exertion left Gohan utterly spent, causing him to collapse. As Goku descended from the sky, he fell backward, causing the Senzu beans and button in his pocket to tumble out. In a moment of panic, he grasped the bag of Senzu beans. This is not good. Goku, now devoid of energy, nevertheless managed to extend a finger to retrieve the button. With a crisp sound, accompanied by a flicker of blue light, a familiar figure materialized before Goku. Where's this? Who are you? The Omni King initially inquired, surveying the destruction around him. Lord Omni King. Goku steadied himself and addressed him. I am Son Goku. This place was just ravaged by an enemy, but we have defeated him. Is that so? The Omni King, intrigued, observed Goku and the surrounding chaos, ultimately focusing on the unconscious Gohan. Who is he? Why does he bear the essence of Xeno? That is my son, Gohan. Bula is his wife. However, I feel that Bayer has already passed away. Who could have done this? The king of all is somewhat angered. It was not easy for him to be brought to earth by fate, only to find that Nabell has perished. Those who have caused destruction here have been avenged for Bayer. Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalls the king of all from his timeline. Yes, my lord, come with me. I can still allow you to meet Bayer, and there is another person who could become your friend. Really? The king of all sensed that this individual was not lying and began to smile with joy. Then let us hurry. Could you please wait a moment? The king of all agreed to this request, noticing that the supreme Kais of this universe and the 10th universe were also present, though he paid them no mind. Approaching Son Gohan, he expressed a hint of curiosity. Meanwhile, Vegeta was providing Trunks with resources entrusted to him by Bulma. She believed that with so many people, it would be impossible not to defeat a foe like Black, so it was prudent to prepare various resources for the survivors to utilize in rebuilding the city. Everything had come to an end. Vegeta awkwardly comforted Trunks, reminding him not to neglect his training, as it was uncertain whether enemies would arise in the future. All right. Thank you, Dad. Trunks held a large box of capsules, tears welling up as he sensed that this would likely be his last meeting with his family. Never forget the pride of the Saiyans. Trunks. Son Wukong approached Trunks to discuss something. I apologize, but could we return for a moment? Son Wukong explained to the two about inadvertently summoning the king of all from this timeline. Are you a fool, Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed in anger. And Son Wukong did not dare to retaliate. Chapter 65, Two Kings of All. However, no matter how furious he was, there was nothing to be done. Trunks bid farewell to Little Wu and handed her the supplies. Everyone then used the time machine to return. During this time, Son Gohan also recovered using the Senzu beans. Although his wounds had healed, he remained unconscious. What is happening? Why hasn't Gohan awakened? Son Wukong looked at Son Gohan with concern. It's all right. He is merely affected by memories. The King of All gently patted Son Gohan's head, having an inkling of the situation. It was likely that in his fierce attack on the enemy's mind, the overwhelming force of their obsession caused some memories to flow into his own. Knowing that Son Gohan was fine, Son Wukong felt relieved. They quickly arrived in the present timeline, opening the cover of the time machine to find everyone gathered, including Beerus and Whis, with the Supreme Kais having also returned through the time rings. My lord, Beerus, initially brimming with confidence, had intended to boast to Son Wukong and the others, as he and Whis had assisted them greatly. However, upon the King of All's arrival, Beerus felt an urge to bury his head in the ground to avoid drawing attention. Son Wukong, where is Nabell? The future King of All now cared little about Beerus, eager only to reunite with Nabell. We shall go at once, my lord. Son Wukong turned to Whis and the Supreme Kai, discreetly explaining how the Omni King came into being, and imploring the Supreme Kai to escort them to the Omni King's palace without delay. Despite his desire to glare daggers at Son Wukong for the trouble he was causing, the Supreme Kai had no choice but to lead them to the present Omni King's realm. Upon their arrival at the palace, the Grand Minister sensed their presence and materialized before them. He was taken aback to see the Omni King before him, though he maintained a composed exterior. Mr. Son Wukong, Lord Omni King is having a delightful time with Wulin and Wuchio, the Grand Minister remarked, engaging in pleasantries while discerning that the Omni King before him was from the future. Is that so, Grand Minister? Could we possibly meet the current Omni King first? Son Wukong scratched his head in resignation. The Grand Minister readily acquiesced. And soon the current Omni King arrived, exclaiming, Wukong, you've come. Little Quan, I am here to honor our agreement. I've brought a friend along. I trust you will enjoy each other's company. Son Wukong introduced the future Omni King as his companion. Although the two Omni Kings initially regarded one another with curiosity, they quickly embraced their connection, realizing that only one who comprehends them fully could be deemed a true friend. Father, Nabell, cradling the slumbering Wulin and Wuchio, remarked, I wish to return home. The children have fallen asleep. As she sensed Son Wukong's energy in the inner chamber, she emerged to discover the two Omni Kings. Omni King, why have you multiplied? Since the Omni King had expressed that Nabell need not use honorifics, she addressed him casually, a reflection of the Grand Minister's guidance. Nabell. The future Omni King rushed toward her, enveloping her head in his embrace. Ah, Omni King, please let me go. I feel a bit overwhelmed. Nabell hastily handed the children to Son Wukong and managed to pry the Omni King away from her head. That nearly suffocated me, she exhaled, finally noticing the Omni King's tearful eyes. What troubles you? My timeline had not yet encountered you, and you perished, the future Omni King lamented, feeling aggrieved. Nabell was the first person from outside his world he had connected with, aside from Akira Toriyama. Is that so? Nabell's heart skipped a beat. She began to comprehend why Son Gohan had exhibited such peculiar behavior earlier. Fear not, Omni King. I am well, and when you have the opportunity, you may come to visit me. I reside on Earth in the 7th universe. It is a splendid place. Wonderful. You permit me to visit? The Omni King was bound by the peculiar stipulation that he could not visit Nabell without her consent. And what about me? The current Omni King chimed in. You are both welcome to come. Nabell chuckled, finding their childlike enthusiasm endearing. However, I must return home now. Let us meet again next time. She gestured toward the sleeping Wuchio and Wulin. Both kings have agreed and signaled the high priest to escort them out. V.S., was this your idea? The high priest casually inquired as they made their way. Not at all. It was Mr. Goku's own notion, V.S. replied, equally astonished to find that the friends chosen for the kings were indeed the kings themselves. Your Universe 7 is quite intriguing. You are welcome to come and play, father. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's sentiments. When Nabele returned with Son Goku, Gohan had already awakened, yet appeared somewhat dazed, likely overwhelmed by a surge of memories. Gohan. Nabele embraced him, wishing to impart strength. Seeing Nabele rejuvenated Gohan's spirit, prompting him to contemplate returning home. By the way, Dad, it has been ages since I've seen the kids. I entrust them to you for a few days, he stated, disregarding Goku's expression of bewilderment, and soared back with Gohan, leaving Goku to cradle the two children alone. Ah, truly helpless, Goku mused as he gazed at his adorable grandchildren, gladly accepting the responsibility. All right, Wulin and Wuhua. Let us get along splendidly. They swiftly arrived home. This trip must have been arduous, Nabeel said, still holding on to Gohan. The future king informed me. Thank you for your efforts. Tears flowed freely from Gohan as he turned to embrace Nabeel. I'm sorry, I was too weak. It's not your fault. Fate has its course. Nabeel consoled, feeling a twinge of sorrow for her future self's demise. Yet, upon reflection, she thought, if it had been Gohan who perished. I understand you. But you have avenged me. Nabeel kissed the corner of Gohan's mouth, envisioning a joyful reunion in the afterlife with him and everyone else. What if we have all been reincarnated? Gohan found himself torn between laughter and tears at Nabeel's words. That may not be the case. Everyone in the future was good. Didn't Dad mention that they would retain their physical forms? Just that I might be older, Nabeel said, pouting slightly. Perhaps you would find me aged. Impossible. To me. You are the most beautiful, Gohan immediately countered, kissing Nabeel deeply, his actions affirming that such a notion was inconceivable. Chapter 66. What? A woman sitting beside the king? Surely everyone is quite curious about what memories Gohan has acquired. Indeed, I am exceedingly curious, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he regarded Gohan. For those watching, it may not seem significant, but for Gohan, it was a rather chilling revelation. I saw that Black is Zamasu. What? Through Gohan's account. Everyone learned that Black was indeed Zamasu, but the Zamasu they battled was from a future timeline, and that Black Zamasu wielded the Super Dragon Balls. After swapping bodies with Son Wukong, I ruthlessly eliminated the Son Wukong clad in Zamasu's skin before the eyes of Chi-Chi and Goten. Ultimately, I also dispatched Chi-Chi and Goten, traveling to the future to collaborate with the future Zamasu. This individual is truly unforgivable. Upon hearing the news of Chi-Chi and Goten's demise, Son Wukong was engulfed in fury, yet he could only reflect on the fact that the main entity had already been slain. Gohan, what was that form of yours earlier? It was truly impressive. Son Wukong recalled Gohan's merciless assault on Black and Zamasu, realizing that Gohan had surpassed both him and Vegeta in strength. It was a rather peculiar state, filled with an overwhelming urge to kill, akin to a beast on the hunt. Unfortunately, I can no longer access it. Let us call it the beast form. Son Wukong nonchalantly patted Gohan on the shoulder, assuring him that with diligent training, he could regain that state. He then outlined Gohan's schedule for the coming days. You've just completed a project, so you shouldn't have to work, right? Come train with me and Vegeta. Gohan replied. I wanted to spend my vacation with my wife. However, he could not refuse Son Wukong's insistence and reluctantly agreed to train on the God of Destruction's planet. Yet, he had several months of vacation, after which he would have to return to work. His work schedule was quite flexible, dictated by performance metrics, particularly regarding research papers. The length of his vacation and bonuses were determined by the impact of his publications. Previously, Gohan felt there was no need for rest and had accumulated his time off. Now, he was finally free to indulge in training. Nabel also felt quite relieved, as the two children were eagerly cared for by the Omni Kings, allowing her to focus on her career, where she had recently won a significant literary award. You three. Beerus interrupted the ongoing training of the trio, informing them that the Omni King was organizing a tournament for the entire universe. Is that true? I've been waiting for this, Son Wukong exclaimed, halting his sparring with Vegeta and rushing to Beerus, brimming with excitement. Typically, such announcements would be relayed to Whis, but Beerus had tasked Whis with preparing a meal, leaving Beerus to answer the call from the Omni King. Now, they needed to quickly assemble 3 combatants for the competition. Beerus explained to Son Wukong and the others the background of this upcoming tournament, which would pit the 7th universe against the 9th universe. After clarifying the circumstances, he instructed them to head to Earth to procure some Senza beans, anticipating that the tournament could pose life-threatening risks. However, upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, they were met with shocking news that sent Vegeta into a frenzy. Vegeta, I'm pregnant. 2 months along, Bulma exclaimed, having just returned from the hospital. Is this for real? Vegeta was utterly taken aback, as he distinctly remembered that women on Earth of this age found it difficult to conceive. Wow, congratulations, Vegeta. Son Wukong chuckled heartily, patting Vegeta on the shoulder before turning to Bulma. I truly didn't see this coming. Trunks is going to have a brother or sister. Indeed. I too find it quite surprising. Bulma gently caressed her abdomen. This news must be swiftly conveyed to Bulma and the others. Son Gohan retrieved his mobile device, intending to reach out to everyone. Bulma might have gone to Lord Zeno, Bulma reminded. You're right. I almost forgot, exclaimed Son Goku, instantly teleporting to the Grand Kai's place to procure some senzu beans. Bulma looked on in confusion as Son Goku vanished into thin air. Vegeta stepped in to elucidate that, due to the summons from Lord Zeno, they were unable to refuse. The stakes were high for Universe 7. Defeat could lead to catastrophic consequences. It's all right, Bulma reassured, expressing her willingness to relay the message to Chi-Chi and the others. At that moment, none were aware of the dire penalties that awaited the universe that would falter in the upcoming grand tournament following the Universal Exhibition. Upon arriving at the Supreme Kai's realm, Beerus and Whis had already been waiting, as reaching Lord Zeno's realm required the Supreme Kai's assistance. You are all rather slow, Beerus chastised, delivering a blow that left everyone with a bump on their heads. An hour. Just 20 minutes left. Ouch, that hurts, cried Son Goku, crouching and clutching his head. There's no choice. We must first visit King Yama to sense your energy, he lamented. Whis, noticing Beerus's growing ire, swiftly interjected, everyone. Let us cease the bickering and proceed to Lord Zeno's palace. The Supreme Kai instructed everyone to hold hands, extending 2 fingers with a Kai. They successfully arrived at Lord Zeno's palace and encountered the deities of Universe 9, along with their opponents. The Grand Minister uttered an incantation, conjuring a vast space. However, as the various universes came into view, their focus was not on the 2 competing universes, but rather on the 2 zeniths, awaiting the next announcement. Can you guess who it is? Wow, Bulma, how come you were seated there? Indeed, it was none other than Nabele. Although she had vehemently declined, she could not resist the enthusiasm of Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister's persuasive words. For various reasons, she found herself seated just below the 2 zeniths, acutely aware of the collective gaze of the audience upon her, leaving her overwhelmed with emotion. Upon hearing Son Goku's shout, she felt a sense of camaraderie, realizing that everyone was drawn to his voice, recognizing the woman seated at the center of the zeniths as Bulma. Nabele pondered, should I laugh or cry? Now, esteemed guests, the representatives of Universes 9 and 7 shall each nominate 3 martial artists to compete in one-on-one duels, conducted in sequential order. There is no time limit. The matches will continue until one party concedes or the bout cannot proceed. I hope each of you will exert your utmost effort, proclaimed the Grand Minister, before proceeding to announce that, upon the conclusion of the tournament, a message would be dispatched across the universe. Are there any questions? One of the Supreme Kais posed the query that all deities were eager to know. Pray tell, who is the young lady seated beside Lord Zeno? Chapter 67. The competition commences. As the competition begins, Tomato Daddy pleads for assistance. Miss Nabele is an exceedingly important friend to Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest does not elaborate excessively on Nabele's origins, urging everyone to treat her with utmost politeness. If one were to inquire about Nabele's feelings at this moment, she would express a sense of invulnerability. In some respects, she feels even more formidable than Son Wukong, confident that her life and wealth remain beyond scrutiny. Nabele instinctively reaches out to pat the heads of the 2 zeniths, reflecting on the unpredictability of the world, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom. The onlookers gasp as they witness her actions, suddenly aware of the formidable nature of this terrifying woman, no longer daring to underestimate her. It seems Nabele and little Zeno share an extraordinary bond. Son Wukong nods in approval, quite satisfied. Is Nabele's boldness perhaps too conspicuous? Son Gohan grows concerned for his wife's safety, recognizing that excessive attention can sometimes be detrimental. There is no need for undue worry, Mr. Gohan, Whis reassures him, fully aware of Son Gohan's concerns. Those favored by Lord Zeno are beyond the reach of harm. Lord Zeno would certainly eliminate any threats to her. Anyone with ill intentions would think twice, lest they bring calamity upon the entire universe. Son Gohan, however, has never fully grasped the extent of Lord Zeno's power and status, largely due to Nabele's daily recounting of her amusing interactions with him. Lord Zeno is quite childlike, she often says. With repeated tales, a fixed impression forms. Now, observing the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais from various universes expressing fear and respect towards Lord Zeno, he has come to understand the true strength of the child his wife speaks of. He must strive even harder. Son Gohan gazes at the opponent from Universe 9 across the platform, brimming with fighting spirit. He realizes he cannot rely solely on Lord Zeno to protect Nabel. He must depend on his own strength. Now, let the first contestants take the stage, the Grand Priest proclaims, confirming that there are no objections to commencing the first match. I'll go first, Son Gohan declares, stepping onto the battlefield, the outcome of their rock-paper-scissors determining his position. His opponent is a red-haired werewolf named Baozi. Baozi possesses long limbs, particularly muscular legs, indicating his proficiency in leg techniques. In theory, against such an opponent, if Son Gohan can maintain his distance and utilize ranged attacks, victory should be within reach. However, as the werewolf enters the arena, Son Gohan realizes he cannot sense his energy. Indeed, Universe 9 is markedly different from theirs. Caution is paramount, for there may be unforeseen tactics at play. As the match commences, Baozi moves with imperceptible speed, closing the distance to Son Gohan in an instant, launching a powerful kick aimed at his head. Yet, Son Gohan is no novice. He deftly blocks with an elbow and counters with a punch aimed at Baozi's abdomen. The werewolf, true to form, retreats just in time, yet still feels the sting of Son Gohan's fierce punch. After all, Son Gohan has trained extensively. Regardless of the fleeting moment when Baozi paused due to his abdominal injury, Gohan struck him with a powerful blow to the chin, launching him into the air. The impact rendered Baozi unconscious, yet the immense pain jolted him back to awareness, prompting him to unleash a barrage of energy from his legs towards Gohan below. The remarkable speed of his attack generated a multitude of energy waves, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Baozi grinned, mistakenly believing he had resolved the situation. Magic Flash. This particular strike of the Magic Flash was exceedingly potent, causing Baozi to collapse without the means to resist. Thus, in the first match, Gohan from Universe 7 emerged victorious. With the Grand Priest's declaration, Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he looked up at Nabel, who was indeed glowing with admiration. At least he had not embarrassed himself in front of her. Gohan graciously accepted Nabel's adoring gaze, waved at her, and returned to his seat. However, he was met with his father's mischievous gaze. Goku, his eyes crinkling with amusement, teased Gohan. You really outdid yourself, Gohan. You fought so hard just to impress Nabel. He added with a chuckle, if your mother were here, I would certainly want to win in style as well. Over the years, Gohan had cultivated a heart of steel, no longer swayed so easily. Of course, just like Vegeta, who always seeks to save face in front of Bulma. He replied, recalling how Goku would often push himself harder when their wives were present. It seemed that when they practiced, the presence of Bulma or Chi-Chi compelled them to exert even more effort, striving for a glorious victory. Meanwhile, in the realm of the kings, they marveled at the match. How impressive! The husband of Nabel. How remarkable! Goku's son. The two kings exclaimed in admiration. Am I right? This is indeed fascinating, remarked the future king, who concurred with the present king's sentiments. Though they were accompanied by Nabel and her two children, they still longed to return home for some rest. The energetic kings found themselves rather bored, and soon contemplated the tournament between Universe 7 and Universe 6. Indeed, Gohan is truly exceptional. He is worthy of being my husband. Nabel lamented the absence of her camera, wishing she could capture such a stunning moment. Let us hasten to the next match. The Grand Priest nodded and summoned the second contestants from the two universes. Good luck, Vegeta. Goku, positioned at the end, found his luck had not favored him this time. Without needing to be told, Vegeta's opponent was named Lavanda, who appeared considerably smaller than Baozi. A yellow-haired werewolf with short limbs and a sly expression that suggested a cunning demeanor. He exuded the aura of a schemer, leaving an impression of someone who would resort to underhanded tactics. Indeed, this fellow exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey, effortlessly perching upon Vegeta's arm with a smug expression as he opened his mouth wide. This repulsive display prompted Vegeta to swiftly swat him away without hesitation. Fully aware that this individual was up to no good, enraged, Lavanda ceased any pretense and unleashed two bursts of breath infused with his toxic essence. Nabeel remarked, "It seems rather foul, and the hue is quite purple. Let me introduce you to my poisonous wind." Lavanda bellowed, directing his toxin-laden hands towards Vegeta's head. Observing the attack aimed at his eyes, Vegeta was compelled to block with one hand, which, predictably, began to succumb to numbness. Infuriated that he was affected by such a trivial trick, Vegeta concentrated a significant amount of energy in his remaining hand. Chapter 68. A resounding victory. The decision of the power tournament. With a single, forceful punch aimed at Lavanda's face, Vegeta was taken aback as Lavanda, displaying remarkable tenacity, grasped the hand that had struck him, attempting to incapacitate Vegeta's other hand. However, despite being kicked into the arena, Vegeta's unscathed hand remained intact. This spectacle widened Lavanda's eyes in disbelief, while Vegeta, sporting a defiant grin, mocked Lavanda with a smirk. Wow, Vegeta, why does he smile so grotesquely? Son Goku felt a shiver run down his spine. Don't say that, Dad. Uncle Vegeta must have devised a clever strategy, Son Gohan remarked, though he found Vegeta's grin rather unsavory. Yet could he voice his thoughts? Certainly not, for if overheard, he was not his father and could not withstand Vegeta's wrath. In the arena, Vegeta indeed conceived an ingenious plan, realizing that the hand enveloped in energy remained unaffected by the poison. The reason was patently clear. Your specialty lies in this toxin, does it not? Vegeta asserted, rather than inquiring. Earlier, when Lavanda unleashed his poison, the eager Kai of Universe 9 had introduced Lavanda's signature technique, the poisonous wind. However, having deciphered its nature, the continuation of this contest seemed unnecessary. Vegeta enveloped himself in energy, executing left and right hooks, followed by kicks. While Lavanda's skills were commendable, they primarily relied on poison, without the enhancement of his toxic wind. His strength diminished significantly. At last, the final flash. A powerful and decisive final flash struck Lavanda's nape, rendering him unconscious. What do you think, Lord Zeno? The Grand Priest, upon announcing Vegeta's victory, inquired whether Zeno found it satisfying. Wow, Uncle Vegeta's smile was quite dashing just now. His arrogant demeanor is simply splendid, Nabele mused. In her past life, she held a fondness for that kind of roguish man, one who exuded an air of superiority. Unfortunately, the Son family lacked such charisma, unlike Trunks, who perfectly inherited his father's essence. The two omnipotent kings observed with delight as Vegeta playfully pummeled Lavanda, their anticipation for the tournament of power growing. Now, the final contestants from Universe 7 and Universe 9 are summoned. Belgamore, you must emerge victorious. The fate of our Universe 9 rests solely upon you. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 squinted at him, reminding him of the dire consequences should he fail. I understand, my Lord Supreme Kai. Despite their esteemed reputation among the three brothers in Universe 9, they remained mere insects before the divine. Belgamore, the eldest and strongest of the trio, possessed the ability to absorb his opponent's strength, store it, and then return it doubled, thus shattering his foes. Hence the moniker Belgamo the Crusher. I will certainly defeat you. Son Goku. Belgamore readied himself, preparing to unleash his full might from the outset. Truly, you appear formidable. Son Goku, devoid of any tension, was rather exhilarated at the prospect of participating in this contest. With that, both began to spar tentatively, their skills proving remarkably high, as expected of competitors. Come, strike here. Belgamore grinned, exuding arrogance. With rapid succession, Son Goku landed dozens of punches upon Belgamore, yet each wound vanished in an instant, while Belgamore's physique swelled. A single slap sent Son Goku flying, the force markedly different from before. This is my power, what will you do now? Belgamore reveled in his unique ability. Indeed, it is intriguing, just how much of my strength can you absorb? As golden light flickered, Son Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form, a tremendous aura exploding forth. His solid fists relentlessly struck Belgamore's massive frame. Though Belgamore could endure, the pain coursing through him was undeniable. This clash caused Belgamore's body to swell significantly, towering at several dozen meters in height. While his released power was formidable, the increase in size rendered Belgamore less agile. His attacks were easily evaded by Son Goku, who struck from his blind spots. Let your strength amplify. After bestowing a surge of power upon Belgamore, Son Goku began to showcase his true prowess, transforming once more. The aura emanating from Son Goku unsettled the divine beings present. How can a mere human exude the essence of a deity? Unfazed by the astonishment around him, Son Goku took to the air, preparing to clash with Belgamore. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave in his Super Saiyan Blue form was immensely powerful. Yet Belgamore's energy sphere was not to be underestimated. A resounding explosion determined the outcome of this match. Standing tall in an orange martial arts uniform was Sun Wukong. The contest concluded, All 3 matches had come to an end. The Grand Priest promptly announced the results. Truly splendid. Wukong has proven himself worthy. The atmosphere was electric, brimming with excitement. The 2 Omni Kings expressed their utmost satisfaction with the recent battles. Now, an important announcement was to be made. The Grand Priest solemnly addressed the multiverse on the 31,355,603 day of the King's calendar, commencing at 157 o'clock. 10 chosen warriors from each universe will converge in the realm of the 5 to partake in the power tournament. What? This revelation sent chills down the spines of the universes, for they were uncertain of the dire consequences that awaited those who would falter in the tournament. Having conveyed the Omni King's decree, the recent contests, which had merely showcased the baseline capabilities of humanity, had nonetheless exhibited breathtaking displays of skill. This deeply moved the Omni King. The Grand Priest continued to deliver one shocking announcement after another without a change in demeanor. The Omni King offered evaluations for the 12 universes, establishing their rankings. The 2 universes that had just competed ranked at the bottom, with scores of 318 and 186. As for which was superior, it was evident to all. The Omni King often lamented the overwhelming number of universes. Thus, in this power tournament, apart from the victor, the other universes would face annihilation. This news was akin to a bombshell, leaving Beerus slumped in his chair. This outcome stemmed from the Omni King's amusement at the matches between Universe 7 and Universe 6, leading him to adopt this method to select higher quality universes. Chapter 69, Confirmation, 10 Warriors. Papa Tomato, you are the mightiest. However, since Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 had average scores exceeding 7, they were exempt from participation. The competition would last for 100 taka, in a free-for-all format. When time elapsed, the universe with the most remaining members would be declared the victor. Seeing that Son Wukong and the others were puzzled by the meaning of 100 taka, was clarified that it was roughly equivalent to 48 minutes in Earth time. Naturally, if the time expired and only one team remained in the arena, that team would also be deemed victorious. The Grand Priest supplemented with a series of regulations. No killing, no weapons, no healing items. The only method of elimination was to knock an opponent out of the arena, and techniques such as flight could not be employed. Grand Priest, what will become of our gods if our universe is annihilated? The old Kai trembled as he reached out, grasping for hope. Indeed, annihilation will occur, with the exception of the angels. Whis, you scoundrel! Beerus exclaimed incredulously at Whis, who smirked with an air of arrogance. It's unavoidable. Our statuses are not comparable to yours, Lord Beerus. Indeed, Miss Nabell and her family of 4 from Universe 7 are not destined for annihilation. The Grand Priest cast a glance at the petrified Son Gohan. What? Both Beerus and the 2 Supreme Kais gazed enviously at Son Gohan. Meanwhile, Nabell looked somewhat troubled at Zeno. Although she was confident that Universe 7 would triumph, after all, how could the manga still be ongoing otherwise? Zeno's differential treatment caused her a twinge of anxiety. Zeno, will this decision not provoke dissent among the other universes? Nabell noticed several gods scrutinizing her with inquisitive gazes. No matter, those who object can be eliminated. Well, never mind, I shall remain passive. Observing Zeno's nonchalance, Nabell refrained from further inquiries. Recognizing that matters among the gods were beyond the concern of an ordinary person like herself. Speaking of which, her children had been asleep for quite some time and were likely to awaken soon. Zeno, Gurren and Guhua should be waking up shortly. I shall first fetch Gohan and then check on them. After receiving Zeno's consent, Nabell employed her flight technique to soar towards Universe 7's seating area, where the Grand Priest had just disbanded the various universes. Gohan, Nabell exclaimed, leaping into Son Gohan's embrace. It has been so long. How have you been these past few days? It had indeed been 2 or 3 days since they last saw each other, and she had missed him dearly. And you? How are the children? Son Gohan naturally wrapped his arms around Nabell's slender waist. Yes, let us go see them now. Father, Uncle Vegeta, will you join us? Of course. I'm bored. I want to return to Earth. Vegeta had not forgotten that Bulma was newly pregnant and did not wish to linger here for too long. I need to get back to Bulma soon. After contemplating Nabell and Bulma's relationship, Vegeta decided it was best to mention it. What? Nabell was genuinely taken aback. Congratulations, Uncle Vegeta. I will visit Aunt Bulma in a few days, she added, deciding it best not to intrude upon the couple at this moment. Zeno had specifically created a children's room filled with all sorts of wondrous and extravagant items. As Nabel had anticipated, Gurren and Guhua had awakened and were tugging at the door. Upon seeing their father and grandfather after several days, the children excitedly rushed into their arms. They were now able to walk, though they preferred to fly. The sweet, childish voices of Daddy and Grandpa melted the hearts of the two grown men. Although Goku was engrossed in martial arts, he was also deeply fond of his children, having often taken Gohan along during the 5 years following their marriage. Even while training on the Chaos planet. Are you two having fun here? Grandpa has come to keep you company. However, they could not stay long, as it was time to return and select participants for the power tournament. Everyone still remembered Beerus's grim expression, clearly worried about the impending situation. The competition is set to commence the day after tomorrow. Time waits for no one. Upon returning to Earth, it is evident that discussions about team members have already begun. Undoubtedly, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta will be part of the team. What if we also include Beulah? With her protective shield surrounding her from head to toe. It would ensure her safety, wouldn't it? Beerus clapped his hands, reveling in what he believed to be a splendid idea. Even if you expend much energy, she could take refuge inside and recuperate. Ah, Lord Beerus, I never anticipated you would conceive such a brilliant notion, Whis remarked, acknowledging the merit of the idea. Though it ultimately depended on Beulah's consent. I believe it's feasible. It's merely 48 minutes. I can manage that, Beulah responded. Feeling that after all these years of traversing realms, she would finally have a significant role to play. Reflecting on past encounters with beings like the androids and Bew, she felt like a mere supporting character, limited to merely activating a protective shield. Oh, it appears I will be doing that again, she mused. By the way, shouldn't we also invite Aunt 18 and Uncle 17? Beulah cast aside her previous thoughts and included Mr. Bew in the roster as well. Indeed, they must be included. That makes 7 participants, Son Wukong illuminated. Suddenly, he recalled Krillin and Dend. What about Master Roshi? Son Gohan suggested, believing that the martial arts master's prowess combined with his extensive experience would undoubtedly suffice. Do as you wish, as long as their strength is formidable enough, Beerus replied. Having long since ceased to concern himself with the capabilities of the inhabitants of Universe 7, while the Supreme Kai also rarely assessed them from a standpoint of power. Thus, it was settled. Gohan would seek out Dend and Master Roshi, while Son Wukong would locate Krillin. The two set off on their respective missions. Beulah observed Beerus idly cleaning his ears, and then glanced at Whis, who was leisurely sipping a drink. With a quick motion, she seized one child in each arm and made her escape. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, I shall visit Aunt Bulma. Please look after the children. Vegeta had already dashed off, leaving only Beerus and Whis, who exchanged bemused glances while holding the infants. Son Wukong's child was nestled in Beerus's arms, reaching out to tug at his ears, while drool threatened to escape from his small mouth. Thankfully, a drool bib prevented any mess. Whis, cradling Son Wukong's younger son, smiled at the adorable sight. Lord Beerus, one must not be so rough with children, Whis gently reminded Beerus, who was hoisting Son Wukong's child by the collar, noting that they were, after all, friends of the Omni King. Chapter 70. Confirmation of the 10th participant. Papa Tomato, you are remarkable. Haha. Beerus adeptly adjusted his hold on Son Wukong's child, cradling him securely. Of course, I understand. Beulah had entrusted her children to others before. She trusted these individuals implicitly. Now, she was eagerly making her way to find Bulma. Upon sensing Beulah's approach, Bulma quickly became aware of her presence. I heard you were pregnant, so I came to see you. Ah, your news travels swiftly. Vegeta has just departed to train again. Bulma set aside her book, her face beaming with delight. If it weren't for my return to Capsule Corporation, I would have refrained from intruding upon your intimate world. Nabele nestled on Bulma's lap, reminiscent of their childhood, expressing her intention to visit you in a few days. Nabele briefly recounted the events of the power tournament, omitting the fate of the universes that would face defeat. However, she aimed to provide everyone with a sense of clarity, indicating that they would likely remain at Capsule Corporation until the day after tomorrow. What does it matter? This room is spacious enough for your stay, Bulma remarked. Ever the generous host. I truly adore this. Yet, I must engage in a bit of training myself. It has been far too long since I last fought. Nabele stretched her limbs. Although she maintained her fitness, actual combat was infrequent, occasionally sparring with Gohan. It was not a complete neglect of her skills, and her primary objective this time was to provide support rather than to be the frontline fighter. Gohan and Goku soon summoned everyone. though they had yet to locate Android 17, rumored to be on an island. However, Piccolo, Bu, Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi had all been gathered. Goku, are you certain this is wise? Inviting me to participate in such a crucial tournament? Krillin admitted a lack of confidence, fully aware of the tournament's dire stakes. We must compete to survive. Do not worry, Krillin. Have you not resumed your training? And you have 18 by your side, Goku reassured him, holding faith in Krillin's capabilities. He decided to seek out Android 17. A challenge arose, as it appeared that 17 did not recognize him. Yet Goku remained optimistic, pondering that a solution would present itself. As Goku departed, Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him, compelled to initiate training with his wife. Master Roshi was conducting rigorous training, assisted by Puer, who acknowledged the necessity of overcoming his poor habits, especially considering that other universes would surely possess formidable beauties. Is my life not valuable? Puer lamented. Bu, on the other hand, continued to eat and sleep as he pleased. He was merely there to lend a hand, having spent many years at Capsule Corporation. A skirmish was of little concern to him, particularly since he enjoyed the company of Trunks and Goten, who frequently sought his companionship. I am beginning to think our team may be excessively overpowered, Nabeel mused, considering Mr. Buu's maximum defense, impressive offensive capabilities, and healing abilities. Indeed, combined with your protective shield. Bulma, Krillin suddenly felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta's formidable fighting prowess. We are set. Yet, it was perplexing why these two remained so self-assured. It was rather absurd. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, as Goku successfully persuaded Android 17 to join them, proving that such matters still relied on his charm. However, it was evident that Android 17 had undergone significant transformation, shedding the brash demeanor he once possessed. His composed demeanor was indeed striking. The author here openly admires the wife of number 17. Nabeledoes also finds number 17 to be exceedingly handsome. After all, it is in every woman's nature to admire a handsome man, though she must not indulge too much, as her own husband is still present. Nabeledoes takes a moment to appraise Gohan, pleased with the outfit she selected for him. Quite stylish indeed. The training attire suits him well. With only 3 hours remaining until the power tournament commences, Nabeledoes resolves to take a nap. After bidding farewell to everyone, she retreats to the room she once inhabited to rest, entrusting the children to the care of the Capsule Corporation's servants. Besides, Chi-Chi is there too, surely capable of looking after them. What? Bu cannot be roused? Initially, Beerus had relaxed, enjoying his tea, but upon hearing this news, he spat it out in shock. Indeed, Bu was eagerly anticipating this competition, with the reward being the Super Dragon Balls. He had already contemplated what wishes to make upon victory. First, he would inquire about Bulma's desires, then Chi-Chi, who often brings delicious food, followed by Trunks and Goten, with whom they frequently play. Thus, he unexpectedly commenced training. However, after finishing, he found himself unable to awaken from his slumber. According to those who typically look after him, this sleep could last up to 2 months. It seemed the tournament would have to proceed without him. What to do? There are only 3 hours left until it begins. Beerus felt a tinge of panic. He needed to think of other formidable fighters. Everyone present fell silent, momentarily unable to recall anyone with significant strength. Suddenly, Goku had a flash of inspiration. Although the individual had passed, he could plead with Lord Yama to permit him to return for just 1 day. Kakarot, you aren't suggesting Vegeta, are you? Vegeta seemed to grasp Goku's intent. Yes, let us summon Frieza. Goku believed this to be a viable plan. Frieza possessed both power and cunning. And if he could be persuaded, they should face no issue. I believe it's feasible. Hurry and make it happen. Beerus was unconcerned about the moral character of those they summoned. His only priority was ensuring that their Universe 7 emerged victorious to safeguard their lives. Goku received his orders and promptly headed to the diviner's abode, for bringing Frieza back indeed required her assistance. Is this truly a wise decision? Krillin expressed his skepticism regarding Frieza, always feeling he could not be trusted. What if Frieza plotted something sinister behind their backs? No worries, Gohan reassured everyone. If I falter, there are still my father and Uncle Vegeta, who can surely best Frieza. As he spoke, he gestured for Vegeta to respond. Uncle Vegeta, am I right? You can definitely handle Frieza. Of course, Vegeta could not admit any inferiority to Frieza. After waiting for over an hour, Goku had yet to return, raising concerns. especially as Beerus sensed destructive energy emanating from a distance. Whis, it seems someone is becoming restless. Beerus lowered his gaze. You are indeed correct. With that, the two soared toward the source of the disturbance. Chapter 71. The cruel competition begins. Tomato Dad is amazing. When Beerus and Whis arrived, they found Goku ensnared within the destructive energy. With a swift gesture, he extricated Goku and cast a menacing glare at Frieza. Implicitly aware of the latter's involvement in the predicament, you best tread carefully, Frieza, or I can obliterate you this very moment. Lord Beerus still requires my assistance. Is it truly wise to eliminate me now? Frieza, well aware of the deity's apprehensions, retorted, the tournament of powers still necessitates my presence, does it not? Calm yourself, Beerus. Goku interjected before things escalated further. He turned his gaze to Frieza, stating, I have accepted your terms. But you must participate earnestly in the competition and refrain from any underhanded tactics. Rest assured, I shall keep that in mind, Frieza replied with a smirk. The group returned to Capsule Corp, where they prepared to embark on their journey to the void. However, nearly everyone opposed the conditions agreed upon with Frieza, albeit they acknowledged that his strength was indeed vital for the tournament, thus they acquiesced. After all, Goku should be capable of besting him. Whis led the group to the void, where, as the Grand Minister had described, the arena was shaped like a gyroscope. The upper semicircle was adorned with seats for the gods, and a massive illumination orb hung overhead, with a colossal pillar in the center serving as a timer. Upon their arrival, most of the contestants from various universes had already gathered. Everyone appeared formidable. It felt as though Goku had merely come to observe. Nabeel sensed the palpable tension among the competitors. Fear not. Your abilities are more than sufficient to handle this, Goku reassured her. Gohan continued his analysis, noting that the competition would primarily focus on teamwork, and Nabeel's abilities were quite fitting for that. Nabeel silently presented Gohan with a cube, her latest training achievement, albeit currently limited to a single use. This can generate a protective barrier without relying on my strength, she explained. However, I can only create one at present, as it disregards distance and does not consume my energy upon activation. Once deactivated, it becomes ineffective. To activate, press once. To deactivate, press again, she clarified, gesturing to the protrusions on the cube. I understand, Gohan replied. Just then, the two Xeno Kings appeared, hand in hand, welcoming everyone to the competition. I have eagerly anticipated this event. Give it your all. Following their address, the Grand Minister reiterated the rules of the Tournament of Power. According to the Supreme Kai's guidance, we should adopt a strategy centered on teamwork, Gohan proposed, outlining a tactic of multiple versus fewer opponents. Boring strategy, Vegeta scoffed, unwilling to adhere to it, believing it would only hinder him. Frieza, too, favored a more solitary approach. Nonetheless, Gohan had anticipated their inclinations, focusing instead on the dynamics within the team. If anyone wishes to restore their vitality, they may seek me out. I can undoubtedly provide a secure environment. Nabele feels that her role is limited to this. Yet she can also utilize her abilities to soar through the skies. She has already attempted this, successfully flying with a protective shield. Bail. Observe the situation from above and provide assistance as necessary, Son Gohan decisively proclaimed. Thus, the power tournament commences. With the Grand Minister's command, all participants sprang into action. Nabele promptly activated her shield, enveloping herself before ascending into the air. Although this should have been a conspicuous act, the battlefield was ablaze with a myriad of skill effects, rendering it less apparent. What a lively scene, Son Goku exclaimed. Now it's my turn. Sensing a formidable opponent, he charged towards the fighter from Universe 6, Magetta. After locking onto his target, following closely were Android 17, Android 18, and Vegeta, each heading in different directions. Naturally, Frieza also relished the chaos of this grand melee. Initially, Son Goku had locked onto his target, but the fighter from Universe 4, Yarnos, had similarly set his sights on him. Yarnos, a spirited young lad with notable strength, exchanged a few light punches with Goku as a greeting. However, before they could engage further, a rapidly spinning robot approached them. Super survival mode, chuckled the Supreme Kai of Universe 3, Aya. That Larama mode was specially designed for this tournament. You cannot escape it. Victory shall belong to our Universe 3. Yet, Son Goku effortlessly grasped Larama's arm, spinning in place and flinging him out of the arena. Well, that was quite easy, Goku mused, watching Larama descend. realizing he would directly appear in the resting area upon falling. Larama from Universe 3 has been eliminated. Haha. Beerus could hardly contain his laughter. What were those fools from Universe 3 boasting about? They were swiftly defeated by our Universe 7. Ignoring the expressions of the Universe 3 participants, he exclaimed, "Well done, Goku. Keep it up." Meanwhile, in the midst of this banter, Lily from Universe 10 was eliminated by Bazel from Universe 9, who struck her with a dazzling shockwave. Indeed, Bazel's legendary leg techniques are unmatched. Aren't you supposed to be able to fly? How did you end up here? The simultaneous sounds of praise and reprimand echoed from both universes. After eliminating Larama, Son Goku continued his skirmish with Yarnos. While the other warriors from Universe 7 engaged their respective foes, Nabel was utterly mesmerized by the dazzling array of battles among the powerful fighters. Suddenly, a flying opponent, Jidam, launched an attack against her. "You should be eliminated quickly, Universe 7. A more intense assault struck Nabel's protective shield, estimating the strength of the individual before her. Nabel realized that subduing him would be an uncomplicated task. With a swift motion of her left hand, she enveloped Jidorm within her shield, propelling him towards the edge of the arena, intending to confine him and send him tumbling into the abyss below. "Release me." Jailer, a fellow warrior from the 10th universe, could not permit his companion to be eliminated so easily, for that would result in the dismissal of 2 members from their universe. Futile. Jailer's attack was ineffectual, and without hesitation, Nabel dispatched Jidorm, cognizant that prolonging the control would only deplete her energy further. Thus, Jidorm was eliminated from the 10th universe. Chapter 72, The Vanished 9th Universe. Papa Tomato, I am so moved. Nabel, that was incredible. Truly astonishing. The Omni King immediately noticed Nabel's actions. Having been curious since learning of her participation in the competition, as they had never inquired about her abilities. Don't let my appearance deceive you. I possess some strength. Nabel beamed at the Omni King's praise, surprised to find herself as the first from Universe 7 to eliminate an opponent. Jailer, though discontented, refrained from advancing further, as Nabel hovered ominously above the arena's edge. A careless approach could expose him to ambushes from others, leaving the 10th universe in a precarious position. Thus, he promptly retreated from the contentious area, yet he vowed to seize any opportunity to confront Nabel should it arise. However, before she could make a move, he fled, leaving her to hover above, searching for ways to assist her comrades. Meanwhile, the 9th universe plotted to besiege Gohan and his allies. Observing that her companions were managing the crisis adeptly, Nabel chose to refrain from intervening, especially as Goku found himself encircled by the perilous trio from the 9th universe. Although she intended to assist, a mere glance from Goku dissuaded her. He seemed reluctant to accept help at that moment. While he could surely triumph in a one-on-one confrontation, the odds of facing multiple adversaries posed significant limitations. The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe boasted with arrogance, declaring, "Behold our trump card. The ultimate mode of the dangerous trio, known as the Dangerous Triangle." What a dreadful name. The old Supreme Kai retorted without mercy, incredulous at the poor choice of title. "Indeed, an exceedingly peculiar name," the Grand Priest remarked. Vegeta swiftly joined Goku's side, inquiring, "Kakarot, what are you dawdling for?" "There's no choice, Vegeta. The 9th universe's teamwork is impeccable." With Vegeta's arrival, the 9th universe's members, Sisup, Salilu, and Kanfu, paired up, preparing for a 6 versus 2 confrontation. All members of the 9th universe, advance. The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe boasted confidently, believing that their collective assault would surely vanquish these 2 key warriors from Universe 7. However, the soul-winged warrior of Universe 9 is now engulfed in suffering, resulting in a scenario where 9 combatants face off against 2. How despicable. Nabel timely conjures a protective shield, thwarting Lavanda's ambush on Vegeta. How infuriating. What is this? Similarly, Nabel obstructs Hisup, granting Goku and Vegeta an opportunity. Indeed, Nabel could easily sweep them off the arena. However, should she do so, it is likely that Uncle Vegeta would strike her down first. Ultimately, Nabel relinquishes this underhanded tactic. Fortunately, with Beer in the fray, the absence of cooperation between the 2 adversaries could have proven perilous. Beerus takes a deep breath, his heart racing. How vexing. Someone, eliminate Nabel at once. The god of destruction from Universe 9 is evidently enraged. Kafla and Oregano focus their efforts against Nabel, but neither possesses the ability to fly. How frustrating. Where are the flyers in our team at such a critical moment? Upon searching, they discover that the individual they seek is already among the audience, indicating that he has long since been eliminated. One must not be too distracted during battle. Nabell manifests 2 panels of protective shields, clapping them together with force to compress both opponents in between. She molds them like dough, shaping them into a form akin to a ping-pong paddle, sending them soaring out of bounds. Throughout the entire encounter, Nabell never emerged from her protective sphere. She possesses a peculiar trait of adhering strictly to advantageous strategies. Thus, she would not exit the barrier during this contest. Universe 9 has been entirely eliminated. When did this transpire? Nabell is astounded. In the midst of dealing with these two, how did the entire universe vanish? She glances at Goku and Vegeta, who have unknowingly concluded their match. Perhaps the members of Universe 9 grew overly impatient. Whis appears to have seen through it all. It is precisely their eagerness for victory that exposed their vulnerabilities, allowing Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta to capitalize on them. Therefore, Universe 9 shall be obliterated. The ever-gentle Grand Minister now reveals a more merciless aspect. The 2 Omni Kings extend their tiny hands, and a blue light flashes, erasing all remnants of Universe 9 from existence. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis examines Universe 9 with his scepter, confirming that nothing remains. The entirety of the arena falls silent, including those engaged in battle, although they all understand the consequences of failure. This marks the first encounter with the terrifying power of the Omni King for warriors from across the cosmos. Gulp. Nabell swallows hard, astonished by the Omni King's might. Though she had previously acknowledged his strength, she continues to observe from above, as everyone contemplates, their gazes and expressions gradually solidifying with determination. It is a fervent desire for victory, for oneself, for family, for the cosmos. They must triumph. The 9th universe holds the lowest average among all universes and was the first to be eliminated. What, then, of the 7th universe, which ranks just above it? We must now leverage the advantages of the permanent energy androids. You are absolutely right. I shall launch a full-scale assault. The advantages of androids 17 and 18 in this competition are immense. They will never feel fatigue, possessing boundless energy and stamina. In a realm where all warriors experience exhaustion, this is undoubtedly the most significant advantage. Thus, they must continuously exert themselves, proactively repelling the enemy. At this moment, the warriors of the 7th universe clash once more with those of the 6th universe. Apologies, my friend, but it seems we are currently in a superior position. Compa. Witnessing Vegeta's repeated attacks failing to affect Bergamo, beams with delight. Beerus, unfazed, shouts, "Hey, Vegeta, do not lose to that chubby bear from the 6th universe." How tiresome. Vegeta mutters under his breath. Does Lord Vegeta truly believe he could easily be defeated? He seizes Bergamo's limbs, lifting him with the intent to hurl him from the arena, only for Magetta to rush in for support. Unexpectedly, Bergamo plugs Magetta's ears, rendering Vegeta's insults ineffective. He had even prepared a slew of disparaging remarks aimed at Magetta. Chapter 73. The Beautiful Warriors, 2nd Universe. Tomato Father, splendid. How can I allow you to succeed? Confronted with the troublesome enemy Magetta, Nabele unleashes her true nature. Warping her shield into lines of text, Magetta, you are nothing but scrap metal. Indeed, upon seeing this message, Magetta crumbles, heart shattered, spinning helplessly in place. Vegeta seizes this opportune moment to strike Magetta down. From the 6th universe, Magetta is eliminated. Hey, is the 7th universe truly so despicable? Can't you fight honorably? Compa leaps up, hurling insults at Beerus. Clearly, he boasts a muscular physique but a simple mind. Beerus calmly replies, "Can you fault our universe for being clever? You rascal." Beerus, keep it up, Bell. Disregarding the gods of destruction's quarrel, Nabele has, directly or indirectly, eliminated 2 or 3 opponents, catching the attention of several onlookers. That woman's abilities are formidable, Jiren from the 11th universe observes, gazing at Nabele in the distance. Should we eliminate her first? Dispo suggests, believing that a potential threat should be swiftly neutralized. No, it is not yet time, Jiren responds, perceiving that Nabele's true strength is not as formidable as her abilities may imply. This can be inferred from her unwavering presence within the protective barrier since the beginning. Thus, any timing for resolution is acceptable, for aside from this ability, none present stand as his equal. Ultimately, victory shall reside with him. Klin and the 18th's couple technique successfully eliminated Shosa from the fourth universe, while Majara fell to Klin's foul shoe assault. Indeed, the foul shoe assault, akin to a biohazard, is unmatched. Klin, you are truly remarkable. However, after consecutively eliminating two opponents, Klin's hubris led to his swift downfall at the hands of Frost. The speed was so astonishing that Nabell could hardly react. What the? I merely enhanced my father's abilities slightly. How did Uncle Klin fall so easily? Nabell pondered, feeling anguish and confusion. Old Klin, what is wrong with you? The affectionate gaze from Beerus caused Klin to break into a cold sweat. Klin was so elated that he lost all sense of caution. Not only Beerus, but even the usually mild-tempered Kaioshin looked at him with warmth. Nabell, wishing to check on the others, was suddenly ensnared by Kokot from the 11th universe. I shall represent justice and defeat you. She twisted her body into various postures. Really? This move is so cliché. Nabell wished to ignore her, questioning why there were so many delusional individuals in this world. Kokot would not tolerate anyone insulting her symbol of justice. You see, in our 11th universe, we are the champions of justice, tirelessly striving for the happiness of all. However, she failed to notice that Nabell had already slipped away. Nabell observed Kale, who was practicing with Goku, marveling at how slender the scion from the 6th universe appeared. Their skirmish had not lasted long when another scion, Caulifla, transformed from a girl next door into a green-haired muscle beauty. She had lost her sanity, and the formidable aura she emanated subdued everyone present. Goku. Though Kale's demeanor was unusual, her power was undeniably fierce, overwhelming Super Saiyan 2 Goku with ease. The green energy waves she unleashed were immensely powerful, exuding an apocalyptic sensation. As she began to lose control of her strength, the ferocious energy waves scattered chaotically, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. This state prompted Jiren to intervene. With a mere glance, he defeated the formidable Kale. Warriors, assemble! The beautiful fighters of the second universe, positioned at a height, called to the crowd. Without exception, everyone halted in their tracks. In that moment, the battlefield was poised to bloom with delightful blossoms. The god of destruction from the second universe, Helles, gracefully announced, I am Brian Desicado, the warrior of the second universe. I am Senkaku. I am Sororisu. Let them bloom resplendently and resonate through the heavens. A song of love and victory. Come, let us transform. The flamboyant prelude to a magical girl transformation has commenced. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, witness a beam of laser descending upon Brian and his companions, abruptly halting their enchanting metamorphosis. There stands number 17. Nabell, in a fit of excitement and fervor, exclaims, regardless of who you are, dear viewers before the screen, let us give a round of applause for the dashing number 17. One of the select few who dared to disrupt the magical girl transformation. However, number 17 faced condemnation, compelling the magical girl trio to repeat their performance. At this moment, the battlefield is poised to blossom with delightful flowers. From this point onward, suppressing my inner critiques and patiently awaiting the conclusion, I initially anticipated a transformation into an invincible beauty. Yet, to my surprise, Brian, the center of attention, emerged as an exceptionally voluptuous beauty, while the other two also displayed their unique charms. Though the majority of the 7th universe may not find such beauty appealing, there are indeed many in other universes who favor this aesthetic. Now, let your powers shine forth. To be candid, even Vegeta could no longer contain himself. In midair, Brian crafted a colossal heart with her body, and through this heart, with the speed of a single, long-time bachelor, launched heart-shaped missiles imbued with an enigmatic fragrance. Nabell, listening to the commentary from the god of destruction of Universe 2, instinctively glanced at Gohan nearby, noticing him covering his nose to evade the attack. She felt a wave of relief, for the remaining members of the 7th universe were doing the same. Even Master Roshi could withstand it. The scent of love? Goku, bewildered, remarked that he could not comprehend this notion of love. Nevertheless, the power behind it was undeniably formidable. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled the perfume often used by Bulma, which was far more pleasant than this aroma. Yet, this overwhelming assault left many reeling, rendering them momentarily defenseless. The situation did not persist for long, as Vegeta, having waited patiently, took the initiative to strike. Brian somersaulted forward, embodying a rolling magical girl vehicle, deliberately showcasing her face prominently. To Vegeta, her looks were far from commendable. Chapter 74. The Elimination of Universe 10. A call for mercy, please. Vegeta instinctively halted his punch, evading Brian's presence. Her appearance was so unappealing that it compelled him to instinctively withdraw. The disdain etched on Vegeta's face was nothing short of iconic. The consequence of his evasion was that Jirisin from Universe 10 was inadvertently caught in the fray, sent flying by Brian's assault. Unbeknownst to all, Universe 10 was left with only 3 survivors on the battlefield. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, Jirisin had been eliminated long before the others realized it. Truly remarkable. These magical girls. Remarkably powerful indeed. The Omni King gazed at the diminishing number of participants displayed on the panel, his anticipation for the magical girls of Universe 2 soaring. Remaining in the competition were Logi and Kakunsa, who each chose Son Goku and Android 17 as their adversaries. It must be said that Logi's abilities were formidable, her martial arts rendering Son Goku temporarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Kakunsa's transformation endowed her with formidable ferocity, and the arena, ravaged by Brian, served as a crucial venue for her to unleash her power. Upon realizing that Kakunsa intended to challenge her in a contest of stamina, Brian found the notion rather amusing. She extended a green protective shield to thwart Kakunsa's movements and swiftly sent her flying, leading to her inevitable elimination. However, fate intervened unexpectedly. Bikar from Universe 2 possessed the ability to fly and successfully rescued Kakunsa. The two collaborated seamlessly, catching Android 17 off guard. "Thank you, Bikar. I owe my survival to you," Kakunsa exclaimed. "No, it is my duty, Lady Kakunsa," Bikar replied. Yet, before their flirtatious exchanges could continue, Bikar was struck from behind by Android 17. Though Kakunsa sought to intervene, Android 17's speed was almost unfathomable, imperceptible to the naked eye. By the time Kakunsa reacted, Bikar had already been knocked out of the arena. Universe 2, Bikar has been eliminated. "Damn it, you were merely my prey." Kakunsa's face contorted with rage, clearly distressed by the loss of her companion. The fury of losing her ally, compounded by the effects of her transformation, caused Kakunsa to lose her composure. Her attacks lacked their former efficacy. Moreover, Android 17's strength already surpassed hers, coupled with his boundless stamina and clever strategies, rendering Kakunsa an easy target for Universe 7. Thus, she became the first warrior among the magical girl trio to be eliminated. Upon witnessing Kakunsa's defeat, Logi, who had been confronting Son Goku, rushed away in desperation. Android 17, meanwhile, faced the fiery-eyed Brian. Universe 10 has been completely eliminated. Thus, it must be eradicated. The Grand Priest's proclamation jolted the fighters from their combat-induced reverie, revealing that Universe 10 had no remaining warriors on the stage. Just as Android 17 and Brian clashed fiercely, Gohan and Piccolo succeeded in eliminating Bardomo, swiftly dispatching the remaining fighters from Universe 10. For Gohan, the warriors of Universe 10 posed no threat. The Omni Kings raised their small hands once more, and a flash of blue light enveloped the arena as Universe 10 was utterly erased. Gohan watched as the image of Wafuni gradually faded away, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes, though it was fleeting. Like Wafuni, he too had something precious to protect, and failure was not an option. The obliteration of this universe did not deter the fighters. Rather, it heightened their vigilance in the ongoing battle. Cus lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Lord Ramses." Son Gohan had just resolved the conflict with Universe 10 when he turned and encountered the formidable Rogi from Universe 2. Initially, Rogi had intended to re-engage in battle with Goku after Kakuza's elimination, yet they found themselves perilously close to Brianna and number 17. Moreover, Goku aimed to conserve his energy. Thus, it effectively became a 4-person skirmish. Nevertheless, Rogi was ultimately no match for Goku, being forced to the edge of the arena. In the end, she and Brianna were rescued by Jamais. I know you are Goku's son," Rogi mused. "If I cannot defeat your father, surely his son will suffice." "Indeed I am," Gohan replied, slightly bewildered, as Rogi regarded him with an unwavering gaze of determination. "You shall pay the price for your father's transgressions." With that, Rogi unleashed her martial prowess, declaring, "Allow me to eliminate you." Is this what they call the sins of the father visiting upon the son? Gohan prepared himself, ready to strike. "Then by all means, do give it a try." With a resounding laugh, Rogi unleashed a flurry of punches at blinding speed, manifesting energy spheres of varied shapes, some swift, others languid, some in motion, others still. Initially, Gohan found this onslaught somewhat troublesome, but as he began to comprehend Rogi's tactics, he devised a counter-strategy. Rogi's abilities were limited by range. Seizing the right moment, he surged past her, gathering potent energy for his magical flash. Just as she prepared for her next wave of assault, he unleashed his charged magic flash, sending Rogi plummeting from the arena. Universe 2. Rogi is eliminated. Do not presume that being Goku's son equates to being significantly weaker than my father, Gohan declared, resolutely advancing forward. That Gohan fellow is rather impressive, Goku thought with pride. He was in search of Jiren, a truly formidable opponent who had recently vanquished Kale in her berserk form. Yet, he sensed that Hit was embroiled in a precarious situation, surrounded by members of Universe 11, all of whom appeared exceptionally powerful. If that is the case, Goku's hair transformed into a crimson hue, his eyes gleaming a fierce red, as flames flickered around him. Then I shall join the fray, Nabeel remarked. Have you not noticed that I have not appeared until now? Gazing at the sniper relentlessly targeting her, Nabeel fell into contemplation. She had no intention of deploying her shield, and thus lacked the means to discern the sniper's whereabouts, who was well concealed. However, Nabeel began to formulate a strategy, realizing that the incessantly appearing pink orbs around her could not have materialized out of thin air. Currently, she could generate a shield no larger than a fingernail, which she quietly released to discreetly shatter the pink orbs. Focusing intently, she indeed detected an aura emanating from a distance. Confirming the range, she locked onto her target. With her palms clasped together, she successfully captured the target and hurled it from the arena. Bang! The same beam that had been assaulting Nabeel slightly obstructed the shield confining Plarn. But it was merely a minor interference. In the second universe, the elimination of the Prand is a devastating blow. How infuriating! You, woman, dare to emerge from that cube. You despicable creature. Nabel, I refuse to listen, I refuse to listen. Observing the brazenly exposed position of Hamura, she finds herself at a loss for judgment. Her only thought is to ensure his downfall. Ha. Nabel takes a moment to compose herself, realizing that she cannot continue in this manner. It seems she has already eliminated several contenders. To conserve her strength, it is wiser to endure. Chapter 75, The Seventh Universe versus the Sixth Universe. Amitba, the Gate of Quantity. How many have been eliminated, and how many remain? The Omni King opens his tablet, counting repeatedly, yet he fails to tally correctly. Allow me to first enumerate the remaining participants in each universe. The Grand Priest promptly elucidates for the Omni King. Second universe, 5 individuals. Third universe, 7 individuals. Fourth universe, 4 individuals. Sixth universe, 7 individuals. Seventh universe, 8 individuals. 11th universe, 3 individuals. In total, there are 34 participants remaining. Notably, the 7th universe boasts the highest number, while the 11th universe has the least. The eyes of both Omni Kings gleam with excitement. How impressive! The 7th universe. Those present with a modicum of intelligence have noted the discrepancy regarding the 4th universe's numbers, as throughout the event, only 8 participants have been observed. The remaining 2 have yet to make an appearance. Bang! The already severely exhausted teacher Wu Tian suffers a brutal beating from Frost after his attempt to seal fails. You, young man, are remarkably bold. Just in time, Nabel intervenes to thwart Frost's assault. Ah, is that not Miss Nabel? Frost smirks slightly, commenting on her rather unique abilities. I have no desire to converse with someone of your lowly caliber. If I must choose, I would prefer to face Frieza. Your opponent is me. Just as Nabel prepares to expend her energy to defeat Frost, Son Gohan delivers a powerful punch, knocking Frost down. Gohan, it's all right. I'm here, Nabel. Son Gohan turns to Nabel with a gentle smile, understanding her need to conserve energy. He has just dealt with the troublesome Jimmies from the second universe, whose mastery of instant transmission was formidable. The Namekian Sayanal and the formidable Pibra from the 6th universe approach as well. Gohan is in a precarious situation. Beerus narrows his eyes. Although it is a 3v3 match, only Gohan possesses significant offensive power, while Nabel cannot afford to exhaust her strength further. As Beerus indicated, the situation is indeed dire. Son Gohan is yet unaware of the capabilities of the Namekian before him. Regrettably, Uncle Piccolo comes to mind. Gohan recalls their previous collaboration, which was abruptly disrupted by Brienne's overwhelming assault. This led to their separation, resulting in Piccolo's unfortunate encounter with Jiren, leading to his elimination. Piccolo, I understand. I am merely cannon fodder, am I not? Though Sayanol and Pabina harbor a strong disdain for Frost, they find themselves allied with him and cannot simply abandon their comrade in peril. Let us confront them together, declared Son Gohan, positioning himself protectively in front of Nabele and Master Roshi, challenging the adversaries before him. You two come forth. Frost had long harbored a scheme, yet unbeknownst to them, Son Gohan chose to take the offensive. However, only 2 Namekians entered the fray, while Frost abstained from battle. Nabele, wary of Frost's intentions, secretly sought an opportunity to escape with Master Roshi. After all, Son Gohan could indeed best the 3 of them, provided he was not subjected to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, Frost made a gesture, invoking the magical sealing wave. No one anticipated that a warrior from Universe 6 would wield such a technique. In an instant, Nabele was ensnared, and Master Roshi, caught off guard, had no time to react, having already sustained considerable injuries from Frost's earlier assault. It's all right, you have nothing to seal, Master Roshi remarked. Though he soon noticed a sealing jar at Frost's feet, the very vessel that had just captured Frost. Nabele was successfully sealed away, the magical sealing wave proving fearsome indeed. Beal. Son Gohan glared furiously at Frost. How dare you treat Beal in such a manner? Pabina attempted to obstruct Son Gohan's advance, preventing him from confronting Frost. This was their strategy. By neutralizing Nabele, they would strip away their last line of defense. The remaining Master Roshi, frail and battered, posed little threat, having sustained extensive injuries. Thus, the odds remained heavily in favor of the 3 assailants against Son Gohan. Yet, they underestimated him. Although he had yet to reveal his true strength, it did not signify his weakness. Closing his eyes, he opened them anew, transformed into his mystic form 15. While he had not fully mastered the beast form, the experience had significantly enhanced his mystic form. Miss Beal is your wife, is she not? Frost toyed with the sealing jar in his grasp, lamenting its fate. Son Gohan raised his hand, extending a finger. With a decisive snap, he unleashed an energy beam that shattered the sealing jar. In the next instant, Frost was propelled away with great force. The severity of the rock debris attested to the weight of Son Gohan's strike. Nabele felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the ominous sealing jar, which exuded a foul stench. Once assured of Nabele's safety, Son Gohan turned his focus to the 2 Namekians. However, the Namekians of Universe 6 proved significantly more formidable than their counterparts from Universe 7, with the exception of Piccolo. For this battle, we have fused the strength of all our kin. We must achieve victory. Sayanol and Pabina encircled Son Gohan, their regenerative capabilities fueled by the energy of all Namekians, rendering their physical exertion minimal. Your power is indeed formidable, Son Gohan remarked, raising his hand. Though he found himself devoid of the spirit to relish the battle, 2 beams of magic flash accurately pierced through their forms, creating vast openings in their bodies. As they began to recover, Son Gohan, swift as lightning, seized their hands and forcefully brought them together. With a powerful kick, he propelled Sayanol and Pabina into the air. The Kamehameha wave, a formidable force, swiftly eliminated the 2. Clap, clap, clap. It was then that Frieza emerged, applauding, and with a smirk declared, Son Gohan, you are indeed quite dashing. Senior, what brings you here? Frost asked, clutching his abdomen, remembering that Son Gohan's previous strike had been aimed at his gut. Son Gohan gestured for Nabele to escort Master Matedo away. Oh, don't be so tense. I merely passed by, Frieza replied with a smirk, his gaze lingering on Son Gohan. Oblivious to Frieza's intentions, Nabele took it upon herself to ensure Master Matedo's safety. Chapter 76, Son Goku vs. Jiren. Umitba, the Gate of Measure. Son Gohan queried, Frieza, what is your true aim? With Nabele and Master Matedo safely departed, he felt a sense of relief. What aim? Our objective is, of course, Frost, Frieza chuckled. A statement that infuriated Frost, who saw Frieza as his lifeline. Senior, what do you mean by that? Frost's smile faltered as he processed the implications. Did we not agree to vanquish Son Gohan together? What nonsense are you spouting? I am from Universe 7. Frieza winked at Frost. I must eliminate obstacles for our Universe 7. So you deceived me? Frost feigned heartbreak at the betrayal. Indeed, Son Gohan is a powerful adversary, Frieza said, placing a hand on Son Gohan's shoulder. Son Gohan found their exchange rather peculiar. Bang! Before Son Gohan could ponder the situation further, Frieza struck him from behind, sending him crashing into the rocks. Truly commendable, Senior. Your strength is impressive, Frost admired Frieza, deeming the act treacherous, imagining how Son Gohan must feel betrayed by a comrade. However, Son Gohan was not surprised. He had never harbored significant hopes regarding Frieza. Yet, if Frieza truly intended to fight him now, it would still be a formidable challenge. Golden Frieza was indeed a troublesome opponent. Despite Frieza's aggression, Frost remained on guard and suggested that Frieza eliminate Son Gohan. With a mere wave, Gohan sensed that Frieza bore no intent to kill, revealing that he had not yet unleashed his true power. It seemed Frieza remained ever the same. Gohan delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, feeling quite satisfied. However, Frieza retaliated with a swift kick, knocking Gohan to the ground and stepping upon his back. Truly, he was a formidable predecessor. Witnessing Gohan's predicament, Frost felt a sense of relief, believing that Frieza had genuinely defected. This is nothing. With sufficient training, you too could attain my level, Frieza remarked with a smile. Yet, as an elder, he felt compelled to advise, it is prudent not to trust anyone. With a mere gesture, he unleashed an energy wave, eliminating Frost from the competition. How could I possibly collaborate with someone as insignificant as you? Frieza waved dismissively, his expression rife with exasperation. Nonetheless, Frieza, you merely wish to land a few blows on me, do you not? Gohan, in a bid to play along with Frieza's act, endured several punches himself. Not at all. Yes, I simply wish to strike a scion. Frieza's audacity left Frost in a furious rage. Who in the sixth universe would dare treat him this way? To be called an unknown entity was unbearable. Frost, now devoid of reason, raised his hand to attack Frieza. But just as the thought crossed his mind, the Omni King made him vanish from the scene. Attacking from outside the arena is forbidden. If this continues, the sixth universe will face annihilation. A terrified Kampa knelt in supplication, apologizing profusely. Thus, only Hit, Kaba, Kale, and Caulifla remained in the sixth universe. Nabeel, observing Master Roshi's departure from the arena, suddenly felt an unparalleled force. The entire void trembled. It was Jiren. Nabeel swiftly soared towards Jiren's location, where her father was engaged in battle. Indeed, Jiren had received orders from the god of destruction Belmod of the 11th universe to deal with Goku. The formidable Kamehameha struck Jiren, yet it scarcely affected him. The two were merely testing each other, and Nabeel watched intently. Goku relentlessly attacked Jiren but refrained from utilizing Super Saiyan Blue, indicating that he was still in the probing phase. Regardless, Jiren remained unmoved, indifferent to Goku's onslaught. Finally, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, prompting Jiren to raise his hand in defense, responding effortlessly to Goku's blue state. Naturally, Goku could not accept such ease. Kaioken. He unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken, each punch radiating immense energy, instilling fear merely by sight. Jiren raised his arm. Even with the enhancement of Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken, Goku's attack inflicted little to no damage upon him. As Belmod observed Son Wukong's retreat, a surge of satisfaction filled his heart. I knew it. Jiren cannot be defeated by anyone. Once he overcomes Son Wukong, the other universes will surely lose their confidence, and victory will belong to our Universe 11. The Angel of Universe 11, a striking beauty with twin tails, reminded her comrades, we must not let our guard down. No, Jiren is different. He cannot possibly lose. Indeed, you are immensely powerful. It appears this is our only hope. Son Wukong reverted to his normal state, swiftly leaping high into the air, raising his hands. It is the Spirit Bomb. Krillin immediately recognized Son Wukong's intent. I apologize, everyone. Please lend me your power. As anticipated, Son Wukong was about to employ his ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. This move, taught to him by the King of Worlds, had resolved numerous crises for the Earth Warriors. Father, do your best. Wukong, I bestow my strength upon you. The members of Universe 7 generously contributed their energy. Humph, Kakarot, I shall not aid you, Vegeta scoffed, effortlessly fending off an attempted ambush from Brianna. Move quicker. Under Jiren's deliberate watch, a colossal Spirit Bomb materialized. Son Wukong hurled the Spirit Bomb at Jiren. But to everyone's astonishment, Jiren rebounded it. 20-fold Kaioken. Son Wukong exerted all his strength to propel the Spirit Bomb, yet Jiren had yet to unleash his true power. With the clash of their formidable energies, the spirit bomb expanded uncontrollably, unable to withstand the pressure, and ultimately exploded. As the battle raged between Jiren and Son Wukong, Zeno's excitement reached its zenith. The destructive force of this explosion was leagues beyond Brianna's barrage. A blinding flash of white light erupted, and Son Wukong vanished amidst the explosion. No, no, father! Panicked, Gohan gazed at the enormous crater, void of any trace of Son Wukong. Had Son Wukong been obliterated? Would that mean Jiren was victorious? Chapter 77. The Ultimate Technique. Ba, the Gate of Existence. This statement from Kampa shifted everyone's focus. Not necessarily, as Son Wukong perished due to his own technique. Thus Jiren would not be eliminated, Bardoss rationally analyzed. Indeed, hence Jiren from Universe 11 will not be disqualified. The Grand Priest concurred with Bardoss's assessment. Jiren. In a fit of rage, Gohan managed to deliver a punch that sent Jiren flying. Frieza suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Gohan's punch astonished everyone, for even Son Wukong had been unable to strike Jiren down previously. Son Gohan, as if suddenly invigorated, experienced a remarkable surge in power, capable of exchanging blows with Jiren, and at times even overpowering him. Could it be that Gohan possesses such extraordinary prowess? Even Beerus was taken aback, astonished by Gohan's hidden potential. Whenever Gohan feels anger, he becomes stronger than anyone else. Piccolo raised an eyebrow in pride, feeling quite pleased. However, Jiren was not to be underestimated. He quickly regained the upper hand, preparing to teach Gohan a lesson. Just as his fist descended, it was intercepted by Nabele's protective shield, their cooperation proving to be a considerable challenge for Jiren. That detestable Jiren. When they had just pushed back the spirit bomb, Nabele had intended to shield Goku. But adding a protective barrier would have impeded Goku's full power output. Surely, even if he survived, he would feel a sense of regret and would want to try again. As everyone awaited the outcome of the clash between Gohan and Jiren, a familiar energy abruptly emerged. It was Goku. Krillin excitedly rose to his feet. Goku was alive. Indeed, Son Goku had returned, and his presence sent ripples through the entire void, a brilliant white light signifying that he had ascended to a new level. Gohan and Jiren instinctively ceased their actions, gazing at Goku, enveloped in an ethereal, flowing aura, entering a unique state. He had grown stronger once more. All the warriors of Universe 7 had witnessed Goku's miraculous ability to overcome peril and evolve in the direst of circumstances. Yet this moment still ignited a thrill of excitement. Wow, Goku was indeed alive. Oh, Goku radiated brilliance. Even the Grand Zeno found this man to be remarkable. He consistently elicited surprise, and if he continued to evolve, he would surely bring them even more joy. Still, it was prudent to observe for a while longer, as this was the first time witnessing Goku in such a state. In fact, was held a thought in his mind, though he was not entirely certain. If what he suspected were true, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Indeed, Goku's attacks were now entirely different from those of Super Saiyan Blue. His movements were serene, making it difficult to discern any signs of attack. Even his evasions were executed with such natural fluidity that his trajectory was nearly imperceptible. Father S' movements have changed completely. Gohan marveled as he watched the battle between Goku and Jiren. What is happening? Why can I not anticipate his techniques? Vegeta, from a high vantage point, pondered the unfolding events. Kakarot. Son Goku. In an instant, Goku effortlessly evaded hundreds of Jiren's punches, and during their exchange, Goku continued to grow. His responses were precise, and his counterattacks powerful, every action executed perfectly. Goku had suddenly become immensely powerful. What could be the reason behind this? The eyes of both Grand Zenas sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps it was due to an extraordinary transformation occurring within Mr. Goku. The High Priest was about to clarify matters for the Omni King when he was abruptly interrupted by his son, Whis, whose excitement was palpable. Ultra Instinct. Beerus slowly pronounced these words, and upon observing Whis' reaction, he confirmed that his suspicions were indeed correct. As soon as Beerus uttered this statement, all the deities across the universes turned their gazes towards Son Goku. It became evident, his movements were remarkably similar. One of the Kaioshins analyzed, however, it is truly hard to believe that even a god finds it difficult to attain the realm of Ultra Instinct. Although the Kaioshins of Universe 7 appeared unaware, the Elder Kaioshin could only brush aside the inquiries posed by Kaioshin Shin. Nevertheless, as Goku unexpectedly grasped the essence of his current state, He could not comprehend the reasons behind such a transformation. There had been no prior indications. It was likely due to the spirit bomb, which enthusiastically began to analyze. Mr. Goku's body should be utterly fatigued by now. As a primal source of energy, the spirit bomb indeed offers some assistance. However, the crux lies not here. During the recent explosion, the spirit bomb's force penetrated Mr. Goku's body, colliding violently with his own resisting power. The clash of these two forces successfully breached the shell of latent potential. This is my hypothesis. Until now, that is all. But how long can Son Goku maintain this state? The scions are indeed fascinating. Just as this was mentioned, Jiren issued his final command to Son Goku. This fervor is your last vestige of strength. As they clashed, Son Goku's Ultra Instinct state reached its limit. His body was battered and his stamina depleted. In contrast, Jiren's endurance had not suffered significantly. Dad, Nabeel timely caught Son Goku, placing them both within a protective barrier. Thank you, Nabeel. I need some time to recover my strength. Son Goku weakly articulated as he closed his eyes to rest, confident that Nabeel would buy him the necessary time. I wondered how it was possible to master such a power so swiftly. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 felt relieved upon realizing that Son Goku's Ultra Instinct had a time constraint. Hey, Kakarot, tell me, what exactly happened? Vegeta, not one to coddle Son Goku, noted that his closed eyes would not hasten his recovery. He flew before them, beginning his inquiry. I seem to have exhausted all my energy, Son Goku replied, sensing Vegeta's impatient gaze. Honestly, I'm not quite sure. What a waste of a trip, Vegeta muttered, opting to rejoin the battle, knowing that with Nabele's protection, he need not restrain Jiren. It seemed that Son Goku would be fine for the time being. Android 18 observed the two in the sky and began conversing with Android 17 beside her. Indeed, we must exert ourselves. For the ultimate adversary cannot indefinitely await Son Wukong's resolution. Observing the remaining contenders, number 17 cracked his knuckles in preparation. Chapter 78. Are bald heads truly formidable? Amitba, the gate of measurement. Father, did you just hear the god's discourse? Nabell noticed that Son Wukong had ceased his restful contemplation and was instead scrutinizing the combatants on the field, prompting her to reiterate Weiss's conjecture. This technique, known as the Supreme Freedom Technique, is indeed remarkable. The Supreme Freedom Technique, mused Son Wukong silently as he reset his dislocated arm. If he could replicate it, surely he could vanquish Jiren? Nabell gazed in astonishment at Hit, who was engaged in battle with Jiren. Hit's time-skip ability was utterly ineffective against Jiren. Not a single strike seemed to land. Father, what if I exert all my strength to eliminate Jiren? Nabell remained confident, firmly believing in her own capabilities. No, Bell. I still wish to fight him. I will defeat him. Son Wukong hastily intervened, hoping to dissuade her from such thoughts. If it truly comes to a dire situation, then I shall step in as a last resort, he said with a cheerful smile. I believe in you. Bell, you can surely do it. Very well, as you say. But should there be any threat to life, I shall undoubtedly interrupt your battle. Son Wukong agreed, astonished to see Hit immobilizing Jiren. At that moment, Hit employed his final tactic to restrain Jiren. It was revealed that Hit had been luring Jiren, allowing him to channel his abilities. The punch that struck Jiren was infused with all of Hit's strength. He intended to use all his power to keep Jiren confined until the match's conclusion, urging the last remaining warriors from Universe 6, Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale, to hasten their efforts to defeat their adversaries. Hit was nearing his limit. Everyone noticed Jiren's gradual movement, indicating that he was on the verge of breaking free from Hit's grasp. Though I wish to prolong the match until the end, my strength is waning. Hit resolved to make a sacrificial strike, utilizing his remaining energy to take Jiren down with him, a true exchange. However, Jiren's power exceeded all expectations. With just a fierce glare, he thwarted Hit's assault and ultimately broke free from Hit's control. In a swift maneuver, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Hit crashing out of the arena. Universe 6, Hit is eliminated. Upon witnessing Hit beside him, Kappa was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he steadied himself at the sight of the battered Hit, acknowledging his efforts. You have done well, Hit. I trust Kaba and the others will strive even harder because of you. Beerus remarked, although it is said thus, the loss of Hit places Universe 6 in dire straits. At this moment, half of the time had elapsed. Warriors of Universe 3, now is our moment of triumph. The god of destruction of Universe 3, Aya, issued the command. Strike with all our might. Bring down Nabell and Son Gohan. Upon uttering those words, the warriors of the third universe immediately complied with the command to assault the two individuals in the air. Why, one might wonder. Did none of the seventh universe inhabitants come to their aid? Aya was perplexed. Even if her abilities were formidable, her defenses were surely finite. She realized that, despite the dire circumstances where her comrades were besieged, not a single soul from the seventh universe stepped forward to provide assistance. Father, I have discerned an intriguing point, she remarked. In the face of the impending onslaught, Nabell remained utterly unperturbed. If the adversaries below could truly breach their defenses, then all hope for them would be extinguished. I have observed that the bald individual is likely quite powerful. Nabell disregarded Goku's incredulous expression, noting that while not all bald individuals are formidable, it is often the case that they possess significant prowess. Consider it, Uncle Krillin, Grandpa Roshi, Uncle Piccolo. Who among them is not a figure of great power on Earth? She gestured towards Jiren, who had already begun to meditate, emphasizing that even he was among the mightiest in their collective universes. You seem to have a point, Goku mused, sensing the validity of her assertion while simultaneously feeling its absurdity. Look at that Toph, quite impressive, isn't he? And he's bald. You, woman, why do you persist in discussing others behind their backs? Toph interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. The protective barrier, it turned out, was not entirely soundproof. Those present could hear quite clearly. Beerus and Kampa instinctively touched their own bald heads, their expressions darkening as they regarded Nabell. She suddenly realized that, despite believing she had spoken quietly enough, it was wholly inadequate among such skilled individuals. Chuckling softly, she attempted to conceal her presence behind Goku, hoping to diminish her visibility. The gaze of the bald warriors in attendance could not mask their desire to confront her. At that moment, Gohan sighed and covered his face. Sister, what should we do now? Why, we shall engage in battle. Caulifla and Kale observed the brazen demeanor of Mona from the 10th universe. Leave this to me. You two find a place to hide. Gabe understood that these two female scions were pivotal to the 6th universe's fate and must conserve their strength. I implore you. Maintaining your stamina is of utmost importance. After Kale's persuasion, Caulifla ultimately decided to retreat. Mona was a warrior of both strength and intellect. Her robust physique lent her attacks considerable force, making her a formidable opponent for Gabe. A moment of negligence nearly led to his elimination, but fortunately, Vegeta had pulled him back just in time. Master, thank you for your assistance, Gabe began. But his gratitude was abruptly cut short as he received a crushing blow from Vegeta, causing him to collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Do not misunderstand. I simply cannot bear to witness weak scions, Vegeta remarked, turning his back. And you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Agreement? I was invited to the planet of the 6th universe, the planet of laces. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Gaby's eyes, only to dim swiftly. For one of us would vanish, rendering our agreement potentially unattainable. Yet, what does it matter? Vegeta turned his head, proclaiming that once he secured victory, he would utilize the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you all. Us. Indeed, thus our pact shall be fulfilled. Gaby chuckled softly, standing tall. But if I achieve victory, I too shall resurrect my master. Do not be so presumptuous. The victor shall undoubtedly be I, Lord Vegeta. Vegeta's roar startled Gaby, who quickly concurred, yes. The winner shall be you. You must fight in accordance with the pride of the Scions. Do not tarnish our legacy. Understood, master. With his teachings concluded, Vegeta departed. Neither of them noticed the shadow lurking behind the rocks. Chapter 79. The battle intensifies. Concealed behind the boulders was Frieza, who had overheard the entire conversation between Vegeta and Gaby. Observing Gaby regain his confidence, a nefarious thought began to take shape in Frieza's mind. How infuriating it was that Scion Vegeta dared to treat me in such a manner. Mona had been effortlessly flung aside by Vegeta, and anger surged within her. She resolved to eliminate him before confronting that Vegeta and those other two female scions. Mona rolled her massive form, crashing toward Gaby once more. But this time, Gaby was prepared and deftly evaded her assault. Are you intending to target Caulifla and the others? Gaby transformed into his Super Saiyan form once again, declaring, I shall not allow you to succeed. I will defeat you here. You and that Vegeta are indeed despicable, Mona retorted, adopting a provocative expression. Is he despicable? Absolutely. He ambushed me when I was unawares and then fled immediately. What else can that be but cowardly? Gaby's typically amicable visage twisted into a fierce snarl. He could overlook insults directed at himself, but he would never forgive those who dared to insult his family and friends. I will vanquish you here. As Gaby's fury intensified, a tempestuous aura enveloped him, heralding his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. With a primal roar, his power surged exponentially. Now capable of delivering a crushing blow to the previously immovable Mona, Gaby struck her with such force that she broke out in a cold sweat. I will not spare you. Mona summoned all her strength, prepared for a final confrontation with Gaby. I will not be defeated. Gaby, fully focused, unleashed the newly acquired strength, sending Mona soaring away. In the fourth universe, Mona was eliminated, leaving 3 participants remaining. Meanwhile, Vegeta, upon learning of Gaby's victory over Mona, wore a satisfied smile as he prepared to confront the looming threat of Tokpo, who had obstructed his path to Jiren. At the same time, Frieza had already set his sights on Cabba. Although Cabba had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he was still no match for Golden Frieza. In an instant, a single energy beam eliminated the already exhausted Cabba. In Universe 6, Cabba was out, leaving only 2 fighters remaining. How infuriating! Frieza had seized the opportunity to strike while Cabba was weakened, and Campa glared menacingly at Frieza on the battlefield. Engaging with such a foe would be a waste of energy. Frieza amused to himself, I will undoubtedly acquire the Super Dragon Balls and manipulate the gods with ease. While Frieza handled his opponents effortlessly, Vegeta found himself in a challenging situation. Having long since transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, he faced the formidable Tokpo, which proved to be no easy task. Dad, look! Uncle Vegeta is fighting Tokpo. Goku, having regained much of his strength, felt invigorated and was eager to join the fray. I really want to fight too. I'm almost back to full strength, he exclaimed. Is it truly safe? Nabeel anxiously regarded him, aware that the warriors from Universe 2 were still lurking, ready to pounce. It's fine. Unable to dissuade Goku, Nabeel reluctantly acquiesced to his wishes. And as soon as he entered the arena, the robots from Universe 2 surrounded him. Then let us engage in a fierce battle. Just as Goku prepared to confront the warriors from Universe 2, the next moment, he saw one of them being sent flying. You? Goku recognized the exceptionally talented female Saiyan. Caulifla. Goku, I wish to battle you to become even stronger, Caulifla declared. The realization that Universe 6 relied solely on her, and Caulifla weighed heavily on her. Cabba had bought them time, so she felt compelled to grow more powerful. Teach me how to transform beyond Super Saiyan 2. Certainly, but you must defeat me first. Goku replied, recognizing Caulifla as a worthy opponent, one who would grow stronger through their battle, especially as a Saiyan. They agreed to the challenge. And Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. If he had not fully recovered his energy, he might have found this encounter troublesome. However, he was revitalized. Against a warrior of Caulifla's relative inexperience, Goku was able to handle her with relative ease, though he refrained from defeating her outright. Perhaps he could rediscover the state of Ultra Instinct through their battle. As Goku noted Caulifla's remarkable adaptability, she gradually matched his speed and began to exploit openings to strike. He understood that she would only grow stronger. Determined to accelerate his pace, Goku pressed on. As their speeds intensified, Caulifla felt the power within her surging forth during the clash. She realized that she had not yet reached her limits and could become even stronger. Kefla emitted a crimson beam of light that startled Sun Wukong. I didn't expect you to possess such abilities, Sun Wukong chuckled, glancing at Caulifla standing beside him. What do you say, Caulifla? Shall we join forces? Absolutely. Let us both transform into Super Saiyan 3, Caulifla exclaimed. A blush of excitement spread across Kale's face at the thought of battling alongside her sister. It was truly exhilarating. Subsequently, Kale transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Unlike the other Saiyans, her hair shimmered a vibrant green rather than the customary yellow. While Caulifla maintained her physical traits upon transformation, Kale notably developed defined abdominal muscles. What shall you do now? The two worked in perfect harmony, flanking Sun Wukong from either side. Kale took on the role of distracting Sun Wukong, creating an opportunity for Caulifla to launch her attack. With a sudden surge of incredible power, Sun Wukong repelled both Caulifla and Kale. Thank you both. Battling with you yields tremendous gains for me, he remarked, as his brows vanished with his transformation, his golden hair lengthening significantly, an undeniable enhancement over Super Saiyan 2. This is Super Saiyan 3, Caulifla surmised instantly, recognizing the immense power surging forth. However, Son Wukong could not maintain this state for long, as he needed to conserve energy to combat Jiren. What are you doing? Do you look down upon us? Caulifla furrowed her brows in annoyance at Son Wukong's actions. Chapter 80. Caulifla. No, I merely need to preserve my stamina, Son Wukong clarified, conveying no disdain towards Caulifla and Kale. In fact, he found them both formidable. Upon hearing his words, Caulifla felt her fiery determination intensify. I shall defeat you, and then transition from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. She glanced at Kale. We must transform together. Sister, Kale gazed at Caulifla with admiration. You are my greatest inspiration. I will become even stronger to stand by your side. Kale clenched her fists, steadily amplifying her energy, her stature growing more imposing, the sheer force causing the ground to tremble. No, Kale. Goku expressed concern, fearing Kale might lose control again. Yet, Kale had already regained her previous formidable stance. Remarkably, despite having intended to attack Caulifla, with her sister's guidance, she maintained her composure and harnessed her overwhelming power. Sister, we can surely defeat Son Wukong, Kale confidently declared, looking down at Caulifla. Of course, Kale. We are the strongest. Caulifla felt immense pride in having such an exceptional protege and friend. Kale's ability to control her power was not to be underestimated. Son Wukong found himself increasingly challenged facing both of them, yet he felt an exhilarating thrill building within him. Son Wukong once again blocked Kai's punch, reminding him that one must never let their guard down, lest dire consequences ensue. My son, I will ensure you understand the profound strength of love. With the power of love from the warriors of Universe 2, Brianna sprouted wings, her strength multiplying exponentially. I am Son Gohan, remember my name. Son Gohan struck Brianna with a dazzling magical attack. It is perplexing why they always refer to themselves as the son of Son Wukong. Perhaps it is due to his father's immense renown. I must strive to carve my own path. With this thought, Son Gohan felt invigorated, unwilling to dwell perpetually in his father's shadow. Son Gohan, watch me. Brianna somersaulted forward, exclaiming, heart-shaped battle car. Calmly, Son Gohan concentrated his energy into his fist, halting the rolling Brianna with one hand while delivering a powerful punch with the other. Brianna nearly fell off the stage but managed to rise. Catching sight of the concerned expressions of Rogi and Kakunsa in the spectators' area, her resolve strengthening once more. Spreading her wings, she soared into the air, calling out to the people of Universe 2, let all the other universes witness the might of our love. Go, Brianna. The citizens of Universe 2 waved pink cheer sticks. Waves of love converging around Brianna. The essence of love manifested around her, even taking on a majestic form that dominated much of the arena. Do you need assistance? Noticing the situation, androids 17 and 18 rushed over to aid Son Gohan. No, thank you, and 18, Uncle 17, Son Gohan replied, feeling he was not yet in need of help. Then let us deal with the remaining fighters from Universe 2, Android 18 said, fixing her hair as she and Android 17 departed. Son Gohan, I will make you feel the true strength of our love. Brianna waved her hands, gathering immense power, channeling all her energy into this moment, knowing it could not last long. This is our love's attack. This is my most formidable Kamehameha. Son Gohan, too, summoned his utmost strength to confront Brianna. Failure here could spell disaster, especially with Nabeledoes and Uncle Piccolo watching from above. Realizing that her power was insufficient to overcome Son Gohan, and sensing a counterattack looming, Brianna felt panic rise within her. Seizing the moment of her confusion, Son Gohan intensified his efforts, delivering a decisive blow that reverted Brianna to her pre-transformation state. Cursed be this. Our love has faltered, Brianna lamented, striking the ground in frustration. I apologize, we desperately sought victory as well. With a cold resolve, Son Gohan pushed Brianna off the stage, leaving only 3 fighters remaining from Universe 2. Universe 2. Brianna is eliminated. Nabell. Indeed, Gohan is the most handsome. As Gohan concluded his battle, he sensed an immense surge of energy emanating from his father, Goku, far surpassing that of Kale in her berserk form. Meanwhile, Goku observed as Caulifla and Kale had fused through the Patera earrings, adopting the name Kefla. Goku had previously cornered the two, poised to eliminate them, but to his surprise, Caulifla produced the Patera earrings and fused with Kale. Goku, we too possess Patera earrings. Hurry and fuse with Vegeta. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Goku found himself momentarily speechless, while it was Vegeta who could no longer contain himself. I refuse to fuse with Kakarot, Vegeta declared loudly, narrowly evading another of Toppo's attacks. I, the great Vegeta, shall emerge victorious. Just as I said, Lord Beerus. Goku shared this sentiment. Recalling that previous fusions had only occurred in desperate situations, yet they were not yet at their wits' end. Kefla's power was so formidable that it rendered her limits undetectable. In merely 2 rounds, Goku found himself entirely on the defensive. Both her speed and strength eclipsed that of Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Aren't you going to transform? That's Super Saiyan Blue. Kefla desired more than a mere victory. She craved a full-force battle with Goku. Until now, she had only utilized Super Saiyan God, which, despite its might, was insufficient against the current Kefla. In a moment, Kefla seized Goku's legs, spinning him around before hurling him away. After a hard-fought struggle, Goku managed to break free, but Kefla swiftly pursued him. The blue aura shimmered as Goku finally ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, his expression grave as he regarded Kefla. If this continues, I might inadvertently be eliminated by you. Then I shall not hold back any longer. Kefla unleashed her full power, astonishing everyone as she further augmented her energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Kefla. Chapter 81. The Disappearance of the Sixth Universe. Facing Super Saiyan Kefla, Goku's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. If Kefla could also attain Super Saiyan Blue, he was certain he would stand little chance. If you can't defeat me, how do you expect to overcome Jiren? Kefla mercilessly employed her taunting skills. You truly are lacking. As their confrontation escalated, their movements became a blur. Too swift for the eye to follow. Nabell, I can't see. You cannot hope to surpass me. Goku proclaimed with confidence. I will defeat you and bring victory to our sixth universe. With that, Kefla's aura surged once more, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's arm. Fortunately, Goku reacted just in time to block with both arms. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injury to his abdomen. Even so, he was still sent flying by Kefla's force. The immense power of the 2 combatants wreaked havoc upon the arena. Son Wukong had invoked the Kaioken technique, amplifying it with the blue transformation. Although he had rested for an extended period prior, his energy had not fully replenished, rendering his utilization of the Kaioken in conjunction with the blue form somewhat arduous. With a sudden burst of speed, Son Wukong seized an opening in Caulifla's defenses, delivering a blow that threatened to expel her very essence. Struggling to rise from the ground where she ought to have remained, Caulifla, on the brink of her limits, summoned her strength to unleash another energy wave. In response, Son Wukong countered with the Kamehameha technique. Indeed, Caulifla's prowess was formidable. This exchange saw Son Wukong bested, collapsing to the ground and reverting to his normal state. Concerned murmurs rippled through the 7th universe as all eyes were fixed on Son Wukong, fearing he might succumb. The ever-energetic Nabele approached, ready to assist him. However, Son Wukong extended a hand, gently pushing her away, slowly standing to affirm his resilience. Reluctantly, Nabele withdrew. I have not yet been defeated, Son Wukong proclaimed, sensing a latent power awakening within him. Despite his exhaustion, his mind was strikingly alert. Thus, I shall compel you to submit entirely. Caulifla conjured several energy spheres, launching them mercilessly towards Son Wukong. Yet, he stood his ground, unperturbed by the onslaught. With a simple gesture, he effortlessly deflected the attacks, sidestepping with ease. The gods from various universes watched in astonishment as Son Wukong once again entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Indeed, in this extreme circumstance, he had transcended his limits once more. Even Caulifla's relentless assaults were effortlessly evaded. Perhaps it was their confrontation that spurred Mr. Wukong to shatter his boundaries anew. Whis narrowed his eyes, expressing surprise at witnessing this phenomenon a second time. The Ultra Instinct has manifested once again. How exhilarating. At that moment, all eyes were riveted upon Son Wukong and Caulifla. You, of all people, possess such power, Caulifla mused, recognizing that Son Wukong's strength had surpassed her own. A surge of heat radiated from him, his aura reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with Jiren. Stimulated by Son Wukong's prowess, Caulifla too broke through her limits, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. You cannot prevail against me now, she declared confidently. Yet, despite Caulifla's newfound strength, Son Wukong remained resolute in his judgment. The magnitude of their powers was overwhelming. A collision could obliterate everything in their vicinity, especially as Caulifla began to amass destructive energy capable of annihilating universes. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded all of Caulifla's strikes, as if he had already deciphered her every move. Vegeta recalled Whis' words when he and Kakarot initially trained with Whis. They were critiqued for their sluggish speed, reliant on cerebral thought before launching attacks, which impeded their swiftness. The process of transmitting signals from the senses to the brain and then to the body consumed too much time. If each part of the body could autonomously assess and act, it would be ideal. However, this task proved exceedingly difficult. Even Lord Beerus could not achieve it completely. Yet, overcoming this obstacle would allow one to evade any peril. Is it possible that Kakarot has already reached this level? A twinge of resentment stirred within Vegeta once again. He found himself a step behind Kakarot. Thus, he resolved to expend all his remaining strength. The power of Kefla surged exponentially, countless crimson rays shooting outward, primarily targeting Son Goku. As Goku evaded, he simultaneously gathered energy for the Kamehameha, and upon reaching Kefla in midair, he consolidated his scattered attacks. What should have struck him was unexpectedly countered. He utilized the unlaunched Kamehameha as leverage, flipping and pressing it against her face under her astonished gaze. At this moment, Kefla was utterly defenseless, and this high-level battle finally concluded, transforming Kefla back into Kale and Caulifla. In the 6th universe, Caulifla and Kale were eliminated, leaving the 6th universe with no survivors. The Grand Minister's solemn voice resonated. Thus, the 6th universe shall vanish. On the spectator platform, Kampa refrained from acting foolishly, casting a deep glance at Beerus, his brother. Yet, Beerus offered no acknowledgement, turning only his back to him. Kampa, undeterred, made a face at him. A brief flash of blue light ensued, and the 6th universe ceased to exist. The disappearance of yet another universe only intensified the gravity of the atmosphere. Humph. I shall achieve victory and obtain the Super Dragon Balls, Vegeta declared, casting a glance at the audience before turning away. Nabeel, caught off guard, rushed to support Goku, who seemed on the verge of collapsing, just as Gohan arrived. "Dad, are you alright?" Gohan asked, taking Goku from Nabeel's hands. Noticing his father struggling to keep his eyes open, filled with concern. "Is this all my power amounts to?" Goku thought, relaxing completely against his son. "It's fine. Just rest for a bit," he replied. Seeing them engaged in conversation, Nabeel lowered the barrier, and the three found a corner to rest. Uncle Vegeta had been engaged in a match with Toppo, yet a victor had yet to be determined. Chapter 82. The disappearance of the 2nd universe. Nabeel and Son Goku briefed each other on the general situation. Due to Goku's battle with Kefla, Vegeta's fight with Toppo had also come to a halt. In the present moment, Universe 11 is down to 3 individuals. Universe 2 also has 3, while Universe 4 is left with merely 2. However, Universes 7 and 3 boast the largest numbers, with 7 participants each. Indeed, Universe 3 should not be underestimated. Gohan's expression turned grave as he realized the unexpected strength of Universe 3, which had managed to retain such a formidable number of warriors. Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of a beating, all while attempting to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique. "As expected, I am truly exceptional," he mused, as Nigris relentlessly pummeled his face, taunting, "It appears you are not so impressive after all, Vegeta." Vegeta, initially hoping to gain insight from this combatant, grew frustrated by their arrogance and declared, "I'm done with this." With a flurry of rapid punches, he swiftly eliminated the brash opponent from Universe 3, deciding to abandon his pursuit of Ultra Instinct. "I am who I am. I shall not conform to anyone." It was from this point that the powers of Goku and Vegeta began to evolve into their own distinct systems. "It is time for us to make our entrance." Universe 3 commanded the Supreme Kai of Universe 3, Aya, instructing all present to launch an assault on the weakened Goku. "Do not worry, Father, my abilities remain intact." Naberius attempted to unleash her powers, only to be halted by Goku. "I must continue. I seek to master Ultra Instinct." The determination in Goku's eyes left Naberius with no option but to comply. "Then I will accompany you. Father, we shall fight together." Gohan supported this decision, ensuring that Goku would not face the enemy alone. "Be careful, you two," Naberius warned, fully aware of her own capabilities and choosing not to stay behind for the battle. Observing the father and son duo engaged in combat, she felt reassured that they would manage. her attention instead drawn to the last three members of Universe 2 not far off. The familiar music and distinct appearances caught her off guard as she realized that Zeroin had inherited Brian's powers, Labanda had taken on Kakuncha's abilities, and Zabuto had gained strength from Rogi. A new generation of magical youths had emerged. Their adversaries comprised Universe 7's androids 17 and 18, along with the esteemed Vegeta. How utterly grotesque. They are no match for the previous female fighter, Vegeta thought, recalling the beautiful warrior Brian and feeling a shiver run down his spine. Humph. We embody the love of everyone from Universe 2, and we will undoubtedly defeat you, they proclaimed. Our love is boundless. Silence. Vegeta snapped, unwilling to endure any more of their prattling. In a fit of irritation, he delivered a fierce kick, his mood decidedly foul. Android 17, who had initially intended to engage in a dramatic display, could only shrug as Vegeta initiated the battle. This guy's temper is as dreadful as ever. Now is not the time for idle talk. Let us each take on an opponent. On the 18th, it was apparent that Vegeta's mood was far from merry. Though he often wore a fierce expression, years of camaraderie with Bulma allowed for subtle insights into his emotional state. What of the Ultra Instinct, Jiren? Or Kakarot? I, Lord Vegeta, shall inevitably surpass them all. With this thought, he felt a surge of power within him, invigorating his entire being. Meet your demise. Vegeta struck Zero in the face with a formidable punch, then brought his hands together, culminating in a brilliant flash. With astonishing speed, one of the new generation of magical boys was thus eliminated. Jiren, Kakarot, you are next, Vegeta declared, hands clasped behind his back, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Achoo! Goku sniffled, sensing a chill across his back. What's wrong, Dad? Gohan asked, having just repelled an enemy, surprised to witness his father sneezing. I don't know. The Symphony of Love, Zabuto and Rabanda's combined technique unleashed a colossal heart-shaped laser, an immensely powerful attack. Nevertheless, 17 and 18 managed to counter with their cooperation, particularly due to 17's protective shield, which was exceedingly effective, absorbing many assaults. The two did not fear the depletion of their stamina. To avenge our comrades, we shall unleash all our love. Let us determine the victor. Zabuto and Rabanda stood united, channeling the power of affection, gradually forming a massive, black heart. 18 attempted to shatter it, only for her energy to be absorbed instead. This was a technique that even Brianna and her allies had yet to master. Excessive love could sometimes bind and inflict suffering upon individuals. Those who could control such overwhelming affection could unleash a beautifully destructive technique, remarked the god of destruction of Universe 2. Beautiful black hole. The immense gravitational force pressed down upon Vegeta and his companions, rendering them immobile. Seventh Universe. You shall succumb to our exquisite love. Vegeta felt a stark contrast between the gravity and Bulma's gravity machine. His body seemed ensnared by countless black hearts, leaving him utterly paralyzed. This is quite amusing, yet I, Vegeta, shall not concede so easily. In his Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta continued to amplify his aura, expanding the space around him. The ultimate flash. In the fierce confrontation, the duo of magical boys ultimately fell beneath Vegeta's radiant assault. With the elimination of the second universe, the Grand Minister proclaimed their fate. We sincerely thank everyone for your unwavering support. Our love shall forever reside in your hearts. As per tradition, they gathered for one final display. Just before their imminent disappearance, all those from the second universe formed heart shapes with their hands, exclaiming, "Love." Amidst the echoes of laughter, the second universe vanished, a testament to their love and beauty. They remained remarkable until the end. Androids 17 and 18 held them in high esteem. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, the inhabitants of the second universe were undeniably exquisite and brimming with affection. Focusing on this is less worthwhile than observing the current battle, Vegeta remarked before departing. Chapter 83, Side Story. Goten strikes down his uncle. Upon returning home, Goten resumed his ordinary life, only to awaken on the surface of a vast sea. What? Isn't this near Master Roshi's place? Not only that, but he also sensed his father Goku's energy nearby, though it felt considerably weaker than before, far inferior to that of his recently departed father. I must be mistaken, my brother assured me they had returned. Shaking his head, Goten realized something was amiss. It's not you who is mistaken, it's because you haven't returned yet. Who? Goten immediately heightened his vigilance, unleashing his energy. In the distance, Raditz observed the surging data on his scouter, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. A power level of 10,000 and still rising. Stop. Lower your energy. I am the one who brought you and Gohan back to the past. Ah, I see now. You should have said so earlier, Goten complied, quickly tempering his energy and seeking refuge on a small island. But what about my brother? Didn't we return home? Raditz noticed the scouter's readings dropping to 0. Convinced the device must be malfunctioning. Your brother has already gone back, but you still have some matters to attend to. What matters? Are they entertaining? Once he learned his brother was safe, Goten's curiosity about the impending events heightened. You must have sensed that your father Goku's energy is quite weak. This is because he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan yet, and your brother Gohan is only 4 years old. A 4-year-old brother. I've never seen him before. Can I meet them now? Goten exclaimed excitedly. Yes, but you must not reveal your name or anything about the future. Don't worry. Goten closed his eyes, concentrating carefully, and finally detected Gohan's faint energy near Master Roshi's house. However, an unfamiliar presence lingered as well. Suddenly, his father's energy weakened further. Without overthinking, he soared towards Master Roshi's residence. At the Turtle Hermit's house, Raditz held little Gohan by the scruff while threatening Goku, who lay defeated on the ground. Kakarot, if you wish to save your son's life, you would do well to heed my words. Beep, beep. What is happening? Why is there such a formidable power approaching? Raditz was startled by the alarm on his scouter. Just as he turned to investigate, he was taken aback. Someone had already arrived. Who could it be? What was happening? Teacher Wu Tian, Krillin, and Bulma remained unaware of the purpose of the device atop Raditz's head. What are you doing? Goten has arrived and sees his father, Goku, lying on the ground, seemingly injured. This sight dampens his spirits. The man before him, though weak, radiates an aura of malevolence. Kakarot. Raditz even turns to glance at Goku on the ground, astonished by their identical appearance. Could it be that the one possessing immense power is you? Raditz once again employs the device to assess Goten's combat power, which registers at a mere 5. Who are you? Why are you here? Upon closer inspection, Goten feels a sense of familiarity with the weeping child in Raditz's grasp. That child in your arms, could it be Gohan? How dare you treat my brother in such a manner? Indeed, the child's name is Gohan. Is there something amiss? Raditz, noticing the combat power of this individual, is 0. Remains unfazed. But why do you resemble Kakarot so closely, even if you are utterly worthless? I will not permit you to insult my father. Goten despises any disparagement of his family, especially concerning his beloved father, Goku. However, he recognizes the man's strength and, with a slight concession, delivers a swift slap that renders Raditz unconscious. Dad. After incapacitating Raditz, Goten rushes to his father, who is in evident pain. Wah, Dad, this is so frightening. Tiny tears cascade down Gohan's cheeks as he kneels beside Goku. It turns out my brother was such a crybaby in his youth, Goten muses, finding his sibling endearing at this moment, even without a phone to capture it. Hey, Son Gohan, this child is also your son, Bulma observes, convinced they are a family, though the ages do not align. No, I don't recognize him at all, Goku responds, astonished by the sudden appearance of a child so powerful who calls him Dad. Krillin cautiously inquires, who are you? Why do you call Goku Dad? Ah, right. Goten momentarily forgets to explain, I actually come from the future. I am Goku's son, though I have not yet been born in this timeline. In summary, Goten provides a brief explanation, and with 001's reminder, refrains from divulging future events, convincing everyone since Goten's resemblance serves as irrefutable evidence. You are my brother? Gohan gazes, bewildered, at his taller sibling. How old are you now? 7, Goten replies, playfully pinching Gohan's chubby cheeks. And you, how old are you? 4. Ah, how tiny. I remember you mentioning that you would begin battling the evil Saiyans when you were 5. That means it's only a year away. Meanwhile, Raditz stirs, cursing under his breath. What just transpired? How could I have been defeated by a mere child? To inquire why Raditz awakened so swiftly is rather redundant, for Goten had indeed unleashed an overwhelming amount of energy. Who are you, anyway? Such a tiresome chatter. Goten had intended for him to remain unconscious for the better part of the day. To Goten's astonishment, he realized that he once had an uncle, albeit one of little merit, ultimately slain by Uncle Piccolo. Resolving to disregard the matter, Goten quietly decided that it was too convoluted, trusting that his father and the others would manage it well. With that thought, he stepped forward, prepared to render Raditz unconscious once more. It would be best to eliminate this individual now. Just as Goten was about to act, a youthful and familiar voice resonated. Piccolo had been present all along, merely concealing his presence, thus overhearing their entire conversation. He deduced that it would be prudent to eliminate Raditz while Goten was still in this timeline. Once the future son returned, no one would be able to defeat this foe. The Demon King Piccolo instilled fear in Bulma and the others, for he had become their shadow. Chapter 84. The Destruction of the Fourth Universe. Bang. Just as Vegeta attempted to depart, he was struck from behind. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have faced elimination. Strangely, Vegeta sensed no energy before the attack occurred. Alongside him, androids 17 and 18 also fell victim, yet there was no trace of their assailant. No energy, no presence. Could it be an invisible man? Master Roshi suddenly recalled the warriors under his sister's fortune-telling prowess, known for their invisibility. Surely they would not resort to such cliched tactics again. Beerus harbored doubts. The peculiar laughter of the god of destruction from the fourth universe confirmed Master Roshi's suspicions, although only two remained. They were the trump cards of their team and would undoubtedly achieve victory. An invisible foe, indeed a flashy tactic. Vegeta contemplated and devised a clever plan. Hey, 17. That guy is near you. Make sure to hold him. Android 17, unable to perceive the assailant, felt somewhat helpless upon hearing Vegeta's request. He replied, I can't say whether that is feasible. Nevertheless, 17 successfully managed to keep the invisible opponent at bay. Get out of my way. Vegeta raised a massive energy sphere and, with a resounding crash, struck the ground where 17 and the invisible enemy had been battling, sending dust billowing and creating a large crater. Now you can't escape. The invisible entity, now partially revealed and covered in dust, was none other than Gamma-Sassilas from the fourth universe. Bang! For Vegeta, the exposed Gamma-Sassilas was child's play. He could defeat him without even resorting to his Super Saiyan form. Gamma-Sassilas from the fourth universe is eliminated. Damn it! What have you done? The god of destruction of the fourth universe, Katra, was filled with indignation, utterly astonished that Gamma-Sassilas had been so easily defeated. This situation evoked memories of a time long past, when he had utilized his own nasal blood. Master Wutian's recollections of that moment nearly brought forth tears. Surely, this must signify the conclusion of the battle. However, just as the words left number 17's lips, he sensed another surge of energy directed towards him, which he adeptly evaded this time. What? Could it be another invisible assailant? Number 18 found herself under attack as well. Yet this time, the force was so palpable that it could not be concealed, entirely unlike the previous encounter. Number 17 employed a tactical approach reminiscent of a prince, launching an assault toward the location he had recently sensed. Such a conspicuous energy, he remarked, and yet my strike failed to connect. Vegeta, too, found himself perplexed by the unfolding events. After enduring several attacks, number 17 formulated a hypothesis. It seemed this opponent was not truly invisible. Stand back, I am here. Strike at your leisure, he declared, closing his eyes to keenly discern the incoming attacks from all directions. With a smirk, number 17 unleashed an energy beam in a specific direction. Ah, so that is the truth. You are an insectoid. Upon glancing at the ground, he indeed spotted a diminutive creature, hardly noticeable to the naked eye. Damon, the last contender from the fourth universe. Indeed, one must not overly rely on sensing energy. Attentive listening can reveal the truth. Although he had discerned Damon's true form, striking him, given his elusive nature, would prove quite challenging. Furthermore, there was the risk of inadvertently delivering a fatal blow, which would be regrettable. Number 18. It appears this individual does not fly with wings, but rather moves by incessantly leaping. The strategy became clear. If they could prevent him from jumping, he would lose his agility, making him a viable target for their attacks. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged knowing smiles, their strategy taking shape. First, number 17 unleashed a full-force attack upon the ground, shattering the previously flat terrain. This disruption caused Damon, who had been moving at high speed, to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, number 18 unleashed an energy beam that narrowly missed him, then continued to employ a barrage of light waves to trap him midair. Finally, number 17 utilized his protective shield to restrain Damon, executing a precise soccer-like kick to eliminate him from the competition. With the fourth universe's participants entirely vanquished, It faced imminent extinction. No, I refuse to vanish, Katra exclaimed, anxiously tugging at his ears. Consumed by the terror of death, he contemplated drastic measures, vowing to take everyone down with him. Yet, such threats remained mere words. Before any action could be taken, Katra vanished alongside the fourth universe. Now, only the seventh, third, and 11th universes remained, and the intensity of the battle escalated further. The warriors of the third universe ceased their assault on Son Wukong and Son Gohan after the encounter with the transparent man. They aimed to utilize the fighters from the seventh universe to vanquish the members of the fourth universe while conserving their own stamina. This was originally a brilliant strategy devised by the Supreme Kai of the third universe, Aya. However, he did not anticipate that these two would simply choose to rest on the spot, entirely abstaining from the battle against the fourth universe. With Vegeta, as well as androids 17 and 18, undoubtedly capable of handling the situation, Son Wukong felt no concern for them. Although there had been a slight miscalculation, the warriors of the third universe realized that now was the opportune moment to diminish the numbers of the already weakened seventh universe. Currently, the third universe still had 5 fighters remaining, a considerable advantage. Kakarot, do not let your stamina falter, Vegeta cautioned, casting a glance at Son Wukong, who remained alongside the two. The members of the seventh universe, aside from Nabele, who lingered in a relatively safe aerial position, had gathered together. Oh, except for Frieza. Everyone, be cautious. The warriors of the third universe are beginning to encircle us, Nabele surmised from their movements. Let them come, she declared. Boom. As her words echoed, cannon fire erupted from all directions, aimed directly at them. The group immediately dispersed, ensuring they would not be taken out in mass. Yet they could not stray too far apart, lest they be isolated and surrounded. Coincidentally, androids 17 and 18 found themselves facing a formidable opponent, Baozi. According to the Supreme Kai of the third universe, his defensive capabilities were exceptional, proficient in exhausting his opponent's stamina before striking them down. Chapter 85. The Swift Defeat of the Third Universe? The Mighty Seventh Universe. Encountering us is indeed your misfortune, they mused. To their surprise, it seemed that opponents were now intent on depleting their stamina during combat, just as Kakuza from the second universe had previously done. Since standard attacks were proving ineffective, 17 began to unleash powerful energy beams, relentlessly targeting Baozi. 18 mirrored his actions, attacking from different angles and increasing the intensity of their strikes. Are you not going to retaliate? 18 teased. Baozi clearly lacked the capacity to respond to her inquiry, desperately hoping these two would tire themselves out quickly. Yet, it was Baozi who faltered first. His once impenetrable armor showed signs of cracking, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping, "Aren't you two ever going to tire? What a pity," 18 remarked coldly, delivering a decisive kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. With a flick of his hair, 17 felt that this battle was considerably easier. Now, how are the others faring? Tat tat tat. Son Gohan had just seized Polaretta's hammer-like arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Although somewhat challenging, victory was still within reach. Son Gohan addressed Son Wukong and Vegeta, who had nearly subdued Kuyizik and Panchi, stating that they were merely insignificant minions. Vegeta then delivered a powerful punch that sent Panchi flying. Insignificant minions? Papilloni, holding a scepter, remained noncommittal. Seventh Universe. It is now time to commence the X-Plan. The X-Plan was initiated. Kuyizik served as the head, Panchi as the torso, and Polarita as the legs. In his immaculate white suit, Papilloni, with a stern expression, raised his scepter, emanating a dim blue-purple glow, activating all functions at 1,256%. This was the modified warrior, Koichi Alrita, from the third universe. As Papilloni issued the command, the energy of the modified warrior continued to swell. What difference does it make if you have merged? Ultimately, you are still nothing more than scrap metal, Vegeta remarked, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He was reluctant to squander time on the robots from the third universe. Hey, Kakarot, you wouldn't want to waste time here, would you? You're right, Vegeta. We must end this swiftly, Son Wukong replied, understanding Vegeta's intent. Their ultimate target remained Jiren, and it seemed that the warriors from the third universe would soon be dispatched. Weiss chuckled. I must say, once Mr. Wukong and Mr. Vegeta joined forces, aside from Jiren, there is hardly anyone who can impede their advance. Indeed, Once the two activated their Super Saiyan Blue forms, they struck the modified warrior's head simultaneously, burying it deep into the ground. This was a full-force strike from both, and it was fortunate that the warrior survived it all. With this in mind, Son Gohan also wished to engage the warriors from the 11th universe quickly. He teleported behind Piccolo, delivering a swift blow to the nape of his neck in a mysterious form. Watching Piccolo succumb to unconsciousness, Son Gohan sighed in relief, but remained vigilant until he had tossed the individual off the stage. Third universe, Piccolo has been eliminated. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Vegeta had successfully embedded the modified warrior into the ground. However, the creature still possessed some strength, as it managed to crawl back up with its long arms. Yet, upon rising, it faced the dual onslaught of the final Flash and Kamehameha. With such overwhelming force, the newly emerged modified warrior Koichi Alrita was eliminated before it could even showcase its abilities. Impossible. How could this happen? Exclaimed the Supreme Kai of the third universe. Aya, as his glasses fell off, utterly unable to fathom that their final trump card had been so easily vanquished. The third universe has been completely eliminated and is on the brink of annihilation. At this juncture, Aya could only gather his composure to bid farewell to the warriors. In the final fleeting moment of their existence, a diminutive figure emerged from the colossal mechanical body of the destroyer god Mosco of the third universe. Waving goodbye to everyone, farewell. Indeed, it was quite the spectacle to witness. The angel of the third universe wore a resigned smile. In an instant, the third universe ceased to exist. Now, only the 7 from the 7th universe and the 3 from the 11th universe remained on the battlefield. Although the 7th universe appeared to have the advantage in numbers, a single warrior like Jiren possessed the power to alter the course of the battle. At long last, the moment had arrived. Jiren, let us engage in combat once more. Led by Son Goku, the members of the 7th universe stood resolutely before the trio from the 11th universe. To defeat Jiren, you must first overcome us, proclaimed Toppo, stepping forward to shield Jiren. Oh, the 7th universe versus the 11th universe. Who shall emerge victorious? The excitement in the air was palpable. The two Omni Kings were eager to witness the clash of these two formidable universes. The Grand Minister naturally echoed the sentiments of the Omni Kings. But as he glanced at the sparse audience, he noted the emptiness that had resulted from the dwindling numbers. Realizing this, the Grand Minister swiftly decided to make a change. With a mere wave of his hands, the once vast spectator stands transformed into a more compact area, perfectly accommodating the remaining participants from the universes. However, at that moment, the 7th and 11th universes found themselves entangled, their expressions far from cordial. Hey, why are you so close to the 7th universe? Remarked the 11th universe's angel, Margarita, as she turned her gaze towards the already seated Beerus beside Whis. With the 6th universe's disappearance, I was considering relocating to the 7th universe, replied Beerus, maintaining her composure despite a fleeting moment of awkwardness. One must admit, the Grand Minister certainly knew how to rearrange positions. Nabeel observed the proximity of the last two universes, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiren. Vegeta was the first to launch an attack against Jiren, yet the latter remained utterly unmoved in the face of his assault. Clang. Toppo intercepted Vegeta's strike with his colossal hands. I've said it before, if you wish to battle Jiren, you must first defeat me. Vegeta, still possessing ample stamina, faced an equally formidable Toppo, and in the short term, he found no means to evade his opponent. There was but one solution. Very well, I shall first vanquish you. The second in command, before I confront that Jiren. Aren't you also a second in command? Chapter 86. Is Jiren on the brink of defeat? The mighty Son Gohan. You scoundrel. Toppo spoke a truth that struck deep into Vegeta's wounds. Although Vegeta admitted he was indeed inferior to Son Goku, having it pointed out was an entirely different matter. Thud. Thud thud. Unlike their previous skirmishes, the clash between Vegeta and Toppo was a raw exchange of blows, each impact resonating with a weight that set it apart from all prior battles. Toppo's robust physique inflicted significant damage upon Vegeta. Damn it. Vegeta felt himself lagging behind once more, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form as he relentlessly assaulted Toppo. I sense a completely different aura from you, Vegeta remarked, increasingly aware of an enigmatic quality emanating from Toppo. Do you possess any hidden techniques yet to be revealed? It seems I may have inadvertently let something slip. As Toppo distanced himself from Vegeta, he contemplated a surge of power he had yet to unleash. initially reluctant to resort to it. He recognized that continuing in this manner might lead to his defeat against Vegeta. Gradually, Toppo began to reveal his true strength, an aura emanating from him that captivated the attention of all unaware onlookers. This power was that of a god of destruction. Being a god of destruction himself, Beerus instantly grasped the implications. Could it be that Toppo was a candidate for the position? The god of destruction from Universe 11 exhibited a proud demeanor, affirming that indeed, Toppo was the next god of destruction of Universe 11. A god of destruction, you say? The ever-lazy Frieza finally piqued his interest, declaring, well then, I too shall engage with this so-called candidate for god of destruction. Frieza, you have no say here. Though Frieza was their ally, Vegeta harbored an intense disdain for him. Mr. Vegeta, you misunderstand me. I merely intend to defeat him once you have been vanquished, Frieza retorted, unwilling to join forces with Vegeta. As their debate ensued, Gohan and Goku had resumed their battle against the formidable Jiren. As father and son, their coordination was remarkably seamless, with Gohan taking the lead and Goku providing support. Meanwhile, the comparatively weaker Dispo was being handled by androids 17 and 18. Jiren, you truly are incredibly powerful, exclaimed Goku, feeling a tingling sensation in his arms after enduring a barrage of Jiren's punches. Gohan, why do you strive to grow stronger? What fuels your thirst for power? Jiren questioned, dismissing Goku's retort while expressing his own inner turmoil. After exchanging blows, the three fighters stood their ground, with Goku gazing intently at Jiren. I simply wish to battle against more formidable opponents. Gohan, lacking a fervent passion for martial arts, nonetheless possessed extraordinary talent and potential. He was also burdened with significant familial responsibilities, his wife, child, and the aging Chi-Chi, along with his younger brother Goten. In this world, one must possess not only wealth, but also formidable strength to safeguard those they love. In this moment, he felt grateful for not neglecting his martial training. I merely wish to protect what I hold dear, he declared, perhaps inspired by Jiren's words, stirring emotions within him. Thus, Jiren, I will surely defeat you. Goku, standing beside Gohan, felt the intensity of his son's transformation. Gohan's eyes were now bloodshot, and his hair had taken on a silvery hue, reminiscent of his state during the Zamasu incident. While Goku remained composed, Jiren felt as if he were confronting an untamed beast, still in its infancy, but emanating an overwhelming aura that rendered the remaining warriors weak at the knees. This was the first time Piccolo witnessed Gohan in such a state, his energy seemingly poised to transcend boundaries. What is happening? Beer's husband exhibits remarkable prowess, a transformation that feels entirely different and evokes anticipation. The Grand Minister seeks an explanation for this peculiar phenomenon. It appears that Mr. Gohan has once again transcended his limits in this competition, acquiring a new transformation. The Grand Minister observes that Gohan's current state surpasses even the might of Super Saiyan Blue, potentially positioning him to replace Jiren as the strongest warrior. Should he master this power, Jiren, now fully on guard, finds himself drenched in cold sweat when Gohan appears behind him. A shocking revelation that only registers when he is forcefully hurled into the rocks. The speed is astonishing. Despite sensing Gohan's presence, his body remains unresponsive. A fleeting thought crosses Jiren's mind, but he has no time to dwell on it. Gohan launches Jiren into the air with a powerful kick, then follows suit, delivering a devastating blow that drives Jiren deep into the earth. Impossible. Jiren is being subdued. The god of destruction of Universe 11, Belmont, clutches his head, unwilling to accept this reality. Who exactly is this Gohan? Frightened, are we? This is the strength of our Universe 7. Beerus, akin to a cat caught in mischief, revels in Belmod's despair, urging, hey Gohan, defeat Jiren quickly. Jiren, confronted with Gohan's relentless assault, finds himself utterly powerless, struggling to rise once more. Glancing at the nearly unscathed Gohan, he recognizes his defeat, the possibility of victory slipping away. As Gohan's fist approaches once again, Jiren feels an overwhelming urge to yield. Visions of his childhood family and master flashing before him. Those who faced foes far stronger than themselves and made sacrifices. What were they thinking at that moment? Did they also contemplate surrender? Closing his eyes, he feels no pain emanating from his body. Upon opening them, he finds Toppo shielding him from the onslaught. Though he has activated his god of destruction energy, the impact has inflicted significant harm. Toppo, Jiren instinctively reaches out to support him. Jiren, You have always been the strongest among us, but when faced with adversity, one must seek help from allies. With Jiren's assistance, Toppo steadies himself. You are such a powerful and proud warrior. How could you falter here? Chapter 87. Beast Form. Jiren is eliminated. You speak the truth. Why did I entertain thoughts of surrender? To concede here would render my years of effort a mere shadow. Unexpectedly, I find myself inspired by you. Jiren lifts his head. No longer bearing the weight of despair, determination now fills his gaze. Gohan, you are an immensely formidable opponent, but that does not imply I shall concede. I must defeat you and bring victory to our Universe 7. His aura surges once more, and this time, his hair transforms entirely to silver. Son Gohan beckoned Jiren with a gesture, indicating that he could now launch his attack. Jiren initiated the confrontation with a swift kick, which Son Gohan effortlessly deflected. Following this, a barrage of strikes ensued, each punch imbued with formidable energy. It was evident that Jiren was wagering everything he had. What appeared to others as an unfathomably swift assault seemed languid in Son Gohan's eyes. Casually absorbing several blows, Son Gohan resolved to cease this playful exchange. With a swift succession of movements, he first dispersed Jiren's onslaught with a punch, then delivered a fierce roundhouse kick to Jiren's abdomen. The tremendous impact caused Jiren to involuntarily spit blood, feeling as though several of his ribs had been shattered, rendering his breathing labored. Whis! What on earth is happening with Gohan? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized Son Gohan's immense potential, but had never fully grasped the extent of his strength. This was no ordinary power. Ha ha! Whis chuckled lightly. Lord Beerus, I must confess I am uncertain myself. Mr. Gohan's evolution in strength is entirely distinct from that of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Although he is a Saiyan, he has never transformed into a Super Saiyan, as that form has lost its relevance for him. The onlookers gasped upon hearing Den's words, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. I once inquired why he no longer utilized the Super Saiyan transformation, Den continued. His response was that he did not wish to follow in his father's footsteps, as that path did not suit him. He desires to grow stronger as a human. Den observed Son Gohan in the arena with a sense of pride, unbeknownst to him. Gohan had already discovered the path he aspired to pursue. Truly remarkable, he thought, reflecting on how Gohan had managed to train while also fulfilling his duties. Krillin could hardly fathom the depths of Gohan's potential. If Gohan dedicated himself solely to training, perhaps the strongest would not be Goku after all. Perhaps, he mused. Jiren had been driven to the edge of the arena, bearing numerous wounds, and could only barely move due to Son Gohan's restraint. As he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, "It is time to conclude this," Son Gohan declared, issuing a final ultimatum. Jiren, still yearning to resist, found himself outmatched, and was ultimately sent crashing to the ground. Universe 11, Jiren is eliminated. The outcome was unexpected. The mightiest Jiren had been the first to fall in this decisive battle. The Grand Priest was taken aback by this turn of events. Incredible. Son Gohan, by the way, what is the name of this silver-haired form? The Grand Priest inquired, genuinely curious. This transformation, imbued with ferocity, vigor, and primal energy, I have dubbed the Beast Form. Son Gohan replied bashfully, scratching his head. He noted that Uncle Vegeta had not engaged Jiren even once and now stared at him with evident discontent. Beast Form. So impressive. Truly extraordinary. The eyes of the Omni Kings sparkled with excitement. As a result of losing Jiren, Dispo has also succumbed to despair. Faced with the duo of androids 17 and 18, he finds himself retreating steadily. In his eyes, victory in this battle seems utterly unattainable. Even the mightiest Jiren has fallen. Dispo, what are you daydreaming about? Torpo interjects. Though he feels disheartened by Jiren's elimination, he insists that they are not yet at a dead end, asserting that victory is still within reach. Torpo's interruption causes androids 17 and 18 to halt their advance. Android 18 regards him curiously. Wasn't he at Vegeta who was supposed to handle you? Turning around, they see Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan huddled together, engrossed in conversation. What are you talking about, Torpo? Dispo exclaims in frustration, collapsing to the ground. Even Jiren has been defeated by that Gohan. How could we possibly stand a chance against him? You are mistaken, Torpo asserts. We do not necessarily need to defeat him to claim victory. He has not forgotten the rules of the tournament. Indeed, Gohan is formidable. But the objective of this contest is simply to have the most surviving fighters from one universe. You mean, Dispo contemplates. We could evade Gohan and focus on defeating the others from Universe 7? Exactly, Torpo confirms, though this approach remains exceedingly challenging. If we join forces, there is still hope. Observing Dispo's evident anxiety, he adds, it is certainly a more viable option than the likelihood of overcoming Gohan, and even in defeat. We should strive to do so with dignity, should we not? Indeed, you are right. We are the Justice League of Universe 11. Dispo exclaims, though Android 17 interjects, hey, are you really underestimating us? That plan lacks practicality, considering you cannot even defeat me and 18. While he downplays his abilities, he acknowledges that he ranks among the weaker fighters remaining in their universe. Android 18, flicking her beautiful golden short hair, remarks, though Bear's battle power is relatively weak. Her barrier is something you could never breach. Who knows? Torpo retorts, that girl's capabilities are indeed impressive, but she certainly cannot withstand my destructive energy. With that, Torpo begins to summon the full extent of his power, honed over years as a god of destruction's substitute. This is the last hope for Universe 11's survival. Just wait and see for yourself, Android 18 says, shaking her head in resignation. Not even a formal god of destruction could breach Nabeledoes' defenses. Facing both androids, 17 and 18 find the challenge daunting, especially with the overwhelming force of Torpo's destructive energy. Moreover, Android 18's left leg, previously injured by Dispo, has become a significant liability, rendering her nearly immobile. 17 wishes to assist her, but Torpo proves to be a formidable obstacle. Chapter 88. The Power Tournament concludes. You were just boasting, but soon it will be you who faces defeat. Dispo crouches low, preparing to deliver a final blow to Android 18. This is bad. In the sky, Nabeledoes aimed to envelop number 18 in a protective shield. As she did so, she noted that the scene before her appeared quite captivating. Frieza had witnessed the prowess of Son Gohan and now felt an insatiable itch for a challenge. Frieza, number 18 remained within the shield, astonished by the figure before her. Yet, Frieza showed little interest in her and instead focused his gaze on Dispo, as if he had discovered a particularly amusing toy. Good day, Mr. Dispo. It seems you are the weakest of Universe 11. Why have you persisted until now? Would it not be wiser to concede at this juncture? Frieza smiled. Yet his words dripped with cruelty, suggesting that otherwise, Dispo might face even greater torment soon. Frieza, you fiend. Dispo shivered involuntarily. A fiend? I appreciate your compliment, Frieza chuckled, clearly relishing the title. Dispo, a true master of Universe 11, showcased extraordinary speed that caused Frieza considerable trouble. Without transforming into Golden Frieza, he found himself at a disadvantage. Very well, it appears I must unleash my true power, Frieza declared, ceasing to hold back his strength and transforming into Golden Frieza. Will you also transform? Dispo couldn't help but scoff at the notion that many warriors from Universe 7, upon gaining a semblance of power, felt the need to change form. Was there no authentic essence left? Indeed, I am unlike those detestable scions. My transformation is both formidable and exquisite, Frieza proclaimed with confidence, hands on his hips. I, Lord Frieza, shall leave you utterly defeated. Dispo acutely felt the stark difference between Frieza before and after his transformation. The latter was overwhelmingly powerful. Both speed and strength had doubled. How can he possess such boundless stamina? Dispo wiped the blood from his lips. Frieza, understanding Dispo's confusion, regarded him with a condescending gaze. As an astute individual, one must comprehend the art of conserving energy. So your method of conserving energy is merely to spectate? Nabeledoes, hearing Frieza's brazen remarks, was taken aback. While others might not grasp the situation, she was fully aware that he had been slacking throughout the previous matches. Never mind. As long as he can vanquish the enemy, she thought, resigning herself to accept Frieza as the current powerhouse of the battle. After stating this, Frieza decisively struck Dispo with a powerful blow, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance, collapsed on the ground. Universe 11, Dispo eliminated. Only one remained. Belmont had shed his earlier demeanor of chaos, now sensing the inevitable outcome. Yet, witnessing their universe's final warrior persist stirred his heart once more after Ian's. You are all remarkable. That is enough. In the hearts of Universe 11, you are the strongest. The god of destruction, Torpo, felt a pang of bitterness as he realized he was the last one standing, and the outcome had become evident. While seated in the audience, he heard Jiren's voice, tinged with regret. I apologize. If I had been stronger, we would not have lost. What are you saying, Jiren? This is not your fault. It is merely that our adversary was too formidable. Despite their imminent disappearance, everyone endeavored to comfort Jiren. As the mightiest warrior in the universe, the expectations placed upon him were immense, yet this did not warrant blame, for all had witnessed his valiant efforts in battle. Indeed, Jiren, it has been a privilege to fight alongside you. Thus, Universe 11 faded from sight, with Universe 7 emerging victorious. Although they had survived, the mood was somber. After all, it was only they who remained. Congratulations to Universe 7 on your victory. Your performance in this tournament was truly remarkable, the Grand Priest began, offering his commendations before addressing the matter at hand. You have earned the Super Dragon Balls as your reward. Have you decided what wish to make? Any wish can be granted. The Omni King wore a beaming smile, eager to learn of their desires. Gohan, you shall make the wish, Son Goku said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder, as he noticed the hesitation among the group. If you hadn't defeated Jiren, we might have already vanished. That makes sense. Let us leave it to you, Gohan. The others agreed. Even Vegeta nodded in assent, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his unwillingness to concede. Bula, what wish do you wish to realize? Son Gohan found himself at a loss and turned to his wife for guidance. That is for you to determine. Today, you have been a great contributor, Nabeel said proudly, embracing Son Gohan's arm. This posed a dilemma for Gohan. He glanced at the Supreme Kai, who indicated that the decision was his alone. Supreme Kai? Angels? As he surveyed the multitude of angels in the audience, most appearing melancholic, a sudden clarity washed over him regarding his wish. I know what I wish to make. Grand Priest, please, allow all the universes that vanished during the Tournament of Power to be restored. A hushed astonishment enveloped the crowd, as none anticipated Gohan would make such a wish. Is that all? Just that? Yes, for I have no other desires to fulfill. The Grand Priest smiled in acknowledgement and spoke the divine words to the Super Dragon. In an instant, the universes that had recently perished during the tournament were restored, and the warriors from each universe returned to their respective realms. The resurrection of oneself left everyone in disbelief. Upon learning that it was the inhabitants of Universe 7 who wished upon the Eternal Dragon to restore all universes, each individual was overwhelmed with emotion. Truly, Universe 7 is remarkable. You have fulfilled your promise, Master. Next time, I shall not be defeated again, Son Gohan. Now, please hasten to send me back to hell. Frieza, witnessing the joyous reunion of everyone, felt an undeniable discomfort. Chapter 89. The warmth after the battle. Allow me to surprise you. With a wave of his staff, Whis instantly restored Frieza to his former self, the angelic halo above his head vanishing without a trace. Is this resurrection, Frieza? No one anticipated that Whis had such a trick up his sleeve. This is a promise made to you, coupled with your commendable performance, a special reward from Lord Beerus. Humph, I never claimed I wouldn't engage in mischief henceforth. Frieza smirked wickedly at everyone. Not to worry. Either I or Vegeta or Gohan will defeat you, Son Goku replied confidently, for his and Vegeta's powers had significantly increased. If necessary, Gohan was also there. After all, he had effortlessly vanquished Jiren. Is that so? Then I eagerly await our next encounter. After bidding farewell to the two Supreme Kais, Nabeel returned to Earth with everyone. Meanwhile, Bulma at Capsule Corporation awaited the warriors' return, initially filled with concern. After 2 hours had passed, Bulma did not feel sadness over the lengthy wait. Instead, she realized they had emerged victorious. I told you, with Goku and Gohan around, there was no way we could lose. Chi-Chi, too, was aware of their triumph, though she pondered the fate of Goten and Trunks. They must be fine, she reassured herself. Bulma reclined on the sofa, speaking leisurely. Just a mere poacher. After all, they are Saiyots. The ones who should be crying are those wretched souls. You make a valid point. Just then, a voice echoed from the courtyard. Chi-Chi, I'm back. Is there food? Upon arrival, Son Goku sensed Chi-Chi's energy. Goku. Hearing his voice, Chi-Chi rushed out and leaped into his arms. It's wonderful. You've finally returned. Hee, we have emerged victorious. Son Goku embraced Chi-Chi, smiling joyfully. I must tell you, our opponent this time was truly unparalleled in strength. The others, uninterested in the couple's exchange, simply walked inside. Welcome back, Vegeta. Bulma, mindful of her pregnancy, refrained from making any grand gestures, merely standing there with a smile directed at Vegeta. Humph, you should sit and rest more during your pregnancy. Vegeta, unaccustomed to such a warm atmosphere, awkwardly sat beside Bulma. Your food will arrive shortly. Please, do not hesitate to eat. Bulma called for the servants to bring forth the prepared dishes. We shall refrain for now. We need to fetch Marlin. Klein and number 18 expressed their refusal, intending to bring along the other two children. You may proceed. I shall not partake, for the duties of the forest ranger must continue. At this moment, number 17 only yearned to return to the island and missed his family, his wife, and children. Very well, do take care on your journey. Realizing that number 17 could not be persuaded to stay, Bulma ceased her attempts. Wow, Bulma, everything looks so delectable, exclaimed Goku and Chi-Chi, who had just returned. Upon seeing the table laden with delightful dishes, they sat down without hesitation and began to eat. Go ahead and indulge. Today's feast is indeed lavish. In the meantime, Son Wulin and Son Wukong were carried out by Nabe and Son Gohan. Although only a couple of hours had passed, it felt as though an eternity had elapsed since they last saw the two children. Gohan, Nabe, let me handle this. You should go eat. You've surely had a tiring journey, Chi-Chi urged as she pushed the stroller, placing the two children inside. Then I shall leave it to you, mother. To be honest, I am utterly famished, Gohan confessed, feeling as though his stomach might collapse from hunger, and he quickly joined Vegeta and Goku in their culinary endeavors. What would the expense of feeding 3 young scions be under such excessive consumption? A no-prize guessing game, though Nabe had long grown accustomed to their substantial appetites. Today she was still taken aback. Aren't you all consuming a bit too much? This is quite different from your previous intake. It might be due to the continuous self-actualization during the battle that led to surpassing limits and an increase in strength, suggested Weiss, who had already satisfied his appetite and was elegantly dabbing his mouth with a napkin. Yet, why was Lord Beerus consuming so much despite doing nothing? Cough. Beerus nearly choked, responding with a slightly sheepish tone. It's merely because I was worried about them, which made me hungry sooner than usual. Is that so? However, I am still quite eager to witness your battle. Bulma interjected from the side. It must be an exhilarating fight. Speaking of which, Gohan has become remarkably powerful lately. Goku swallowed his food and spoke. He has attained a new transformation called the Beast form, and it is indeed formidable. Really? Could it possibly surpass your strength, Goku? Indeed. While others were astonished, Goku accepted it with remarkable ease. Perhaps others would feel a tinge of embarrassment, but for him, there was no shame, as Goku believed he would continue to grow stronger and eventually surpass Gohan. However, I will catch up soon, Gohan. Don't become complacent, Goku suddenly said with a serious expression directed at Gohan. Bang! Chi-Chi delivered a sharp smack to Goku's head. Chi-Chi, that hurt. What are you talking about? Gohan still needs to earn a living. He doesn't have as much time to train. Chi-Chi retorted, her voice raised. If he doesn't work, how will he support his wife and children? Ha. Son Wukong could hardly contest this reasoning, for he had, in truth, long ceased to engage in work. The family's financial sustenance, aside from the support from Son Gohan and Nabe, relied solely on Chi-Chi's labor. Therefore, upon my return, I too shall take up employment with my uncle, the foreman from the construction site where I previously toiled. Upon uttering these words, the entire gathering fell into a stunned silence, forsaking their meals and conversations. How splendid! Yet Chi-Chi was not as taken aback as the others. Her concern only arose when Son Wukong began to forego his food. Wukong, you have finally come to your senses, especially as our finances have recently dwindled. Is that so? What has transpired? A few months prior, they had been training under Lord Beerus, and now they had to contend with the tutoring fees for Goten's school, compounded by his recent growth spurts, leading to an increased appetite. The two began to engage in light-hearted banter, leaving everyone else aghast. It was truly unexpected. I thought Wukong would never seek to earn a living, remarked Krillin, who had only just returned. Not at all. Dad can work too, explained Son Goten, feeling that his mother was overburdened and that his brother's marriage should not solely rely on Beulah's financial contributions. Thus, he resolved to save up. Moreover, I have been feeling exceptionally hungry lately. Have you experienced this, Trunks? Indeed, everyone has commented that I have been eating significantly more than usual. At this moment, Vegeta, the prince of the Scion race, took it upon himself to enlighten the two youngsters. This indicates that you are on the brink of rapid growth. It is essential to increase your nutritional intake during this period. Is that so, Mr. Vegeta? Are there any specific dietary requirements? Chi-Chi eagerly inquired, for she was currently the most knowledgeable about Scions. Nothing particularly special, just consume more meat. Having said this, he turned to defend the honor of the Scion race before Krillin and the others. Though we Scions are a warrior people, we nonetheless hold our wives in high regard. Reflecting on his childhood, despite being indoctrinated by his father, King Vegeta, with notions of cold-heartedness, it was clear that King Vegeta cherished his queen and, unlike the kings of other planets, had only one wife throughout the ages. While Scions may be perceived as ruthless, they are only drawn to formidable women and disdain infidelity. Chapter 0. A warm daily life. Due to the family's financial crisis, Son Wukong began to take his construction work seriously. His exceptional skills led the foreman to refrain from hiring additional workers, allowing Wukong to earn a substantial income on site within a month. This foreman was astute. Upon first hiring Son Wukong, he recognized that this individual was no ordinary worker and that crossing him would yield dire consequences. Thus, he refrained from any underhanded dealings, such as withholding wages or creating unnecessary obstacles. Indeed, his instincts were correct. That day, while seeking investment, he happened to pass through West City and noticed the familiar figures of Son Wukong's family alongside the powerful leader of a capsule corporation. In that moment, the contractor reflected on whether he had wronged him in any way, breaking into a cold sweat. Thus, leveraging his remarkable talents and intuition, the contractor steadily advanced, establishing himself as a formidable construction boss. When Son Wukong returned once more to recruit, the contractor wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the man's exceptional abilities. With him on board, there would be no need to pay agency fees to find workers. What? Providing meals? Absolutely not. Just a day of carrying bricks and hauling cement could earn Son Wukong tens of thousands. Did they expect him to provide meals as well? So, a month passed in this manner, and finally, the deity's Son Wukong departed, leaving the contractor with at least 10 million in earnings. However, gazing at the imminent completion of several construction sites, the contractor felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing there was still considerable profit to be made. After all, he had heard that Son Wukong's son was currently a rising scholar, and one of his sons aspired to follow in those scholarly footsteps. "Ah, Kiki, I'm back," Son Wukong exclaimed as he entered, handing Kiki a card that contained this month's wages. "Welcome back, Wukong." Kiki cherished the card in her hands. "Did the contractor mention how much the total wages were?" "He said it was at least 10 million, replied Wukong. "What? 10 million? Kiki treasured the card even more. With such a sum combined with her own salary, their financial troubles were thoroughly resolved. "Wukong, you're amazing. Now you won't have to work anymore. This money can sustain us for quite some time." Kiki embraced Son Wukong and planted a kiss on his cheek as a token of appreciation. Son Wukong reciprocated by holding Kiki close, resting his chin on her head, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and the youthful voice of Sun Wutian broke the silence. "I'm back, Mom. I'm so hungry." Upon entering, Sun Wutian noticed his parents standing on either side. While Sun Wukong appeared composed, Kiki wore a tense expression. "What's wrong, Mom?" Sun Wutian asked, placing his backpack on a chair, puzzled. "It's nothing, Wutian. You're hungry, right? It's perfect timing for dinner." Although Sun Wutian sensed something was amiss, he inherited his father's laid-back disposition and soon forgot his concerns, focusing instead on the meal before him. "By the way, Kiki, why haven't I seen Gohan?" Sun Wukong usually sensed the presence of Gohan and the Nabell family at this hour. "Didn't I tell you?" Kiki replied calmly as she served food onto her plate. Gohan's research institute is engaged in a new project that is currently at a critical stage, so he is hardly home. Speaking of which, Wukong, since you're no longer working, could you help take care of Wulin and Wuyun? The layout has been finalized, and it seems you haven't played with them in quite a while. It would be nice to occasionally spend some time with your grandchildren, wouldn't it? "Indeed. I shall go and accompany them tomorrow." Upon receiving a stern glance from Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong instantly shrank back, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It has indeed been far too long since he last spent time with them. He hardly felt the essence of being a grandfather anymore. Thus, early the next morning, after enjoying breakfast, Sun Wukong rang the doorbell of the neighboring apartment. The door was opened by a robot, which, having recognized Sun Wukong through its smart door system, welcomed him inside. "Welcome, Mr. Sunday. Hello, where are Bayer and the little ones?" "Miss Bayer and the young masters are upstairs. Allow me to escort you." "Thank you kindly." Following the robot, Sun Wukong arrived at the children's room on the second floor. As the door swung open, he observed Bayer hurriedly changing Son Wulin's diaper. This little rascal was undeniably quite a handful. "Hello, everyone." Sun Wukong beamed at his two grandchildren. "Grandpa." Sun Wulin, having just been changed, excitedly flew into Sun Wukong's embrace. Having only recently learned to speak, her words often tumbled out in a rush when she was excited. "Wow, you've really grown, Wulin." Sun Wukong lifted her high into the air, much to the envy of Sun Wuching, who was still undergoing the diaper change. All right, you can go find Grandpa now." Bayer finally concluded the diaper-changing ordeal, tossing the used diaper into the trash and wiping her hands with a wet wipe. "Dad, did you come for a specific reason?" "Well, it seems I haven't spent time with the children in quite a while, and Chi-Chi encouraged me to come and keep them company." "Ah, that is splendid," Bayer exclaimed, relieved to have resolved one of her predicaments. "I've been rather busy lately. My manuscript is due soon, and I was just pondering whom to entrust the children to. Dad, you are my timely savior. I shall leave the children in your capable hands for the next few days." She swiftly packed 2 large bags and placed them into a capsule, producing a double stroller from one of them. "Dad, I'm entrusting them to you. Feel free to take them anywhere, even to the Destruction God planet, as long as they remain safe and unharmed." Bayer bent down and planted a kiss on each of her children's faces. "All right, you two, you will be with Grandpa for these few days. Rest assured, Grandpa is very strong." With that, she locked herself in her study, unperturbed by the thought of leaving her children with Sun Wukong. "Wow, I barely had time to react," Sun Wukong mused as he stood outside the house, exchanging wide-eyed glances with the 2 children. "Well then, let's allow Grandpa to take you on an adventure." Sun Wukong decided to go with the flow. "Play." "Okay." Sun Wulin and Sun Wuching showed no signs of reluctance. They were accustomed to being entrusted to the care of King Quan or Chi-Chi and Bulma whenever their parents were busy. This time, it merely signifies a change of person for me, and they are exceedingly fond of Grandfather. However, it appears that Grandfather has been quite occupied with work, having been away from home for the past few months. Now, he can finally spend time playing with them.